When I woke up, I found myself traveling back to the Great Xia Dynasty and becoming the young master of the Su family. This world is overrun with demons and ghosts, and there are often horrific incidents where demons and ghosts break into cities and kill people indiscriminately. Here, warriors are the main force against demons and ghosts, and a strong warrior can shatter mountains and rivers with one punch. The cultivation level of warriors is divided into third rate, second rate, first rate, followed by acquired and innate levels. The more powerful ones are at the immortal level. The sad thing is, as soon as I came here, I had to face the duel arranged by the city lord. The opponent of the duel is an extremely terrifying monster, the wind shadow leopard. As expected, it only needed one sneeze to knock me away easily. Fortunately, at this moment, I activated the super pickup system. This system allows me to see the attributes of any creature, and even know the precious items dropped after defeating the demon. At this moment, on the Su family's martial arts stage, a translucent attribute bar suddenly appeared in front of me. Host Su Hao. Age 16. Cultivation, 8 years of internal strength. Realm rating, not up to par. Cultivated technique, Purple Chi Ju, Black Iron level, proficiency 51%. Cultivated martial arts, Wind Cutting Sword technique, Black Iron level, proficiency 50%. Spiritual roots, none. Remaining experience points, 0 points. Seeing my attribute column, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. I always thought I was at least a third-rate expert, but I didn't expect that I'm not even good enough to be a third-rate expert. He has average talent, nothing amazing in it, nor is he the kind of martial arts fanatic who practices martial arts desperately. He was able to cultivate 8 years of internal strength at the age of 16, which barely makes him close to being a third-rate martial artist. In Tianmeng City, which has a population of nearly 10 million, the only person who can be considered an immortal is probably the city lord. His words are law and he is the absolute ruler here. At this moment, my gaze turned to the demon lion in front of me, and I couldn't help but feel a little curious. What are the attributes of this demon lion? Demon Thunder Lion. Realm rating, early stage of acquired realm. Attribute Thunder. Killing it has a chance to drop Thunder Spiritual Root, damaged, Thunder Breathing Technique, bronze level, 5 years of internal strength, Evil Lion's Roar, Black Iron level, Lion's Roar, bronze level. I was stunned for a moment, then a surprised smile appeared on my face. So many precious things can be dropped. Internal strength, skills, martial arts, and spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are extremely important in the world of cultivation. If you want to step into the immortal gate, you must have spiritual roots. Even if you have cultivated to the innate realm, if you cannot enter the immortal gate, break through the innate, and reach a higher level, then the final outcome is nothing more than the end of your life and turning into ashes. Entering the immortal gate is the dream goal of all practitioners. However, spiritual roots are extremely rare, and only one person among thousands of people can possess one. I licked my lips. The thunder lion in front of me had been killed and actually dropped its spiritual roots. Although they were only broken spiritual roots, they were definitely better than having nothing. Ha! How is happy? My father Sui was originally worried that I would be afraid of the monsters and ghosts, but unexpectedly, not only was I not afraid, but I stared at the thunder lion with sharp eyes, as if I couldn't wait to rush up and take a bite. This scene made Sui a little confused. Could it be that the power of the demon was too strong and frightened me to an abnormal level? He put aside his doubts and said in a serious tone, "Everyone, step forward one by one and stab this thunder lion. I will tell you that even a powerful demon is just immortal. It can get hurt and die." The head of the Su family took great pains to capture the thunder lion in order to let everyone see the true face of the demon ghost and break their fear of the demon ghost. Everyone stepped forward and stabbed it, and their fear would naturally be alleviated during the subsequent demon ghost fighting ceremony. Although many warriors practice behind closed doors, if they feel fear in actual combat, they can only exert 30% of their full strength. This is too cruel. A young girl from the Su family looked at the thunder lion being tied up and said with pity, "It can't move anymore, but we still want to torture it like this?" Pa! Before he finished speaking, Sui glared and slapped the girl hard. With a crisp sound, the girl fell to the ground. Her delicate face quickly became red and swollen, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Sui looked at her coldly, his tone icy. The demon is our human enemy. Do you think it deserves sympathy? Before the master caught it, it slaughtered and ate many people in a small village. Now it probably still has undigested food in its stomach. Do you want me to dig it out and show it to you? Demons and ghosts have been the natural enemies of mankind since ancient times. Powerful demons and ghosts can massacre cities and wipe out entire families. They are extremely harmful, and they love to feed on humans. The Su family girl's saintly mentality obviously made Sui furious. If he participated in the fight between demons and ghosts with this mentality, he might not even be able to save his life. The girl covered her swollen cheeks and sobbed softly. The other disciples of the Su family were also silent, and no one dared to step forward to comfort her. Sui ordered with a cold face. Su Changjiang, you go first, the others wait. If anyone is timid and does not take action, he will be expelled from the Su family. Yes. The tall young man named Su Changjiang walked forward without any nonsense, holding a knife and stabbed it hard in the abdomen of the thunder lion in the iron cage. Swish! The knife that Su Changjiang stabbed with all his strength did not penetrate an inch. He was surprised to find that the skin and flesh of this thunder lion were extremely tough, as indestructible as cowhide. Ayo! The thunder lion was stabbed and let out an angry roar. However, as its whole body was tied up, it could hardly move and could only let out a low roar. The patriarch of the Su family captured the thunder lion alive because he was a congenital warrior. Well done, next! Sui nodded with satisfaction. Obviously he appreciated Su Changjiang's performance very much. Su Changjiang is one of the most outstanding disciples of this generation of the Su family. He has been a third-rate warrior for many years, and his courage and bravery are comparable to any fighter. Seeing Su Changjiang's courage, the others no longer hesitated and stepped forward to stab the thunder lion. Although their actions seemed cruel, the thunder lion, as a demon, liked to feed on humans, and many innocent people died in its mouth. As time passed, Sui's eyes finally fell on me. Howard, it's your turn. I couldn't wait any longer, so I leaped forward and stared at the thunder lion in the cage. I pondered for a moment. This thunder lion has tough fur and is hard to be cut by swords. It will be hard to kill it with just one sword. My heart was filled with excitement. I was not afraid, but I was looking forward to the spiritual roots that would burst out from it. If I could have spiritual roots, I would have the opportunity to enter the immortal gate in the future, pursue the immortal path, and enjoy a lifespan of hundreds or even thousands of years. That would be wonderful. But the problem is that the thunder lion's body is so hard that I can't kill it with one blow. My eyes fell on the sword on Su Yi's waist, and I said, Father, can you lend me your sword? Su Yi's sword can be described as a sword that can cut through iron like mud. Any monster that encounters it will be afraid. Of course. Su Yi was a little stunned, but finally handed the sword to me. After all, I am his son. It's the fifth elder's son, The others observed silently. I have always been Loki in the Su family, and the impression given to others is simply that of Su Yi's son. I drew out my sword, which was gleaming with cold light, and walked to the iron cage where the thunder lion was lying. Although it was weak, its blood-red eyes were still full of ferocity, as if it would swallow me whole if it had the chance, leaving no bones behind. Amid everyone's astonished gazes, the thunder lion and I looked into each other's eyes, and the next moment, my sword pierced its left eye like lightning. Puff! The tip of the sword accurately pierced into the thunder lion's eyes, the sharp cold light penetrated into it, and half of the sword pierced through its brain. Oh whoa! The thunder lion roared miserably, and finally fell down in the painful struggle. The anger in its eyes gradually died down, and it knew that it was time for its death, and there was no hope of survival. At the same time, a series of system prompts sounded in my mind. Successfully killed the thunder lion! Obtained the thunder breathing technique, bronze level. Obtained 5 years of internal strength. Obtained the thunder spiritual root, damaged. Obtained 1,000 experience points. The system's prompts kept coming, and I felt a little dizzy. This explosive reward was beyond imagination. Not only did he get the thunder spiritual root he had always dreamed of, but he also got the thunder breathing technique, 5 years of internal strength training, and 1,000 experience points. It was simply a huge explosion, right? As soon as the system prompt sounded, I felt that my body had undergone earth-shaking changes. It was as if something was added to my body, and my perception of spiritual energy became unusually sharp. This change is clearly because I already have spiritual roots. People with spiritual roots have a talent for cultivation that is definitely genius level. What's even more surprising is that the internal force in my dantian surged instantly, breaking through 10 years of cultivation and reaching the level of a third-rate warrior. A third-rate martial artist is not someone to be trifled with. A person who has been practicing martial arts since childhood, getting up early and going to bed late, day after day, for 10 years can reach this level. How many people can persevere in practicing for 10 years? A third-rate warrior could already get a respectable job and earn a considerable fortune in many large families, chambers of commerce, or escort agencies. In addition to these improvements, I also obtained the thunder breathing technique, a bronze-level secret technique. Nowadays, the wind-slashing blade technique and purple air technique that I practiced are only at the black iron level, and the power of this thunder breathing technique cannot be underestimated. I looked up the detailed description of thunder breathing. Thunder breathing, bronze level, primary 1% use the wonderful breathing pattern to stimulate the body's potential, unite muscles and thoughts, and move at a speed and strength as fast as thunder. Note, it puts a great strain on the body. That sounds amazing! With lightning speed combined with my wind-slashing sword technique and purple chi ju, how strong will I be? My eyes lit up. Now that I am stronger, I will be able to handle the next demon ghost fight easily. He killed the demon. So cruel, the sword pierced directly through the demon's head. At this moment, I suddenly heard the shocked voices of the tribesmen around me, and then I came to my senses. Everyone looked at me with surprise and awe. When other people faced the Thunder Lion, they were cautious and dealt with it quickly. They were nothing like me, who directly killed the Thunder Lion with one sword. Sorry, I was a little heavy-handed. I apologized with an awkward smile. In fact, the Thunder Lion dropped so many good things because it was killed by me. Ha! Good! You are worthy of being my son, Sui! This Thunder Lion cannot be let go, and the demon ghost must be killed without a doubt. You did a good job. The fifth elder Sui laughed heartily, and was very satisfied with my actions. He smiled and continued, Demons and ghosts should be dealt with mercilessly. Killing them is the only way to be responsible to yourself. Okay, it's almost time. Let's set off to the City Lord's mansion to participate in the fight between monsters and ghosts. Remember, don't embarrass the Su family, perform well. If not, just fight a few moves symbolically, no one will laugh at you. Sui gave the final instructions, preparing to lead us to participate in the fight between monsters and ghosts. The group headed towards the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, I couldn't help but ask the system. System, what is the use of experience points? After killing the Thunder Lion just now, I gained 1,000 experience points. Report to the host, experience points can be used to increase the levels of various skills and secret arts, and can also be used to upgrade spiritual roots. The system's voice still sounded coldly in my mind. Can I use experience points to upgrade my spiritual roots? My eyes lit up. My lightning spiritual roots are broken. Can I upgrade them? It takes 2,000 experience points to upgrade the Thunder Spirit root, broken, to the primary level, or obtain 2 broken spirit roots for repair. The system responded calmly. I was a little disappointed. I only had 1,000 experience points, which was far from my goal. However, these experience points should be used to improve my martial arts and skills, right? I couldn't wait to ask. System, upgrade my sword skills for me. Ding, 100 experience points consumed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the wind-slashing sword skill to the intermediate 1%. What? 100 experience points can get you to the intermediate level? I was a little surprised. It turns out that 1,000 experience points are so valuable. After all, you only get 1,000 experience points by defeating a postnatal level demon. Then let's reach perfection, I said impatiently. Ding, 200 experience points are consumed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the wind-slashing sword skill to 1% advanced. Ding, 400 experience points are consumed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the wind-slashing sword skill to perfection. As the Zhongfeng sword technique reached perfection, I felt that my understanding of this sword technique had reached a whole new level, and I could even perform the hidden killing moves in it with ease. In the battle between demons and ghosts, I will never lose face this time. I secretly looked forward to it. Not long after, we arrived at the city lord's mansion. Nearly 1,000 people had gathered in the martial arts arena, and the chairs were neatly arranged. Not only the Su family, but other big families also brought young disciples. All young men over the age of 16 were required to participate in this event. At noon, a middle-aged man in a black robe and several fully armed soldiers entered the training ground. Seeing this black-robed man, everyone stood up and looked respectful. He was Yi Chongqing, the lord of Tianming City, and the only strong man who had broken through the level of the Immortal Gate. Yi Chongqing's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. The Demon and Ghost Fighting Festival is held every 3 years. Anyone who is 16 years old or above must participate. The next Demon and Ghost fighting will begin. I will explain the rules first. The purpose of the fight between demons and ghosts is to hone your bloodiness. Regardless of whether you win or lose, you must at least show the courage to wield swords to fight against demons and ghosts. Of course, the premise is to save your life. The martial arts arena is protected by formations, and demons and ghosts cannot escape. If you can't continue fighting, you can save your life by simply stepping off the stage. Yi Chongqing continued to explain. Is this the method used by those at the immortal level? It's amazing. The warriors around were envious. In addition, those who can kill the demons and win 3 games in a row will receive Xingyuan pills and Qianlian level weapons. Yi Chongqing's voice sounded again, and in order to stimulate the young people's competitive spirit, he also offered rewards. This 1,000-level weapon needs no further explanation. It can be called a family heirloom. Even a congenital warrior would not look shabby when using it, and the Yuan Xingdan, which can increase the cultivation level by 10 years, is also an extremely precious item. For ordinary people, taking it can make them have the cultivation level of a third-rate warrior, and after taking it, a third-rate warrior's cultivation level will be further improved to a second-rate warrior, saving them 10 years of hard training. At this moment, I licked my lips and locked my eyes on Yi Chongqing, because the reward he dropped was too generous. Even so, I knew very well that if he really wanted to attack me, he could easily kill me. Okay, Laoli, bring the demons up, and let's begin. After saying that, Yi Chongqing calmly sat down at the chief's seat with great interest on his face. He obviously had great expectations for the talents in this battle between demons and ghosts. The man called Laoli was burly, with a scar on the corner of his eye that was particularly conspicuous. He nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Not long after, Laoli came over with an iron cage in one hand, and in the cage was a 3-eyed monkey. This monkey was different from the common ones, nearly 2 meters tall, with 3 blood-red eyes, and exuding a ferocious aura. Oldly casually threw the iron cage towards the martial arts stage and slammed it from midair, causing the iron cage to explode. Innate warrior, I thought to myself. It turns out that Oldly is also an innate warrior. The head of the Su family is the only innate warrior, and this city lord's mansion is indeed full of talents and masters. Squeak! The 3-eyed monkey broke free, and its sharp cry echoed in the air. It tried to jump up and escape, but hit a translucent barrier in midair. The barrier flickered, and the powerful reaction force bounced it back heavily, causing it to fall to the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The 3-eyed monkey was extremely angry. It didn't know why it couldn't leave, and there was a hint of fear in its eyes. The barrier gave it a strong sense of being a mortal enemy, so it dared not try to break through again. The battle between demons and ghosts has officially begun. The first one is Nangong Mo from the Nangong family. Oldly took out a manual and announced the first contestant to join the battle. The Nangong family is as powerful as the Su family, and is also led by an innate warrior. Nangong Mo is the pride of the Nangong family. A tall young man stepped out. He was Nangong Mo. Through the system, I saw that he had been practicing for 10 years and his strength had reached the level of a third-rate warrior. He had achieved such an achievement at such a young age. He was truly gifted. The demonic 3-eyed ape was also a third-rate warrior. At this moment, I came up with a plan to see who was stronger in this duel, or if I had a chance of winning, I would. Nangong Mo looked nervous, but more excited. He liked the feeling of being the center of attention, especially under the gaze of a strong man like Yi Chongqing. He was even more eager to show his strength. Holding a pitch-black iron spear, Nangong Mo lifted it with one hand and easily jumped onto the martial arts stage. Come on, demon ghost! I'm Nangong Mo from the Nangong family. I'm here to kill you, Nangong Mo declared proudly. In his eyes, demon ghosts were just slightly stronger beasts. Squeak! The three eyes of the three-eyed monkey emitted a fierce light. It quickly adjusted its posture, determined to fight to the death with Nangong Mo, and was ready to kill the human in front of it first. Then, the three-eyed monkey stomped its feet hard and pounced towards Nangong Mo, leaving its afterimage. 800 battles of spearmanship, sweeping through thousands of troops. Nangong Mo's eyes were stern. He held the spear with both hands, poured his inner strength into the spear, and swept it out. The cold light brought by that spear was as bright as a star, and its power was unmatched. Jie! The three-eyed monkey paused for a moment, and a cold light like a blade flashed across its body. If it took a step forward a little more, it would definitely be pierced. What a quick reaction! I marveled inwardly. The speed and reaction of the three-eyed ape were first-rate, far beyond the reach of ordinary brute beasts. Kill! Nangong Mo roared, and his spear turned into a cold light, pointing directly at the throat, neck, eyes, and heart of the three-eyed monkey. Every move was fatal. That's right, this is how demons and ghosts should be treated. Go all out and never show mercy. The elders of the Nangong family nodded one after another. However, Yi Changqing remained unmoved, with no expression on his face, and he did not show any special concern for Nangong Mo's performance. Dang dang dang! Nangong Mo fought fiercely with the three-eyed monkey. His gun skills were sharp. The three-eyed monkey was not willing to be outdone, and kept blocking with his claws. The collision between metal and claws made a crisp sound. Although the three-eyed ape reacted extremely quickly, it was still at a disadvantage under the suppression of Nangong Mo's spear and could not break through the 2-meter defense line. Gradually, the three-eyed monkey began to pant and was obviously exhausted. Nangong Mo was delighted and attacked more fiercely. However, just when everyone thought that Nangong Mo would win, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The third eye of the three-eyed monkey suddenly lit up with the scarlet light. Nangong Mo's heart was shocked, his eyes became dazed for a moment, and he felt sleepy. No, not good! He bit his tongue hard and barely woke up, but in front of him was a fishy wind blowing towards him. The three-eyed monkey stood up suddenly, opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth, and pounced on him. At the critical moment, Nangong Mo instinctively stretched out his left arm to block his chest. The bite did not hit his neck, but his left arm. Poochie! The three-eyed monkey's sharp teeth tore Nangong Mo's muscles, and blood flowed out. Oh! Nangong Mo screamed in pain and struggled desperately. Nangong Mo! The Nangong family members in the audience stood up anxiously, but the fight between demons and ghosts had rules, and any interference would trigger the wrath of the city lord's mansion, so they could only watch. In the end, Nangong Mo struggled hard, tore off a piece of flesh, retreated awkwardly, and left the ring. Bang! The three-eyed monkey chased after him, but slammed into the barrier of the martial arts arena and was bounced back. It was full of reluctance, but it had to give up the pursuit and instead chew on Nangong Mo's flesh and blood. Just now, was it the special ability of this three-eyed ape, the soul-catching eye? I speculated in my heart. As a demon, the three-eyed ape was born with powerful innate abilities. Its soul-capturing eyes could easily confuse the opponent's mind, and as long as the opponent's attention was slightly distracted, it could gain the upper hand in the battle. But the way to deal with this ability is actually very simple, just avoid looking directly into its third eye. Doctor, where is the doctor? The people of Nangong family hurriedly supported Nangong Mo, whose arms were covered in blood and bones were exposed, and at the same time anxiously called for the doctor. In this place where demons and ghosts fight, the city's top doctors are stationed. Soon, a white-haired old man came with a medicine box and checked it out. Alas! The old man sighed and shook his head. This arm can't be saved. The poison in the demon's teeth has already invaded the bones. If it is not removed as soon as possible, once the poison spreads, I'm afraid it will be more than just an arm. Looking closely, the exposed white bones at the wound on Nangong Mo's arm were stained with a hint of black. You're going to cut off my arm? I don't want it. Nangong Mo screamed in horror. He was unable to accept this reality for a moment, and passed out in pain. Seeing this scene, the others couldn't help but feel a chill. Losing an arm means becoming disabled, which is more terrifying than death for many people. The second one is Li Fan from the Li family, the scarred man announced in a cold tone. Li Fan, a young man who was good at swordsmanship, was obviously a little nervous at the moment. He was afraid of Nangong Mo's previous experience, and did not dare to be careless at all. After entering the field, the three-eyed ape that had eaten human flesh pounced on him instantly. Li Fan lowered his head and fought with it, not daring to look directly into the three-eyed ape's eyes, for fear of being deceived by its soul-capturing eyes. This evasive strategy led to Li Fan's extremely poor performance. In the end, he turned around and fled off the ring after a few moves. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it was better than being killed or maimed. Next, Wang Shuo, the scarred man announced again. The three-eyed monkey won 2 games in a row and finally met Wang Shuo, a young talent from the Wang family, in the 3rd game. It's Wang Shuo! This young man with extraordinary talent, who uses sword as his weapon, should not be underestimated. My heart was moved. Wang Shuo's name was quite famous among the young generation of Tianmeng City. He was the young man who was praised as a genius. Wang Shuo has a slender figure. As soon as he came on stage, he stood with a sword in his hand, closed his eyes, and had a stern expression. The three-eyed monkey rushed over with a roar, but Wang Shuo was not at all panicked. When the monkey was only 3 meters away from him, Wang Shuo suddenly drew his sword and slashed it out at a speed so fast that it was almost imperceptible. The sword energy was sharp, and his spirit, energy and soul were combined into one, instantly locking onto the target. Heart Shadow Sword Technique! Someone in the audience recognized Wang Shuo's moves. Puff! The three-eyed monkey had no time to react before his heart was pierced by the sword. Hoo hoo hoo! After killing the three-eyed ape with one sword, Wang Shuo turned pale and gasped. Obviously, he had gone all out, and used his strongest sword move. Although he killed the enemy in seconds, it also exhausted most of his strength. He didn't say much and quietly left the stage. It's amazing that he can perform the Heart Shadow Sword technique at such a young age. But unfortunately, this sword technique is only suitable for a single enemy. If facing more than 2 enemies, it may not be effective. Someone in the audience commented. As time passed, warriors from each family took the stage one by one, and most of them were defeated by the demons and barely escaped with their lives. Although these warriors are generally only about 16 years old and most of them lack practical experience, there are occasionally talented young men like Wang Shuo who can defeat, or even kill monsters with their outstanding abilities. Finally, when it was my turn, the scarred man announced. Next, Su Hao from the Su family. Howard, be careful! If something goes wrong, get off the stage immediately! Sui was even more nervous than I was, and hurriedly warned me. To him, my safety was far more important than winning glory. Okay, I'll be careful. I nodded, feeling both nervous and excited. I hung a knife on my waist and jumped onto the stage. From the Su family? I've never heard of this name. Many people in the audience obviously didn't know me. Come on! Sui clenched his fists. If I was in danger on the ring, he couldn't help me according to the rules. I could only rely on myself. He didn't ask me to win, but only to be safe. After I got on the stage, I saw my opponent, a blue-horned cheetah, over 2 meters long, with a nimble body, full of strength and speed, giving people an invisible threat. Demon, Wind Shadow Leopard. Realm rating, 3rd-rate warrior level. Attribute, Wind. Killing it has a chance to drop, Wind Spirit Root, broken, Wind Shadow Body Skill, Black Iron level, half a year of internal force cultivation, Wind Shadow Clone, Black Iron level. I saw the basic information of the Wind Shadow Leopard. Its strength is comparable to the Thunder Lion I defeated before. The 5 years of internal strength cultivation I gained have allowed me to enter the level of a 3rd-rate warrior. Wind Spiritual Root. I couldn't help but swallow my saliva when I saw the dropped item. If I could get 2 spiritual roots, wouldn't it be even easier? This boy is interesting. The scarred man was slightly stunned when he saw my fiery eyes. I looked like I was looking at prey. Roar! The Wind Shadow Leopard roared. It had been hungry for 3 days and immediately lost its mind when it saw humans. After a loud roar, its body suddenly split into 3. It's the innate ability of the Wind Shadow Leopard. I was slightly stunned. It was difficult to tell the real ones from the 3 Wind Shadow Leopards. Then, a gleam of light flashed in my eyes. Since we can't tell them apart, let's attack them at the same time. Roar! 3 wind shadow leopards quickly pounced on me, blocking my 3 directions almost at the same time. Even among the third-rate warrior-level demons, they are considered top-notch. Thunder breathing! I took a deep breath and activated the thunder breathing method. I felt a current-like force spreading throughout my body. Every part of my body seemed to be activated, and my reaction speed, muscle strength, and power were greatly improved. The wind shadow leopard's extremely fast movements have slowed down in my eyes. This thunder breathing technique is truly magical. I was shocked, and without hesitation, when the 3 wind shadow leopards approached me almost at the same time, I finally made my move. Wind cutting sword technique. Crack! The sword was pulled out of the scabbard as fast as lightning, and the wind cutting sword technique was performed to perfection. The sword energy swept out like a storm. Puff, puff, puff! The necks of the 3-headed wind shadow leopards were cut open, 2 clones disappeared instantly, and the remaining real figure also fell down instantly, blood splattered, necks broke, and heads rolled to the ground. Successfully killed the wind shadow leopard. Gained half a year of internal strength training. Gained the wind spirit root broken. Gained 50 experience points. The wind shadow leopard's eyes were still filled with confusion and astonishment. It didn't even have time to see the trajectory of my knife before its head fell to the ground. Who is he? He seems even stronger than Wang Shao. He's from the Su family. I've never heard of this person, but his strength is too terrifying. I couldn't even see how he swung his sword. In the audience, warriors from many families were stunned. The wind shadow leopard was a third-rate warrior-level demon with the ability to split itself into 3. However, when facing me, it was killed in just 1 encounter. The uncatchable speed was simply unbelievable. 3 consecutive slashes in an instant killed 3 wind shadow leopards at the same time. It was extremely fast. How won? Sui was shocked. Originally, he was only worried about whether I could get through the difficulties. Winning or losing was not important. He just hoped that I would be safe. But he didn't expect that I would kill the wind shadow leopard in just 1 encounter. This kind of strength completely refreshed his perception of me. Not bad, this kid's swordsmanship has obviously been cultivated to perfection. It's rare for a 16 or 17-year-old to practice a set of swordsmanship to this level. The scarred man's eyes flashed with admiration, and my performance made him look at me with new eyes. For a teenager, it is truly commendable to be able to practice a sword technique day after day for 10 years and reach such a high level. If I knew what he was thinking, I would probably be embarrassed, because 2 or 3 hours ago, I had only just started to learn the art of swordsmanship. Even the city lord Yi Changqing showed an interested look. As a powerful person who opened the gate to immortality, he had seen countless things, but only a few could arouse his interest. Awesome! I shouted in my heart at this moment. This powerful feeling is addictive. After killing the wind shadow leopard, I actually exploded with a broken spiritual root, the wind spiritual root. Broken spiritual roots can be upgraded through experience points, or 3 broken spiritual roots can be fused into a complete spiritual root. After obtaining the wind spirit root, I clearly felt that I was more sensitive to the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Even with every movement, the wind in the air seemed to merge with me, and its speed increased by about 50%. Is this the advantage of having spiritual roots? I sighed. Having spiritual roots and not having spiritual roots are simply 2 different levels. Even a broken wind spirit root can greatly increase my speed. It is conceivable that if it is a complete spirit root, or even a high-level spirit root, the increase will be even more terrifying. Su Haoxing, you can step down or continue the challenge, said the scarred man indifferently. I won this match, and the Su family was excited. The scarred man seemed to want me to continue challenging the demons, as he was curious about my limits. I want to continue the challenge, I answered without hesitation. Are you kidding? I still want to kill a few more demons and get some good stuff. How can I give up so easily? Okay. The scarred man nodded slightly and turned to put in a new demon. This time, he chose a black wildcat. This black wildcat was the size of an adult tiger, with black patterns all over its body. As soon as I entered the martial arts arena, its pair of dark green eyes locked onto me instantly. This black wild cat exudes a ferocious aura. It is obviously a demon that has killed people. Many humans have died at its hands. Although this shadow cat is also a third-rate warrior, it is extremely powerful among third-rate warriors. It almost requires a second-rate warrior to be sure of victory. A smile appeared on the scarred man's lips. If the opponent is too weak to show my limit, he chooses this shadow cat, which is almost close to the peak of the third-rate warrior level. Come on! I checked the system and immediately realized that this shadow cat was extremely powerful. But I was not afraid at all, but even more excited. The more powerful the demon, the better the items it dropped. Meow! The shadow cat let out a sharp cry, its dark green eyes flashing with ferocity. In a rage, it decided to intimidate these humans with blood. Amid the screams, something strange happened. A large number of black shadows suddenly burst out from the surface of the shadow cat and spread rapidly, covering an area of 30 to 40 meters in radius. This is Shadow Cat's special talent, Shadow Attack. An experienced family elder recognized Shadow Cat's moves. Shadow Strike can create a large number of shadows, blocking the opponent's vision while causing the Shadow Cat to burst out at almost instantaneous speed, leaving the opponent no chance to react before being killed. Darkness enveloped me. My vision was completely obscured and I couldn't see my hand in front of me. What a magical power! This is a demon, it has all kinds of strange abilities, I exclaimed in my heart. Being in this shadow, I couldn't even see the figure of the shadow cat clearly. If you can't see, use your hearing. I closed my eyes and focused on my ears. With the advantage of my wind spiritual root, I can clearly hear the sound of the wind flowing. This way! Instantly, I locked onto the shadow cat's position. Its huge body approached me silently, like an assassin in the dark, elegant and deadly. When the shadow cat pounced on me, it was only 5 meters away from me, gathering strength in its limbs and launching a fatal attack. With its speed, many second-rate warriors could not react. However, Shadow Cat didn't know that its whereabouts had already been exposed. Wind-cutting sword technique. Cut the wind and catch the shadow. I didn't have any expression. The blood-stained iron sword in my hand drew an extreme trajectory, and the wind in the air was instantly cut apart, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Puff! The shadow cat's eyes were full of confusion. It didn't even see clearly what happened before it felt a chill on its neck, blood spurted out, and then its body fell heavily to the ground. Successfully killed the shadow cat. Gained half a year of internal strength training. Gained 50 experience points. The system prompt sounded and I shook my head helplessly. My luck was a bit bad this time, and only my internal strength and experience points dropped. But I can't expect to be as lucky as last time every time, as even a third-rate warrior level demon could drop a broken spiritual root. As the black shadow dissipated, my figure appeared, and on the ground was the corpse of the shadow cat, with its head separated from its body. This? He won again? My vision was blocked by the shadow just now, so I didn't see how he made the move. The audience below the ring were extremely shocked, and many of them were filled with regret, because the black shadow created by the shadow cat blocked their vision, and they could not see how I killed it. Does he have spiritual roots? A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Changqing's eyes. The strength I displayed was too powerful. After all, I was only a third-rate warrior. However, I could easily kill third-rate warrior-level demons. The only explanation for this combat power that surpassed my peers was that I might have spiritual roots. A warrior with spiritual roots is a martial arts genius, with a talent far beyond that of ordinary people. After all, only those with spiritual roots can break through to the realm of immortals, and every warrior with spiritual roots has the potential to impact the realm of immortals. Of course, it is extremely difficult to enter the realm of immortals. Even if you have spiritual roots, it is still challenging to reach that level. Among the tens of millions of people in Tianmeng City, there is only Yi Changqing, a strong man at the Immortal Gate level. This is enough to show that having spiritual roots does not mean it is easy to enter the Immortal Gate, but it only means having more possibilities and potential. Good, good! The most excited one was Sui. He thought that I didn't practice hard on weekdays, and my strength might not even reach that of a third-rate warrior. But now I gave him a huge surprise. Even the Shadow Cat, which is at the top of the third-rate warrior, can be killed with one sword. This son is really good at hiding his abilities. He must be deliberately hiding his abilities in order to make a splash, he thought to himself. If I knew what Sui was thinking, I would probably roll my eyes. I want to continue the challenge, I said with great enthusiasm. If I win one more game, it will be 3 consecutive wins. According to Yi Changqing's previous promise, I can get a 1000 refined level weapon and a pill that can increase my internal strength by 10 years if I win 3 consecutive games. Okay. The scarred man nodded slightly and was about to bring a new demon over when a majestic voice suddenly came into his ears. Boldly bring that demon here. Remember, don't let him win so easily. The voice came from Yi Changqing. Although he was sitting, he sent the voice into the scarred man's ears through telepathy. Yes. The scarred man was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized that the demon that Yi Changqing was pointing at was that specific demon. The scarred man walked for 3 to 5 minutes, and came back dragging an iron cage. In the cage was a snow-white fox, a 3-tailed white fox. It looked no bigger than a calf, but what was unusual was that it had 3 tails. Boy, this fox is no simple matter. Be careful. If you are in danger, leave the ring immediately. The scarred man warned, then threw the iron cage onto the ring and smashed it with one palm. The 3-tailed white fox instantly appeared on the stage. This 3-tailed white fox was different from the previous demons. Other demons always looked timid, but this one was unusually quiet. It knows it can't escape? I was shocked. The 3-tailed white fox was obviously very smart. It knew it couldn't escape, so it could only wait for its fate here. However, what was even more disturbing was that the dangerous aura it exuded far exceeded that of any previous demon. I immediately used the system exploration function to check the information of the 3-tailed white fox. Demon 3-tailed white fox, first evolution. Realm rating, 3rd-rate warrior level. Attribute beast. Possible drops when killed, evolved inner pill, silver level, seal, bronze level, 1 year of inner force cultivation, charm talent, bronze level. Evolution? I was shocked. Although the 3-tailed white fox was only a 3rd-rate warrior, after completing 1 evolution, its combat power could rival that of most 2nd-rate warriors. After evolution, the demon will have greatly improved strength, speed, and talent, and even its growth potential will be doubled. This 3-tailed white fox is by no means an ordinary demon ghost. It has the potential to be a demon ghost king. If it had not been captured, it would have been a problem for it to be promoted to an acquired demon ghost level, or even a congenital demon ghost. The scarred man seemed to sense my shock and said calmly, "It has evolved once. Although its realm is still that of a 3rd-rate warrior, its combat power is comparable to that of a 2nd-rate warrior. During its capture, many warriors were injured or even killed." Only then did I realize that the 3-tailed white fox in front of me was much more terrifying than I had imagined. Evolved demon ghost? Most of the young warriors present did not understand the horror of evolved demon ghosts, but the leaders of the families changed their expressions, knowing well the horror of evolved demon ghosts. The 3-tailed white fox stared at me coldly, unable to suppress its anger. After all, I had become a training tool for the warriors, and the murderous intent in my heart had already boiled over. Since I couldn't escape, I would just drag a few more people down with me. Without warning, the 3-tailed white fox launched an attack. Its strange eyes flashed with a strange light, making me feel drowsy, and the image in front of me became blurry. Oh no, it's the charm ability! I was shocked. The 3-tailed white fox obviously has a strong mental control ability, and it quickly put me in a state of being unable to move. At this moment, it leaped up like a calf, pounced on me, stretched out 1 claw, and 5 sharp claws flashing with cold light cut towards my neck like blades. Is this the end? The scarred man couldn't help but feel disappointed. The evolved demon was too strong. Even though I had amazing potential, I was only a 3rd-rate warrior after all. I was afraid that I would not be able to defeat this demon fox with the fighting power comparable to that of a 2nd-rate warrior. How? Sui shouted anxiously, eager to rush to the ring, but the moment he moved, a powerful momentum pressed him down and made him unable to move. It turned out to be Yi Changqing. The battle between demons and ghosts never allowed outsiders to interfere. Thunder breathing! At the critical moment of life and death, I activated the thunder breathing without hesitation. Suddenly, my lungs contracted and expanded violently, and a strong electric current rushed through my body, causing my stiff limbs to quickly regain consciousness. I immediately moved my feet and quickly shifted sideways, leaving a shadow behind. The three-tailed white fox's sharp claws tried to tear my shadow apart, but missed. That was a close call. Sweat broke out on my forehead, my heart beat rapidly, and I was almost caught by the claws of the three-tailed white fox. At this moment, I tried my best to maintain a steady breathing. The most important thing about thunder breathing method is the control of rhythm. If there is any mistake, the effect will be lost. The others also breathed a sigh of relief, and their inner anticipation grew stronger. They hoped that a human warrior like me could defeat this demon. The three-tailed white fox seemed a little surprised. It actually avoided a surefire attack. But it didn't stop. It stomped its feet and pounced again. Its claws tore through the air like a violent storm, and it attacked me like an overwhelming force. Dang! I raised my knife to block. The collision between the knife and the claw made a harsh sound, sparks flew, and my wrist felt a sharp pain. The three-tailed white fox was much stronger than me. As a demon, its body was much stronger than that of a human. Take a deep breath. Since you can't match your strength, win with speed. Swish! When the three-tailed white fox pounced on me again, I stimulated the thunder-breathing technique to the limit. My whole body rushed out as fast as lightning. I swung the blade and the wind slash from the wind-cutting sword technique slashed out like a gust of wind. Puff! When I dodged the claws of the three-tailed white fox, my blade passed under its raised neck. With the sound of flesh tearing, a 1-foot-long gash suddenly appeared on the chest of the three-tailed white fox. Did the demon get hurt? Sui and others who had been watching the battle were delighted. However, I frowned. This skin is too tough. I originally wanted to split it in half directly from the chest. This knife should have cut the three-tailed white fox in two, but its body was much tougher than I expected. After cutting through the skin and muscles, the blade was blocked by bones. Although my knife is of top quality, it is just an ordinary object after all. Unless I attack the vital points directly, it is difficult to cause fatal damage to this three-tailed white fox. The three-tailed white fox felt the burning pain in its chest. After a moment of shock, anger immediately burned in its eyes. As a demon with powerful blood, it was actually injured by a human boy. Ayo! With a deafening roar, the three-tailed white fox suddenly jumped up, releasing a strong murderous aura from its whole body, and its muscles bulged like steel. In the blink of an eye, the demon that was originally like an elegant fox has transformed into a giant beast more than 3 meters long. Its appearance has become violent and ferocious, and its momentum is like a flood and a beast. This aura is several times stronger than before. I was shocked. The aura of the three-tailed white fox was close to that of a second-rate warrior, and even approaching that of a first-rate warrior. This demon ghost actually hid its strength. Yi Changqing was also very surprised. It turned out that it possessed the talent of sealing. This ability could hide its breath and power, reduce consumption, and hide its strength. It was a special talent of a few demon ghosts. Yi Changqing frowned. Obviously, he didn't expect that this demon ghost actually had such hidden power. He thought to himself, "My negligence, I still have to save his life at the critical moment." Still hiding your strength? I was shocked. The huge body and terrifying aura of the three-tailed white fox made me break out in cold sweats. The three-tailed white fox locked its scarlet eyes on me, a mixture of anger and shame, and it vowed not to let go of the human who hurt it easily. Retreat from the ring? No, I've already won 2 games, I can't give up. Although I wanted to give up, I immediately rejected the idea. If I quit, I would lose the opportunity to obtain the 1000-level weapon and the elixir that increases my cultivation by 10 years. System, upgrade my thunder-breathing technique! I shouted urgently in my heart, determined to improve my strength. Ding, 400 experience points are consumed, and the thunder-breathing method is upgraded to intermediate 1%. The system prompt sounded, and the level of the thunder-breathing method was upgraded from the original entry level to now being fully mastered. Roar! As the three-tailed white fox roared, it released its own seal. The surging aura made it even more terrifying, and the 3 huge tails smashed down like 3 angry hammers. Thunder-breathing method, purple chi ju! Determination flashed in my eyes. I combined the thunder-breathing method with the purple chi ju that I practiced. The internal force in my dantian exploded like thunder under the stimulation of this power, and light golden electric currents flashed on the blades and muscles on my body. Boom! The blade turned into lightning, every breath was heavy and powerful, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The body and the knife were combined as one, and the light golden thunder cut around madly. Poochie! The blade flashed, and the 3 white tails of the 3-tailed white fox were cut into pieces. The blade energy penetrated its chest, directly pierced through the muscles and bones, exploded from its back, and finally dissipated. Goo-goo! Blood gushed out of the 3-tailed white fox's body. With a low hiss, its body was torn into 2 halves at the chest and fell heavily to the ground. Those eyes filled with unwillingness seemed to be filled with unacceptable anger. If it was killed by a strong man like the one in the city lord's mansion, it would have deserved a death, but it was killed by a human who was much weaker than it with a single sword, which was really unbelievable for it. Successfully killed the 3-tailed white fox. Obtained the evolutionary inner pill, silver level. Gained 1 year of inner strength cultivation. Obtained the seal, bronze level. Gained 300 experience points. A series of system prompts followed, and I immediately sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. My lungs felt completely numb, as if I was being pressed so hard that I couldn't breathe. My body was also sore and weak, and the internal energy in my dantian was almost exhausted. I couldn't help but smile bitterly, knowing that the previous blow was almost beyond my limit, and my body could no longer withstand the force. But at the same time, his heart was filled with irrepressible excitement. This is the battle with demons! Dancing on the tip of the knife, blood splattering, that kind of joy of victory! I couldn't help but realize that perhaps this was the life I really longed for, being enemies with demons. The challenges and excitement in battle attracted me more than ordinary days. Win-win? More than 1,000 people in the stands fell silent. They stared blankly at the panting boy. Just now, when the demon unsealed and revealed its true face, almost everyone thought that I was doomed to fail. The only thing I could do was to escape from the arena and save my life. However, no one expected that instead of retreating, I faced the challenge head-on, bursting out with extremely terrifying power, and with one sword I killed the 3-tailed white fox, which was almost at the level of a first-class warrior. The dazzling lightning blade light made the young warriors of the various families present feel chilled and frustrated. If they were facing this terrifying blade, they would probably not even have the courage to resist, right? The third game, Su Hao wins! The scarred man was stunned for a long time before he reacted. As an experienced innate warrior, he quickly regained his composure and announced the victory. Hao! Sui, who had been waiting anxiously, immediately came up to the stage and helped me off the stage. He said excitedly, Good, you are worthy of being a son of the Su family. The smile on his face was full of pride and joy, and I felt a slight warmth in my heart. It was obvious that my father's concern for me was sincere. Yi Chongqing looked at me, with a strange look in his eyes. Amazing! Under the oppression of such a powerful demon, this boy did not think of escaping, but tried his best to fight to the end. Not only does he have the heart of a strong man, but he also has spiritual roots in 9 out of 10 cases. Such a person will definitely have an extraordinary future. I was excited to hear Yi Chongqing's comments. He was such a powerful person who founded the Immortal sect. To be praised by him was obviously a high recognition of my strength. The evolutionary inner elixir just exploded. I don't know what it's used for. I sat back in the Su family seat, silently checking my new reward in my mind, not caring at all about the awe and admiration of the Su family disciples around me. This time, by killing the 3-tailed white fox, in addition to gaining inner strength and experience points, I also gained the sealing ability and an evolving inner elixir. Seal, bronze level, proficiency primary 1% after use. You can compress and hide your own breath and strength to achieve a stealth effect. This sealing ability is very practical. I used this ability to hide the aura of the 3-tailed white fox before, and even Yi Chongqing couldn't detect it. This shows how powerful it is. The remaining evolved inner elixir is of silver grade. Compared with the thunder-breathing method, bronze grade, that I dropped, it is obviously of a higher grade and its effectiveness cannot be underestimated. Evolutionary inner pill, silver level. After taking and refining, there is a certain chance that the user will undergo an evolution. Evolution? I wondered. I knew about the evolution of demons, but what about human evolution? However, since it was an item given by the system, it shouldn't be harmful to me. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try later. I began to quietly recover my strength while continuing to observe the demon and ghost fighting ceremony. My performance was undoubtedly the most eye-catching, and among the major families in Tianming City, there were also many powerful young warriors, two of whom left a deep impression on me. One was a young man named Zhou Lai, with wild long hair, holding a blade, extraordinary strength, and obviously taking a lot of elixirs. At a young age, he reached the level of a second-rate warrior, killing 3 demons in succession and completing 3 consecutive victories. The Zhou family is a powerful family in Tianming City. Their strength is far superior to that of the Su family. There are also many innate warriors in the family. Zhou Lai is obviously a genius that the Zhou family has focused on training. With the tilt of resources, his strength is not surprising. Another surprising person was a girl named Mo Qingshui, who was about 16 or 17 years old, with a beautiful face. She wore a light blue dress, had long hair draped over her shoulders, and had skin as white as water. Matching her beautiful appearance is her terrifying strength. Each of her sword strikes is precisely controlled without wasting any extra energy. She also stands out with 3 consecutive victories. Chapter 10 Xianmen Reserve Team. Su Hao had never heard of the name of this girl named Mo Qingshui, and he didn't even know whether there was a Mo family in Tianming City. The performances of both men were amazing. Of course, in the eyes of most people, the terrifying attack that Su Hao had unleashed before was more eye-catching. Time passed, and when it was evening, the fight between demons and ghosts finally ended. Among the thousands of warriors, only less than 10 were able to achieve 3 consecutive victories. Most of them just symbolically fought a few moves and then jumped off the stage. There were even many who were injured like Nangong Mo. Some were happy while others were worried. Those who have achieved 3 consecutive victories this time, please wait a moment, your rewards will be distributed to you. Yi Changqing had already left without anyone noticing, and the scarred man who was in charge of presiding over the fight between demons and ghosts said loudly. The warriors at the scene gradually dispersed, discussing the young warrior who performed brilliantly in the battle between demons and ghosts. At this time, the scarred man walked towards Su Hao and said, "Your name is Su Hao, right? Come with me. The city lord wants to see you." Behind the scarred man, there were 2 other people. They were Zhou Lai, the genius of the Zhou family, and Mo Qingshui, the beautiful girl that Su Hao had noticed before. "The city lord wants to see us?" Su Hao was a little surprised. This was the powerful man who opened the gate to immortality, but he wanted to summon them, a few juniors. "How go?" Sui seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly. "Yeah." Su Hao nodded. At this time, his physical strength had recovered a lot. He stood up and followed the scarred man away. Hao may have spiritual roots. In this case, there are some things that must be told to him. Sui looked at Su Hao's departing back with a gloomy and complicated expression. "Seniorly, is there something that the city lord wants us to do?" Zhou Lai from the Zhou family asked humbly. He was arrogant, but he also knew that there was only one person in Tianming City who should not be provoked, and that was Yi Changqing. If Yi Changqing wanted to, he could expel the Zhou family from Tianming City overnight. "The city lord asked you to go there to test whether you have spiritual roots. After that, maybe you will have the opportunity to enter the Immortal Gate," said the scarred man with a smile. This shocked Zhou Lai and Su Hao. Only Mo Qingshui was extremely calm. Her pretty face remained as calm as water, as if nothing could arouse her interest. "So it's to test the spiritual roots?" A look of joy appeared on Zhou Lai's face. The so-called Immortal Gate was naturally a large sect with powerful people who opened the Immortal Gate and sat in charge. It was said that Yi Changqing was born in a certain Immortal Gate. Over the years, there have naturally been people in Tianming City who joined the Immortal Gate, and they all joined the Immortal Gate through Yi Changqing. While Yi Changqing was the city lord, he would also look for qualified young people for his sect and allow them to enter the Immortal Gate. The hard condition for wanting to join the Immortal Gate is to have spiritual roots. With Yi Changqing's eyesight, watching the fight between monsters and ghosts, he felt that there were 3 young men among these who he liked and who were most likely to have spiritual roots, namely Su Hao, Zhou Lai and Mo Qingshui. Although he thought that the 3 of them had spiritual roots, he still had to test whether this was true or not. This was the purpose of Yi Changqing summoning the 3 of them. Zhou Lai was delighted. There are thousands of disciples in my Zhou family, but only about 10 of them have spiritual roots. My father said that I probably have spiritual roots, but the family has no way of finding out whether I have spiritual roots or not. Only the city lord's mansion has the means to detect spiritual roots. If my spiritual roots are detected, the family will definitely focus more on training me. Su Hao was also very much looking forward to it. He knew that he had spiritual roots, and he was curious about joining the Immortal sect, which was a place where many powerful people gathered. He was also eager to join, and did not intend to spend his whole life eating and waiting to die in a small Tianmeng city. Lord City Lord, the 3 of them have been brought here. Soon the scarred man led Su Hao and the other 2 into a hall. Inside the hall, Yi Changqing, dressed in green, stood quietly. The scarred man said respectfully. Su Hao discovered that there were strange crystals in the hall, forming a magic circle, and Yi Changqing stood outside it. Well, Oldly should have told you the purpose of calling you here. I want to test your spiritual roots. If you have spiritual roots, you will be able to join the Xianmen Reserve Team and be tempered. This Xianmen Reserve Team is composed of geniuses with spiritual roots in Tianmeng City. If their strength meets my requirements, I will give them a token to join the Xianmen. With this token, you can join the Xianmen. Yi Changqing didn't say any nonsense. He turned around and looked at Su Hao and the other 2 and got straight to the point. Sure enough, it's the Xianmen Reserve Team. Zhou Lai was very excited. The Xianmen Reserve Team was a special team formed by Yi Changqing. It was full of geniuses with spiritual roots. They would be tempered in the Xianmen Reserve Team. Once their strength was recognized by Yi Changqing would give them a token to join the Xianmen. The reason why Zhou Lai knew this so clearly was naturally because several people from their Zhou family had joined the Xianmen Reserve Team. Su Hao was also extremely excited, wondering how far he was from being qualified to obtain the Immortal Gate token. Okay, let's start testing the spiritual roots. Who will go first? Yi Changqing said this simply and went straight to the point, starting the spiritual root test. I'll go first. Zhou Lai was the first to speak. He was impatient and hated waiting. Stand in the center of this magic circle, Yi Changqing said, looking at the magic circle composed of crystal stones. Yes. Zhou Lai stood in the center of the magic circle as he was told. Yi Changqing activated the magic circle, and Zhou Lai suddenly felt as if his body was scanned by something. At the same time, the entire magic circle composed of crystal stones burst into a bright light, and this light was fiery red and emitted a burning sensation. Chapter 11 Spiritual Root Testing. Seeing this, Yi Changqing nodded with satisfaction. As I expected, it is a fire spiritual root, and the quality of the spiritual root has reached the level of a primary spiritual root. If you work hard, there is still a great possibility that you will join the Immortal sect in the future. Great, I do have spiritual roots, and they are the domineering fire spiritual roots. Zhou Lai couldn't help laughing. He had spiritual roots, and with the cultivation of the entire Zhou family, he believed that in the near future he would be qualified to enter the Immortal Gate. The scarred man next to him had a hint of envy in his eyes. Spiritual roots are innate and difficult to acquire later in life, so envy is not enough. Zhou Lai walked out of the magic circle with a smile on his face. At the same time, he was very curious about what kind of spiritual roots Mo Qinshui and Su Hao who came with him had. Mo Qinshui was the second person to take the test. She was wearing a light blue dress and stood quietly in the center of the magic circle. Yi Changqing also activated the magic circle. Call! The light shone again, this time it was a water blue light. Not only that, the brightness of this light was several times stronger than Zhou Lai's. It seemed as if there were water blue ripples rolling in the entire magic circle. This scene shocked Su Hao, Zhou Lai, and the scarred man. Even Yi Changqing was shocked and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Water spiritual roots! And high-quality water spiritual roots!" The quality of spiritual roots is also divided into grades. Primary spiritual roots are just normal, while high-level spiritual roots may only be possessed by 1 in 10,000 people. Yi Changqing couldn't help but smile. He really found a treasure this time. Discovering potential disciples for the Immortal sect would also benefit him. High-level spiritual roots. Yi Changqing's own spiritual roots are only of intermediate quality. Mo Qinshui seemed to already know what spiritual roots she possessed, and was not surprised at all. She walked out of the magic circle, and for the first time a hint of curiosity appeared in her eyes. She was very curious about Su Hao. She had seen Su Hao's performance before. The amazing blow he showed was unstoppable and impressive. Yi Changqing himself was looking forward to it. Su Hao, it's your turn, enter the magic circle. Among the three people, Yi Changqing was most optimistic about Su Hao at the beginning. Even though Su Hao is not as good as Mo Qingshui, who has high-level spiritual roots, he also feels that the quality of Su Hao's spiritual roots will not be bad, at least stronger than Zhou Lai. The expectant looks of several people made Su Hao touch his nose. With the system, he knew that he had spiritual roots, and he even had 2 spiritual roots, but both were broken. Was he going to start the waste flow? There was no choice. Su Hao had to reluctantly enter the magic circle. Yi Changqing activated the magic circle, and Su Hao immediately felt a strange power from the magic circle scanning his body. Soon, light golden thunder and green air storms flashed on the crystal stones. Two kinds of spiritual roots? Yi Changqing's eyes lit up. Double spiritual roots, this is extremely rare. If a person possesses 2 primary double spiritual roots, its rarity and aptitude will definitely not be inferior to that of having a single advanced spiritual root. Only Su Hao smiled bitterly. Not long after, Yi Changqing's brows gradually frowned, because he found that although the light of the magic circle was shining, it was too dim. The intensity of this light was not as good as Zhou Lai's. This made Yi Changqing sigh deeply. I don't know whether you are lucky or unlucky. Dual spiritual roots are rarer than high-level spiritual roots. Unfortunately, both spiritual roots are broken and not even at the primary level. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are useless spiritual roots. But anyway, it's better to have them than not to have them. There are many types of spiritual roots, and their qualities are also divided into high and low. Some people have spiritual roots, but they are the lowest level of broken spiritual roots, also known as waste spiritual roots. People with such spiritual roots are stronger than ordinary warriors, but the strength is limited, and they have no potential to impact the realm of immortals. What a pity! The scarred man on the side also sighed, because the scarred man himself had spiritual roots, and they were broken and useless spiritual roots, which stopped him from reaching the innate stage, and he would never have the hope of reaching the immortal realm in his life. Haha, this kid has useless spiritual roots. Fortunately, I'm not the last one. He even stole my limelight before. Zhou Lai couldn't help but feel a little gloating in his heart. He was very happy to see that Su Hao only had useless spiritual roots, and that he was better than him. Yi Changqing and the man with the scar were both disappointed. Only Mo Qingshui was somewhat surprised, because she found that Su Hao's eyes were very bright, no different from before. Logically speaking, she should be disappointed and discouraged no matter how strong her character was when she was detected to have useless spiritual roots. But Su Hao didn't seem to care at all. Su Hao acted so calm because he had known for a long time that his spiritual roots were damaged. But it didn't matter to him. With the system, it was only a matter of time before his spiritual roots were upgraded to primary spiritual roots, advanced spiritual roots, and even beyond advanced spiritual roots. He certainly wouldn't be too disappointed. Su Hao was even thinking about going home quickly to eat and study the evolutionary inner elixir he got from the 3-tailed white fox. Such a character, what a pity! Seeing that Su Hao could still remain calm, Yi Changqing sighed again in his heart. With such a useless spiritual root, the chances of him entering the Immortal Gate in the future are very slim. Only some weak Immortal Gates would accept such a disciple. A sect like Yi Changqing's would most likely not be willing to recruit such a disciple. If you are willing, all 3 of you can join the Xianmen Reserve Team. As long as your strength meets my requirements, I will give you a token to enter the Xianmen. Are you willing to join the Xianmen Reserve Team? Yi Changqing said solemnly, calming down. Chapter 12 promoted to second-rate warrior level. Yes. Without any hesitation, Zhou Lai, Mo Qingshui and Su Hao all agreed. The opportunity to enter the Immortal Gate is what any warrior desires. Very good. Old Li will give you the rewards you deserve in a while. If there is anything, he will notify you. Yi Changqing nodded with satisfaction and began to see the guests off. He has always been decisive and efficient in doing things without any courtesy. Come with me. The scarred man took Su Hao and the other 2 away. Su Hao and the other 2 disappeared in the room. An inexplicable look appeared on Yi Changqing's face. This little girl's surname is Mo. It seems that she was from the Mo family. With such talent, she may have hope of revenge in the future. It's a pity for Su Hao. His strength and character are extraordinary. He also has 2 spiritual roots, but unfortunately they are both useless. Among the 3, Yi Changqing was originally most optimistic about Su Hao, but it turned out that Su Hao only had useless spiritual roots, while Mo Qin Shui, the girl with a blood feud, possessed extraordinary talent. Su Hao had no idea what Yi Changqing was thinking. As the scarred man left, he asked the 3 people, "You have just won 3 consecutive victories. According to the promise of the City Lord, you can get a 1000-level weapon and a pill that increases your internal strength by 10 years. What kind of weapon do you need? If you have any requirements, we can make it directly." A weapon of the Qianlian level is definitely a divine weapon in the mortal world. Even an innate warrior would not be shabby when using it. A good weapon is also very important for a warrior. When Su Hao was fighting with the 3-tailed white fox before, his sword could only cause flesh wounds to the 3-tailed white fox at the beginning. "I want a knife, preferably a heavier one, of this style," Zhou Lai said hurriedly. Their Zhou family already had a 1000 refined level weapon, but they would not give it to a junior like him. The weapon Su Hao chose was naturally also a knife, but Mo Qin Shui unexpectedly did not choose a sword, but instead chose a whip-like weapon. Then the scarred man gave each of Su Hao and the other 2 a Yuan Xingdan that could increase their internal strength by 10 years. As for the weapons, the scarred man said, "Your weapons need to be custom-made. The foundry masters in our city lord's mansion will speed up the forging. We will send someone to deliver your weapons to your homes within a few days." "Thank you very much." Su Hao thanked him. He held the Xingyuan pill in his hand. The Xingyuan pill looked only the size of the tip of his little finger, but it exuded an enticing medicinal fragrance. Such a small pill could increase the internal strength of one's cultivation by 10 years. One should know that the internal strength that Su Hao gained after killing the acquired demon ghost was only 5 years. According to what the scarred man said, Xingyuan pill is most effective only when taken for the first time. It is impossible to improve a person's acquired or innate abilities by taking Xingyuan pill. After finishing his work, Su Hao did not delay and left the city lord's mansion directly and returned to the Su family. The difference from before was that Su Hao had now become a celebrity in the Su family. The news that Su Hao had displayed his prowess in the battle between demons and ghosts today and won 3 games in a row had spread throughout the entire Su family. How is it? Has the city lord detected that you have spiritual roots?" Su Hao met Sui, and Sui asked very eagerly as soon as he saw him. Seeing Sui's expectant look, Su Hao took back the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and did not tell him that he was found to have useless spiritual roots, fearing that Sui would be disappointed. Anyway, his spiritual roots could be upgraded in the future, so he nodded and smiled. "Yes, the city lord said that I have spiritual roots." Good, you are worthy of being my son, Sui." Sui was extremely excited and even pulled Su Hao to sit down. Wine and food were already prepared on the table. Sui said with a complicated expression, "I thought you had no interest in martial arts before. I also hoped that you would get through it safely, but since you have such talent, there are some things I must tell you." Su Hao scratched his head in surprise. Was there something else Sui hadn't told him? Could it be that he was not his biological son, but the only descendant of some ancient power? "It's about your mother. I once told you that your mother was dead, but it was all a lie." Sui sighed with a sad face. "My mother?" Su Hao was surprised. As far as he knew, his mother died of complications during childbirth. But what Sui said now did not seem to be the case. "I once had spiritual roots, and like you, I won 3 consecutive battles against demons and ghosts. I was also detected to have spiritual roots, and even joined the Immortal sect. Your mother is the daughter of a big shot in the Immortal sect. I fell in love with her and gave birth to you, but my qualifications are average in the Immortal sect, and I am not a match for her at all. Her family opposed it. In the end, I returned to the Su family." Sui said some things with a gloomy expression. Su Hao was speechless. Did he really have a hidden identity? Sui was once a prominent figure in Tianmeng City. He possessed spiritual roots and joined the Immortal sect. He fell in love with a favored girl in the Immortal sect and gave birth to Su Hao. However, they were eventually forced to separate. This plot, well, is very bloody. However, Su Hao also discovered something. It stands to reason that Sui has spiritual roots, so it is normal for him to have innate cultivation now. But in fact, Sui, who is only 40 years old, has half white hair and often looks very weak. Su Hao guessed that this might be because Sui encountered some major changes when he was in the Immortal Gate, which damaged his own foundation. Now his cultivation has stopped at the acquired stage, and he has also been left with hidden injuries. But Sui obviously didn't want to talk more about this matter. He didn't want Su Hao to help him get revenge or anything like that. He just said, "Lana and I have been separated for more than 10 years. I really want to see her again. But I know that seeing her again will only make her more discriminated and looked down upon in their family. But more than 10 years ago, not long after I returned to the Su family, Lana wrote to tell me that she had a daughter. I want you to go and see how she is doing on my behalf." Su Yi's eyes were full of longing. He had a daughter, but as a father, he had never even seen her. He told Su Hao all this because he hoped that when Su Hao went to the Immortal Gate in the future, he would be able to see his daughter on his behalf. "I have a younger sister?" Su Hao was a little surprised. Not only did he have a new mother, but he also had a new sister whom he had never met. "Okay, I understand. Immortal Gate. I will definitely go back." Su Hao nodded and said firmly. Sui must have encountered something in the Immortal Gate that damaged his origin and stopped at the acquired realm, leaving him with hidden injuries. Sui refused to tell him what happened, but Su Hao would definitely find out the guy who hurt Sui. It was already the second day after the battle between demons and ghosts, and Su Hao was not idle. He felt that his strength could still be greatly improved. The first one was the Xingyuan pill, which could increase his cultivation by 10 years. Su Hao directly took it into his stomach and began to refine it. This small Xingyuan pill was made from precious spiritual medicine. Strands of medicinal power dissolved and spread within Su Hao's body. They were absorbed by Su Hao and transformed into pure internal force, producing a gray mist in his dantian. 3 days later, this Xingyuan pill was refined by Su Hao, and when Su Hao looked at his current attribute panel, he found that great changes had taken place. Host Su Hao. Age 16. Cultivation, 25 years of internal strength. Realm evaluation, second-rate warrior level. Practice technique, purple chi ju, black iron level, proficiency 51%. Martial arts, wind-cutting blade technique, black iron level, perfect proficiency, thunder breathing technique, bronze level, intermediate proficiency 1%. Possessing spiritual roots, wind spiritual root, broken, thunder spiritual root, broken. Remaining experience points, 300 points. A pill of Yuan Xingdan successfully increased Su Hao's strength by 10 years, and his cultivation reached the level of a second-rate warrior. The threshold for a first-rate warrior is 40 years of internal strength cultivation. Chapter 13 Evolution. 10,000 pounds of divine power. As for the acquired warriors, they are definitely considered masters in Tianming City and can serve as elders. The innate warriors are important figures in the entire Tianming City. After all, apart from Yi Chongqing, the strong man who opened the gate to immortality, the innate warriors are invincible and can be called human-shaped ferocious beasts. And there's this evolutionary inner elixir. I don't know if it will be useful to me. Su Hao held a grape-sized silver pill in his hand. It was the evolutionary inner elixir of silver-grade quality that was exploded when the three-tailed white fox was killed. The three-tailed white fox is a rare demon that has evolved once, and only it can drop items of this quality. Its effect is that after taking it, there is a chance that a person will evolve. Let me give it a try. Su Hao didn't hesitate too much and swallowed the evolutionary inner elixir in one gulp. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose. As the evolutionary inner elixir was digested, every cell in Su Hao's body greedily absorbed the energy of the evolutionary inner elixir, absorbing and refining it. Crack, crack, crack! Su Hao heard the rumbling sound of thunder. His cells were dividing, growing, and dividing again. Every muscle in my body felt sore, and even my bones felt like they were being hammered. The pain was unbearable. Is this evolution? Su Hao endured the pain, feeling both surprised and excited, because he clearly felt that he was rapidly becoming stronger and transforming in a good direction, with impurities in his body being excreted. This is evolution, evolution from the level of life. This evolution lasted for a day. After a day, Su Hao was breathing heavily. The feeling of pain disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by ease, incomparable ease. In Su Hao's eyes, everything had become different. Su Hao could easily hear the sounds of mosquitoes within 100 meters. His brain became extremely clear, and his understanding of his own martial arts became different. His talent for martial arts changed dramatically. My body has become more than 10 times stronger. Su Hao clenched his fists, and the air made a popping sound. The biggest manifestation after the evolution was completed was that his own speed and strength had greatly increased. Boom! Su Hao punched the air and could clearly feel the air exploding between his fists. The strength of my single arm now. I'm afraid it has reached about 10,000 pounds. Su Hao smacked his lips, his face full of ecstasy. This evolution brought about a drastic change in Su Hao's strength. Su Hao has a terrifying force of 10,000 pounds on one arm. Some warriors who have just entered the acquired realm are no match for him. Now, when facing second-rate, or even first-rate warriors, Su Hao is confident that he can kill them with one punch. Crack! In addition, Su Hao clearly felt that his control over himself had reached a whole new level. The power was sent and received by his heart. With a slight movement of his mind, the internal force in his fingertips was transformed into light golden thunder through the thunder-breathing method. With another movement of his mind, he transformed the thunder into a green airflow through the wind spirit root. Su Hao's muscle strength also increased by several levels. His muscles were so tough that ordinary people could hardly cut him with a knife even if they tried their best. After the evolution, Su Hao's physique was greatly strengthened. When he faced the three-tailed white fox before, he unleashed an extreme attack, which drained all his physical strength with just one strike. But now, when he burst out with all his strength again, it was very easy, and he could use that move 7 or 8 times without any problem. Haha, this is evolution. I estimate that first-rate warriors will be defeated by me. It would be great if I could obtain a few more evolutionary inner cores and evolve a few more times. Su Hao was very excited. This was the benefit of evolution. It was like he was completely reborn. Isn't the so-called cultivation just a certain degree of evolution? Some strong men have cultivated to the pinnacle realm, and have long transcended the mundane world. Even their offspring have strong bloodlines and are born different from ordinary people. The effect of evolving the inner elixir is very similar to the evolution caused by cultivation, both of which make oneself more perfect and more in line with the laws of heaven and earth. But Su Hao also knew that it was difficult to encounter evolved monsters and ghosts, and even harder to encounter low-level but evolved monsters and ghosts like the three-tailed white fox. If he wanted to obtain the evolved inner elixir, he wouldn't be as lucky as he was this time. Young master, the city lord's mansion has delivered your weapons, said Su Hao's maid. On this day, Su Hao also received the reward for his 3 consecutive victories in the battle between demons and ghosts. This is a sword with exquisite workmanship. There are slight patterns on the handle, which can help people hold the sword more tightly. The whole sword is made of fine cold iron, emitting a cold light. Su Hao saw 2 small words carved on the handle: cold current. This knife is called the cold current knife? It's a really good knife. Su Hao couldn't help but admire it and couldn't let it go. It was completely different from the knife he used before. It was a 1000 refined level weapon, the top weapon among the mortals. It could be said to be able to cut through iron like mud. It was an absolute magic weapon. How, the head of the family just said that you can choose and learn any martial arts in the Su family scripture library. Sui found Su Hao and told him the news. Su Hao was delighted to hear this. In the Su family scripture library, some advanced martial arts could only be learned if one made contributions to the Su family. But now the head of the Su family allowed him to learn at will, obviously because of the battle between demons and ghosts. Su Hao did not hesitate, and went directly to the Su family sutra library to choose martial arts. The Su family's foundation is relatively shallow, but there are also hundreds of martial arts in the sutra library, but most of these martial arts are of black iron level, or even below black iron level. Chapter 14: The Smell of Blood. I'll choose a physical skill, preferably one that can be coordinated with my own spiritual roots. Su Hao entered the sutra library and began to select physical skills. This body movement technique is pretty good. Su Hao quickly found a body movement technique that suits him. Wind chasing skill, bronze level known for its speed and agility. When practiced to perfection, it can catch the wind and shadows. Su Hao felt that the wind chasing body technique was very suitable for his wind spiritual root. Moreover, it was one of the only 4 bronze level martial arts in the Su family. Su Hao did not hesitate too much and chose this wind chasing body technique. Afterwards, Su Hao began to practice the wind chasing technique in his own residence. As a bronze level martial art, its difficulty in practice is naturally very high. However, after Su Hao completed an evolution, his aptitude for martial arts can be said to be dozens of times better than before. Moreover, he has wind spiritual roots, which is extremely compatible with the wind chasing technique. His progress in the wind chasing technique is advancing by leaps and bounds. In the past, Su Hao practiced a black iron level swordsmanship. Although he worked on it intermittently, he had not cultivated it to the intermediate level for more than 10 years. But now, with the more difficult wind chasing body skill, Su Hao has raised his proficiency to the intermediate level in just half a month. Swish, swish, swish! In the spacious courtyard, there is a maple tree. Su Hao slapped the huge maple tree with one palm, and suddenly hundreds of yellow maple leaves fell down. Su Hao moved, and a green airflow wrapped around his body. He was as fast as lightning. In just a few flashes, he jumped from time to time, and before the leaves were halfway down, he grabbed the fallen leaves with both hands. If other people saw this kind of speed, they would be so shocked that their eyes would drop out. Although Su Hao's internal strength was only at the level of a second-rate warrior, he had evolved once and possessed a wind spiritual root. However, in terms of speed, many acquired warriors might not be able to match Su Hao. I'm so tired. Let's take a break, go out to play on the street and have some delicious food. Su Hao wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had been practicing his body skills hard for the past half-month, while also pondering the use of his own spiritual roots. Now that he has cultivated the wind-chasing body skill to the intermediate level, he can relax a little. Su Hao changed into casual clothes and went to the streets of Tianmeng City alone. The bustling streets with ancient style made Su Hao very interested. From time to time, he would buy some snacks that looked very delicious to taste. This red bean paste is good, it goes even better with baked potatoes. Su Hao took a string of baked potatoes covered with red bean paste and ate it happily. At this time Su Hao frowned. He smelled blood, a very strong smell of blood. Su Hao looked in the direction where the smell of blood came from. Not far away, there were 3 tight-fitting men in black clothes walking forward with expressionless faces. They gave off an aura that said, "Keep away from strangers." The people around them quickly retreated, intimidated by their momentum. The smell of blood is really strong. It may be because I have evolved once. My sense of smell and hearing are much better than before. Su Hao shook his head secretly. Others would definitely not be able to smell the blood on these 3 people. Su Hao didn't meddle in other people's business. As a warrior, it was normal for him to have a little blood on his body. After strolling for a while, Su Hao went to Dongyun Restaurant in Tianmeng City. The roast duck in Dongyun Restaurant was the most delicious, and Su Hao would come here to enjoy it every once in a while. "Young Master Su, please come upstairs quickly." As soon as Su Hao arrived at Dongyun Restaurant, a waiter recognized him and quickly invited him upstairs. Not long after Su Hao sat down upstairs, he frowned because he smelled the blood again. He looked towards the stairs and saw the 3 men in black walking up the stairs expressionlessly and entering a private room without paying attention to anyone. Out of curiosity, Su Hao used the system's detection on the gloomy man in the lead and immediately obtained his basic information. Warrior? Realm rating, First Class Warrior level. Attributes, none. There is a chance of dropping the following items when killing: Corpse Transforming Finger, Black Iron level, Blood Demon Body, Bronze level, 1 year of Internal Strength Cultivation, and Blood Exploding Palm, Black Iron level. The gloomy man among the 3 men in black is actually a first-rate warrior, while the other 2, who are not as strong as the gloomy man, are both second-rate warriors. A first-rate warrior with more than 40 years of experience, he is definitely considered a master among the mortals. What made Su Hao frown was that judging from the fall of these 3 people, they were all practicing various sinister and evil skills and were definitely not good people. But this has nothing to do with Su Hao. He is not a nosy person, nor is he a righteous person who shouts and kills the devil when he sees him. As long as he is not provoked, he will not care. This is Tianmeng City, and taking direct action may cause innocent deaths and injuries. Soon Su Hao's roast duck was served, and Su Hao immediately began to enjoy it happily. At the same time, Su Hao was a little surprised because he heard a conversation coming from the box where the three gloomy men were. It's not that they speak loudly, but Su Hao's evolved hearing is too outstanding. Everyone, work has been tough lately. Can you give me a few days? However, Su Hao couldn't hear clearly the specific content of these people's conversation. He only knew that the three men in black seemed to be talking to someone. At this time in the box, three men in black were talking to a fat man. Chinyin, are you trying to raise the price? You didn't bring what I want. The gloomy man stared at the fat man in front of him and said coldly. The fat man Chinyin smiled and said, "Three of you, you're not paying enough. You know, my brothers risked their lives to do this job. I'll increase the price by 30%. What do you think?" The three men in black seemed to be discussing some deal with the fat man Chinyin. The fat man Chinyin was not satisfied with the price and wanted to increase it temporarily. Chinyin's request to increase the price temporarily made the gloomy man and the other two people's eyes flash with coldness. Chinyin looked timid, but he was laughing secretly in his heart. He felt that with the degree of desire for the goods by these three people, they would definitely agree to his request. The cold man asked again expressionlessly, "Did you bring what I want?" This made Chinyin frown. He was the boss of a gang in Tianmeng City after all. The cold man's tone also made him a little unhappy. He straightened up and restrained his smile. "I told you, the original price will be increased by 30%. Pay first, then deliver." Chapter 15. One slapped to death. So you didn't bring it? A sharp light suddenly flashed in the cold man's eyes, piercing Chinyin, making Chinyin feel his heart twitch. Chinyin vaguely realized that something was wrong, and he raised his voice. "Do you still want to take action? This is Tianmeng City." Before Chinyin could finish his words, a trace of ferocity appeared on the expressionless face of the gloomy man. "It's not easy for the three of us to come to the city. We came all the way here to pick up the goods. Do you dare to play tricks on us?" As soon as he finished speaking, a scarlet light flashed in the gloomy man's eyes. He raised his palm and hit Chinyin on the back when he realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape. Bang! With a dull thud, Chinyin was hit by the palm and the wall of the box was shattered. His fat body fell on the floor of the second floor of the restaurant like a ball. "This is a fight?" Su Hao was also shocked. He faintly heard the four people discussing a deal in the box, and it seemed that they had not reached an agreement. But this cold-blooded man took action directly. "This is Tianmeng City. Too unscrupulous. Ah! Help me!" Chinyin, who fell to the ground, looked very scary at this time. His eyeballs were round and blood was dripping, as if he was about to explode. His body was expanding rapidly, inflating like a balloon. Bang! Amidst the shrill screams, Chinyin's body expanded to its limit and exploded into pieces, with blood and flesh splattering in all directions. "Not good!" Su Hao was slightly startled, and immediately used the purple chi technique to dye his sleeves with a hint of purple. He shook his hand and used his sleeves to block the blood and flesh that were splashing towards him. Puff, puff, puff! With a series of light sounds, holes appeared on Su Hao's sleeves. Fortunately, he reacted in time and was not hurt. But the other people on the second floor were not so lucky. Several diners were caught off guard and had their bodies splashed with blood and flesh by Chen's explosion. The blood and flesh contained the cold man's palm power, which directly corroded the skin and muscles of the unfortunate diners, causing them to fester and reveal their white bones. They rolled on the ground, screaming. The rest of the people were stunned, but some who reacted fled downstairs, shouting in fear. "Help! Someone is killing us!" The entire Dongyun restaurant was in chaos. Su Hao's face turned cold. He did not expect that these three people would actually kill people directly in Tianmeng City, and with such vicious means. With one palm, they hit the fat man Chinyin's body so hard that it exploded, and even his flesh and blood became extremely corrosive, injuring several people by mistake. Even Su Hao was almost affected when he was caught off guard. "Brother, why did you suddenly attack?" The other two men in black were also a little surprised. They did not expect that the gloomy man would actually attack directly. I couldn't control my murderous intent just now. The gloomy man felt a little regretful. They came to the city to find Janine to trade, but the other party not only asked for a higher price, but also did not bring the goods. This made him burst into murderous intent, and he could not control himself and attacked in anger. Janine himself probably wouldn't have thought that these three people would just start fighting as soon as they said they would. A normal person wouldn't be so impulsive, and the three gloomy men were obviously not normal people. When they had the murderous intent, they attacked without caring where they were. It's useless to say these. Let's go and get out of the city as soon as possible, the bearded man among the three said hurriedly. Now is not the time to think about other things. If they kill people in front of so many people in Tianmeng City, the city guards will definitely arrive soon. What they need to do now is to quickly escape from Tianmeng City before the city guards arrive. Just want to leave like this. However, before the three of them went downstairs to leave, Su Hao stood in front of them, staring at them with cold eyes. He was almost injured by mistake just now. With Su Hao's character, he would not let these three people leave. Looking at the boy who was blocking their way, the three gloomy men were in a hurry to leave without saying a word. One of them, a middle-aged man with messy hair, had a cold light in his eyes and strode towards Su Hao, who was blocking the way in front of him. Boy, you want to meddle in other people's business? Then leave your life behind. As he spoke, the middle-aged man slammed Su Hao's chest with his palm. He was in a hurry to leave, and seeing Su Hao blocking his way, he did not hold back and attacked with all his strength, wanting to kill Su Hao on the spot. The palms of the middle-aged man were covered in black and emitted a disgusting odor that made people want to vomit. It was obvious that the palm method used by the middle-aged man was also extremely vicious. The three men in black were all practicing evil skills. Die! The middle-aged man had a grim smile on his face. The palm technique he used was the bone-dissolving palm. When it hit the enemy, it could directly melt the bones. It was extremely vicious. But soon the middle-aged man's smile froze. Su Hao looked at the middle-aged man in front of him coldly. The middle-aged man was a second-rate warrior with more than 20 years of cultivation. His strength was not weak. But in Su Hao's eyes now, the middle-aged man's speed of attack was too slow, so slow that Su Hao was a little careless. It's you who's going to die! When the middle-aged man's palm with a black glow reached 3 feet in front of Su Hao suddenly attacked. He growled and lashed out with one palm towards the middle-aged man's head. Crack! This simple slap, with its extreme power and speed, brought about a sound of breaking through the air, like a roar of thunder. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. Before his bone-dissolving palm could hit Su Hao's palm hit him on the face angrily. A huge force of thousands of pounds exploded. Bang! With a dull explosion, the middle-aged man's cheek caved in. A huge force rushed into his head, causing it to explode like a watermelon. The broken pieces of his head splashed onto the wall like raindrops, making the wall crackle. Successfully killed a second-rate warrior. Gain 1 year of internal strength. Gain 300 experience points. The headless body of the middle-aged man slowly fell to the ground, splashing a little dust. Hiss! Both the gloomy man and the bearded man couldn't help but gasp. The third brother is dead? He was the one who attacked first, but... The bearded man's eyes flashed with fear. The middle-aged man was a second-rate warrior like him, but when facing Su Hao, he was slapped in the face by Su Hao at the first sight. He didn't even have time to react, and his head exploded to death. Chapter 16: Thunderous Knife. The cold man's eyes were also full of solemnity. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Friend, we have no grudges against each other. You don't have to meddle in other people's business. Let us leave. Sun will definitely reward you handsomely one day. Minding my business? I was almost hurt by mistake just now. Su Hao waved his sleeves, which were corroded with holes, with a cold look. Not far away, there were several innocent drinkers rolling on the ground with bloody bodies, running downstairs. The gloomy man had a gloomy face. He wanted to leave quickly to avoid being surrounded by the city guards. There were many experts in Tianmeng City. If he was entangled, he would be dead. He did not want to get entangled with Su Hao. He said coldly, Boy, don't think I'm afraid of you. If I have no hope of escaping and fight to the death, I'm afraid you will be buried with me. The gloomy man threatened Su Hao that if he, a first-rate warrior, fought Su Hao risking his life, he was confident that he could drag Su Hao to death with him. Su Hao curled his lips. Die together with me? You think too highly of yourself. Brother, kill him! Seeing that Su Hao was unwilling to give up, the bearded man growled. Now it was a fight of life and death. Then die! The gloomy man was also a ruthless person. The only way for him to escape from the city before the city guards arrived was to kill Su Hao as quickly as possible. Blood-red mist rose from his body, and he rushed towards Su Hao like a demon, dragging a trail of afterimage, at an incredibly fast speed. As expected of a first-rate warrior, Su Hao secretly praised in his heart. The aura emitted by this gloomy man was much stronger than any opponent he had faced before. Swish! Su Hao pulled out the cold current knife worn on his waist without any hesitation. As a warrior, he always keeps his weapon in his hand. Laugh. The gloomy man was fast, but Su Hao was even faster. The moment he drew his sword, a bright blade light burst out from the blade, dazzling, eye-catching, icy and ruthless. Huh! What a terrifying speed! The gloomy man's pupils also contracted, and the dazzling blade light swayed over, like a cold waterfall pouring down. Blood demon technique! The blood-colored mist on the gloomy man's body gathered on his palms, turning his palms into crystal-clear blood-colored palms, which slapped towards the side of the blade. Clang! The knife collided with the palm, and there was a sound of metal clashing. Then the gloomy man's face changed. He felt a huge force shaking his arms and making them numb. He was forced to retreat one after another. Every time he stepped on the floor, cracks appeared on the solid floor. The guests who were fleeing on the first floor of the restaurant felt like the sky was about to collapse. You must know that after Su Hao evolved once, he had a force of 10,000 pounds with just one arm. Even many warriors who had just entered the acquired realm could not match him. As a first-class warrior, it was normal for this gloomy man to be suppressed in a head-on collision with Su Hao. Brother! The bearded man did not just stand there and watch. He knew that Su Hao's strength was beyond his reach, so he did not get close to him. Instead, he shook his sleeves and threw out 3 or 4 long black metal needles with exquisite throwing skills. Swish, swish, swish! The 3 long black metal needles were obviously poisoned. Su Hao concentrated his mental strength, and wielded the hundreds of pounds of cold current sword in his hand freely. He performed the perfect realm of wind-cutting sword technique, which interweaved a series of afterimages and knocked the 3 long metal needles away. Hidden weapon? Then I'll kill you first, you rat! Su Hao stomped his foot on the ground and performed the wind-chasing technique. With his own wind spiritual root, his speed surpassed many acquired warriors. His whole body seemed to turn into a stream of light. In less than a blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and pounced on the bearded man. Brother, save me! The bearded man screamed in shock. The gloomy man had just stood up. How could he have the ability to save him? Puff! There was a flash of sharp knife light, and a head flew into the sky. Before the blood could even spurt out, the bearded headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. Su Hao killed 2 of the 3 men in black in the blink of an eye, leaving only the bearded man alive. However, he felt a chill in his heart. What kind of monster is this kid? Judging from his appearance, he is only 16 or 17 years old at most, but his strength is definitely that of a first-class warrior. When I was 16 years old, I hadn't even reached the level of a third-rate warrior. It's your turn! Su Hao looked at the bearded man coldly. If you want to cut the grass, you have to uproot it. Now that he has taken action, none of these 3 people will survive. Little devil, since you want to die, I will grant your wish. You were born in a big family, right? Life is precious. It is not a loss to exchange my life for yours. The cold man's eyes turned blood red. He was originally a desperado, and now there was a possibility that he could not escape from Tianmeng City. In this case, he would drag Su Hao with him to die. Huh! Are you going to fight to the death? Su Hao raised a little alert. The secret art of burning blood! The cold man roared. Blood oozed out of his skin and then burned fiercely on his skin. His whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of blood-red fire clothes. The violent breath caused ripples in the air. Kill! The gloomy man stepped on the ground and rushed towards Su Hao like a cannonball. His speed was 2 or 3 times faster than before. At the same time, a bloody palm slammed into Su Hao's chest. Clang! Su Hao raised his knife to block, but a terrifying force came over him and actually forced Su Hao to retreat a large step. Ha! Boy, if you don't want to give me a way to live, then let's die together. Before Su Hao could stand firm, the gloomy man pounced on him again, laughing wildly, not giving Su Hao a chance to breathe. He was risking his life and wanted to drag Su Hao to die together. The gloomy man used a secret technique, burning all his potential, and the power and speed he unleashed were even greater than Su Hao's. He suppressed Su Hao and forced him to retreat again and again, with his back almost touching the wall. I've already told you, if you don't have the guts, take me down with you. Thunder breathing. Seeing the gloomy and crazy man in front of him, Su Hao no longer held back his strength. He activated the thunder breathing, and strands of lightning currents rushed from his lungs to Su Hao's entire body, making every cell in his body swell and become stronger. Call out. The gloomy man reached out with his claws, but only caught Su Hao's afterimage. He only felt a bolt of lightning disappear in front of him and appear at his side, activating the thunder breathing technique. Su Hao's speed increased significantly. He easily avoided the gloomy man's killing move. Die! Su Hao's thunder breathing technique was operating to its extreme. Thunder exploded with every breath. Light golden thunder wrapped around his blade. Thunder flashed in his eyes. With a low roar, Su Hao slashed at the gloomy man who had not yet turned around. No! The gloomy man roared unwillingly. He was full of unwillingness. Even if he died, he wanted to drag Su Hao to be buried with him, but this was simply impossible. The gloomy man put his arms in front of him to protect himself, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Puff! The light golden lightning blade energy gushed out, tearing through the gloomy man's arms and neck with great force. The remaining force fell on the wall of the second floor with a loud bang, and the wall was shattered by the blow. Successfully killed a first-rate warrior. Obtained the secret technique of burning blood, bronze level. Gain 1 year of internal strength. Gain 500 experience points. Chapter 17: The Secret Art of Burning Blood. The body of the gloomy man was separated from his head and fell to the ground. There was still resentment in his eyes. He came to this city to gain something, but he couldn't control his murderous intent and killed the fat man Chinin. As a result, he paid the price for his impulsiveness and died tragically at the hands of Su Hao. What happened? I seemed to hear a thunderous explosion. Even the Dongyun restaurant almost collapsed. Someone's dead. A warrior is killing people in Dongyun restaurant. At this time, the street outside the Dongyun restaurant was already crowded with people, and each of them had a look of shock on their face. The noise caused by Su Hao's full-strength explosion was too shocking. The thunder-like explosion could be heard clearly hundreds of meters away, and it was powerful and domineering. Su Hao sat back at the table and took 2 bites of the remaining half-roast duck. He muttered speechlessly. These city guards are really slow in coming. Be careful, the murderer inside may not have left yet. Soon, footsteps were heard downstairs, and dozens of city guards surrounded the place. A team of soldiers in silver armor came upstairs. Everyone, I have dealt with the villain, Su Hao shouted to the extremely vigilant soldiers at the stairs. Ha! It's a young boy. The soldiers who went upstairs were all surprised. Captain, there are several bodies over there. They look very similar to what the previous witnesses described, all wearing black clothes. Someone also noticed the bodies of the gloomy man and others, and hurriedly said, This is Blood Wolf, the third leader of the Blood Demon group? The leading captain saw the gloomy man's head with his eyes open and said in horror. He had seen the wanted list before, and this Blood Wolf was on it. He was a vicious man. The gloomy man Blood Wolf had been a first-rate warrior for many years. He was a member of a bandit group called the Blood Demon Group. He roamed around in remote mountains and committed crimes. He was very cunning, but now, Blood Wolf is dead. Did you kill him? The team leader came back to his senses and looked at Su Hao with some disbelief in his eyes. I killed them. These 3 people were making a deal with another person just now, and then this Blood Wolf suddenly started killing people, and then they died in my hands. Su Hao briefly recounted what had just happened. How is it possible? Blood Wolf has been a first-rate warrior for many years and has mastered many kinds of strange skills. He is very powerful and has 2 helpers. How could he be killed by a teenager? The soldier's first reaction was disbelief. This building was almost destroyed. Some people also noticed the broken walls and the messy house. It was obvious that a fierce fight had taken place. How could a 16 or 17-year-old boy fight the 3 leaders of the Blood Demon group head-on? And kill them? You guys handle this. I have to go home. Su Hao stood up and said, explaining what needed to be explained. He didn't want to get involved in more trouble. I'm afraid you can't leave yet. You killed these 3 people. You have to come with us and explain the specific reasons and what happened, the team leader said coldly. He didn't believe that it was Su Hao who killed Blood Wolf and others. He wanted to take Su Hao back and interrogate him thoroughly. I don't have time to go with you. I'm a member of the Xianmen reserve team. Killing these criminals is just a side job. Goodbye. Su Hao was not prepared to be taken away like a criminal. After he said this, he walked downstairs. What Xianmen reserve team? This is not up to you. When the team leader saw that Su Hao did not follow his orders and was about to leave directly, he snorted coldly and stretched out his hand to grab Su Hao's shoulder, trying to take him down. Su Hao's eyes flashed with helplessness. He still wanted to fight him. He was just a second-rate warrior. Bang! Before the team leader could grab Su Hao jumped out like lightning and rushed towards the team leader. What? The young captain was startled and saw a flash before his eyes. He didn't even have time to react before Su Hao's shoulder hit him in the chest. Bang! The soldier captain groaned, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. His burly body staggered back from the collision. If the other soldiers had not seen him and supported him, he would have sat down on the ground in embarrassment. But the soldier captain was also extremely frightened. He was only a second-rate warrior, but he had no ability to resist Su Hao at all. If Su Hao wanted to kill him just now, he would have been dead. Goodbye! Su Hao did not stop either. He used the wind-chasing technique, with green air currents wrapping around his body. He jumped out from the broken wall like a hurricane, and after a few leaps over several houses, he disappeared without a trace. His speed stunned the soldiers. Xianmen Reserve? Could it be that he really killed Blood Wolf and the others? But who is this young man? I've never heard of a young man in Tianming City who is as talented as a first-rate warrior. The captain of the soldiers covered his chest, staring at Su Hao's disappearing back with astonishment on his face. The move Su Hao displayed was too shocking. Maybe it was really as the other party said, that Blood Wolf and the others were killed by him. But they had never even heard of such a person before. Pick up these bodies and bring them back to the commander for his decision. Calming down, the soldier team leader gave the order to clean up the scene. Is there something wrong? In a courtyard, Yi Chongqing was lazily basking in the sun, and he asked without turning his head. Reporting to the city lord not long ago, Su Hao showed up at the Dongyun restaurant and killed the 3 leaders of the Blood Wolf group alone, a first-rate warrior and 2 second-rate warriors. According to reports from the scene, the building was almost destroyed. It was a head-on kill. The scarred man entered the mansion and said respectfully to Yi Chongqing with a look of surprise on his face. Killing a first-rate warrior and 2 second-rate warriors head-on. Yi Chongqing was also stunned. Su Hao had 2 good spiritual roots, but they were both useless. How could he have such terrifying combat power? Should we let Su Hao come over? Maybe the last test was wrong, and he is not a useless spiritual root, the scarred man said cautiously. No need, it seems he doesn't want to be disturbed. Let him practice quietly. What an interesting little guy. I hope he can bring me more surprises. Yi Chongqing shook his head, his eyes full of interest. He has been the lord of Tianmeng City for many years, but this is the first time he has seen such a strange young man. Yi Chongqing also felt that the previous array test might have been wrong, and Su Hao might not be a useless spiritual root. However, he was embarrassed to pull Su Hao back for another test. After all, it would be embarrassing if he got this wrong. What Yi Chongqing didn't know was that Su Hao would bring him not only surprises, but also shocks. It's really shabby. 3 warriors above the second-rate level have lost 3 years of internal force cultivation and 1,100 experience points in total. Su Hao was speechless. The things dropped this time were relatively few. Apart from the internal force cultivation and experience points, only the blood-burning secret technique was dropped. The secret art of burning blood, bronze level, primary proficiency 1%, burn one's own blood and cultivation to burst out with strength beyond one's own limit in a short period of time, but it is very likely to damage one's own potential and cause one's cultivation to regress. This burning blood secret art is generally a good trump card. The blood wolf was suppressed by Su Hao before, but after activating the burning blood secret art, it was able to fight back against Su Hao. Its combat power has increased by more than 1 or 2 times. Now I have a total of 1,400 experience points, and I only need 600 points to upgrade to a complete spiritual root. Su Hao thought happily and returned to the Su family. In the evening, Sui, who was eating at the same table with Su Hao, whispered, "I heard that during the day today, someone from the Blood Demon group showed up at the Dongyun restaurant and had a fight with someone, but was killed by a 16 or 17-year-old boy." Chapter 18, Extreme Sword Intent. As he spoke, Sui was still looking at Su Hao. What happened in Dongyun restaurant would undoubtedly spread throughout the city quickly. According to eyewitnesses, 3 Blood Demon gangsters were killed by a young man, and this feature made Sui suspect that it was Su Hao who did it. But could Su Hao be so strong? That was a bandit who had been a first-rate warrior for a long time, plus 2 second-rate warriors. How could Su Hao kill all 3 of them? "Ahem, it's me." Su Hao coughed, and did not hide it from Sui, so he admitted it directly. "Good, good, you are worthy of being my son, Sui." Sui laughed heartily, his face full of satisfaction and pride, and kept picking up food for Su Hao. When he was at Su Hao's age, he was far inferior to Su Hao. In the future, Su Hao's chance of entering the Immortal Gate would definitely be very high. "What is this Blood Demon group?" Su Hao asked puzzledly. He had heard of this Blood Demon group several times. "It's just a bandit gang, led by 3 leaders including Blood Wolf and a group of warriors. They're roaming around committing crimes and robbing wealthy businessmen. You killed their 3 leaders, but don't worry. The small Blood Demon gang doesn't have the courage to retaliate," Sui said with a smile. He was very surprised at Su Hao's strength. "Yeah." Su Hao nodded and lowered his head to eat. Indeed, the Blood Demon group was just a gang of thieves. The 3 leaders were only first-rate warriors. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were extremely vicious and difficult to provoke. But for the Su family, which was a big family in Tianmeng City, they had absolutely no courage to provoke the Blood Demon group. If they were killed, they could only swallow their anger. "I have to continue to strengthen my strength and satisfy the city lord as soon as possible to obtain the Immortal Gate token." Su Hao thought that only with Yi Changqing's approval would he give him the token to join the Immortal Gate. It had been 3 days since the killing of Blood Wolf and others. The incident at Dongyun restaurant had gradually cooled down, and no one came to look for Su Hao. Su Hao knew his identity well, and the city lord's mansion would know it with a simple investigation. However, he was a member of the Xianmen reserve team, and had the hope of entering the Xianmen in the future. Killing a few bandits was just a matter of time, so naturally no one would bother him. "Is it that practicing swordsmanship to perfection is the end?" Su Hao practiced his body movement and swordsmanship that day, frowning in thought. He directly improved his proficiency in the Zhanfeng swordsmanship to the perfection level through experience points. He could send and receive swordsmanship as if he wanted and had complete control over it. But is this the highest realm of a swordsmanship? Su Hao thinks not. There is no end to martial arts. Speaking of which, when I burst out with all my strength before, I vaguely felt a swordsmanship of a higher level, a swordsmanship that exceeded the limit of my proficiency. Su Hao thought secretly. He burst out with his limit twice, and now he carefully experienced the feeling at that time. "It's better to just slash at the extreme state." Su Hao took a deep breath. Instead of recalling the feeling at that time, he might as well take the initiative to grasp that feeling. He raised the thunder breathing technique to the limit. His body and sword were wrapped in light golden arcs of electricity, and then he slashed out with the sword. Crack! A lightning blade light broke away from the blade and flew nearly 10 meters before gradually dissipating. The thunderous roar resounded over a radius of hundreds of meters, shocking the Su family disciples outside the mansion. "It's coming from Su Hao's residence. Is he practicing? Why is there such a loud noise?" Many disciples of the Su family were surprised at the noise Su Hao made, but no one came to investigate. This spacious residence was a place specially allocated by the Su family for Su Hao to practice martial arts. Even the elders of the family were not allowed to approach his practice place and disturb his cultivation without Su Hao's consent. Yeah! That's the feeling beyond the limit! Su Hao's eyes lit up, and he used all his strength to slash at the sword, which made him feel a strange feeling, a feeling beyond the limit. Martial arts is about constantly touching and surpassing limits. Come again! Boom! Su Hao slashed with his sword again, and there was a loud thundering sound. Again, the feeling of exceeding the limit is even clearer. Su Hao continued to slash out with his sword to the limit, feeling the power beyond the limit, performing the thunder-breathing method, and experiencing this superlimit state. With Su Hao's previous physique, he would have collapsed on the spot after such an extreme burst of sword strike, but after evolving once, Su Hao's abilities in all aspects have been greatly improved. He can use this extreme sword strike 10 times at full strength without any problem. So Su Hao fell into a strange state, constantly slashing out with his sword to the limit, feeling the higher level of power contained therein. When his physical strength was exhausted, he would practice martial arts, rest, and recover his physical strength. After resting, he would continue to feel the swordsmanship. Sui noticed Su Hao's crazy and hard training. He knew in his heart that Su Hao was about to have a breakthrough. He did not let anyone disturb him. Only in the afternoon would he come personally to bring meals to Su Hao. This period of time lasted for half a month. In half a month, Su Hao's most significant progress was in his purple qigong. Because his internal energy was constantly consumed and then restored, after a lot of training, his proficiency was almost reaching an advanced level, and the quality of his internal energy rose to a higher level. In addition, Su Hao clearly felt that he was very close to completely grasping that power beyond the limit. This feeling is coming! Su Hao chopped out with his sword as usual. His eyes suddenly lit up. The feeling of this extreme sword strike was stronger than before. He tried to grasp this feeling and strengthen it. Su Hao's internal force was continuously injected into the cold current sword, and electric light flashed violently. Shoo! A dazzling lightning blade gleamed like the roar of a ferocious beast, flying 10 feet close to the ground, and the ground along the way was plowed into 1-meter-deep grooves by the lightning blade energy. When the lightning blade energy dissipated, a 10-foot-long gully was left on the ground. It was hard to believe that such a huge gully was cut out by a knife. If such a knife fell on a human, the consequences could be imagined. Chapter 19 Blood Demon Group. It's done! This is the higher realm of swordsmanship, the sword intent. Su Hao's eyes flashed with ecstasy. After half a month of hard training, he finally touched the threshold of a higher realm, the sword intent. After practicing the swordsmanship to the limit, the level beyond the limit is the level of sword intent. In the whole Tianmeng city, there are not many warriors who have mastered the level of artistic conception, and most of them are innate warriors who can master the level of artistic conception. But Su Hao is only 16 years old, and he has mastered the sword intent. If this is made public, the whole Tianmeng city will be shocked. Sword intent, this is my sword intent. Let's call it Thunder Sword Intent. Su Hao was secretly delighted. Judging from the attributes of his sword intent, he mastered the sword intent of thunder attributes, which was fierce, domineering, and powerful. This thunder blade intent is too ferocious. If I face that blood wolf again, even if he uses the blood-burning secret technique, I have the confidence that I can take his head with a head-on blow. Su Hao was full of confidence. After mastering the thunder blade intent, Su Hao's strength took another big leap. Ordinary first-rate warriors would not be able to stand a chance against him. In addition, Su Hao has just comprehended the sword intent and is at the first level of sword intent, so there is still a lot of room for improvement. My ability to master the thunder sword intent must be related to my thunder spiritual root and my talent and comprehension after evolution. Can I continue to comprehend the sword intent of wind attribute? After all, the swordsmanship I practice can be summarized as wind attribute. Su Hao said secretly. He has mastered the thunder sword intent, and it can be applied to other similar cases. It must be easier for him to comprehend new sword intent than ordinary people. However, before Su Hao could continue his practice, someone found him one day. Young Master Su, someone from the city lord's mansion just came to your door and asked you to go there immediately, saying that they have something to discuss with you. A servant found Su Hao and told him about this. The city lord's mansion is looking for me? I wonder what it is about. Hearing this, Su Hao did not hesitate for long. He tidied himself up and went towards the city lord's mansion. Su Hao entered the back garden of the city lord's mansion under the guidance of the guards. The person who met him in the back garden was not Yi Changqing, but the man with the scar, who was Yi Changqing's most trusted subordinate. Not only the scarred man was there, but there were also 4 other people, 2 of whom Su Hao knew. One of the young men had wild long hair, and he was Zhou Lai. The other young woman wore a water blue dress and had skin as white as snow. She was Zhou Lai and Mo Qingxue. Su Hao did not recognize the other 2 people. They were both men, and at most in their 20s. However, each of them had an extremely powerful aura, even stronger than the blood wolf. Especially the young man with the square face. Although he was not impressive in appearance, Su Hao realized after a brief investigation that this person's cultivation had surpassed the level of a first-class warrior and entered the acquired realm. The scarred man smiled and said, "Everyone is here. You are all members of the Xianmen Reserve Team. Let me introduce you. This is Su Hao, Zhou Lai, and Mo Qingxue. The other 2 are Zhou Mu and Li Qin. You will be on this mission together." Li Qin. Zhou Mu? Is he from the Zhou family? Su Hao knew the names of the other 2. The square-faced young man, Zhou Mu, had acquired cultivation and his surname was Zhou. In all likelihood, he, like Zhou Lai, was from the Zhou family. Those who can join the Xianmen Reserve Team are undoubtedly the elite among the elites, geniuses with spiritual roots. And this time they were called here, it seems like they had some mission. The young man named Li Qin said quickly, "Senior, just tell me. I will definitely do what I can do." They joined the Xianmen Reserve Team just to enter the Xianmen and have the opportunity to show themselves, which of course they cannot miss. The scarred man nodded slightly and said, "It's about the Blood Demon Group." As he spoke, the scarred man gave Su Hao a look that seemed to convey some inexplicable meaning. "Blood Demon Group? I heard some time ago that a leader of the Blood Demon Group was killed in the city." Li Qin nodded. Everyone present had heard vague news about the Blood Demon Group, but they didn't know the details. After all, they were not from the city lord's mansion, so it was impossible for them to fully understand that Su Hao had killed the leader of the Blood Demon Group. "Haha, the 3 leaders of the Blood Demon Group are so miserable. I heard that they died at the hands of a young boy," Zhou Lai said with a laugh. He heard that Blood Wolf of the Blood Demon Group died at the hands of a young boy, but he didn't know that he died at the hands of Su Hao. He knew that Su Hao was just a useless spiritual root, and it was impossible for him to kill a first-rate warrior like Blood Wolf. Mo Qingxue listened quietly. When she heard about what happened some time ago, she immediately felt that it was most likely Su Hao who did it. She had a strong intuition. The scarred man continued, "Although this Blood Demon Group is just a bandit gang, and several of its leaders are only first-rate warriors, they have committed many sins. Some time ago, their 3 leaders dared to buy the heart blood of young boys and girls in our Tianmeng city, and even killed people in the city without restraint. This has angered the city lord, and he decided to eradicate them." Buying the heart blood of virgins? Su Hao was surprised. He heard that day that the 3 blood wolves were trading with the fat man who was suspected to be the gang leader. It turned out that their trading item was the heart blood of virgins? Most likely it was used to practice evil skills. Su Hao was also very angry. He had killed them so easily. There is no doubt that what the Blood Wolf did when it came to Tianmeng City angered Yi Changqing. To him, the Blood Demon Group was just an ant. He would not bother to care about it unless it provoked him. But if it angered him, of course he would step on it to death. "We have traced the Blood Demon Group. According to the City Lord's instructions, you guys should go and wipe out the Blood Demon Group. None of the leaders should be spared," said the scarred man. "The Blood Demon Group is no different from an ant in front of Tianmeng City. There is no need for Tianmeng City to make a big fuss to deal with the Blood Demon Group, so Yi Changqing simply handed the matter over to the Xianmen Reserve Team as a training opportunity. "Okay, we will complete the task. I heard that the 3 leaders of the Blood Demon Group were killed by a teenager of the same age as me. Whatever he can do, I, Zhou Lai, can do it too." Zhou Lai was the first to take on the task with full confidence. He was a second-rate warrior before, but after refining a Yuanxing Dan, his skills have reached the threshold of a first-rate warrior. In addition, he possesses a primary fire spiritual root, so he is confident that his combat power will not be worse than that of the leaders of the Blood Demon group. Su Hao and others naturally did not hesitate and took on the task. It seems that we are really enemies on a narrow road with this Blood Demon group. Anyway, we are already enemies, so we might as well kill them, Su Hao thought secretly. Although the Blood Demon group most likely did not have the courage to retaliate against the Su family, it was still possible to be prepared. Of course, it was best to cut the roots. According to the information we received, the Blood Demon group is hiding in a remote town 1,000 miles away from Tianmeng City. You must go there quickly and don't let them escape. The scarred man told them some of the information he knew and asked them to set off immediately. The group of 5 did not wait, and rode out of Tianmeng City on fast horses that day, heading towards the Blood Demon group's camp 1,000 miles away. Chapter 20: The Release of True Energy. Everyone, even though this Blood Demon group doesn't have any acquired warriors, you'd better be careful. I hope you can follow my instructions. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude if you get into trouble, the man named Zhou Mu said while they were on the way. He was the strongest and had acquired cultivation, which surpassed everyone present, so naturally he regarded himself as the captain. Brother Mu, of course, Zhou Lai said with a chuckle. He and Zhou Mu were both from the Zhou family, so naturally they had a much better relationship. Yeah. Li Qin also nodded. Zhou Mu's strength was above his. Su Hao and Qin Shi didn't say anything and tacitly agreed to this matter. Anyway, their cooperation was only to wipe out the Blood Demon group. The horses that Su Hao and others rode were exotic horses with a trace of demon blood, and they could easily travel 2,000 miles a day. By evening, Su Hao and his group arrived at their destination. When Su Hao and others were still dozens of miles away from the village where the Blood Demon group was stationed, the small village seemed very lively. Ha ha ha, cheers, there are quite a few boys and girls in this village, and this time we finally had a good meal. A sturdy man laughed and drank blood-red wine. This sturdy man was too big, like a violent bear, and his whole body exuded a violent aura. The other gentle and elegant man with a very strange temperament also showed a smile on his face. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, "Old bear, drink sparingly. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you get addicted." The burly man and the strange man are the second leader Blood Bear, and the chief leader Blood Wing of the Blood Demon group respectively. Haha, if the urge strikes, I'll kill a few more people. The burly man Blood Bear laughed. The strange man, Shui, shook his head and said nothing. He murmured in a low voice, "Old Third hasn't been back for so long. I heard that he died in Tianmeng City some time ago. He was killed by a teenager. Don't worry, Old Third. We are brothers. I will help you get revenge when I have the chance in the future." As Shui was thinking about something, a fierce man in rough clothes came over and said to him, "Report to the chief, our brothers found someone coming towards this village. Most likely, our whereabouts have been exposed and they are coming for us." How many people are there? How strong are they? Shui frowned when he heard that. The 3 leaders of their Blood Demon group died not long ago, and now someone came to their door not long after. Could it be a master sent by Tianmeng City? According to the investigation with the Blood Xia secret technique, there are 5 people in total. 1 is a second-rate warrior, 3 are first-rate warriors, and 1 is an acquired warrior. They are all very young. 3 of them are 16 or 17 years old, and the remaining 2 are only in their 20s. The fierce man reported hurriedly. 3 first-rate warriors and 1 acquired warrior? It looks like they are here to wipe us out. The burly and strong man, Blood Bear, brightened his eyes when he heard this. I heard that the 3rd brother was killed by a teenager. Maybe the murderer of the 3rd brother is among these 5 people. 2 leaders, what should we do? They are about 50 miles away from us. Should we evacuate, or fight them? The fierce man asked cautiously. Shui pursed his lips and chuckled. Of course we will fight back. Kill them all and leave immediately. You want to wipe us out so you send a postnatal warrior? You really look down on me. Let the brothers prepare immediately. Yes. Suddenly, more than 30 fierce bandits in the town moved at high speed, their eyes shining. Are there enemies coming? They were not afraid, but excited. Their eyes were flashing with blood-red light, which was extremely terrifying. Huh! Why is there no movement in this village? Not long after, Su Hao and others arrived outside this remote mountain village. From the outside, it looked very quiet, without a trace of life. Have they left already? Li Qin frowned. If these criminals from the Blood Demon group had left first, they would be afraid that this trip would be in vain. Su Hao sniffed lightly and smelled a very strong smell of blood, which he had also smelled on Blood Wolf and others that day. It was distributed in this small mountain village. He immediately reminded. Be careful, the people of the Blood Demon group have not left, and are hiding in the small mountain village. They probably want to ambush and kill us. Haha, it's just the struggle of an ant. Zhou Lai licked his lips, looking bloodthirsty, and then said to Mo Qinshui beside him with a smile. I will protect you later. Mo Qinshui shook his head and said in a cold voice. Just take care of yourself. Let's go in and take a look, Zhou Mu said with a stern face. He also vaguely realized that the people from the Blood Demon group might not have left, but this was better. He could defeat them head-on. The group got off their horses and walked towards the village. On the streets of the village, traces of dried blood could be seen from time to time. Apparently a massacre had taken place here not long ago, and the people from the Blood Demon group had killed everyone in this small village. Everyone was carefully paying attention to the movements around them, and at this moment, as Li Qin's foot landed, his face changed slightly, because he felt a sense of stepping on air, which made him quickly stabilize his body, and with his other leg tightly grasped the ground, he jumped back a distance. At the same time, the place where he originally landed collapsed, revealing a deep pit with a diameter of 2 meters. In the pit were protruding black barbs, which were tempered with a deadly poison. This made Li Qin feel a slight chill on his back. If he had not been vigilant at all times, he would have fallen into the trap and been stabbed by the black barbs. He would most likely have died. Ha! You think these few guys want to wipe us out? Kill them all! At the same time, in the houses and alleys, men wearing colorful clothes and covered in a strong smell of blood appeared. They all had ferocious faces and held a crossbow more than half a meter long in their hands. Everyone be careful! Zhou Mu shouted. Kill! More than 30 fully armed members of the Blood Demon group were holding crossbows and pulled the trigger one by one. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of the mechanism moved, pushing crossbow arrows as thick as fingers to tear through the air and shoot out. Each crossbow arrow was glowing with a faint light and was poisoned. Ding, ding, ding! Su Hao immediately drew out the cold current knife from his waist, weaving a layer of light curtain, and split the several arrows shot at him one by one. What a powerful force! Su Hao was surprised. When the blade collided with the arrow, he could feel the huge force contained in the arrow. Each member of the Blood Demon group is above the third-rate warrior level. After professional training, they can quickly reload the crossbow with arrows. The arrows shot by more than 30 members of the Blood Demon group are like a salvo of hundreds of people. Not only that, this crossbow is special and extremely powerful. It can even penetrate some armors. If more than 30 people shoot at the same time, even a first-rate warrior will be shot to death if he is not careful. Damn! I can't defend myself! Zhou Lai didn't have as much strength as Su Hao, who couldn't easily knock away arrows with his knife. He felt that every time the blade chopped on the flying arrow, it made his arm hurt slightly. Mo Qinshui waved a long whip and easily deflected the arrows. Humph, a bunch of rats, all of you die! Zhou Mu snorted coldly. These arrows might still have some effect on first-rate warriors, but for acquired warriors, they were far from effective. A layer of faint white mist emerged from his body surface. As the arrows entered the white mist, their speed slowed down, and they were easily deflected by Zhou Mu. When a warrior enters the acquired level, the biggest change is that his internal strength will be transformed into acquired true qi, which is several times stronger than the internal strength before entering the acquired level, and can even reach the point of releasing true qi. Chapter 21 I didn't. Zhou Mu blocked the rain of arrows and dodged. His palm was covered with a brown halo. From a distance of 7 or 8 meters, he struck a member of the Blood Demon group on the chest with his palm. Bang! The member of the Blood Demon group didn't even have time to let out a scream before his entire chest collapsed violently. He was knocked back 20 or 30 meters and fell heavily to the ground, dying instantly with blood mixed with internal organs in his mouth. Puff! Although she was a woman, Imochen Shui showed no mercy when she attacked. The long whip she swung was like a spirit snake, whipping the two warriors of the Blood Demon group until they rolled on the ground with broken bones. In order to practice their evil skills, the members of this Blood Demon group have to absorb the heart blood of young boys and girls every once in a while. This is extremely cruel and not worthy of sympathy. Kill! Su Hao did not hold back either. He used the wind-chasing technique and passed through an alley like a phantom. The three warriors holding crossbows didn't have time to react before they felt the world spinning and their heads fell to the ground. This is so strong. We can't deal with them at all. In just a short while, more than 10 members of the Blood Demon group died at the hands of Su Hao and others. The remaining warriors of the Blood Demon group changed their expressions and fled in all directions. Where are you escaping to? Li Qin shouted loudly and chased after the nearest warrior of the Blood Demon group with his sword. However, there was not a trace of fear in the eyes of the warrior of the Blood Demon group. Instead, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not good! Li Qin was slightly startled. He passed by a house and heard a loud bang in his ears. The wall of the house next to him collapsed, revealing a burly man like a violent bear. It was Blood Bear, the second leader of the Blood Demon group. The Blood Bear stared at Li Qin with a pair of cold eyes as if he was looking at a dead person. Retreat? No, kill him! Sorrow Cloud Sword Technique! The distance between the two was only 3 meters. After Li Qin was startled, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. As a first-class warrior with spiritual roots, his strength is needless to say. He drew his sword in an instant, and the metal sword rolled up black clouds, and the sword body was hidden in it. The strange Juluan sword attacked the Blood Bear. The corner of Blood Bear's mouth curled up slightly. He stretched out a palm the size of a palm, a blood-colored halo gathered, and he slapped the sword with his hand. Clang! An unimaginable force surged over him, and Li Qin felt that the wrist holding the sword was dislocated, and the sword was knocked out of his hand. Isn't he just a first-rate warrior? Li Qin was stunned. His weapon was knocked away in one move. The Blood Bear in front of him was not a first-rate warrior at all, but an acquired warrior. No, not good! Li Qin hurriedly tried to retreat, but it was too late. The Blood Bear's large palm suddenly grabbed the panicked Li Qin's neck easily. The Blood Bear, which was over 2 meters tall, lifted him up like a chicken, with his feet off the ground. Li Qin! Su Hao and others were shocked and stopped chasing other members of the Blood Demon group. This Li Qin was captured alive? Su Hao frowned. After all, he was a member of the Xianmen reserve team and a first-rate warrior with spiritual roots. But in the end, he was captured alive after just one encounter? But this cannot be blamed on Li Qin. It is really because the Blood Bear's cultivation is too strong, reaching the acquired realm. The rest of the people also had gloomy expressions. The second leader is so mighty! Seeing this, the warriors of the Blood Demon group who were originally fleeing cheered excitedly. Li Qin had just killed 2 or 3 of them. His strength was extraordinary, but the Blood Bear made a move and captured them alive in an instant. Are you from Tianmeng City? At this time a feminine voice sounded, and a cold man walked out slowly. He was wearing a blood-red robe, and his appearance and temperament were extremely weird. It's Bloodwing! Everyone knew his identity instantly. He was Bloodwing, the leader of the Blood Demon group. Their faces became even uglier, because Blood Bear was an acquired warrior, and Bloodwing was the same as him, also at the acquired warrior level. Originally, it was rumored that the 3 leaders of the Blood Demon group were all first-rate warriors, but now 2 of them are acquired warriors. It could be that they hid their strength, the intelligence was wrong, or they could have made a breakthrough recently. But in any case, their mission this time seemed to have become several times more difficult, with 2 acquired warriors and 1 of their own being captured alive. The Blood Demon group, now that you know we are from Tianmeng City, why don't you let me go? My Li family has a congenital warrior in charge. The captured Li Qin was terrified and shouted in a cowardly manner. Puff! The innate warrior is so powerful, but he is not here. You'd better be quiet. The Blood Bear chuckled and tightened his palm with force, squeezing Li Qin's throat as if it was broken, and his face turned purple. Then Blood Bear's big copper bell eyes swept through the crowd, and his gaze fell on Zhou Lai. He said coldly, "We were just talking about you. Our third brother went to Tianming City before, but he never came back. I heard that he died at the hands of a 16 or 17-year-old boy. You are really capable. You dare to kill our people?" Zhou Lai, Su Hao, Zhou Mu, and Mo Qingxue and even Li Qin, who was caught, were all stunned. Zhou Mu looked at Zhou Lai in surprise. "Are you the talented young warrior who was rumored to be popular a while ago?" Zhou Mu and Zhou Lai are from the same clan, but he has never heard Zhou Lai mention that it was him who killed the blood wolf with a knife in Dongyan restaurant. Su Hao had a strange look in his eyes. He had killed the blood wolf, the third leader of the blood demon group. Today, Mengqing sent them to destroy the blood demon group. Among them, there were two teenagers who were about 16 or 17 years old, namely him and Zhou Lai. Obviously, a second-rate warrior and a first-rate warrior, Shui Xiong and others naturally subconsciously thought that the person who killed Blood Wolf was also a first-rate warrior, and Su Hao and Zhou Lai, whose cultivation had already reached the level of a first-rate warrior, met this condition more. That's why they mistakenly identified Zhou Lai as the murderer who killed Blood Wolf. "Is it you?" There was a cold light in Xue's eyes. He stared at Zhou Lai and growled. His voice was like a devil sound filling his ears, piercing straight into Zhou Lai's brain, making Zhou Lai feel as if his head was being pricked by needles. Zhou Lai took a step back in fear and shouted, "It wasn't me. I didn't kill any of your people." Zhou Lai's cowardly look made Zhou Mu's mouth twitch. He looked at Shui and others opposite him and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, this may be a misunderstanding. Let's release our companions and leave today's matter here." Li Qin was captured alive, the intelligence was wrong, and the other side had two acquired warriors. Zhou Mu was unsure, so he wanted to retreat for the time being and deal with Bloodwing and Bloodbear, or think of other ways later. This can't be blamed on them, right? There are clearly two postnatal warriors, but the intelligence says that Bloodwing and Bloodbear are only first-class warriors. "Ha ha ha, do you think it's possible? You attacked us and killed our people, and now you want to leave without saying anything?" Shui chuckled, staring at Zhou Lai with cold eyes. "You killed our third brother. I won't let you die easily." "I said I didn't." Zhou Lai vomited blood. He had inexplicably attracted so much hatred. "Help! Help!" Li Qin's whole body was shaking. He was held by the neck in the hands of the blood bear. The members of the blood demon group around him all had fierce eyes, making him feel like he had fallen into a devil's cave. He kept asking for help. He didn't want to die. He had spiritual roots and an extraordinary background. In the future, he would join the Immortal sect and have the opportunity to pursue a higher realm, or even open the Immortal sect. It would be too unfair for him to die at the hands of these bandits. "Normally I only drink the heart blood of young boys and girls, but you are so young and have already achieved such accomplishments. Most of you must be a disciple with spiritual roots from those big families, right? I really can't accept this. People like us don't have spiritual roots. If we want to enter the acquired realm, we have to practice evil skills and work hard to make some progress. Today I want to taste the blood of a warrior with spiritual roots and see what it tastes like." The blood bear's eyes were fierce. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the blood bear put its big mouth close to Li Qin's neck and bit it hard. Chapter 22: A Stunning Strike. Puff! The blood bear's teeth tore through the muscles and began to suck Li Qin's blood. Li Qin screamed in pain and struggled violently, but it was all useless. Zhou Lai's forehead was covered with sweat, and his face turned pale. This horrifying scene made his legs tremble a little. Even Zhou Mu, a postnatal warrior, felt extremely frightened. He had seen monsters and ghosts eat people, but this was the first time he had seen people eat people. The blood bear was even more terrifying than monsters and ghosts. Gugaga. After a while, Li Qin's eyes widened and lost their color, blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and he gradually lost his life. Su Hao's eyes were about to spit fire. As a human being, he was burning with uncontrollable anger when he saw this blood bear that was even worse than a demon. A layer of frost also covered Mo Qingshui's fair cheeks. Some warriors would even practice some evil skills for the sake of strength. Her family was once exterminated by a powerful evil cultivator. As for Zhou Lai and Zhou Mu, they were so frightened by the blood bear's actions that their hands and feet turned cold. "Kill you all!" Die all of you, ha ha ha! The blood bear sucked a lot of blood, and the blood vessels on its cheeks bulged. It laughed wildly with bloodshot eyes, and threw Li Qin's body aside. It exuded an extremely ferocious aura, stomped its feet on the ground, and pounced towards Zhou Mu like a violent bear. The blood bear's momentum was too strong at this moment, and coupled with the blood bear's cruel behavior just now, Zhou Mu was also frightened. Zhou Mu's overall momentum was obviously much weaker than the blood bear's. But Zhou Mu was still a genius who had reached the postnatal realm at a young age. He gritted his teeth, still forced his true energy, and roared, "Divine Wood Palm!" One of Zhou Mu's palms was covered with a withered yellow color, exuding a sense of heaviness. He slammed out heavily, his true energy overflowed, and ripples were created in the vibrating void. As a postnatal warrior, Zhou Mu's full-strength attack is undoubtedly terrifying. "Bring it on!" The blood bear roared wildly, clenching one fist like a King Kong demon bear. The huge fist, as big as a sandbag, had bloody veins bulging and was full of surging power. He punched out and collided head-on with Zhou Mu. Boom! The collision of their fists was like the collision of two high-speed carriages. A series of loud rumbling noises spread out, with Blood Bear and Zhou Mu as the center. The ground beneath their feet cracked into dense cracks, spreading over a distance of more than 10 meters. Ding ding ding! The Blood Bear's body paused. As for Zhou Mu, he was blasted back 7 or 8 steps. The ground shook with every step he took. His face was full of horror. This blood bear was even stronger than him. Before Zhou Mu could stand firm, there was a sound of breaking air behind him. It was Bloodwing. He was dressed in a red robe and appeared behind Zhou Mu like a ghost. One of his claws turned blood red and grabbed Zhou Mu's back. The Sacred Wood Energy Wall! Zhou Mu gritted his teeth and used all his strength to activate the secret technique he had practiced. With the help of his own wood spiritual roots, his true energy poured out and formed a barrier of true energy to resist Bloodwing's attack. Bang! The claw of Bloodwing seemed light and powerless, but in fact it was incredibly lethal. The claw landed on the chi barrier, causing it to burst. Zhou Mu groaned, and was hit so hard that he staggered forward 2 steps. His internal organs were churning, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Kill! Zhou Lai, who was closest to the scene, saw this scene, gathered his strength, roared and slashed with his sword. The red internal force made the blade seem to turn into flames, which was quite amazing. He slashed towards Bloodwing, who wanted to chase Zhou Mu. You killed my third brother, and you come here to die before anyone comes looking for you? Shui smiled upon seeing this. Facing the oncoming blade, he suddenly spread out his blood-red robe, which seemed to be made of fine steel, and swept out, colliding with the blade, making a sound of metal clashing, and even making it difficult for Zhou Lai to hold the knife. Zhou Lai has just entered the level of a first-rate warrior, and the gap between him and an acquired warrior is too huge. The gap between third-rate warriors, second-rate warriors, and first-rate warriors is actually not that big, but there is a huge difference between first-rate warriors and acquired warriors. When entering the acquired realm, the internal force will transform into true chi, which is a qualitative difference. No! While Shui blocked Zhou Lai's attack with his robe, a blood-red claw grabbed Zhou Lai's face. Zhou Lai's forehead was sweating and he wanted to dodge, but he had no ability to do so. At the critical moment, a bright cold light tore through the void, coming from far away, as if tearing through the void, ignoring the distance of space and time, and slashing down angrily. What? Shui was slightly startled. The knife was too stunning. He even only saw the brilliant knife light but did not see the person who swung the knife. Shui had to withdraw his killing move towards Zhou Lai, and instead used his bloody claws to slap the bright blade light. Clang! Sparks flew in the air, and the sound of breaking air was endless. The stones on the ground were lifted off the ground by the vibration and bombarded the surrounding walls like bullets, embedding themselves into them. What a terrifying power! Shui felt the power transmitted from his hand, and was forced back 4 or 5 steps before the power was removed. Who is it? The other side has acquired warriors coming to support? When did they arrive? Shui's face was full of horror. This sword was too amazing. He subconsciously felt that it could definitely be blasted by an acquired warrior. But isn't there only one acquired warrior among the 5 people on the other side? When the knife light faded, Shui looked carefully and was slightly stunned. The person holding the knife was a young man in black. There was no expression on his handsome face, but a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Isn't this that second-rate warrior? Shui was also stunned, somewhat unbelievable. He thought the other party had helpers, but the one who slashed out with such a stunning sword was a second-rate warrior. Su Hao, a second-rate warrior, had never been taken seriously by Shui and others before and had been ignored. However, it was hard to imagine that the opponent's amazing sword move was something that a second-rate warrior could do. Su Hao! Zhou Lai was also stunned. He never thought that it would be Su Hao who saved him. Wasn't he a useless spiritual root? How could he make such a stunning strike, even forcing a strong man like Bloodwing to retreat? Su Hao said expressionlessly, "Be careful. If you keep holding me back, I won't save you again." Zhou Lai's face flushed red and he was speechless. And Mo Qingshui's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Sure enough, Su Hao was not that simple. His strength was far beyond anyone's imagination. Shui stared at Su Hao intently. "I know, the person who killed our third brother is you, right? A boy of 16 or 17 years old. Was he who killed the Blood Wolf?" Zhou Lai and Zhou Mu were stunned. The incident more than half a month ago caused quite a stir in Tianmeng City. They also thought that it should be a member of the Xianmen reserve team who killed the Blood Wolf, but they never thought it was Su Hao who did it. Chapter 23: Killed the half-demon with a sword. "I killed him! I just happened to pass by and killed him," Su Hao said calmly. "You guys should go down and accompany him." "It's you. Very good, very good. A second-rate warrior can almost deliver a blow that is as powerful as a natural strike. No wonder the third brother died in your hands. The blood of a monster like you must taste delicious." Bloodbear licked his lips, clenched his fists, and the blood in his eyes solidified into substance. He roared, "Blood demon body!" Crack, crack, crack! The blood bear's already burly body grew another foot taller, and even grew long blood-red hair on its body. The whole person seemed to have turned into a demonic and violent bear, and the aura on his body was so strong that it seemed like little blood-colored snakes were swimming around. This half-demon ghost! You actually transformed yourself into a half-demon ghost?" Zhou Mu cried out when he saw the blood bear that had completely lost its human form. Half-demon ghost! Su Hao was also shocked. He had read in classics that there was a very special kind of demon ghost called half-demon ghost. They were transformed from humans. By practicing some evil skills and secret techniques, they could transform themselves into half-demon ghosts. Such half-demon ghosts must be killed by everyone because they have betrayed their identity as human beings. He always thought it was just a legend, but he didn't expect that half-demon ghosts really existed. "That's right. I'm a half-ghost. What's good about being a human? I'm bound by worldly laws. Ghosts are the most perfect creatures. I don't want to be a human anymore." "Ha!" The blood bear, who had transformed into a human-shaped violent bear, laughed wildly. The deafening sound made people's eardrums feel like they were going to explode. Everyone in the Blood Demon group practices a martial art called Heavenly Demon Body. It is an evil martial art that allows one to take shortcuts, suck the heart blood of young boys and girls, and even transform oneself into a half-demon ghost. The blood bear transformed into a half-demon form, and its momentum increased by nearly twice. This made Zhou Mu's face look even uglier. Judging from the battle just now, his own strength was at most on par with the blood bear. Now the opponent's strength had doubled again. Coupled with an unfathomable Bloodwing, he felt that he and others had no chance of winning at all. "Kill!" The blood bear roared, stomped its nearly 2-meter-5 tall body on the ground, and flew into the air, rushing towards Su Hao like a mountain, and stomped down with one foot with terrifying force. Boom! Su Hao did not take it head-on, but used the wind-chasing skill to dodge. The blood bear stomped its feet on the ground angrily, causing the area within dozens of meters to shake violently, with gravel, smoke, and dust rolling. Such a fierce power made people pale. Walk! While the blood bear was attacking and Bloodwing was focusing on Su Hao, Zhou Mu suddenly turned around and fled without hesitation. He did not think that he, who was injured, together with Su Hao and the others, could defeat Bloodwing and this terrifying blood bear. He chose to run away directly, thinking that only by saving his life could he have a bright future. Bang bang bang. Some members of the Blood Demon group wanted to stop Shou Mu, but they were easily blasted away by him. As a postnatal warrior, it was easy for him to escape from the Blood Wings and Blood Bear. Brother Mu, wait for me! Zhou Lai was already pale and had almost died. He was also frightened by the terrifying aura of the Blood Bear half-demon ghost. He didn't have the courage to stay and fight to the death. He shouted hurriedly at this time. Seeing Zhou Mu breaking through the siege and escaping, he quickly used his body skills to chase after him at a high speed. Where are you escaping to? Seeing this, a warrior from the Blood Demon group shot a crossbow arrow at Zhou Lai. Puff! Zhou Lai fled in panic and failed to avoid the arrow. The poisonous arrow pierced through his left arm and got stuck in the bone. Run! Run quickly! Zhou Lai's eyes went dark and he almost fell to the ground, but his desire to live made him stumble out of the village desperately and disappear into the darkness. Don't chase after a desperate enemy. You guys guard the surroundings and don't let these two get away. Shui frowned when he saw this, but he didn't chase after them. Zhou Mu was an acquired warrior, so it was easy to defeat him. The other party was focused on escaping, so it would be difficult to kill him. As for Zhou Lai, who was fleeing in panic, he was not taken seriously by him at all, just a small shrimp. Of course, the person he mainly wanted to kill was Su Hao, who killed the Blood Wolf. Being able to kill a monster at the level of a second-rate warrior who could deliver a blow comparable to that of an acquired warrior, killing such a monster would make them very excited and satisfied. Why don't you run away? Su Hao looked at Mo Qinshui in surprise. Zhou Mu and Zhou Lai both ran away, but Mo Qinshui had no intention of escaping in the face of such a desperate situation. Why don't you run away? Mo Qinshui asked back, with an inexplicable expression on her pretty face. Because they are not worth my escape. Su Hao laughed. A rare smile appeared on Mo Qinshui's lips. Hee hee, you still dare to show off in front of me? I'll tear off your hands and feet later and let you know what cruelty is. The half-demon Blood Bear laughed grimly. Su Hao looked at the Blood Bear coldly. It won't be me who will die. Really? Then let's give it a try, bloodthirsty fist. The Blood Bear let out a sinister laugh, and its 2-meter-5 tall burly body pounced towards Su Haoji. Every blood-colored hair on its body was glowing with a blood-red glow, and its huge fist carried a terrifying force that solidified the air and crushed everything. Su Hao quietly watched the Blood Bear gradually approaching, but he seemed very calm at this moment. He slowly clenched the knife in his hand, and the thunder-breathing method was put into practice. Thunder and lightning flowed from his lungs to his whole body, and a sense of power filled every muscle. At this moment, lightning flashed in Su Hao's eyes as if he had turned into the god of thunder. Thunder suddenly appeared on his cold current sword, and an extremely domineering artistic conception filled the air. What? Blood Bear was stunned. He saw an endless sea of thunder and lightning. Su Hao stood in the middle of it like a god from heaven, and endless thunder gathered on the sword in his hand. Thunderblade intent! The power accumulated to the limit. Su Hao suddenly moved, like 3,000 thunders roaring, the air bursting, thunder rolling and shaking. The mastered thunder sword intent was used for the first time to fight the enemy. This sword intent that surpassed the limit of the sword technique realm faintly attracted a trace of the power of heaven and earth. The nearly 10-foot-long thunder sword light passed through, dazzling, as if it was the only one between heaven and earth. What is this? The Blood Bear that pounced on him was originally extremely ferocious, but at this moment he was stunned. His ferocity was completely suppressed. In front of this knife, he felt his own insignificance, as if he was facing the power of heaven. This is the meaning of the knife, which surpasses the limit that ordinary swordsmen can reach. Many warriors who reach the innate realm can touch this realm. Puff! The 10-meter-long lightning blade was like the only thing between heaven and earth, tearing through with overwhelming force. The Blood Bear's body slowly stopped 5 meters in front of Su Hao. His fist split in the middle, and at the same time, his body also split in two from the chest. The broken body fell to the ground due to inertia. The broken part was as smooth as a mirror, and the blood didn't even have time to flow out. Kill the half-demon ghost Blood Bear in the acquired realm with one sword. Chapter 24 Blood Demon Pill. How is this possible? I am a half-demon, a more perfect creature, how is it possible? The blood bear was not dead yet. His upper body fell to the ground and blood began to seep out, dyeing the ground red. He raised his head and looked up at Su Hao with difficulty. He could not accept that he would die at the hands of a second-rate warrior. What perfect creature! It's nothing but a monster! Su Hao curled his lips. The blood bear's eyes were full of fear and unwillingness. Blood flowed out of its mouth. Its vitality quickly faded away and it closed its eyes, losing its life. Successfully killed the half-demon ghost. Obtained blood demon pill, bronze level. Gain 5 years of internal strength. Gain 1,000 experience points. A series of system prompts sounded, which made Su Hao smile. It was more exciting to kill the guys in the acquired realm, and the cultivation and experience points that exploded were extremely huge. Old bear! Shui was stunned. Blood bear was dead? He transformed into a half-demon and his strength increased significantly, but he still died. He was killed by Su Hao's sword in a single blow. That terrifying sword was like the power of heaven. Second leader! The members of the Blood Demon group, who were ready to watch the show, looked in horror at the blood bear that was cut in half. Then, what happened over there? I heard thunder and saw flashes of lightning. Zhou Mu had already escaped from the small village 2 or 3 miles away. He looked back in shock. It was almost night, but it was like a bolt from the blue. My hand! Zhou Lai was also startled by the movement in the small village behind him, but he didn't have time to care about it at the moment. He looked at his left hand in horror. When he was escaping just now, he was shot in the arm by a crossbow arrow from a member of the Blood Demon group. Now the tendons in his entire arm were bulging, and the black color spread to the part above his arm. The arrows from the members of the Blood Demon group were all poisoned. Your hand can't be saved! Zhou Mu also noticed Zhou Lai, who escaped from behind, and was surprised when he saw Zhou Lai's arm. No! I don't want to lose an arm! Zhou Lai shouted in horror and shook his head. Becoming a useless person with only one arm? He couldn't accept it. Then you can only wait for death! Zhou Mu was injured himself, but he was in no mood to comfort Zhou Lai. He shouted coldly and ignored him. Instead, he looked towards the small mountain village in the distance with doubt in his eyes. That thunder was released by Su Hao? Zhou Mu couldn't understand it. How could a second-rate warrior be so terrifying? It's your turn! Su Hao pointed his sword at Bloodwing. After mastering the Thunder Sword intention, he was able to strike with full force without wasting any extra energy. On the contrary, it was even more labor-saving than the previous extreme burst of sword power. It's the sword intent. He actually comprehended the sword intent. And Mo Qingshe was also surprised. This is a level that many warriors can only touch when they reach the innate realm. Do you think you can defeat me? Shui Yi's face twisted. 2 brothers who had been with him for many years were killed by Su Hao, which made him a little crazy. Very good, very good. A monster like you can make a profit by killing one. Why can you geniuses become so strong without any effort, while those of us who are born poor have to pay such a huge price? The world is unfair, and I will not accept it. Shui roared violently. His eyes were blood red, and like the blood bear, his body underwent tremendous changes, and blood-red scales emerged from his body. Blood Bear transformed himself into a half-ghost, and Bloodwing of course also achieved this, and earlier than Blood Bear. At that time, he accidentally obtained an evil martial art. The 3 brothers all learned it, but he had the highest attainments. Transformed into a half-demon form, Bloodwing licked his scarlet tongue, his blood-red eyes filled with violent, murderous intent. Little ghost, I will eat every piece of your flesh and blood. Swish, swish, swish! As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red demonic aura emanating from Bloodwing's body shot towards Su Hao like arrows. When Bloodwing is in the half-demon state, his strength is comparable to that of a mid-stage acquired warrior. Ding ding ding! Su Hao swung his sword continuously, breaking the blood-colored arrows into pieces. The next moment, Bloodwing appeared in front of him as if by teleportation, raised a claw covered with blood-red scales and pressed down heavily. Thunder-breathing technique! Purple Chi technique! Su Hao used the thunder-breathing method and the purple Chi technique, and exploded to the limit. Amid the thunderous breathing sound, it seemed as if electric currents were running through the pores of Su Hao's skin. Su Hao also met the attack with his blade. Clang! With a collision sound, the blade collided violently with the claws covered with blood-colored scales. Su Hao and Shui both paused, and both felt a numbness in their arms due to the huge force transmitted from the other side. But after a brief pause, the two started a more intense confrontation again. Bloodwing's claws rubbed out sparks in the void, while Su Hao's cold current knife was like lightning and thunder, interweaving into layers of knife nets. Ding ding ding! The sound of collisions was constant in the air. Quick, attack him! The surrounding members of the Blood Demon group all reacted. Someone shouted, raising their poisonous arrows and aiming at Su Hao to support Bloodwing. Bang, bang, bang! But as soon as these members of the Blood Demon group aimed their crossbows at Su Hao, long water blue whips hit their heads, causing them to explode. It was Mo Qin Shui. Her face was cold. Bloodwing was too powerful, but she could help Su Hao get rid of these trash so that he could concentrate on dealing with Bloodwing. So strong! Su Hao faced Bloodwing head-on, and even used the thunder-breathing technique to the extreme, but it was still difficult to suppress Bloodwing. Bloodwing's body was covered with blood-red scales, making him invulnerable to swords and spears, especially his pair of claws, which could withstand weapons of the 1000 refined level. Su Hao's palm holding the knife was numb. Thunderblade intent! Without hesitation, Su Hao gathered his strength and used the Thunderblade intent once again. It was like a bolt from the blue, a thunderbolt falling from the sky, and the shining Bloodwing's eyes narrowed unconsciously. Today it's either you die or I die! The secret art of burning blood! But Shui did not dodge at all. He transformed himself into a half-ghost. He was a crazy person. When he fought with Su Hao, the only thought in his eyes was to kill Su Hao. He did not consider any consequences and directly used the secret art of burning blood. Blood Wolf had used the burning blood secret art before, and it was taught to him by Bloodwing. As the burning blood secret art was performed, strands of bright red blood flowed out from the gaps between Bloodwing's scales and burned fiercely. His aura was surging wildly, and facing the 10-foot-long lightning blade, he roared and slapped it with his palm. Chapter 25 Killing, Blood-Breathing Method. Kare! Under the secret technique of burning blood, Bloodwing actually faced the Thunder Blade head-on, and the Thunder Blade was cracked into dense cracks. Su Hao even took several steps back, and his arms were numb. Although the sword intent is strong, it is after all only the 10% of the sword intent that Su Hao has just comprehended, not to mention that Su Hao himself is only at the level of a second-rate warrior. With the blessing of the burning blood secret art, Bloodwing is able to confront the Thunder Sword intent head-on. Boy! I told you, you are dead! Shui was extremely crazy. His whole body was burning with blood-red flames, and he grinned. Really? Do you think I don't dare to fight to the death? Su Hao's ferocity was also aroused. When facing a ruthless person, he had to be more ruthless and fiercer than him. The secret art of burning blood! Su Hao also activated the secret art of burning blood, a secret art that burst out from the Blood Wolf. It can greatly improve your strength in a short period of time, but it may damage your potential afterwards, or even cause your cultivation to regress. If you maintain it for a longer period of time, it is normal to die directly. Su Hao felt a tearing pain, blood oozed out of the pores of his skin and began to burn. Su Hao seemed to be covered in a layer of blood-red fire. How do you know the secret art of burning blood? Shui was shocked. He only taught the secret art of burning blood to 2 people, his 2 brothers. Where did Su Hao learn it from? Come on, let's see who dies, you or me! Su Hao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Blood God Claw! Shui's face was distorted and terrifying. The secret art of burning blood was burning fiercely, and the most brilliant moment of his life burst out. He slapped out with one claw, and the blood-red claws tore through the void, and sparks flew in the air due to the friction. Su Hao did not hold back at all. His lungs contracted violently, and his thunder blade intent was raised to the extreme. The light golden thunder was stained with a hint of blood red. Both of their eyes were red, and they attacked with all their might, hoping to decide the winner in one move. Bloody flames were burning on their bodies, burning their own potential. Boom! The huge blood-colored claws and the thunder blade collided heavily with each other, and terrifying waves spread in all directions. Click! A wooden house within dozens of meters of the 2 people made a crackling sound at this time, and was shattered into pieces by the aftermath of the vibration and collapsed with a loud bang. Ah! Shui roared madly and confronted Su Hao's thunderblade head-on. The huge sword light flashed with thunder and lightning, like the power of heaven. However, no matter how he activated the blood-burning secret art, he could not stop the thunderblade light from approaching, which made him look unwilling. When Shui was very young, he encountered misfortune and his family was destroyed. In order to seek revenge, he practiced martial arts desperately. The inheritance of an evil technique he obtained by chance gave him hope and enabled him to successfully kill his enemies. He felt that he could make rapid progress and hoped to be promoted to the innate level and even become an immortal in the future. But now he is unwilling to die at the hands of a kid. Laugh! Su Hao concentrated all his energy and spirit. This unreserved sword attack was an attack that exceeded his limits. Finally, Bloodwing was the first to be unable to bear it. His bloody claws were cut by the sharp sword light. With a flash of lightning, the thundering sword light passed through his body. The bloody flames on Bloodwing's body gradually disappeared, and his body was split in two from the waist. The upper half of his body fell to the ground, his eyes slowly closed, and the bloody scales were also fading. Bloodwing die. Successfully killed the half-demon ghost. Obtained breath of blood, bronze level. Obtained a blood demon body, incomplete, bronze level. Gain 5 years of internal strength. Gain 1,000 experience points. A series of system prompts came, but Su Hao had no intention of checking the new things he had obtained. With the death of Bloodwing, Su Hao hurriedly ended the blood-burning secret technique. Suddenly, he felt extremely weak, and his body went limp, and he was about to sit on the ground. At this time, a faint fragrance came, and a slender and gentle hand supported Su Hao. It was Mo Qinshui. She could not hide the shock on her face. Su Hao single-handedly killed 2 blood demon group leaders who had transformed into half-demons. That overwhelming strength was a perfect interpretation of what a monster was. Yi Chongqing's spiritual root test that day was indeed wrong. How could a useless spiritual root be so monster? Thank you? Su Hao thanked him. Zhou Mu and Zhou Lai, 2 grown men, fled in panic when facing the blood demon group. Instead, Mo Qinshui stayed. They could be said to be fighting the enemy together. Let's leave first. Mo Qinshui shook his head gently. While Su Hao was dealing with Bloodwing, Mo Qinshui had already taken action and killed all the remaining members of the blood demon group. This mission was completed perfectly. Su Hao felt weak all over, and Mo Qinshui helped him out of the town. They came out. In the distance, Zhou Mu was carefully hiding behind a big tree, looking at the situation in the small village. The huge commotion before made him go back and forth. He was very curious about what had happened. At this time, he saw Su Hao and Mo Qinshui walking out of the small village. The blood demon group was destroyed by them? Zhou Mu was shocked. Su Hao and the others walked out alive, so one could imagine what happened to the blood demon group and others. 2 warriors who are not even at the level of acquired martial arts wiped out the blood demon group. How are you guys? Zhou Mu walked out and said with some embarrassment on his face. Just now, when facing the powerful Blood Bear and Bloodwing, he was the first one to run away without saying hello. As a result, Su Hao and the other 2 wiped out the blood demon group. This was too embarrassing. They are all dead. You go and take Li Qin's body, Mo Qinshui said lightly. Okay. Zhou Mu felt guilty, so he quickly agreed to run errands and went into the village to look for Li Qin's body. So horrible, this noise, was it caused by Su Hao? How did he kill Bloodwing and Blood Bear? Zhou Mu saw the bodies of Blood Bear and Bloodwing cut in half, and also saw the devastated battlefield. He could feel the fierce battle and the noise caused by it from afar. He took a breath, not knowing what method Su Hao used to kill 2 acquired half-demon ghosts as a second-rate warrior. Zhou Mu brought Li Qin's body with him. Li Qin had been caught by a blood bear and brutally killed before. As a teammate, he had to bring his body back for burial. Not long after, Su Hao and Mo Qinshui saw Zhou Lai. At this time, Zhou Lai was lying behind a big tree, his face was pale, his left arm had disappeared, and the wound was simply bandaged with gauze. When Zhou Lai was escaping, he was shot in the arm by a poisonous arrow. In order to prevent the poison from spreading throughout his body, he struggled for a while and finally made up his mind to save his life. He asked Zhou Mu to cut off his arm that was shot by the arrow. Without an arm, even if Zhou Lai possessed a fire spiritual root and extraordinary talent, he would not be able to join the Immortal sect in the future, and his life was basically ruined. But Su Hao had no mercy in his heart. If Zhou Lai had stayed to fight, he might not have been hit by the poisonous arrow. He was a deserter and was hit by a poisonous arrow. It was retribution. Let's go back. Zhou Mu took Li Qin's body and returned to Tianming City with Zhou Lai, who was pale, silent, and looked like he had lost his soul, Su Hao, and Mo Qingxue. You can't ride a horse? Come ride with me. Perhaps because they had fought side by side before, or perhaps because he admired Su Hao's strength, Mo Qingxue took the initiative to suggest when he saw Su Hao's weak appearance. Well, thank you very much. Su Hao did not refuse. He was indeed very weak, and riding a horse would be too tiring. So Su Hao and Mo Qingxue rode on the same horse, with Mo Qingxue sitting in the front and he sitting in the back, hugging Mo Qingxue's slender waist. This made Mo Qingxue's pretty face blush. She was still young and had never been in such an intimate posture with any man. She felt a little regretful about her proposal. Ahem, why don't you ride a horse with me? Zhou Mu felt a little uncomfortable seeing this scene. He coughed, wanting Su Hao to ride a horse with him. I refuse. Su Hao hugged Mo Qingxue's slender waist and refused without hesitation. Are you kidding? It's a pleasure to ride a horse with a delicate beauty like Mo Qingxue, but it's a complete torture to ride a horse with a grown man like Zhou Mu. Chapter 26 Duel Complete Spiritual Roots. Zhou Lai didn't say a word the whole time. Losing an arm was such a huge blow to him. Any teenager who encountered such a thing would probably take a long time to get out of the shadow. The group returned to Tianming City. Mo Qingxue was relieved that Su Hao only hugged her waist and did not take any further inappropriate actions, otherwise she was afraid that she would lose control and throw Su Hao off the horse. After returning to Tianming City, Su Hao did not go to the city lord's mansion to see Yi Changqing because he was too weak, but went directly back to the Su family to rest. Watching Su Hao staggering away on his horse, Mo Qingxue's eyes inexplicably softened a little. They had fought side by side and even rode on the same horse. So they could be considered friends, right? Su Hao returned to his bedroom and fell asleep immediately. Although Su Yi was curious about why Su Hao came back covered in blood, he did not disturb him when he saw how tired Su Hao looked. He slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Although Su Hao was still weak all over when he woke up, he could finally walk. After Su Hao had a full meal, he began to check what he had reaped. After killing several members of the Blood Demon group and 2 masters of the postnatal realm, Su Hao gained a total of 15 years of internal strength cultivation, just entering the threshold of a first-class warrior. He also gained more than 2,000 experience points. With the remaining experience points, his total experience points reached the 4,000-point mark. In addition to that, there are secret techniques and items dropped by killing blood wings and blood bears. Blood Demon Pill, bronze level. It is condensed from the blood demon's entire body essence and blood. After taking it, the recovery ability can be greatly improved in a short period of time. Before the effect of the medicine is exhausted, any physical injuries, including broken limbs, will heal in a short time. The effect of this Blood Demon Pill made Su Hao's eyes light up. If he took the Blood Demon Pill first, he could use the blood-burning secret technique for a longer time, and the sequelae would not be too serious. This Blood Demon Pill could be used as a trump card. Even the damage of broken limbs could be restored. The other is the 2 kinds of skills and secret techniques revealed by Bloodwing, namely Blood Breathing and Blood Demon Body. Blood Breathing, bronze level, proficiency elementary 1% greatly enhances blood activity through a miraculous breathing method, can stimulate the original energy in one's own blood and produce magical effects. The blood breathing technique and the thunder breathing technique are obviously of the same type, and both are bronze grade and belong to the same level. Stimulate the original energy in the blood? Su Hao was surprised. He was a little confused about the effect of this blood breathing method just from the introduction, so he decided to try it himself. Su Hao took a deep breath, suppressed his weakness, and breathed regularly, performing the blood breathing technique. Immediately, a kind of energy from his lungs traveled throughout his body. Every drop of Su Hao's blood seemed to come alive, warming up his weak body and recovering his strength at a very fast speed. Not only that, Su Hao looked up. He was sitting in the room, but he saw blood-red human-shaped shadows in the distance. Huh! After activating the blood-breathing technique, I can see the flow of other people's blood. Su Hao was surprised. These blood-red shadows were naturally other members of the Su family. Su Hao could sense their location through obstacles, and judge their strength by the strength of their blood. The very dazzling blood-red shadow was Su Yi, and the other blood-red shadows with dimmer light were other disciples of the Su family. Not only that, Su Hao can even determine the trajectory of the opponent's attacks through the flow of qi and blood, and get a head start on the enemy. It must be said that this blood-breathing method is absolutely very powerful, combining reconnaissance, recovery, and endurance capabilities. I have been practicing the blood-breathing technique all the time, and my own recovery ability has increased exponentially. Originally, I needed 10 days of rest to recover, but now I will be able to recover before evening. Su Hao was delighted. This blood-breathing technique was very practical. It could increase the recovery speed of his injuries and internal strength by more than 10 times. In addition to this extremely practical blood-breathing method, the last one left is a technique called Blood Demon Body, which is a completely evil technique. Blood Demon Body, incomplete, bronze level, proficiency level 1%, the inherited skill of the ancient Blood Demon clan, which draws energy from blood for cultivation. After cultivating into a Blood Demon Body, it has great power. Note, incomplete, the highest level of cultivation is the 3rd level. This Blood Demon Body is undoubtedly an evil skill, which can even transform a person into a half-demon ghost. The previous Blood Bear and Blood Wing were transformed into half-demon ghosts by practicing this Blood Demon Body. However, there is no absolute distinction between good and evil in the world's secret martial arts. Even the most righteous martial arts, when used by evil people, is it not also killing? This Blood Demon Body is best cultivated with the blood of humans, especially boys and girls, but Su Hao can't do that. It is possible to cultivate with the blood of demons, but according to the record of the Blood Demon Body, at least acquired level demon blood can be used to cultivate the Blood Demon Body, and low-quality blood is not acceptable. Therefore, people like Blood Wing and Blood Bear would choose to use a simpler method, using the heart blood of virgin boys and girls to cultivate. This Blood Demon Body is an incomplete martial art that can only be cultivated to the 3rd level, but it is a bronze level martial art. What level would the complete Blood Demon Body be? Su Hao was also surprised. This Blood Demon Body was definitely not simple. The incomplete one was only at the bronze level, and the complete one must be even more powerful. The skills cannot be upgraded with experience points, otherwise the internal strength that is released will be meaningless. You can upgrade directly with experience points. In addition, the experience value is exactly 4,000 points, which is enough for me to upgrade both spiritual roots once. Su Hao was excited. His 2 spiritual roots were all broken and useless. According to Yi Changqing, if a person has 2 spiritual roots, even if both are primary, their potential and rarity are no less than a single high-quality spiritual root. Upgrading spiritual roots is imperative. System, upgrade my spiritual roots! Su Hao did not hesitate and directly asked the system to consume the accumulated experience points to upgrade his Wind spiritual roots and Thunder spiritual roots. Ding! 2,000 experience points consumed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his broken Thunder spiritual root to a primary Thunder spiritual root. Ding! 2,000 experience points consumed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the Wind spiritual root, broken, to the primary Wind spiritual root. The 2 broken spiritual roots transformed in Su Hao's body. After a while, Su Hao felt the huge changes in himself. He was more in tune with the free spiritual energy between heaven and earth. He could feel that his affinity for the spiritual energy between heaven and earth had increased by at least 5 times compared to before. Not only that, a more direct manifestation is the bonus to Su Hao himself. Possessing a Thunder spiritual root will greatly enhance his ability in Thunder attributes. Now that the Thunder spiritual root has been upgraded from broken to primary, Su Hao's Thunder breathing method combined with the Thunder spiritual root will definitely double the effect. The power of his Thunder sword intent will also be greatly enhanced. The primary Wind spiritual root greatly enhanced Su Hao's speed. He could feel the flow of the wind and identify the location of other people through the sound of the wind without using his eyes. This is a qualitative change. Dual spiritual roots, even if they are both primary, can be comparable to a single high-level spiritual root. Chapter 27A Sword of Wind and Thunder. At this time, Su Hao's attributes also underwent tremendous changes. Host Su Hao. Age 16. Cultivation, 40 years of internal strength. Realm evaluation, first-class warrior level. Skills practiced, Purple Chi Ju, Black Iron level, proficiency 61% intermediate, Blood Demon Body, incomplete, Bronze level, proficiency first level 1%. Martial Arts, Wind Slashing Blade Technique, Black Iron level, perfect proficiency, Thunder Breathing Technique, Bronze level, intermediate proficiency 13%, Wind Chasing Body Technique, Bronze level, intermediate 12%, Blood Burning Secret Technique, Bronze level, proficiency 3%, Blood Breathing Technique, Bronze level, elementary proficiency 1%. Mastering the Artistic Conception, Thunder Blade Intent, 100% Blade Intent. Possess Spiritual Roots, Primary Wind Spiritual Root, Primary Thunder Spiritual Root. Remaining Experience Points, 100 points. Su Hao's cultivation has now reached the threshold of a first-class warrior. The next step is to transform his internal strength and enter the acquired realm. Su Hao's strength improvement speed is undoubtedly very fast, but there is still a lot of room for improvement. By night, Su Hao had successfully restored his physical strength to its peak state with the help of the blood-breathing technique. Full of energy, he sat cross-legged on the bed at night, quietly feeling the changes in himself. With 2 spiritual roots and 1 evolution, Su Hao has truly acquired the talent for cultivation at the genius level. Su Hao decided to get up early tomorrow morning to study the wind-attributed sword intent. With the experience of comprehending the thunder sword intent, Su Hao believes that if he is given some time, he will be able to successfully master the wind-attributed sword intent. The next morning, Su Hao, full of energy, began a new practice. The characteristics of wind are naturally speed and uncertainty, so I will start with the speed. With a hint of excitement on his face, Su Hao began to practice his swordsmanship, slashing out with the fastest speed. Laugh. The cold current knife flashed by like a streak of light, incredibly fast. Not enough, it can be faster! Su Hao put away his knife and swung it out again, paying attention to the technique of exerting force with each blow. Speed, to a certain extent, represents the lethality. The faster, the stronger the lethality. Even a piece of paper, if cut at a very fast speed, can cut through flesh and blood. Extreme speed means extreme destructive power. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He kept drawing and sheathing his sword, with green air currents entwining the blade. Su Hao's sword-drawing speed became faster and faster. In the end, every time he swung his sword, it was like a roaring hurricane, blowing up the dust on the ground several feet high. Quick, quick! Su Hao was completely immersed in a frenzy of training, ignoring all external things. This was the training state that any martial artist longed to enter. In this state of complete concentration and oblivion of both self and other, practicing martial arts would be twice as effective with half the effort. However, this state was difficult to enter and could only be encountered by chance. Huff! Endless green air currents surrounded Su Hao, and his sword seemed to merge into one with the wind in the air. The air no longer became a resistance, but instead became a driving force, making Su Hao's sword faster and stronger. Laugh. Finally, at a certain moment, Su Hao finally mastered the realm of swordsmanship that surpassed the limit. He slashed with the sword again, and only a green arc could be seen flashing by. Su Hao sheathed the sword instantly, and the green sword shadow in the air slowly dissipated. A faint mark appeared on the surface of the big maple tree in the courtyard 10 feet away. It's done! This new sword intent pursues the ultimate speed. Let's call it the Swift Wind Sword Intent. Su Hao was overjoyed. He successfully mastered the new sword intent. This was the sword intent of the ultimate speed. Su Hao gave it a very simple name. The combination of the Gale Sword Intent and the Thunder Sword Intent can make it even stronger. Su Hao's eyes lit up. Su Hao felt that the Gale Sword Intent and the Thunder Sword Intent could be integrated with each other. He began to try. Shoo! Su Hao put his hand on the hilt of the knife. It was already dark, and the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Su Hao prepared for half a minute and brought his condition to the peak. At this moment, he united his spirit, energy, and soul, and suddenly drew his sword and slashed. The artistic conception of the swift wind sword and the thunder sword is applied to this sword. Boom! The light golden thunder and the green airflow intertwined together, like a violent storm and thunder, exploding at the same time. A dazzling blade light burst out, roaring and howling. This blade has the explosiveness and ferocity of thunder, and the swiftness and lightness of the wind. Boom! The cyan gold blade slashed angrily at the 3-meter-high courtyard wall. There was a loud sound of wind and thunder. A 20-meter-long section of the thick courtyard wall exploded with a loud bang, and rubble flew everywhere. The noise here made all the Su family disciples look sideways, but when they saw that it came from Su Hao's retreat, they were not surprised at all, because they knew that this young master was practicing selflessly again. Haha, awesome! The power of the two-sword intense mixed is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Let's call this sword the Wind and Thunder Slash! Su Hao was delighted. He was extremely satisfied with the power of this sword. If he faced a strong man of Bloodwing's level again, even if the opponent used the blood-burning secret technique, Su Hao was confident that he could easily kill him with one sword. He didn't need to fight with all his strength like before. Su Hao used the simple naming method to give a simple and vivid name to this killing move that is a fusion of the Gale Sword intent and the Thunder Sword intent, Wind and Thunder Slash. When the sword comes out, wind and thunder move. A week had passed since the annihilation of the Blood Demon group, and on this day, Su Hao was summoned by Yi Changqing. Su Hao had already vaguely guessed why Yi Changqing wanted to see him, and he felt a little excited. Su Hao did not delay and immediately went to the city lord's mansion to meet Yi Changqing. And Mo Qingshui? When he entered the city lord's mansion, not only Su Hao was there, but Su Hao also saw a girl in a light blue dress, who was Mo Qingshui. And Mo Qingshui also nodded slightly to him. She was obviously more familiar with Su Hao than with others. You are all here. I believe you all know why I came to you. I didn't expect that you would have the strength to be recognized by me so quickly. Yi Changqing, who was dressed in green, said with a smile. Can I get the Immortal Gate token? Su Hao asked tentatively. Yes, you are really amazing. You have comprehended the meaning of the sword and killed 2 half-demons in the acquired realm by yourself. With such strength and talent, you are qualified to enter the Immortal sect for further study. Yi Changqing smiled. At the beginning, he detected that Su Hao had a useless spiritual root, and now it seems that the test result was indeed wrong. And Mo Qingshui, you possess high-level spiritual roots, and your strength is not bad either, and you are also qualified to join the Immortal sect. Yi Changqing added that Mo Qingshui possessed rare high-level water spiritual roots, and any Immortal sect would be willing to accept such qualifications. These are 2 Immortal Gate tokens, which record your identity information and my evaluation. With them, you can go to Daoji Mountain and join Daoji sect. Do your best. I hope that our Tianmeng city can produce more powerful people in the Immortal Gate realm. Yi Changqing said obviously a lot more. He was also very pleased that Tianmeng city could give birth to some monsters. After all, he was also born in Tianmeng city, otherwise he would not have returned to Tianmeng city to serve as the city lord. Daoji sect, this is Yi Changqing's master's sect. Tianmeng city is considered a sect within the influence of Daoji sect. The warriors of Tianmeng city naturally entered Daoji sect through Yi Changqing's connection, including Su Hao's father Su Yi, who once entered Daoji sect. Chapter 28 Daoji Mountain. Su Hao was holding the black token, feeling excited. Now that he had obtained the Immortal Gate token, he could finally leave Tianmeng city and enter a wider world. And Mo Qingshui seemed much more indifferent, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Yi Changqing said, The Daoji sect is a first-class immortal sect in the Great Xia Dynasty, but you must not be proud and complacent when you enter it. There are all geniuses from all sides gathered there, all of whom are monsters with spiritual roots. Before you have strength, it is best to keep a low profile and not cause trouble. I understand. Su Hao responded, and Mo Qingshui also nodded slightly. Okay, you guys go. You can report to Daoji sect within 3 months. After Yi Changqing finished his work, he let Su Hao and the others leave. What an energetic young man. I envy him. I used to be like that, but now I'm old and all I can do is take good care of myself in my old age. Seeing the departing backs of Su Hao and Mo Qingshui, Yi Changqing sighed. The path of cultivation is difficult, and his achievements are higher than most people. He has opened the door to immortality, which makes him a rare master in the entire Daoji sect and able to serve as an elder. But Yi Changqing knew very well that this was his limit, and it would be difficult to make any further progress. He sincerely hoped that Su Hao or Mo Qingshui could surpass him. Su Hao and Mo Qingshui left, and Su Hao said with a smile, 3 days later, let's go to Daoji sect together. Su Hao and Mo Qingshui both obtained the Daoji sect's Immortal Gate token. The journey to Daoji Mountain is long, so it would be nice to have a companion on the way. Yeah. Mo Qingshui nodded slightly. Su Hao and Mo Qingshui made an appointment to meet in 3 days, and then he returned home and told Sui the good news. Good, good, you are worthy of being my son, Sui. Sui was undoubtedly ecstatic after knowing this, and he was relieved and a little lonely at the same time, knowing that after Su Hao left, he didn't know how long they would meet again. But as a father, he is happy to see his son being better than himself. When I go to Daoji sect, I will definitely see my mother and sister. I will definitely find a way to reunite our family in the future. Su Hao smiled and was very happy. Su Hao's biological mother is named Nandong Lan, and his sister, whom he has never met, has the same surname as his mother, and is named Nandong Lianling. Your mother is the daughter of a big shot in Daoji sect. His status in Daoji sect is very big. Although he basically doesn't care about things anymore, you'd better not reveal that you are Lana's child, so as not to be suppressed. Sui got drunk that night and instructed Su Hao many things, asking him to keep a low profile when he went to Daoji sect and not to reveal his identity, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Okay, I understand. Su Hao nodded obediently, and at the same time he was curious. It seemed that his mother had a high status in Daoji sect, otherwise an ordinary family would not force the couple to separate because of this matter. This was unreasonable and could only explain why his mother had a high status in Daoji sect and her family would not allow an ordinary person like Su Yi to marry into their family. Su Hao secretly took note of these. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Sui did not make a big fuss about Su Hao's departure for the Immortal Gate, and Su Hao left in a low-key manner. Looking at Su Hao's back as he rode away on horseback, Sui felt extremely complicated. More than 20 years ago, he was also a prominent figure in Tianming City. He possessed spiritual roots and obtained Yi Changqing's Immortal Gate token. He went to Daoji sect with high spirits. Now that he saw his son taking this step, he sincerely hoped that Su Hao could go further than himself. Su Hao arrived at the gate of Tianming City and saw that Mo Qingshui had arrived there before him. Let's go! Su Hao waved to Mo Qingshui, and the two left Tianming City together. Tianming City is far away from Daoji Mountain where Daoji sect is located. Even if you ride a fast horse, it will take more than half a month to get there. They kept on traveling until the evening. Because of Mo Qingshui's personality, he didn't speak much, so Su Hao took the initiative to bring up the topic. Are you from the Mo family? Why haven't I heard of the Mo family in Tianming City? Mo Qingshui's upbringing and temperament are obviously from a family background, but Su Hao has never heard of the Mo family as a well-known family in Tianming City. There was a rare hint of sadness and murderous intent in Mo Qingshui's expression, which surprised Su Hao. Did he ask something he shouldn't have asked? Mo Qingshui said slowly. You haven't heard of it, because the Mo family was exterminated a long time ago. More than a decade ago, our Mo family was extremely powerful, only weaker than the city lord's mansion in Tianming City, and there were several people in the Mo family who entered the Immortal Gate, and my father even opened the Immortal Gate. There was a hint of pride in Mo Qingshui's voice. The strong man who opened the Immortal Gate was also an absolute high-level figure in the Immortal Gate. It could be seen from the fact that in Tianming City with a population of tens of millions, there was only one Yi Changqing, a strong man who had reached the Immortal Gate level. Even if one had spiritual roots and joined the Immortal Gate, only a very small number of people could open the Immortal Gate and take that step. This made Su Hao even more surprised. The Mo family had produced a strong man who opened the gate to immortality? But they were all exterminated? Mo Qingshui seemed to want to talk too. She continued, My father led the Mo family to great success, but it eventually declined. My father provoked a powerful enemy outside, who was also a strong man who opened the Immortal Gate. My father was killed by him, but the enemy was not satisfied and even wanted to destroy our entire Mo family after killing my father. He came to Tianming City, and Yi Changqing was unable to stop him. In the end, my Mo family was completely killed by him. Only I was lucky. I happened to be not in the family and escaped with my life. It's normal that you haven't heard about this. This matter is a taboo in Tianming City, and few people dare to mention it. Su Hao was speechless for a moment. The Mo family once gave birth to a strong man who opened the gate to immortality, and he was also the father of Mo Qingshui. However, he was killed by another enemy who opened the gate to immortality. Moreover, that enemy was cruel and refused to give up. He directly found the Mo family in Tianming City and started a massacre. Moreover, this strong man was obviously very powerful. Yi Changqing couldn't stop him and could only let him slaughter the entire Mo family. The extermination of the Mo family undoubtedly brought shame to Yi Changqing, the lord of Tianming City, so other people were afraid of angering Yi Changqing and did not dare to mention the matter. Over time, many people in Tianming City forgot that there was once a Mo family in Tianming City that gave birth to a powerful man who opened the gate to immortality. Su Hao didn't know how to comfort Mo Qingshui. At this time, a fork in the road appeared ahead. Mo Qingshui said, "Let's say goodbye here. I wish you good luck." "Aren't you going to Daoji sect?" Su Hao couldn't help but say when he saw this scene. "That road is completely different from Daoji sect." "Well, I won't go to Daoji sect. My father was a member of Daoji sect, but he was killed by enemies and Daoji sect didn't say anything. I want to go to a more suitable sect that can make me stronger." Mo Qingshui nodded. She had a grudge against Daoji sect, and because of some hidden reasons, she was not willing to join Daoji sect at all. If it was an ordinary immortal sect-level strongman who killed Daoji sect disciples and destroyed their family, then Daoji sect would definitely seek justice. However, Daoji sect did not comment on this, which shows that the strongman who destroyed the Mo family was obviously not an ordinary person. Su Hao was speechless. The burden carried by this cold girl was heavier than his. Su Hao sighed secretly. If his mother and sister were not in Daoji sect, he would need to figure out what happened and reunite his family. He had to go to Daoji sect. He really had an urge to leave with Mo Qingshui. "Then, I'll wish you good luck too. We'll be friends forever." Su Hao waved at Mo Qingshui and said sincerely. Although they didn't have much time to meet, Su Hao knew that Mo Qingshui was a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart, and he was worth making friends with. "Well, goodbye." Mo Qingshui felt inexplicably lonely. Deep down, she also hoped that Su Hao, the first friend in her life, could leave with her. But everyone has their own path, and she has no way and no right to force others. Under the setting sun, the boy and girl walked in different directions, gradually going farther and farther away, until they could no longer see each other. Chapter 29. Don't you know the Immortal Sect's order? Alas, I have to set out on my journey alone again. Su Hao sighed. He could no longer see Mo Qingshui. He didn't know which sect Mo Qingshui was going to join, but he knew that she must have a better choice. "Come on, everyone!" Su Hao suppressed his inexplicable emotions and galloped on his horse. He was heading to Daoji sect. This was the place he must go. Su Hao set out on the road alone, galloping all the way, occasionally stopping to feed the horse and rest. Even so, it took Su Hao 15 days to reach the foot of Daoji Mountain. "Is this Daoji Mountain?" Su Hao saw the vast expanse of mountains and seas. The Daoji Mountain was divided into the main peak and the secondary peak, as if towering in the clouds. The Daoji sect was located on the main peak. The Daoji sect was a first-class sect in the Great Xia Dynasty. It was prosperous and had a foundation of more than 30,000 years. It played an important role in the entire Great Xia Dynasty. "What are you doing?" The selection of disciples for Daoji sect is held once a year. There are still 3 months left. Leave quickly! At the foot of the mountain, there were 2 men in black guarding the entrance of Daoji Mountain. Obviously, these 2 people are disciples of Daoji sect and are on duty today. Su Hao did a quick investigation and found that these 2 disciples of Daoji sect both have the cultivation level of the early stage of the acquired realm. In some cities, acquired warriors can be called masters, but in the Immortal sect, those with acquired cultivation are only outer disciples, while innate warriors are inner disciples. As for the strong man who opened the Immortal Gate, He is undoubtedly the backbone of the Immortal Gate. Su Hao said very politely. To senior brothers, I am a new disciple who has reported to Daoji sect. I come from Tianmeng City and hold the Immortal Sect order. According to the rules, I do not need to pass the selection and can directly enter the outer gate of Daoji sect. There are several ways to join Daoji sect. One is to participate in the annual initiation ceremony of Daoji sect. After passing layers of tests and screening, you can enter. The other is naturally like Su Hao, who holds the Immortal Gate token and can be exempted from the test and directly join the Immortal Gate. Immortal Gate token? The two Daoji sect disciples guarding the mountain gate looked at each other with some surprise in their eyes. Those who are qualified to issue the Immortal Gate token must be strong men who have opened the Immortal Gate level in Daoji sect, and these strong men at the Immortal Gate level believe that they are absolutely qualified to join Daoji sect. Such people who hold the Immortal Gate token usually have quite good talents, and have cultivation above the acquired level. But Su Hao, according to their observations, his internal strength was just at the level of a first-class warrior. Would such a person be qualified to obtain the Immortal Gate token and directly join Daoji sect? They both went through layers of selection at that time. This is my Immortal Gate token. Su Hao took out the Immortal Gate token. One of the tall and thin men took it, examined it carefully, but said nothing. This made Su Hao frown. In fact, the tall and thin man had no idea whether this was an Immortal Gate token, because he had never seen an Immortal Gate token. Just let Su Hao in. What if Su Hao is a fake, holding a fake Immortal Gate token, and he is exposed when he goes to the elders? Then he will be in trouble, and won't the two of them be in trouble too? The main reason is that Su Hao's cultivation level has just entered the first-class warrior level, not to mention that he looks too young. It is hard to believe that he can be recognized by the strong people at the Immortal Gate level, and be directly given the Immortal Gate token. As long as nothing goes wrong when we're on duty at the mountain gate, it'll be fine. The two Daoji sect disciples looked at each other, and returned the Immortal Gate token to Su Hao. Another man with triangular eyes said, It's already very late today, come back tomorrow. Su Hao was shocked. The sun hadn't even set yet. How could it be so late? Su Hao didn't know that these two people didn't recognize the Immortal Gate token. They were afraid that what Su Hao said was false, so they let him in, causing themselves to be derelict in their duty. So according to their thinking, as long as nothing went wrong while they were guarding the mountain gate, they would let Su Hao come back tomorrow. But Su Hao was unwilling to do so. There was no village in front and no shop behind. He had finally arrived at Daoji sect, but now he had to sleep in the mountains? Su Hao frowned and said, Second brother, please be kind enough to notify the elders in the sect, or let me go in by myself. Notify the elders? Let the elders come to greet you. Who do you think you are? Just come tomorrow if I tell you to. Don't talk nonsense. The man with the triangular eyes was a little unhappy when he saw Su Hao disobeying him. He said directly and bluntly, We don't even know whether your Immortal Gate token is real or not. If we let you in directly, won't we be punished? You come tomorrow, and someone else will be on duty at the mountain gate tomorrow. Maybe they can find out whether your Immortal Gate token is real or fake. Su Hao finally understood that these two guys didn't even recognize the Immortal Gate token. So they didn't want to make any mistakes while they were on duty, so they simply didn't let Su Hao in. As for what would happen tomorrow, that would be the business of the disciples on duty at the mountain gate tomorrow. But what if the disciple guarding the mountain gate tomorrow doesn't recognize the Immortal Gate order? Should I just keep waiting? Su Hao said politely again. Brothers, please help me find another brother who knows about the Immortal Gate token to identify the authenticity. Who do you think you are? Just wait if I tell you to wait. The man with triangular eyes lost his patience when he saw Su Hao pestering him. In his eyes, those who had not joined the Immortal sect were inferior to others. He should have waited because he had been patient in asking him to wait. Why did he dare to pester him? The man with triangular eyes snorted coldly, and the true energy in his body condensed into an air wall, rushing towards Su Hao, trying to force Su Hao back. Su Hao was also stunned by the sudden attack of the man with triangular eyes, and then he became furious. If he was knocked down by him on the mountain path, he might roll down the path in a mess and not know what happened to him. Bang! If he was just an ordinary first-rate warrior, he would definitely lose his balance and fly backwards when hit by the air wall formed by the true Qi. However, After Su Hao's evolution, his physical strength was not comparable to that of an ordinary warrior. He shook his body slightly to relieve the force. You are going too far. Do you think you are superior to others just because you entered Dao Ji sect? Do you think you are superior to others? Su Hao snorted coldly. He did not have the habit of not fighting back when being attacked. He used the chasing wind body skill and green air currents wrapped around his body. Since his wind spirit root was upgraded to the primary level, Su Hao's speed has increased a lot. What? The man with the triangular eyes did not expect that his attack with his true energy could not even shake Su Hao, a junior who had just entered the first-class warrior level. In addition, the distance between the two was too close, and the man with the triangular eyes did not even have time to react, and was hit in the chest by Su Hao's shoulder. Bang! Su Hao's single arm had a force of 10,000 pounds. The collision made a dull sound, and the man with the triangular eyes flew backwards like a sandbag, falling to the ground with blood spurting out of his mouth. Su Hao had held back this time. If he had used all his strength, he could have hit him so hard that his chest would collapse and his ribs would have broken, causing him to die. Chapter 30: The Terrifying Sharp Knife. How dare you! The other tall and thin man was shocked and angry. Not to mention whether Su Hao really held the Immortal Gate token, even if the token he held was real, how dare he attack his senior brother? The tall and thin man's face darkened, and he decided to teach Su Hao a lesson without hesitation, and attacked Su Hao directly. Cloud-wrapped hands! The tall and thin man was extremely strong, having reached the early stage of the acquired realm. He also had spiritual roots and mastered profound martial arts. His arms actually extended a bit and wrapped around Su Hao's hands, wanting to capture him alive. Anger flashed in Su Hao's eyes. These guys were really unreasonable. They had only joined Dao Ji sect not long ago and had never seen the Immortal Gate token, so they couldn't confirm the authenticity of the Immortal Gate token. As their duty, they should find someone they knew in the sect to come and identify the authenticity of the Immortal Gate token, but they didn't want to make trouble and directly let Su Hao leave. This was a complete dereliction of duty. Now they wanted to take action against him? Blood breathing! Su Hao instantly started the blood breathing technique. As his lungs breathed in a certain rhythm, a wonderful rhythm spread throughout his body. Every drop of Su Hao's blood seemed to be revived, and the world in his eyes also changed. In Su Hao's eyes, the flow of qi and blood in this tall and thin individual was clearly visible. Through the flow of qi and blood, Su Hao clearly saw the changes in the tall and thin individual's moves. The exquisite cloud-chaining hands only changed in his eyes and seemed very monotonous, and could be broken with ease. Bring it on! Facing the two soft and powerless arms that were entangled with him, Su Hao threw out both fists, relying on the supernatural power generated by the blood-breathing technique to strike directly at the points on the two arms of the tall and thin man where the blood flow was the weakest. This was his weakness. Crack! Su Hao's fists hit the two arms of the tall and thin man respectively. Clear bone-cracking sounds were heard. The power of Su Hao's fists penetrated into the bones and tore them apart. The tall and thin man groaned in pain and staggered back. The pain from the broken bones in his arms made cold sweat break out on his forehead, and his face twisted. But the tall and thin man was even more horrified. The cloud channel hand he practiced had exquisite changes. The true qi infused into his arms made his arms extremely tough and difficult to be damaged by swords and knives. However, Su Hao's fist hit directly at his weak point, his flaw, and broke his arms in just one encounter. Was this a coincidence, or had Su Hao already anticipated his enemy's moves? It took only a few breaths of time for two Dao Ji sect disciples in the early stage of the postnatal period to be seriously injured by Su Hao. The tall and thin man and the triangular-eyed man climbed up from the ground. The triangular-eyed man with blood on the corner of his mouth had a look of disbelief in his eyes. Although they were defeated so easily because they underestimated their enemies, it also proved from the side how powerful Su Hao was. As a first-class warrior, he easily defeated two acquired warriors. What happened? At this time, about a dozen men wearing Dao Ji Zong uniforms rushed over quickly from the top of the mountain road. Of course, there were more than two people guarding the mountain gate. These Dao Ji Zong disciples all had cold faces. Senior brother Su, it's this brat. He ignored the dignity of our Dao Ji sect and suddenly attacked the two of us. We must capture him and punish him severely. The tall and thin man's arms were broken by Su Hao. At this time, he roared at a cold man among the group of Dao Ji sect disciples with a face full of resentment. How dare you cause trouble in our Dao Ji sect? And you're such a young boy? The Dao Ji sect disciples looked at each other with some surprise in their eyes. Su Hao looked too young. How could he beat the two disciples of their Dao Ji sect who were guarding the mountain gate into this state? Everyone, I have the Immortal Gate token and I have come to report to Dao Ji sect. These two neglected their duties, did not recognize the Immortal Gate token, did not look for fellow disciples they knew, and took the initiative to attack me. I was forced to fight back. Su Hao was also angry, but he held his anger and explained, and as he spoke, he took out the Immortal Gate token and waved it. Xianmen token? It really seems to be a Xianmen token. Well, only the strong men who have opened the Immortal Gate level in our Dao Ji sect are qualified to issue the Immortal Gate token. Those who hold the Immortal Gate token can directly enter Dao Ji sect without taking the test. Some of the dozen or so Dao Ji sect disciples recognized the Immortal Gate token and confirmed Su Hao's identity. Su Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Fortunately, people like the two disciples guarding the mountain gate who were blind and did not work hard were a minority after all. However, the stern man, senior brother Su, still had a cold face. When he saw the thin and tall man's arms were limp and broken, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes and he said, Don't say that you haven't joined Dao Ji sect yet. Even if you have joined Dao Ji sect, it is a serious crime to attack your fellow disciples. There is an order of seniority. These two are also your senior brothers. It's not good for you to be so vicious, right? No. That's right. This kid suddenly attacked us and caught us off guard. He did such a despicable thing. He is really not worthy of joining Dao Ji sect. The man with triangular eyes shouted hurriedly, feeling the severe pain in his chest. The Immortal Gate token held by Su Hao is real, and the two of them are suspected of dereliction of duty. If Su Hao complains after entering Dao Ji sect, they might be punished. Anyway, they have already offended Su Hao completely. It would be best to go all the way and force this kid to leave directly. He has not joined Dao Ji sect yet, so he is not considered a disciple of Dao Ji sect. The tyranny of this cold-blooded man, senior brother Su, and the gossiping of the man with triangular eyes made Su Hao's anger ignite. It turned out that the most annoying thing in the world is villains. Su Hao looked at senior brother Su, who was looking down at him with an arrogant attitude. He did not tolerate it any longer and said, Senior brother? They are not qualified to be my senior brothers. How did they join Dao Ji sect with such weak strength? Are all the disciples selected by Dao Ji sect such trash? Sui asked Su Hao to keep a low profile after entering Dao Ji sect, but it was impossible for Su Hao to be a coward at this time. Since something had already happened, he might as well make a big deal out of it. Boy, you're looking for death. Hearing this, the stern man, senior brother Su, had a cold light flash in his eyes, and with a clang, he drew out the long sword from his waist. They have only been in Dao Ji sect for less than a year. Do you think you are strong just because you defeated them with a sneak attack? Let me see what you have to be so arrogant. Call out. The stern man rushed towards Su Hao like a streak of light. He swung his sword, which seemed to cause ripples in the sky. Countless sword shadows enveloped Su Hao's body. The more rational disciples of Dao Ji sect looked at each other, not knowing what to say at this moment. They could only hope that no one would be killed. Then let's give it a try. Su Hao's eyes were cold. He wanted to see how strong this stern man was to be so arrogant and domineering. Laugh. Su Hao instantly drew out the cold current knife from his waist. A bright cold light flashed, and using the friction between the blade and the scabbard to accumulate power when drawing the knife, Su Hao slashed straight out with the knife. This was the simplest knife, but also the fastest one. What? The stern man, senior brother Su, was a little shocked. It was obviously he who drew his sword first, but Su Hao drew his knife later, and he had a feeling that he was the first to arrive. The cold knife light was incredibly fast and collided violently with his sword. Clang! Amid the crisp sounds of metal clashing, swords collided, sparks flew in the air. Speed represents lethality, not to mention that Su Hao himself had a strength of 10,000 pounds in one arm. Amid the violent collision, the cold-looking man paused. Su Hao did not stop at all and launched a counterattack. Green air currents wrapped around his body and the blade. The primary wind spiritual root combined with the swift wind sword intent he had comprehended made Su Hao's sword drawing speed unbelievably fast. In less than a blink of an eye, Su Hao swung out 3 swords in a row. Each sword was extremely fast, so fast that it seemed as if 3 people were drawing their swords at the same time. The sharp sword energy of the 3 swords chopped out in no particular order, tearing the void. What kind of speed is this? The stern man widened his eyes. He had the cultivation base of the middle stage of the acquired realm, but Su Hao's sword was so fast that he could hardly catch it with his naked eyes. Chapter 31. Do I need a sneak attack to beat you? He could only grit his teeth and rely on his instinct as a warrior to perform defensive sword techniques to fight the enemy. Ding ding ding! The stern man was worthy of being in the middle stage of the acquired realm. He had been a disciple of Daoji sect for several years. His sword skills were as heavy as a mountain, forming a light curtain that blocked Su Hao's 3 sword strikes. Sparks flew in the air and swords hummed. But Su Hao just flashed, as fast as thunder, and the thunder-breathing technique was activated, which increased Su Hao's strength and speed. The complete thunder spirit root amplified the effect of the thunder-breathing technique. Ding ding ding! Su Hao seemed to have turned into a gust of wind and thunder. He surrounded the stern man and struck him with his sword one after another like a violent storm, leaving the stern man with only the strength to defend himself. He used his sword skills to the extreme, but could only barely block Su Hao's sword. Senior brother Su was suppressed? The tall and thin man with triangular eyes was shocked when he saw this scene. They used to think that the reason they were defeated by Su Hao was because they underestimated his enemy, but now they understand. Su Hao's strength is really much stronger than theirs. Do I need to launch a sneak attack on you? Do I need to catch you off guard? You think too highly of yourself. Su Hao was still at ease when attacking the stern man, senior brother Su. The cold voice made the tall and thin man with triangular eyes blush and feel ashamed. They said that Su Hao had ambushed them and caught them off guard before defeating them, but Su Hao showed his strength to suppress senior brother Su, which slapped them in the face. How is it possible? How could I lose to a kid who is not even a day after the day? Senior brother Su's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He tried his best to block Su Hao's attacks, but he was already unable to do so. The arm holding the sword was almost numb. Each of Su Hao's swords was fast and fierce, like a falling thunder, which completely suppressed him. He had no ability to fight back and could only survive. This is a monster! The other Daoji sect disciples all gasped, and saw that senior brother Su was doomed to fail. A first-rate warrior suppressing a mid-stage acquired warrior? And not just an ordinary mid-stage acquired warrior, but a warrior with spiritual roots. This was a bit unbelievable. Su Hao didn't think that the cold-blooded man was strong. Compared to Bloodwing, this cold-blooded man was not as strong. Clang! As the swords collided again, the stern man, senior brother Su, finally couldn't bear it anymore. His knuckles were torn by the huge force, and the long sword in his hand flew out of his hand. Then a flash of cold light, cold and deadly, came straight towards his head. No, stop it now! A disciple of Dao Ji's own was shocked when he saw this scene. If someone died, it would be a real big disaster. The cold-blooded man looked at the blade that was slashing towards his head, his mind going blank. However, Su Hao did not kill the person, as he knew that if he killed someone, then his reason would become unreasonable. Su Hao shook his wrist and turned the knife, turning the blade into the cross-section of the knife. Bang! The wide cross-section of the cold current knife hit the cold-blooded man's cheek, causing him to fly sideways. His cheek was torn and his teeth fell out. Blood and flesh flew out, and his body fell heavily to the ground. He groaned miserably and was unable to get up for a long time. The whole audience was silent. Strong, very strong. This was how the people present felt about Su Hao. It was truly frightening. The battle between Su Hao and the stern man was quite short, but Su Hao had the upper hand right from the start. His quick knife skills were simply extraordinary, and he easily beat the stern man without any chance of fighting back, forcing him to lose the battle. Dear fellow brothers, this boy is ferocious. Please work together to take him down. The tall and thin man with triangular eyes trembled and stammered. He wanted to provoke other Dao Ji sect disciples to take action together. Among these disciples, there are several who are stronger than the cold and stern man. But no one moved. The Immortal Gate token that Su Hao had was real. The current situation was entirely due to the two guys guarding the mountain gate. They were unwilling to wade into this muddy water, not to mention the lesson of the cold stern man. Humph, you've only joined Daoji sect for a few days, and you think you're invincible? At this time an old voice was heard, and at some point, a middle-aged man slowly walked towards the entrance of the mountain path. This middle-aged man had gray hair and was wearing a blue robe. He looked intimidating without even getting angry, and had an aura that made people tremble with fear. Elder Zhao! All the disciples present bowed respectfully. As for senior brother Su and the other two, their hearts trembled, and they had a bad premonition. Is he a strong man at the level of opening the Immortal Gate? Su Hao was secretly surprised. This middle-aged man, Elder Zhao, could be called an elder in Daoji sect. He was at least a strong man who could open the Immortal Gate. He was at the same level as Yi Changqing. He saw a strong man who could open the Immortal Gate just when he came here. The Daoji sect was indeed not comparable to a small place like Tianmeng City. Elder Zhao stared at senior brother Su and the other two with stern eyes. I saw everything that happened just now. You two neglected your duties. As for you, you were arrogant and didn't know right from wrong. You knew that the other person took out a Real Immortal Gate token, but you still wanted to take the lead. It's okay to take the lead, but you don't have the strength. You are embarrassing our Doji sect. You three, go back and pack your things and leave the mountain within 3 days. As soon as these words were spoken, Brother Su and the other two turned pale. Elder Zhao meant to expel them from the sect directly. They had joined Daoji sect. If they were expelled from the sect, other immortal sects would never accept abandoned disciples like them in the future. It could be said that their future was ruined. Su Hao was also surprised. This Elder Zhao really had a hot temper and was too strict. He expelled Brother Su and the other two from the sect on the spot. Elder, please spare our lives! Senior Brother Su and the other two no longer had their previous arrogant looks. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, hoping that Elder Zhao would show mercy. However, under Elder Zhao's extremely oppressive gaze, they were forced to shut their mouths. Come with me. After dealing with these three people, Elder Zhao looked at Su Hao, his expression relaxed a lot, and walked towards the mountain path. Su Hao followed them without even looking at senior brother Su and the other two. They brought this upon themselves and did not deserve any sympathy. Let me see the Immortal Gate token, Elder Zhao said as he walked. Yes. Su Hao handed the Immortal Gate token to Elder Zhao as he was told. Elder Zhao held the token and felt the information in it, with a little surprise on his face. Did Yi Changqing give you the Immortal Gate token? He has a good eye. Naturally, most of the high-level officials of Daoji sect know each other. Elder Zhao and Yi Changqing are acquaintances. With his first-rate warrior-level cultivation, Su Hao easily defeated 3 disciples of Daoji sect in the postnatal realm. His potential is quite terrifying. Chapter 32, The Leader of Daoji Sect? Elder Zhao returned the Immortal Gate token to Su Hao and then said, You will go to Mingkong Hall to register and apply for an identity token. From now on, you will be a disciple of Daoji sect. Don't mind what happened just now. A sect is big, so there will always be a few bad apples. Thank you, Elder Zhao. Su Hao nodded slightly. Elder Zhao was quite clear about gratitude and grudges and did not pursue the previous matters. Elder Zhao waved his hand, and his figure disappeared like a phantom. Su Hao was secretly surprised. He didn't even see how Elder Zhao disappeared. The strong man who opened the Immortal Gate was completely out of the realm of mortals. Afterwards, Su Hao climbed all the way to the main peak of Daoji sect. It turned out that what Elder Zhao said was correct. Most of the disciples of Daoji sect were very friendly. Su Hao came to the main peak of Daoji sect. He said to a boy who looked only 2 years older than him, Senior brother, can I ask how to get to Mingkong Hall? I am new to Daoji sect. Are you here with the Immortal Gate token? Come with me, I will take you to Mingkong Hall. My name is Chao Jun, just call me by my name. I came here a month or 2 earlier than you. The young man's eyes lit up, and he enthusiastically took Su Hao to Mingkong Hall to report. On the way, the young man Xiao Jun introduced to Su Hao. In our Doji sect, the number of outer disciples is the largest, and if you want to enter the inner sect, you must have innate cultivation. The residences of the inner sect disciples are not here, so it is best not to disturb them. In addition, there are some places that you cannot run around in, they are forbidden areas. Along the way, Xiao Jun told Su Hao a lot about Dao Ji Zone. Finally, he said, "You will receive a manual after you report. It contains these records. Just read it carefully." "Thank you." Su Hao was grateful. This Xiao Jun made him feel much better about Dao Ji sect. "Deacon Huang, this is the new disciple." Xiao Jun soon brought Su Hao into a hall with simple decoration. Sitting behind a table in the hall was a man with a slightly feminine temperament. "Well, name, place of origin, please fill these in yourself." Deacon Huang nodded and handed something like a form to Su Hao, which contained some basic information. Su Hao filled out the form and gave it back to Deacon Huang. Deacon Huang read it carefully and looked at Su Hao in surprise. "Your last name is Su? And you are from Tianmeng City?" Su Hao didn't say anything, but he was surprised in his heart. It was obvious that Deacon Huang knew something when he said that. It seemed that many people knew about the matter between his father Sui entering Dao Ji sect and his mother Nangong Lan. After looking at Su Hao deeply, Deacon Huang did not ask Su Hao anything else. He took out a token and concentrated his mind, as if he was entering Su Hao's information. After a while, Deacon Huang handed the token to Su Hao, along with several other items. "This is your identity token, don't lose it. There are also outer disciples' clothing, as well as some information and precautions about Dao Ji sect. They are all in this manual. Let Xiao Jun take you to your residence. If you have anything else, you can come to me." There are 3 items in total: an identity token, Dao Ji Zone disciples' clothing, and a manual. "Thank you." Su Hao thanked him, feeling happy in his heart. He had officially entered the Immortal Gate. He would inquire about his mother and sister when he had a chance, and should not rush into anything. After leaving Mingkong Hall with Xiao Jun led Su Hao to the residence of the outer disciples and said to Su Hao, "If you join Doji sect, you can choose a martial art or technique for free. Don't miss it. You will need contribution points to practice techniques in the future." "Yeah." Su Hao took note. The martial arts classics in Dao Ji sect's sutra library must be more numerous and more advanced than those in the Su family. He certainly wouldn't miss it. Then Su Hao asked, "Brother Qiao, do you know Nangong Lianling? I've heard people mention her before." Su Hao looked curious and pretended to say that he had heard about Nangong Lianling from someone else. "Nangong Lianling? You are talking about the sect leader's granddaughter?" Xiao Jun said after a pause. "Granddaughter of the sect leader? The sect leader of Doji sect?" Su Hao was also stunned. "This Nangong Lianling is the granddaughter of Doji sect? Then, isn't he also from the lineage of the sect leader of Doji sect?" Sui had said before that Su Hao's mother, Nangong Lan, had a high status in Dao Ji sect, and that his father was an important figure in Dao Ji sect. However, Sui had never said that this important figure was actually the sect master of Dao Ji sect. No wonder Nangong Lan's family did not allow Sui to be with Nangong Lan. Sui was a prominent figure in Tianmeng City, but when he came to Dao Ji sect, he was just an ordinary outer disciple and did not even have the qualifications to marry into the Nangong family. Su Hao smiled bitterly. This was really beyond his expectations. No wonder Sui asked him not to reveal his identity. According to blood relationship, he could barely be considered a member of the Nangong family, and from the lineage of the sect master. This status was not low. However, the leader of Dao Ji sect is such a powerful person who basically stays in seclusion all year round. He probably doesn't even know how many descendants he has. He may not even know about Sui and Nangong Lan. The Dao Ji sect's leader has extremely high cultivation levels, so it's not surprising for him to go into seclusion for several years or even more than 10 years at a time. He may not even know that the Nangong family has separated Nangong Lan and Sui. "What's wrong, Brother Su?" Seeing Su Hao in a daze, Xiao Jun asked in confusion. "Senior sister Nangong is not an ordinary person. We ordinary disciples cannot approach her." Nothing. Su Hao came back to his senses and shook his head. "It's better not to meet Nangong Lianling for a short time, so as not to cause trouble to her and myself," Su Hao said secretly. His identity was a bit embarrassing. If he went to meet Nangong Lianling now, and the people of Nangong family knew that he was Su Yi's son, something might happen. It was better to be cautious. Xiao Jun brought Su Hao to a courtyard, which was Su Hao's residence. Daoji Mountain was very large, and every outer disciple had a separate residence. Su Hao tidied up the room and lay down on the bed to rest. At the same time, he took out the manual he had received earlier and carefully looked through some of the things recorded on it. In Daoji sect, strength is respected, and how many resources one can obtain depends on one's own ability. For example, secret manuals of martial arts and elixirs all require contribution points in exchange. There are many ways to earn contribution points, such as guarding the mountain gate, doing some chores, and going out on missions. The second way is to break through the magic puppet formation. There are special puppets in this magic puppet formation. By defeating these puppets, you can obtain a certain amount of contribution value based on the number of magic puppet formation levels you pass through, but it can only be obtained once. Su Hao was very interested in this magic puppet formation, but it would be better for him to wait until he became stronger before trying to break into the magic puppet formation. Each disciple had only one chance to enter the magic puppet formation every month. Chapter 33 Inherited Items. Su Hao decided to go to Daoji Sect's scripture pavilion first to select a martial arts book. The martial arts books in Daoji Sect's scripture pavilion were definitely far beyond what the Su family could compare to. Su Hao took a nap and washed away the fatigue from traveling for half a month. Early the next morning, Su Hao headed towards the Daoji Sect's sutra library. Su Hao entered the Daoji Sect's sutra library. An old man in the sutra library said with a smile on his face, "You look unfamiliar. Are you a new disciple of Daoji Sect?" "Yes." Su Hao nodded. This old man guarding the sutra repository was no simple character either. The old man pointed to the sutra library and said, "The sutra library of our Daoji Sect is divided into 5 floors. According to the rules, new disciples can choose any book, but it can only be a book below the 3rd floor. There are a total of 1,800 books below the 3rd floor. You can choose it yourself." Su Hao responded and entered the sutra library excitedly. There were 1,800 martial arts classics below the 3rd floor, but the Su family only had 100 of them, and many of them were not rated, and most of them were only of black iron quality. Only 4 were rated as bronze quality. However, there are 1,800 kinds of martial arts classics below the 3rd floor of Daoji Sect's Sutra Library, and their quality is extremely high, with the lowest level being black iron quality. Su Hao began to look up the introductions to various martial arts classics, including body techniques, sword techniques, boxing techniques, palm techniques, all kinds of martial arts classics. Mysterious Fist, bronze level fierce and domineering, the fist explodes like a raging fire, burning everything. 9 Sky Cloud Bird Body Technique, silver level mysterious and exquisite. When cultivated to perfection, one can turn and fly 9 times in the air, just like a cloud bird flying. Mad Thunder Blade Technique, bronze level, the sword strikes out like thunder, combining speed and power to destroy the enemy. Su Hao looked through all the martial arts. There was no clear classification for martial arts below the 3rd level, but according to the system's grade evaluation, the lowest was black iron level, most were bronze level, and a few were silver level. Among the martial arts that Su Hao practiced, there was not a single one of silver level quality. Although the strength of martial arts still depends on the ability of the person using it, the high-quality martial arts evaluated by the system must be more mysterious and have greater potential. Su Hao decided to choose a silver-level martial art. After looking around, Su Hao's eyes were dazzled. Among the 1,800 martial arts, Su Hao did not have time to finish reading them, but he had discovered more than 10 martial arts classics of silver-grade quality. To be honest, Su Hao wanted them all, but he couldn't bite off more than he could chew, not to mention that Su Hao could only choose one. Huh! Why is there a broken sword in the grid of this martial arts classic? Su Hao suddenly saw a bookshelf. The other bookshelves were separated by a layer of glass, and inside the glass were only the names and introductions of martial arts classics. The specific practice method had to be selected before the old man would take a copy and give it to the disciple who chose the martial arts classic to take away. But Su Hao found a piece of knife tip placed in the grid of a bookshelf, which surprised Su Hao. Moreover, there was a faint arc of electricity jumping at the tip of the knife, which was very strange. Don't be surprised. This is a martial art, and it is a martial art that is passed down through inheritance items. The warriors who can create inheritance items cannot be weak. Most of them are strong people who have opened the Immortal Gate level. The martial arts they left behind are naturally very profound. At this time, an old voice sounded. The old man who was guarding the sutra library appeared beside Su Hao without knowing when, and said with a smile, "An inherited item?" Su Hao's eyes lit up. Other martial arts classics were in the form of books, but what was in front of him was a broken sword. This broken sword was the inherited item. There was a martial art in it, which must be extraordinary. "Excuse me, senior, this inherited item must be very precious, right? But why does it appear below the third floor?" Su Hao was not overwhelmed and asked. The sutra repository is divided into 5 floors. Ordinary disciples can only choose martial arts classics below the third floor. Martial arts at the inheritance item level should be placed above the third floor no matter how you look at it. The old man's eyes flashed with admiration. He nodded and said, "Because the martial arts in this broken sword are not something that everyone can learn. This broken sword contains a sword technique, but as you can see, this broken sword is incomplete, with only a blade tip. The sword technique inside is also incomplete, with only one move. Of course, even if it is just one move, it is better than many complete sets of exquisite sword techniques. It can be used as a killer move or a trump card, but few people choose to learn the martial arts in this broken sword." Su Hao listened quietly. Even though it was just a sword move, it was extraordinary enough to be used as a killer. However, there were very few people who could choose it. There must be a reason. As expected, the old man said, "This broken sword is an inheritance item anyway. It cannot be given to others. If you choose to learn the martial arts in the broken sword, there is a time limit. If each disciple chooses it, he can only keep it for 1 month. If you cannot learn it within 1 month, you must return the broken sword." Su Hao finally understood. For other martial arts classics, one could just take away the photocopies and study for as long as he wanted, but for this broken sword, one could only study it for 1 month. No matter whether one could learn it or not, one had to return the broken sword after 1 month. It can be imagined that the martial arts inherited by an inherited item require a long time to comprehend, and 1 month is too short. But what surprised the old man was that he saw Su Hao's eyes light up, very brightly. Su Hao said without hesitation, "Senior, I choose this broken knife." The old man was astonished. He had already explained it clearly, but he still wanted to comprehend the swordsmanship in the broken knife. The old man advised, "The sword moves in the broken sword are very powerful, but if you want to comprehend and master them within a month, you must have at least innate cultivation, and you must be of extraordinary comprehension and aptitude. If you choose this broken sword, you will probably waste your chance to choose a martial arts book for free. If you want to enter the sutra library to choose a martial arts book again in the future, you will have to spend a lot of contribution points. You must think carefully. Even a congenital warrior with extraordinary aptitude has only a certain possibility of comprehending the sword technique within a month, which is extremely difficult. Su Hao is just a first-rate warrior, which is a bit overestimating his own abilities." But Su Hao's eyes were bright, and he said firmly, "I will choose this one. Of course, I have to choose the best and strongest one. The swordsmanship in this cut-off knife is absolutely extraordinary. Su Hao would rather fight once." Chapter 34: Inheritance of the Artistic Conception of Swordsmanship. An inexplicable light flashed in the old man's eyes, and he shook his head and said, "Since you insist, I have no right to interfere. After a month, whether you have comprehended the sword technique or not, you must return it. You cannot delay for a day. Do you understand?" "Yes." Su Hao nodded. As an inheritance item, it was undoubtedly extremely valuable. And for inheritance items, one had to comprehend the inheritance items in order to learn the martial arts contained therein. Therefore, many innate warriors were unwilling to choose this broken knife, which they only had the right to use for 1 month. It is too difficult to comprehend the sword moves in 1 month. If one fails to comprehend them, a large amount of contribution points will be wasted. Even if one succeeds in comprehending them, there is only one sword move after all. Those innate warriors would rather choose a sophisticated and complete set of sword moves. Su Hao, who has not even reached the acquired realm and still insisted on choosing this broken sword, is probably the first person in the entire Dao Ji sect's history. The old man opened the glass cabinet of the bookshelf, took out the knife tip, and handed it to Su Hao. This kid's efforts are probably in vain. Not only did he waste a chance to choose martial arts for free, but he also wasted a month's time. It would be best if he didn't let this hit his confidence in martial arts. The old man thought secretly when he saw Su Hao's delighted look holding the tip of the knife. Many warriors think that they are extraordinary and better than others. When they suffer a blow, they feel particularly heavy. If Su Hao confidently chooses this broken knife, but fails to comprehend the knife technique within a month, the old man thinks that Su Hao's confidence in martial arts will be hit. Of course, the old man was overthinking. For Su Hao, even if he could not comprehend the sword technique in a month, Su Hao would at most feel disappointed. It was impossible for his confidence in martial arts to be hit. He was not that fragile. Then, senior, I will take my leave first, Su Hao said to the old man, and then excitedly left the sutra library with the broken knife. He couldn't wait to study the knife skills involved. Su Hao walked all the way to the training room that was only available to outer disciples of Dao Ji sect. He entered a quiet room, took out the broken sword and began to study it. This broken knife only has a tip, which is less than 1/5 of the entire knife. Su Hao stroked the tip of the knife and thought to himself that this knife must have been a top-grade treasure when it was complete. No one knew how it broke into pieces. The tip of the knife felt cold and numbing. Su Hao sat cross-legged, placed it on his knees, and began to try to concentrate his mind on the broken knife. Suddenly Su Hao had an indescribable feeling. He vaguely saw a burly man waving a peculiarly shaped sword and performing sword techniques. However, this feeling is too strange, just like an elementary school student reading a college textbook. He can recognize the words on it, but cannot understand the meaning. The sword skills recorded in the broken knife are very exquisite and obscure. In addition, the sword skills performed by the burly man are also incomplete, and it is not the first move of a set of sword skills. There is no previous sword moves as a foundation, and the second and third moves come right away. Naturally, it is difficult for people to grasp the essence of it. Sure enough, it's very difficult. Su Hao smiled bitterly. Other sword techniques were recorded in books, with detailed textual records of the training methods, but the sword technique in this inherited item relied on the inheritance of artistic conception, which was more difficult to understand and comprehend than text. After a day and a night, Su Hao still hadn't figured out the secret of the broken blade's swordsmanship inheritance, but he didn't lose heart. Come to think of it, this broken knife seems to be electrified, so is the sword technique contained in it also a lightning-attributed sword technique? Su Hao thought of this at this time. He gently stroked the tip of the knife with his palm and could feel an obvious numbness. In that case, can I use my Thunder Blade intent to activate the inheritance within the broken sword? Su Hao's eyes lit up. Since the sword technique was inherited through the state of mind, he would comprehend it through the state of mind. Su Hao took a deep breath and released his own Thunder Sword technique, injecting it into the broken sword, experiencing the inheritance in it. What surprised Su Hao was that there really was a change. As Su Hao's thundering sword intent invaded the broken sword, the artistic conception inheritance in the broken sword seemed to be angered, and regarded Su Hao's sword intent as alien, so it launched an attack towards him. Boom! Su Hao saw the shadow of the burly swordsman again. This time his shadow was clearer, and a furious sword was slashing towards him. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and a breath of destruction filled the air, making Su Hao feel like he was about to be destroyed. How could this happen? Su Hao was horrified. He quickly gathered the Thunder Sword intent to resist the attack of the artistic conception in the broken sword. Boom! With a loud bang, the Thunder Blade intent collided with the artistic conception inheritance in the broken blade. Su Hao felt a sharp pain in his brain and hurriedly withdrew the blade intent. At this time, he was already covered in cold sweat. How terrible! It seems that my soul is about to be annihilated by the artistic conception inheritance in the broken blade. But Su Hao's eyes were surprisingly bright. Instead of watching the inheritance of artistic conception, it would be better to actively contact and experience it with his own Thunderblade intention. This would have a better effect. However, to do so, he must always be careful, as he might be severely damaged by the inheritance of artistic conception. Boom! Su Hao carefully extended the Thunder Sword intent into the broken sword, which immediately angered the artistic conception inheritance. Su Hao saw in the void that the burly swordsman swung his sword at him again and brought down the world-destroying thunder. Su Hao retreated at the first touch, quietly feeling the sword slash from the man in the artistic conception inheritance. Come again! When it was almost digested, Su Hao once again used the sword intent to trigger the artistic conception inheritance. If people knew about Su Hao's cultivation method, they would definitely sigh at his madness. It is possible that one's brain would be damaged and he would become an idiot. No one else could do what Su Hao did. Su Hao mastered two kinds of sword intent, while many warriors would only begin to come into contact with the level of artistic conception when they reached the innate realm. Not only that, Su Hao's thunder sword intent and the artistic conception inheritance in the broken sword were of the same attribute, so the counterattack would be much weaker. If a sword intent of other attributes was used to trigger the artistic conception inheritance, the intensity of the attack would be more than just that. I'm so tired. I've only comprehended 3 of the inheritances, and all the internal energy in my dantian has been used up. Su Hao only comprehended the artistic conception inheritance 3 times, and he felt exhausted all over. His dantian was empty, and all the muscles were sore. When the sword intent you comprehend is damaged, it will directly affect and feed back to the body. The spirit and soul are the origin, and the body is the soil that breeds the soul. Chapter 35 Thunder Sword Technique. It's like when a person is highly concentrating on doing something. When he suddenly comes back to his senses from this state, he will suddenly become breathless, sweating profusely, and his physical strength has been greatly depleted. Su Hao felt dizzy, as if he was lacking oxygen. Su Hao temporarily stopped his comprehension of the inheritance of artistic conception, adjusted his breathing, and practiced the blood-breathing method. Suddenly, every drop of blood in his blood seemed to come alive, and a strange power was generated, which quickly restored his consumed physical strength and internal strength. The body is the soil, providing an endless supply of nutrients, which quickly restored Su Hao's exhausted spirit. After 2 hours of meditation, Su Hao once again devoted himself to the comprehension of the inheritance of artistic conception. When his brain began to feel dizzy, Su Hao exited this state and began to rest. This kind of comprehension was undoubtedly very efficient. After just 1 week, Su Hao gradually had a general outline and understanding of the swordsmanship in the broken knife. Half a month later, Su Hao suddenly opened his eyes, feeling the burly swordsman swinging his sword in his mind. He also let out a low roar, concentrated his sword intent, and attacked back. Crack! The 2 lightning blades collided violently, and Su Hao seemed to see a sea of thunder in his mind. Huh! Huh! Finally it's done! The sword technique inherited in this broken sword is the second move of a sword technique called the Tribulation Thunder Sword Technique. Su Hao came out of the state of comprehending the sword technique. A look of joy appeared on his face. After half a month, he finally succeeded. He successfully comprehended a set of sword techniques called the Tribulation Thunder Sword Technique in the broken sword. But unfortunately, the Tribulation Thunder Sword Technique in the broken sword is incomplete, and only the second move is left. However, even if it is only the second sword, its exquisite power surpasses many so-called advanced sword techniques. Thunderbolt Sword Technique, incomplete, silver level, primary 1% proficiency. A sword technique known for its lethality. When the sword strikes, it is like thunderbolt from the sky descending upon the earth, destroying everything. It's just an incomplete sword technique, but it's of silver-grade quality. You can imagine how powerful the complete thunder sword technique is. There is still half a month left, and I can't waste it. Although I have successfully comprehended the swordsmanship in the broken sword, I can still use the artistic conception inherited in it to sharpen my own sword intent. Su Hao thought secretly. Using the sword intent to collide with the artistic conception inherited in the broken sword is like forging iron. It can make his own sword intent stronger and more refined. However, this will damage the artistic conception inherited in the broken sword. That is not Su Hao's business. Anyway, he is given a month to use it, and it is up to him how to use it. Su Hao began to sharpen his sword skills with the help of the artistic conception inherited from the broken sword. Static electricity was generated in the air around Su Hao. If an ordinary person was in it, it wouldn't take long for him to be electrocuted and die. Another half-month passed, and Su Hao's eyes sparkled with light, as if there was thunder. He smiled and said, "Very good, my thunder blade intent has successfully been upgraded from the 10% blade intent to the 20% blade intent level. The strength difference between the 1/10 and 2/10 sword intent is more than double, which is definitely a huge improvement. After a month of seclusion, Su Hao's proficiency in the blood-breathing technique has reached the intermediate level, and he has mastered a killing move. His Thunderblade intent has even undergone a qualitative change. This kind of progress is truly amazing. Let's go and return this broken sword. If possible, Su Hao would like to continue to hone his sword skills with the artistic conception inherited from this broken sword, but a month has already passed. Su Hao brought the broken sword to the sutra library and met the old man again. He returned the broken sword to the old man and said, "I am here to return the sword. Thank you for your help, senior." The old man took the broken knife and looked at Su Hao with some surprise. He still had an impression of Su Hao. Su Hao returned the broken knife. Has he comprehended the swordsmanship now, or has he failed? Su Hao's expression was very calm, not like that of a loser. However, he was only a first-rate warrior. How could he possibly comprehend the swordsmanship that even many innate warriors might not be able to comprehend? Most likely he failed, but he just pretended not to be shocked. The old man muttered secretly. Su Hao had no idea what the old man was thinking. After returning the broken knife, Su Hao left. No, the artistic conception inheritance in this broken sword has been weakened a lot. If the artistic conception inheritance can be weakened so much, has he really mastered the Thunder Sword technique? But after Su Hao left, the old man was shocked when he felt the inheritance in the broken sword. A lot of the artistic conception inheritance was consumed, which meant that Su Hao had comprehended the artistic conception inheritance many times. In all likelihood, Su Hao really comprehended the sword technique. What a devilish little brat is his name? Su Hao. The old man took a breath and secretly remembered the name. He felt that it might not be long before this name would come to light in Daoji sect. Okay, now I can go and break into the demon puppet array and earn some contribution points. Su Hao left the sutra library and went straight to the location of the demon puppet array. The demon puppet array is a good place for Daoji sect disciples to hone themselves. Demon puppets will constantly appear in the demon puppet array. The rules are very simple. Once you defeat all the demon puppets, you can move to the next level. As the number of levels increases, the strength of the demon puppets will also increase. In order to encourage disciples to take the initiative to enter the magic puppet formation to hone themselves, every time they pass through a layer of the magic puppet formation, they will be rewarded with a considerable contribution value. Of course, the contribution value of each layer can only be obtained once, and each person can only enter the magic puppet array once a month. Su Hao walked all the way to the outside of Daoji sect's demon puppet array. The entire demon puppet array was located in the center of a square. Outside the square, there were many disciples wearing Daoji sect uniforms waiting. Only one person could enter the demon puppet array at a time. Only after the person who needed to enter came out could outsiders enter. "Brother Su?" A voice came from not far away. Su Hao looked back in confusion and saw a familiar young man. It was Xiao Jun. Like Su Hao, Xiao Jun joined Daoji sect with the Immortal Gate token, and he joined 2 months earlier than Su Hao. "Are you here to break into the formation too?" Xiao Jun asked with a smile. "Well, this is my first time here. What's it like inside?" Su Hao was very happy to see an acquaintance, and asked him about the magic puppet array. Hearing this, Xiao Jun shook his head helplessly and said, "This magic puppet formation is very difficult. This magic puppet formation is prepared for our outer disciples. The magic puppet formation for inner disciples is even more difficult, and the magic puppet formation for our outer disciples is also very difficult. If you want to pass the first level, you need acquired strength." An acquired warrior could be considered a strong man in some small places, but in this magic puppet formation, one needs acquired cultivation to get past the first level. This magic puppet formation has 8 levels, and each level is increasingly difficult. Those who pass the 6th level are definitely the elite among the elites among the outer disciples, and will receive the honor of ringing the magic puppet formation bell. Passing the 7th level is rare among tens of thousands of outer disciples. As for the 8th level, it requires innate strength to pass. Only 3 people in the entire outer sect can do it, and they are all geniuses among geniuses, Xiao Jun said with a face full of yearning. "I hope I can finally have the opportunity to pass the 7th and 8th levels in the outer sect." Chapter 36. It can be solved with just one sword. Su Hao was also amazed after hearing this. The magic puppet array has a total of 8 levels, and those who can pass the 7th level are rare. As for the 8th level, only 3 people in the entire outer sect have passed it, because it requires innate level strength, but the outer sect disciples only have acquired cultivation. Those who can possess the strength of the innate realm and the acquired realm are undoubtedly the most evil among evil. If one's cultivation reaches the innate level, he will not be able to pass through the magic puppet array of the outer sect, and can only pass through the more difficult magic puppet array of the inner sect. Therefore, the 3 people who were able to pass the demon puppet array among the tens of thousands of outer sect disciples were the ones who were able to pass the demon puppet array with their acquired cultivation, and they were not simple characters. Su Hao asked curiously, "Which level of the magic puppet formation did you pass?" Xiao Jun coughed dryly and said, "I passed the 1st level last time. I hope I can pass the 2nd level this time." Su Hao was speechless after hearing this. Xiao Jun was able to obtain the Immortal Gate token and enter Dao Ji sect, so his strength was naturally not weak, but he only passed the 1st level. Then Su Hao was full of fighting spirit. He wanted to see which level of the magic puppet formation he could pass. Failed again! At this time, a Doji sect disciple not far away rushed out of the demon puppet formation in a panic, his face full of annoyance. Just a little bit to pass the 3rd level." Outside the magic puppet formation, a white-haired old man sat cross-legged. He said indifferently, "Next." It's my turn! Xiao Jun rushed over excitedly, and his body disappeared in the light curtain. Not long after, the sound of swords and spears could be heard faintly from within the magic puppet formation. There was no doubt that Xiao Jun was beginning to break into the formation. I give up! As a result, within 3 minutes, Xiao Jun was ejected from the magic puppet formation, shouting, "I give up! Is it Xiao Jun? Haha, this kid has entered the demon puppet array for the 3rd time, right? He still hasn't passed the 2nd level." Someone who knew Xiao Jun burst into laughter. The 1st level of the magic puppet formation could be passed with the cultivation level of the early postnatal period, but the difficulty of each subsequent level increased. "I'm just a little bit short. Next time I will definitely be able to get through the 2nd level and get 500 merit points," Xiao Jun said unwillingly. It was obvious that he had failed and could not get through the 2nd level. For passing the 1st level of the magic puppet formation, the contribution point reward given is 100 points, and for passing the 2nd level, the contribution point reward given is a full 500 points. "Brother Su, come on, try to get through the 1st level. With 100 contribution points, you can buy 1 or 2 pills to improve your cultivation." Xiao Jun patted Su Hao on the shoulder and encouraged him. In Xiao Jun's opinion, Su Hao's first-rate warrior level cultivation was a bit weak, and it was a bit difficult for him to get through the 1st level. "Yeah." Su Hao touched his nose, speechless. It seemed that Xiao Jun didn't know that he had defeated 3 acquired warriors from Dao Ji sect when he first started. Next! Time passed, and it was finally Su Hao's turn. Su Hao went towards the magic puppet formation. The white-haired old man was a little surprised to see Su Hao. "First-rate warrior? It seems that you have good talent. If you can't hold on after entering the magic puppet formation, just shout, 'I give up,' and the formation will be terminated immediately. Don't force your way in if you are not strong enough, otherwise your life will be in danger." Throughout history, there have been many warriors who were unwilling to give up and ended up dying in the magic puppet formation. Of course, this is still a minority. Most warriors have normal brains and know that they cannot break through, so they will choose to give up and will not fight to the death. "Okay, I understand." Su Hao nodded. From what Xiao Jun had said before, he knew all the ins and outs of this magic puppet formation. Su Hao stepped into the light curtain of the magic puppet formation and disappeared. "Who is this kid? He looks like a new member of Dao Ji sect." "Well, he is about the same age as Xiao Jun, but his cultivation is too weak. He hasn't even reached the acquired stage. I bet he can only get through 1 level at most and come out within 3 minutes. Many Dao Ji sect disciples who were waiting outside the magic puppet array laughed when they saw Su Hao enter the magic puppet array, and guessed how many levels Su Hao could pass and how long it would take to come out. Su Hao entered the magic puppet formation and found himself on a wide battlefield. The rocky soil in front of him twisted and twisted. Soon, several burly black rock puppets holding spears appeared on the ground. Each of these black rock puppets has a very powerful aura, and has a cultivation level close to that of the acquired ones. There are as many as 3 of them. Each of the 3 black rock puppets has the strength of a top-notch warrior, and is proficient in battle formations and coordination. When they work together, they can rival the acquired ones. This is the first level of the magic puppet formation. You can enter the second level by defeating these 3 black rock puppets. It's really magical. It can directly transform rocks into puppets that can rival first-rate warriors. This magic puppet formation must have consumed a lot of resources from the Daoji sect to build. Su Hao secretly admired that this magic puppet formation was really unique and completely beyond ordinary means. Bring it on! Su Hao looked at the 3 black rock puppets opposite him. Roar! The 3 black rock puppets all held rock spears and roared as they attacked Su Hao from 3 different directions. They cooperated with each other in perfect harmony and attacked at the same time. Even a postnatal warrior would feel exhausted facing this joint attack. However, there was no expression on Su Hao's face. The 3 black rock puppets were all equivalent to first-rate warriors, but to Su Hao, they seemed a little not good enough. Laugh! When the 3 black rock puppets approached Su Hao within 3 meters, Su Hao suddenly drew his sword. The bright sword light flashed by like a crescent moon. Puff, puff, puff! The figures of the 3 black rock puppets stopped at the same time, their spears were cut off, and along with them, the necks of the 3 black rock puppets were also broken. The 3 black rock puppets were killed at the same time, and were immediately transformed into a pool of mud and rock and merged into the earth. Huh! Passed the first level? Or killed 3 puppets of top-level first-rate warriors in an instant? Outside the magic puppet formation, the white-haired old man who was sitting cross-legged guarding the magic puppet formation showed a hint of surprise on his face. If other people passed the first level, it would not be surprising, but Su Hao was only a first-rate warrior. He successfully passed the first level of the magic puppet formation and killed 3 magic puppets in an instant. This result was very impressive. Successfully killed the demon puppet. Gain 50 experience points. Gain 50 experience points. Gain 50 experience points. At this time, Su Hao showed a look of surprise on his face, because he had gained experience points by killing these 3 magic puppets. Although he didn't know whether it was because they were not real creatures, the amount of experience points was far less than that of demons of the same level, but this was enough to make people happy. This magic puppet formation was simply heaven for Su Hao. Not only could he gain contribution points, but he could also gain experience points. Okay, second floor. Su Hao was full of motivation. After passing the first level, he had obtained 100 contribution points, but he certainly would not be satisfied. Not long after, the soil and rocks on the ground twisted and formed 3 black rock puppets again, but these 3 black rock puppets were completely different from the previous ones. Not only did they hold spears in their hands, they also wore rock armor on their bodies, and their aura was much stronger. Each black rock puppet is equivalent to an early-stage acquired master. With 3 black rock puppets in the early stage of the acquired realm joining forces, it is no wonder that Xiao Jun couldn't even get through the second level before. The difficulty has indeed increased several times. Roar! The 3 tall black rock puppets roared and charged again, as fast as the wind, and the ground they stepped on made a banging sound. Although they are stronger than the 3 puppets on the first floor, it makes no difference to Su Hao, because they can be solved with one sword anyway. Chapter 37 Breaking the Formation. Puff, puff, puff! Su Hao put the sword back into the scabbard, and gathered strength in the posture of drawing the sword and slashing. The moment the 3 black rock puppets came within 3 meters, he drew the sword instantly. The deadly, cold blade light was like a crescent moon, sharp and graceful. The sword energy cut off the weapons of the 3 black rock puppets and at the same time cut their necks, killing them with one blow. Passed the second level in another instant? Killed 3 early-stage acquired magic puppets at the same time? Everyone outside the magic puppet formation did not know what was happening inside the magic puppet formation. Only the white-haired old man who was guarding the magic puppet formation, although he could not see the specific situation inside the magic puppet formation, could feel the progress of those who entered the formation. The white-haired old man was extremely shocked. It was okay that he passed the first level in an instant, but the 3 puppets in the early stage of the acquired realm in the second level were also defeated in an instant. 500 contribution points in hand, next level! Su Hao was excited. If Xiao Jun knew about this, he would definitely vomit blood. Su Hao passed the second level, which he thought was extremely difficult, with ease. The difficulty of the magic puppet formation on the third level increased again. This time, there were 6 magic puppets. Each magic puppet had different weapons, including swords, spears, knives, and sticks, and the changes were even more varied. Call out! A demon puppet swung a meteor hammer and threw it towards Su Hao. Su Hao slightly turned his head to avoid it, but a demon puppet holding a sword had already pounced on him and stabbed Su Hao's throat fiercely with the sword, fast and sharp. This has really increased the difficulty a lot, but it's still not good enough. Puff! Su Hao swung his sword, a simple move, but it was extremely fast, like a gust of breeze blowing past, and he struck the demon puppet's neck first, cutting off its head. After killing the demon puppet, Su Hao used his body skills to avoid the stab of the demon puppet holding a spear behind him, and appeared beside it. The swift sword intent made Su Hao's sword move at an unimaginable speed, and he still killed it with one blow. Su Hao's primary wind spiritual root gave him extraordinary speed. Su Hao swept past the other demon puppets like the wind. As he passed by, the cold current knife swept up a strong wind and killed them one by one. I've got 1,000 merit points. The third level is so difficult, the fourth level will definitely be even more difficult. I want to see how far I can go. Su Hao's eyes lit up as he continued to break through the fourth level of the magic puppet formation. On the fourth floor, 12 rock puppets appeared. Unlike the previous puppets, each of these 12 puppets had a bronze color, and their aura was much stronger. The 12 puppets formed a battle formation. The 3 puppets in the middle held bows and arrows, which brought Su Hao considerable pressure. Swish, swish, swish! 3 bronze puppets holding bows and arrows bent their bows and drew arrows. Arrows as thick as 3 fingers tore through the void, like 3 streams of light shooting out, so fast that it was unimaginable. What a fast speed! Su Hao was also secretly shocked. With this speed, an ordinary acquired warrior would probably be hit by the arrow before he even had time to react. Ding ding ding! Su Hao mastered the swift wind sword intent, and the blade was wrapped in green airflow. He swung the sword 3 times in succession, knocking the 3 arrows away. Swish, swish, swish! But just as Su Hao blocked 3 arrows, the 3 bronze puppets drew their bows and drew their arrows again. The arrows shot towards him like a machine gun, and the remaining 9 bronze puppets formed a battle formation to protect the 3 ranged soldiers. Obviously, this is a tactic, with 3 archers continuously shooting and the rest of the puppets protecting them. If they defend for too long, they will lose. This is quite rogue. Do you think you can stop me like this? Blood-breathing technique! Su Hao snorted coldly and activated the blood-breathing technique. When he was comprehending the Thunder Sword technique before, Su Hao's blood-breathing technique had reached intermediate level of proficiency through repeated breathing and training. At this moment, with Su Hao's breathing, every drop of Su Hao's blood released a strange power, greatly enhancing Su Hao's vision and hearing. In his eyes, those originally fast arrows also became slow. Su Hao's figure flashed, and he avoided the attack of each arrow with the smallest arc in the most effective way, and rushed straight towards the battle formation formed by the 12 bronze puppets. 12 bronze puppets shot arrows, while the rest raised their weapons coldly, ready to force Su Hao back. Wind and thunder slash! A sharp light flashed in Su Hao's eyes, and the Gale Sword intent and Thunder Sword intent merged, and a wind and thunder slashed out. The green airflow wrapped around the light golden thunder, like a roaring wind and thunder, and the void seemed to explode. Crack, crack, crack! The 10-foot-long sword energy passed by in all directions, and the arrows shot along the way were torn into pieces before they could touch Su Hao, and heavily chopped on the bodies of several bronze puppets that were intercepting it. Boom! The cyan gold sword energy exploded, and a hurricane swept through with a hint of thunder. 4 bronze puppets were shattered by the combined attack of the wind and thunder sword energy, and their bodies exploded, with broken limbs and arms flying everywhere. The power of Su Hao's mixed attack of 2 kinds of sword intent increased by more than 1 or 2 times, combining the ferocity of thunder and the speed of gale, and was extremely powerful. With just one strike, the battle formation of the 12 bronze puppets was torn apart. Puff, puff, puff! Su Hao did not stop. His sword swung out like the wind and he slashed out continuously, easily killing the 3 exposed long-range bronze puppets. Without these 3 long-range bronze puppets, things would undoubtedly be much easier. Su Hao faced the remaining bronze puppets and easily defeated them one by one with his speed advantage. This 4th level is really difficult. After successfully defeating all the puppets on the 4th level, Su Hao thought to himself, 12 bronze puppets form a battle formation, even a warrior in the middle stage of the acquired realm would have little chance of passing it. As for the 5th level of the demon puppet array, according to Qiao Jun, many late-stage acquired warriors would find it difficult to pass through it. Only the top figures among the outer disciples could pass through the 6th level of the demon puppet array. The 4th level rewarded Su Hao with 2,000 contribution points. Su Hao also wanted to try the magic puppet formation on the 5th level. Su Hao did not have much time to rest. In front of Su Hao, bronze puppets rose up from the ground one by one. There were still 12 of them, but what was completely different from before was that not only were these 12 bronze puppets more powerful, but each of them held a weapon in one hand and a shield in the other. These bronze puppets remained motionless in the face of Su Hao and adopted a defensive tactic. In the magic puppet formation, if they failed to pass the time limit, they would be directly judged as having failed to break through the formation. Then let's take a look at the 5th floor! Su Hao did not stop and decided to attack first to test it. He leaped out and chopped out a lightning sword intent that reached 20% of the sword intent. The light golden thunder was roaring and swallowed up 1 or 2 bronze puppets. Crack! The lightning blade exploded, and the 2 bronze puppets held up their shields to defend themselves. Something that shocked Su Hao happened. The lightning blade dissipated, and the 2 bronze puppets were not damaged at all, without even a trace on their bodies. What's going on? My thunder sword intent has reached a level of 20% sword intent, but it can't hurt them at all. Su Hao was shocked. How strong is this defense? Chapter 38, the 6th floor? Elite list. Wind and thunder slash! Su Hao didn't believe in evil, and once again activated the sword intent. The 2 sword intents of wind and thunder merged together, the hurricane roared, and the lightning rushed. Crack! The 12 bronze puppets folded their shields and continued to defend. The cyan gold sword energy exploded, causing ripples in the air, but the 12 bronze puppets remained completely unharmed, with their feet firmly clasped to the ground, not moving a muscle. This? Could it be that if the attack does not reach a certain intensity, it will be directly immune? Su Hao guessed in his heart that this 5th floor was very special. All the bronze puppets had super strong defenses, and if the attack of the intruder did not reach a certain level, it would be difficult to cause any damage to them. These bronze puppets would not actively attack, but if the time was up, the intruder would directly fail. Then, I'll just have to try out my newly learned swordsmanship. Su Hao took a deep breath and clenched the hilt of the knife with both hands. A breath of destruction was brewing. The internal force in Su Hao's body was continuously injected into the cold current knife. He slashed with the knife, and black thunder burst out everywhere, as if there was a power to destroy the world. It was the second move of the thunder sword technique that Su Hao had just mastered. The 12 bronze puppets all raised their shields to block. The bronze shields looked shiny and extremely sturdy. Shoo! But when the black lightning blade fell on their shields, it was like a roaring thunder dragon. The terrifying destructive power exploded, tearing apart the shields of the 4 bronze puppets that were hit first, and their bodies were also torn apart. It works! Su Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. This newly mastered thunder sword technique was worthy of the silver grade quality. Its killing power was so terrifying that even a 5th level bronze puppet could not defend against it. Come again! Su Hao gathered his strength and performed the thunder sword technique, integrating his own sword intent into it, and the thunder of destruction rolled. Boom boom! 2 consecutive slashes of the sword, with a devastating roar, tore apart the remaining bronze puppets. Successfully killed the demon puppet. Gain 100 experience points. Gain 100 experience points. Gain 100 experience points. A series of system prompts came, and before Su Hao could feel happy, he felt a tearing pain in every muscle of his body. Hiss! It hurts so much. Using this tribulation thundersword technique is too much of a strain on me. 3 consecutive strikes have almost exhausted all my strength. It's too much of a consumption. Su Hao felt the aches all over his body and said secretly. The tribulation thundersword technique is powerful, but it also consumes a lot of energy for Su Hao. Just 3 strikes have drained all of Su Hao's strength. Fortunately, he successfully passed the 5th level. The contribution point reward for passing the 5th level is 5,000 points. Together with the rewards for the first 4 levels, the total is 8,600 contribution points, which is definitely a huge sum of money. In addition, killing these demon puppets also provided Su Hao with a certain amount of experience points. Although it was far less than the monsters and ghosts of the same level, it added up to 2,500 points. There is no doubt that the gains from this breakthrough were enormous. Su Hao watched as new puppets gradually formed on the ground. He said directly, "End the battle!" Among the 80 to 90,000 outer sect disciples of Dao Ji sect, only a very small number can pass through the 6th level of the demon puppet formation. They are the elites among the outer sect and the warriors at the peak of the acquired realm. Not to mention that Su Hao was exhausted at this time. Even in his peak state, the chances of passing through were not great, so Su Hao directly chose to give up. As Su Hao finished speaking, everything around him disappeared, and Su Hao also felt a repulsive force coming. Su Hao followed this repulsive force and successfully broke away from the magic puppet formation. "Brother Su, how is it? It took you so long to come out, you didn't even pass the 2nd level, did you?" As soon as Su Hao came out, Xiao Jun ran over and said with a look of shock on his face. Su Hao has been in there for quite some time, which shows that Su Hao is very likely to have passed the 2nd level of the magic puppet formation. He only has the cultivation level of a first-rate warrior. This newcomer is really not simple. Haha, Lao Wang, you just bet that he can't pass even 1 level. Here are 100 contribution points. Don't think about going back on your word. Many Daoji sect disciples laughed, thinking that Su Hao's strength was beyond their expectations. Only the white-haired old man's mouth twitched slightly. 2 levels? This person has passed the 5th level of the magic puppet formation. The white-haired old man guarding the magic puppet array was the only one present who knew that Su Hao had passed the 5th level of the magic puppet array. It was undoubtedly quite amazing that a first-rate warrior could pass the 5th level of the magic puppet array that many late-stage acquired warriors found difficult to pass. What an extraordinary young man! Is your name Su Hao? I'll remember it. The white-haired old man looked at Su Hao deeply, his face full of admiration. He felt that with Su Hao's talent, the next time he came to the magic puppet array, his strength would definitely have a huge leap. However, he didn't know how long it would take him to pass the 6th level of the magic puppet array. The 6th level is a watershed. The outer disciples who can pass the 6th level are undoubtedly the elites among the outer disciples, and it is only a matter of time before they are promoted to the innate realm in the future. It's senior brother Fang Jing. Is he here to attack the 6th level of the demon puppet array? Haha, senior brother Fang Jing, he has been in Dao Ji sect for 10 years and is very powerful. We can actually see him break through the formation. If he passes the 6th level, the demon puppet formation will ring the bell to celebrate. At this time, everyone's attention shifted away from Su Hao. A graceful man in white clothes walked slowly over, and his appearance caused a commotion. This senior brother Fang Jing is obviously very prestigious among the outer sect disciples and is very powerful. His arrival at the magic puppet array makes everyone curious whether he can break through his previous limits this time, successfully pass the 6th level of the magic puppet array, and become an outer sect elite. Senior brother Fang Jing, he may be able to enter the elite list and become the 151st elite disciple on the elite list, Xiao Jun said excitedly. The so-called elite list is ranked by the outer disciples themselves. Those who can be on the elite list have passed the 6th level of the magic puppet formation. The top 3 on the elite list are naturally the 3 super monsters who passed the 8th level of the magic puppet formation with acquired cultivation. If someone is promoted to the inner gate, his name will disappear from the elite list. There are nearly 90,000 outer disciples. It is undoubtedly an honor to stand out among the 90,000 talented warriors with spiritual roots who have gathered from all directions and enter the elite list. Every disciple on the elite list is basically a designated inner disciple, and it is only a matter of time before they are promoted to innate levels. Elite list? Interesting. Su Hao was also surprised. It seemed that this elite list could help him understand the top level of the outer disciples of Dao Ji sect. Su Hao was ready to leave. Seeing Su Hao leave, Xiao Jun asked in confusion, "Don't you watch Brother Fang Jing break through the formation? He may break through the 6th level of the magic puppet formation today and enter the elite list. I won't look at it anymore. I'm going to go to the treasure pavilion to see if I can exchange something." Su Hao shook his head. He was not very interested in whether senior brother Fang Jing could pass the 6th level of the magic puppet formation and enter the elite list. 600 contribution points can't be exchanged for many good things. Seeing Su Hao's departing back, Xiao Jun began to murmur. What Xiao Jun didn't know was that Su Hao had more than 600 contribution points, but a full 8,600 points. Chapter 39 Metamorphosis, Blood Demon Body. The treasure pavilion is where Dao Ji sect stores treasures, including elixirs for improving cultivation, various natural treasures and magical weapons collected by the sect. However, these require a lot of contribution points to exchange. "My fellow disciple, what do you need?" A middle-aged man with a big belly came up to us, with a pair of smiling small eyes, looking a bit like a worldly businessman. Su Hao took a look and saw many treasures displayed in the shop, which made him a little overwhelmed. "This is Pei Yuan Dan, which can nourish internal strength and is most suitable for warriors below the acquired level. The price of one bottle is 500 contribution points. This is the Qingxin pill. Taking one pill while practicing martial arts or techniques can help one enter a state of oblivion. One bottle costs 1,000 contribution points." The middle-aged man enthusiastically helped Su Hao recommend various items that were suitable for him, making Su Hao feel like he would be sorry if he didn't buy them. Su Hao looked around, but his eyes were fixed on a small blood-colored bottle. He asked in confusion, "What is this?" The middle-aged man took a look and immediately said, "This is the essence and blood of a demon. It can be used by some disciples when they are refining pills. In addition, if you are injured and have lost your blood and qi, drinking the essence and blood of a demon can quickly restore your blood and qi." The blood of a demon? Su Hao's eyes lit up. Su Hao remembered the skill he obtained from killing Bloodwing Blood Demon Body. This Blood Demon Body is a secret technique of the evil way. There are shortcuts to taking it, and one can even use it to transform oneself into a half-demon ghost. It is best practiced with the heart blood of young boys and girls. It can be said to be a very evil technique. However, according to what Su Hao knew, it was possible to use the essence and blood of demons and ghosts to practice, but it had to be the essence and blood of demons and ghosts at the acquired level. Any secret technique could be used in the same way as good or evil in the hands of different people. Su Hao couldn't help but be very excited about the demon's blood. The most advanced martial art of his Su family was the purple qi art, but it was only of black iron quality. Although the blood demon body secret technique only had 3 levels, it was of bronze quality. He could practice it to perfection first, and then see if he could find a complete blood demon body. The reason why the blood demon body can drive Shui and others so crazy is naturally because this skill is quite extraordinary. So Su Hao made up his mind and asked, "Do you have the blood essence of an acquired demon?" The middle-aged man was stunned. Su Hao, a warrior who hadn't even reached the acquired realm, didn't buy elixirs to improve his cultivation, but instead wanted to buy the essence and blood of acquired demons? But the middle-aged man quickly said, "Of course there is, but the blood essence of acquired demon ghosts is more expensive. The blood essence extracted from an acquired demon ghost is only a little bit, and the price of a bottle is 300 contribution points." Su Hao took a look at the small bottle, which was probably smaller than the bottle containing Waha. Such a small bottle cost 300 contribution points, which was very expensive. "Give me 10 bottles first." Su Hao decided to buy 10 bottles first to see the effect. If it can really help his blood demon body improve quickly, it will not be too late to buy more. Su Hao directly took out his identity token and handed it to the middle-aged man. "A new disciple can come up with 3,000 contribution points?" The middle-aged man was surprised. He took the token and examined it carefully, with an undisguised look of surprise on his face. A total of 8,600 contribution points. This number just corresponds to the reward for passing the 5th level of the magic puppet formation. Could it be that the person in front of him has passed the 5th level of the magic puppet formation? Although he was shocked, the middle-aged man's hands were very quick. He also took out a token and swiped away the 3,000 contribution points in Su Hao's identity token like a card. Then he took out 10 blood-colored vials and handed them to Su Hao with more enthusiasm. There are a total of 10 bottles of acquired demon blood. Please count them. Well, thank you. Su Hao took a quick look at it, put it in a bag, and left alone. I don't know how useful this blood demon body will be to me. Su Hao pondered secretly, and without stopping, he went directly to the training room to study the secret art of blood demon body. Blood demon body, this is a method of practicing one's own blood. When the blood is strong, the body will naturally be strong. Blood is the source of life. If a person loses too much blood, he will directly become weak, comatose, or even die. The blood demon body focuses on blood, which causes its own blood to undergo transformation, further strengthening the body. Such a fishy smell. Su Hao opened a small blood-red bottle and immediately smelled a strong smell of blood, which made him speechless. To cultivate the blood demon body, he had to drink blood directly, which was a bit heavy. Many vegetables are grown with feces. How can they be delicious when eaten differently? I'll just treat the essence and blood of these acquired demons as pig blood. Su Hao comforted himself in his heart, then raised his head and drank the entire bottle of demon blood. Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. The essence and blood of the acquired demon ghost is undoubtedly a great tonic. After taking it, Su Hao felt his stomach was burning. Su Hao did not hesitate and immediately activated his blood demon body to begin refining the demon blood essence. Suddenly, streams of warm currents flowed through his body, making his blood stronger and further nourishing his body. After refining a bottle of demon blood, Su Hao felt refreshed, full of energy, sharp ears and eyes, and the world in his eyes seemed to become clearer. Continue! Su Hao began to refine bottles of demon blood. After a week, all 10 bottles of acquired level demon blood had been refined by Su Hao, which enabled him to successfully elevate his blood demon body to the 2nd level. This blood demon body is so mysterious! When Su Hao cultivated the blood demon body to the 2nd level, surprise flashed in his eyes. The most direct benefit of cultivating the 2nd level of the blood demon body is that the blood nourishes the body, which greatly strengthens Su Hao's physique. Originally, he had a strength of 10,000 pounds in one arm, but now he has a strength of nearly 15,000 pounds. Not only that, the biggest change is Su Hao's blood. His blood seems to have undergone a transformation. When looking inside, the blood has a gorgeous color, and the quality of the blood has improved by more than 3 to 5 times compared to before. 1 drop of blood is equal to 3 or 5 drops of blood for others. The benefits it brings are enormous. It can make Su Hao more energetic. Blood is the source of life. As the blood becomes stronger, his vitality will also be more abundant. It takes ordinary people 10 days or half a month to recover from injuries, but he estimates that he can recover in 3 to 5 days. If I cultivate the blood demon body to the 3rd level of perfection, can I use the blood-burning secret technique as an ordinary martial art? Su Hao thought of this. The blood-burning secret technique mainly burns one's own blood. If Su Hao's blood transforms again, it can greatly weaken the side effects of the blood-burning secret technique, and frequent use of the blood-burning secret technique will not put much burden on the body. Okay, exchange all the contribution points for demon blood. Su Hao realized the help this blood demon body could provide to him. Without hesitation, he went to the treasure pavilion again and exchanged all his remaining 5,600 contribution points for demon blood. It is worth mentioning that the middle-aged man directly gave him an integer, a total of 20 bottles of acquired demon blood. Su Hao refined bottle after bottle of demon blood. After another half a month, Su Hao successfully pushed his blood demon body to the 3rd level of perfection. Call! The blood demon body has been cultivated to the 3rd level of perfection. At this moment, when Su Hao looked inward, every drop of his blood was blood red and gorgeous. The quality of each drop of his blood was 10 times that of before. His strong qi and blood brought enormous benefits. Su Hao's recovery ability is now nearly 10 times that of an ordinary person. The powerful qi and blood nourish his body, and Su Hao's physical fitness has also been greatly improved. He now has a strength of 20,000 pounds with one arm. In the past, When he used the Thunder Sword technique, 3 strikes would drain his strength, but now Su Hao would not feel too tired even after performing 10 strikes in a row. Even more amazing is the Burning Blood secret technique. After his own qi and blood became strong, combined with the recovery power of the blood-breathing technique, Su Hao was able to maintain the Burning Blood secret technique for a long time without damaging his own essence. This is very amazing. Chapter 40. Setting a record. In other words, the blood-burning secret art is a secret art that is compatible with the blood demon body. Only when the blood demon body is strong can the true effect of the blood-burning secret art be brought into play. I believe that my current strength is enough to pass the 6th level of the magic puppet array. After a few days of rest, the 1-month time interval will be up. The reward for passing the 6th level of the magic puppet array is 10,000 contribution points, which is enough for me to buy a large number of cultivation pills to help me quickly transform my internal strength into true qi and enter the acquired realm. Su Hao's eyes were bright, and he had already thought about the future path. The acquired realm allows the internal force to transform into true energy, which is a qualitative improvement. I believe that entering the acquired realm will allow Su Hao's strength to increase again. In Su Hao's room, Su Hao was lying on the bed quietly looking at a manual. This manual was the so-called elite list, a manual made by the outer disciples themselves. As for where Su Hao got it from, it was because he met Xiao Jun not long ago, and Xiao Jun lent it to him to read. All the elite disciples who have passed the 6th level of the magic puppet array are recorded here. It is updated every month. There are a total of 150 people on the list now. The person at the top of the list is named Yelu Xiong. This person passed the 8th level of the magic puppet array with his acquired cultivation and ranked first on the elite list. He is known as the strongest person in the outer sect. According to the information in the elite list handbook, Yelu Xiong's family is also quite extraordinary and is one of the big families in Daoji sect. A behemoth like the Daoji sect is naturally made up of many families. Behind every powerful person who has opened the Immortal Gate level can be counted as a family, and the most powerful among them is undoubtedly the Nangong family, which is the lineage of the sect master. And Yelu Xiong's family also has more than one strong man who has opened the Immortal Gate level. Strong strength. In addition to Yelu Xiong and others, Su Hao saw a familiar name on the elite list, Nangong Lianling. 93rd on the sect elite list? She is worthy of being my sister. Su Hao couldn't help but smile. Nangong Lianling, his sister whom he had never met, was also a prominent figure in the outer sect. She was younger than Su Hao, but now she was already among the top disciples in the entire Daoji sect's 8 or 90,000 disciples. It could be imagined that her talent was very good. Su Hao was naturally happy about this. It has been 2 months since Su Hao came to Daoji sect, but he has not seen his mother Nangong Lan and his sister Nangong Lianling. It is not easy for him to deliberately inquire about them or approach them. Anyway, these things are not urgent. He will find them when the time is right. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed and Su Hao went out, ready to challenge the magic puppet array again. According to the rules, everyone can challenge the magic puppet array once a month, and a month has passed since the last time. As soon as Su Hao went out, he met Xiao Jun who lived next door. Xiao Jun was also excited when he saw Su Hao. Are you going to challenge the magic puppet formation too? Come on, I have made a breakthrough in my strength this time. I will definitely be able to catch up with you and pass the 2nd level of the magic puppet formation. Then good luck to you. Su Hao touched his nose speechlessly. He had already passed the 5th level. Did this guy naively think that he could catch up with his progress? The two of them came all the way to the outside of the magic puppet array. The atmosphere in the entire magic puppet array was obviously a little abnormal at this time. What's wrong? Xiao Jun noticed the atmosphere and asked a Daoji sect disciple with some confusion. Ding ding ding! Before the man could answer, melodious bell sounds rang out from the magic puppet formation not far away, which made everyone inside and outside the magic puppet formation look full of admiration and envy. This bell sound means someone has passed through the 6th level of the magic puppet formation. After a moment of surprise, Xiao Jun said with a look of astonishment on his face. Past the 6th level of the demon puppet array? Su Hao was also slightly surprised. The 6th level of the demon puppet array was a watershed. Those who passed the 6th level of the demon puppet array could become the elite among the outer disciples. Every elite disciple, if nothing unexpected happened, would be able to be promoted to the innate realm in the future and become an inner disciple. They could look forward to the Immortal Gate and become the backbone of Daoji sect. Therefore, for those who break through the 6th level of the magic puppet formation for the first time, bells will be rung inside the magic puppet formation to celebrate. This is regarded by many people as the supreme honor. Here he comes out, it's senior brother Fang Jing. Brother Fang Jing failed to pass the 6th level last time, but now he has finally succeeded and entered the elite list. At this time, a slightly disheveled man walked out of the magic puppet formation, his face full of ecstasy. It was the senior brother Fang Jing that Su Hao had met last time. Ding ding ding! Fang Jing failed in his attempt to break through to the 6th level of the demon puppet array last month, but he finally succeeded this time. The sound of bells was melodious, and Fang Jing was bathed in glory. At this moment, he sat cross-legged in a very undignified manner and began to regulate his breathing. After passing the 6th floor, Fang Jing had almost exhausted all his strength. He felt a little faint and adjusted his breathing on the spot. No one was so tactless as to disturb him at this time. Senior brother Fang Jing is truly extremely talented. He is not even 30 years old yet, and there is a 99% chance that he can enter the innate realm. There is hope that he can open the gate to immortality in the future. Where is brother Su? Xiao Jun's face was full of envy and admiration. He regarded Fang Jing as his goal to pursue and surpass, muttering to himself, but he suddenly looked towards where Su Hao was, only to find that Su Hao had disappeared. He scratched his head, not knowing where Su Hao had gone. Haha, if no one enters the formation, I won't be polite. Su Hao had already entered the magic puppet formation with a smile on his face. The others were attracted by the square well and no one entered the magic puppet formation. Su Hao did not miss this opportunity and took the opportunity to enter the magic puppet formation directly, otherwise he would have to wait in line for a long time. This kid comes again? The old man who was guarding outside the magic puppet array's eyes lit up. He noticed that the person who entered the array was Su Hao, who had broken through the 5th level of the magic puppet array with the cultivation level of a first-class warrior a month ago. There is no doubt that the white-haired old man had already remembered Su Hao, and he couldn't help but look forward to it, although he didn't think Su Hao would have the strength to break through the 6th level of the magic puppet formation so quickly. Inside the magic puppet formation, on a scorched yellow battlefield, the soil was surging, and just like last time, puppets made of rocks emerged from the earth one after another. The 3 black rock puppets strode towards Su Hao without saying a word, like 3 ferocious beasts. Puff! Su Hao slashed with his sword casually. Now his blood demon body had been upgraded to the 3rd level of perfection. His physique had doubled, and his strength had increased a lot. His power had doubled, and his lethality had increased by more than double. With this sword, all 3 black rock puppets were cut in half. The puppets that were fatally injured automatically turned into rocks, and then new puppets appeared from the ground, and the 2nd level of the magic puppet formation was activated. Su Hao still passed it easily, and then the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. Just like last time, Su Hao passed them one by one. Although there were no contribution points this time, the experience points brought by these puppets were not a small number. Su Hao welcomed them to come a few more times with both hands. The last time Su Hao passed the 5th level he was already exhausted, but with his physique greatly strengthened, this time he easily used the Thunder Sword technique to kill the 5th level's extremely defensive puppet without even taking a breath. The 6th level. The white-haired old man outside the magic puppet formation felt it silently. Are you not going to give up? The 6th and 5th levels are a watershed. Among the 80 to 90,000 outer disciples, there are only less than 200 who can pass the 6th level. Anyone who can pass the 6th level of the magic puppet formation is an absolute elite among the outer disciples. The white-haired old man didn't think Su Hao could get through. If he really did, Su Hao would create an unprecedented record, breaking through the 6th level of the magic puppet formation with the strength of a first-class warrior. You know, many peak-acquired warriors may not be able to break through the 6th level of the magic puppet formation. Chapter 41 Breaking the 6th Layer Demonic Puppet Formation. Crack, crack, crack! Su Hao was waiting quietly at this time. In front of him, the ground was torn apart, and gradually one demon puppet after another crawled out of the ground. These magic puppets are completely different from the previous ones. Each magic puppet seems to be carved out of silver, with silver light flowing all over the body. The magic puppet on the 6th floor is a silver puppet. The aura emanating from each silver puppet is extremely powerful. Each one is considered a very powerful existence in the acquired realm. And like the previous ones, there are a total of 12 silver puppets. Some of them held spears, some held shields, and some held bows and arrows. There was a silver light flashing in their empty eyes, and they were filled with a dangerous aura. This is the 6th level of the magic puppet formation. If you break through it, you will get a reward of 20,000 contribution points. Roar! Without any pause, several silver puppets roared and rushed towards Su Hao. Call out! Before these silver puppets got close to Su Hao, the 3 silver puppets holding bows and arrows fired 3 arrows at the sky. When the 3 arrows flew to a certain height, they suddenly turned like meteors and fell down, blocking Su Hao's direction to dodge. Together with the several silver puppets rushing over, they were going to defeat Su Hao right from the start. 3 arrows and the weapons of several silver puppets came towards Su Hao almost at the same time. Facing the siege of nearly 10 powerful acquired level warriors at the same time, even a strong acquired level warrior at the peak of his power would end up in defeat if he was not careful. Come on, swift wind blade intent! Su Hao was full of fighting spirit. Thunder exploded in his lungs and spread to his whole body. Every muscle was full of activity, bursting out with astonishing speed and strength. Su Hao condensed the wind sword intent, and in just a moment, he struck out 10 times in a row. Ding ding ding! Su Hao seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms. Although he only had 1 sword, in an instant he released a huge amount of sword energy, blocking all the arrows and weapons. Sparks flew in the air. Su Hao now possessed a force of 20,000 kilograms with 1 arm. Combined with the amplification of thunder breathing, he forcibly shook the surrounding silver puppets that were besieging Su Hao back several steps. But after a brief pause, these silver puppets attacked with even more fierce force, surrounding and killing him, not giving Su Hao any chance to breathe. The defense of these silver puppets was only stronger than that of the puppets on the 5th level. Not only that, they would not stand still and allow themselves to be attacked, which increased the difficulty by more than several times. The secret technique of burning blood. The silver puppets completely blocked Su Hao's space to dodge. If it were anyone else at this moment, they would have no choice but to admit defeat and give up, otherwise their lives would be in danger. But at this moment, Su Hao instantly activated the secret technique of burning blood. From the pores on Su Hao's skin, wisps of blood-red mist gushed out and burned fiercely, forming a blood-colored fire coat that wrapped around Su Hao. Su Hao's aura instantly doubled or tripled. The secret art of burning blood is a secret art that burns one's own blood and internal energy. It is extremely harmful to the body. An ordinary warrior needs to recuperate for 10 days or half a month after using it. If it is maintained for a little longer, it will damage the essence and even lead to direct death. But Su Hao has perfected the 3rd level of the blood demon body. 1 drop of his blood is worth 10 drops of blood from others. He can use the blood-burning secret art as an ordinary secret art without putting too much strain on his body. Puff, puff, puff! Weapons chopped down Su Hao's body, breaking it into pieces, but this was just an afterimage. Su Hao, who had activated the blood-burning secret technique, doubled his speed and turned directly into a blood-colored shadow, escaping from the encirclement of these silver puppets. Wind and thunder slash! Su Hao appeared behind a silver puppet. Before it could react, the wind and thunder sword intent merged together, and a dazzling sword energy struck the back of its neck. Puff! Su Hao now possesses a divine power of 20,000 kilograms, plus the blessing of the secret art of burning blood. The lethality of this sword can be imagined. The back of the silver puppet's neck was cut off, and the blade cut off its head with great ease. Ding! The silver puppet was killed successfully. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 experience points. The silver puppet's corpse separated, and its body immediately fell limp to the ground, turning back into rock and soil, killing it in 1 blow. Okay, these silver puppets have stronger defense than the 5th level puppets, but they still can't stop my current sword. Su Hao's eyes lit up. This was the terrifying aspect of the blood-burning secret art combined with the blood demon body. The secret art that could only be used at the risk of one's life was used as if it were an ordinary martial art. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! 3 arrows shot out again. Each arrow seemed to be faster than the speed of sound, bringing out a whistling sound that broke through the air. However, at this time, Su Hao transformed the thunder-breathing method into the blood-breathing method, and combined with the blood demon body, the effect was doubled. Everything around seemed to become static, and the 3 arrows also became extremely slow. Su Hao dragged a bloody shadow and avoided the attack of arrows with an easy turn. In the blink of an eye, he passed the obstruction of the silver puppets and appeared in front of 3 silver puppets holding bows and arrows. He raised the cold current knife, and bursts of dark thunder rolled. Thunder sword technique. Boom! The pitch-black thunder gathered into sword energy, like a world-destroying power crushing past. The 3 silver puppets holding bows and arrows had no time to dodge, and their powerful defenses were completely unable to withstand this horrific attack. They were all cut through the waist, and their bodies that were cut in half fell heavily to the ground. The secret technique of burning blood was activated. Su Hao was so powerful that he was covered in blood-stained clothes. He could kill the silver puppet in a flash. Puff, puff, puff! Su Hao did not waste time. Every minute and every second would burn his own energy and blood, which would make him weak and damage his body over time. Su Hao's speed was too fast. Those silver puppets couldn't catch the corner of Su Hao's clothes at all and could only take the beating unilaterally. Puff, puff, puff! Su Hao turned into a bloody shadow and passed between the 2 silver puppets. Accompanied by the violent thunder blade energy, the bodies of the 2 silver puppets fell to the ground separated. Ding! The silver puppet was killed successfully. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 experience points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 experience points. A system notification sounded, and a smile appeared on Su Hao's face. Passed. The 12 silver puppets on the 6th floor were all chopped down by Su Hao's sword. Strange, who just entered the magic puppet formation? And he hasn't come out for so long. I don't know. Just now, senior brother Fang Jing attracted everyone's attention, and someone took the opportunity to cut in line. On the square outside the magic puppet array, the Daoji sect disciples all reacted at this time. They discovered that the magic puppet array occasionally emitted thunderous sounds, which were quite shocking. An unknown Daoji sect disciple was trying to break into the array. Moreover, so much time has passed, the other party must have gone through quite a few levels. Chapter 42. The Daoji sect disciples were shocked. I finally made it through the 6th level of the demon puppet array. 20,000 contribution points, plus my previous accumulation. Maybe I can try to break through to the innate realm. Fang Jing adjusted his breathing at this time, thinking secretly with a smile on his face. Seeing the admiring eyes of the disciples around him, he felt satisfied in his heart. Today, his name is destined to spread throughout the outer sect of Daoji sect. This is an honor. Not everyone can make it through the 6th level of the demon puppet array. He really. At this moment, a look of shock and disbelief suddenly appeared on the white-haired old man's face. He had been sensing the situation in the magic puppet formation. He sensed at the first moment that all the magic puppets on the 6th floor had been killed by Su Hao. How amazing is this? Passing through the 6th level of the demon puppet array with the cultivation of a first-class warrior is simply unbelievable, and has created a record for the Daoji sect. Strange, where did Brother Su go? He didn't even say hello. Xiao Jun complained secretly. He still wanted to compete with Su Hao to see if he could catch up with his progress this time. Ding ding ding! At this moment, a melodious bell sound rang out from the magic puppet formation. The sound of the bell made everyone silent. Xiao Jun was shocked. This bell sound, has someone else broken through the 6th level of the magic puppet formation? Fang Jing, who was originally full of joy, froze his smile, a little bit unbelieving. I just broke through the 6th level of the magic puppet formation, and someone else broke through the magic puppet formation a step later? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Has anyone else made it past the 6th level of the demonic puppet array? Today, there are 2 more outer sect elites. There is no doubt that all the disciples outside the magic puppet array were in an uproar. Within one day, 2 people successively broke through the 6th level of the magic puppet array and would be included in the outer sect elite list. Ding ding ding! The bell rang 6 times and then slowly stopped. The bell would only ring for the first time after passing through the 6th level of the magic puppet formation. This was a kind of honor. And in the magic puppet formation, magic puppets rose from the ground again on the battlefield in front of Su Hao. This time there were 24 silver puppets, and they were stronger than the previous silver puppets. Forget it, I'll come back after the 7th floor, when I'm promoted to the acquired realm. It's too much of a burden for me to go through it now. The magic puppet formation on the 7th floor began. Su Hao briefly observed the strength of the 24 silver puppets on the opposite side and decided to give up. There were only 3 people in the entire outer sect who managed to get through the 8th level of the demon puppet array. As for the outer sect disciples who managed to get through the 7th level of the demon puppet array, there were only about 20 of them in the entire outer sect. It was extremely difficult. Su Hao felt that if he forced his way in, he might be able to get through the 7th level of the magic puppet formation, but this would be too much of a burden for him. After cultivating the 3rd level of perfect blood demon body, the blood-burning secret technique was not so burdensome for Su Hao. But if it lasts too long, it will have an impact on Su Hao. The puppets on the 7th floor are stronger, and their number is doubled. It will not be easy to pass through them. Anyway, there will be opportunities to break through the formation in the future, so there is no need to rush. Otherwise, even if you force your way through the 7th level, you will regret it if you damage your origin. The contribution points earned this time are enough for Su Hao to exchange for resources to advance to the day after tomorrow. It will definitely be easier to break through the magic puppet formation after reaching the day after tomorrow. Stop breaking through the formation. After weighing the 2 options, Su Hao chose to end the breakout. A repulsive force pushed him out of the magic puppet formation. The person inside is about to come out. Who could it be? He should be a veteran outer sect disciple with a rich experience, just like senior brother Fang Jing. At this time, everyone was staring at the exit of the magic puppet formation. Everyone wanted to see who had passed the 6th level of the magic puppet formation. But when they saw the handsome young man walking out of the entrance, everyone was stunned. Su Hao looked too young and unfamiliar. He was most likely a disciple who had recently joined Daoji sect. Moreover, his cultivation was only at the first-rate warrior level. Could it be that he had made it through the 6th level of the demon puppet array? This is unbelievable. How is it possible? I just joined Daoji sect when I was his age. Senior brother Fang Jing shook his head in disbelief. He just joined Daoji sect when he was Su Hao's age, but Su Hao had already passed the 6th level of the demon puppet array. This is too unbelievable. Brother Su. Xiao Jun was the most shocked. He was still wondering where Su Hao had gone. It turned out that it was Su Hao who was fighting in the magic puppet formation. If he had passed the 6th level of the magic puppet formation, wouldn't he be included in the outer sect elite list? He entered the sect 2 months later than himself. Not bad, the white-haired old man said with admiration on his face. Unlike the doubts of others, the white-haired old man knew that Su Hao had really passed the 6th level. Last time he only passed the 5th level. This speed of progress was too exaggerated. So many people? Su Hao was not used to being stared at with questioning eyes by so many people. He touched his nose and did not bother to pay attention. He prepared to leave the magic puppet formation and go to the treasure pavilion. Now he had obtained 20,000 contribution points, which were enough for him to buy enough cultivation resources to transform his internal strength into true energy and advance to the postnatal warrior realm. Wait! Su Hao was about to leave, but someone didn't want to. A fair-faced man stood in front of Su Hao and stared at him. It was senior brother Fang Jing. Is there something wrong? Su Hao frowned, not knowing how he had offended him. Fang Jing's face was full of doubt as he said, You made it through the 6th level of the demon puppet array? That's impossible! Su Hao was too lazy to talk. He had little experience, and said that everything was impossible. It took Fang Jing 10 years to break through the 6th level of the magic puppet array, but he broke through it so quickly. It seemed to make him a little unbalanced. You must prove that you have the ability to pass the 6th level. Come and fight me. If you win, I will believe that you have passed the 6th level of the magic puppet array. Fang Jing stared at Su Hao closely. In his heart, he was unwilling to believe that Su Hao, a boy who was 10 years younger than him, had the ability to pass the 6th level of the magic puppet array. He was also considered a genius, but it took him 10 years. What about Su Hao? Why should I prove it to you? Su Hao's eyes were cold, and he said indifferently. Whether others believed that he had made it through or not, it was none of his business. He was not bored enough to fight with Fang Jing. There would be no other benefit from winning except making himself more noticeable. He did not want the magic puppet formation to be in the spotlight. Don't even think about leaving if you don't prove yourself. Fang Jing was relentless and blocked Su Hao's way, gritting his teeth. This made Su Hao's face darken, and there seemed to be a sharp flash of blood in his eyes. He looked directly into Fang Jing's eyes, making Fang Jing feel as if his eyes were pricked by a needle. He couldn't help but feel inexplicably panicked. Su Hao said coldly, I can fight with you. You just broke through the 6th level of the magic puppet formation, right? I have 20,000 contribution points. I bet 20,000 contribution points with you. Whoever loses will get 20,000 contribution points. How about it? The conflict between the two sides had already made everyone excited, and Su Hao even offered to bet with Fang Jing for 20,000 contribution points, which undoubtedly ignited everyone's emotions. 20,000 contribution points. I've been here for 3 to 5 years, and I've never seen so many contribution points. Brother Fang Jing promised him that I don't believe this newcomer has the strength to break through the 6th level of the magic puppet formation. Naturally, the other Dao Ji sect disciples were eager to watch the fun and started to make a fuss, asking Fang Jing to agree to Su Hao's bet. Brother Su, do you really have the strength to rival Brother Fang Jing? Xiao Jun was still immersed in shock. He really couldn't accept that this young man, who was familiar with him and had called him brother when they first joined the sect, had the strength to enter the elite list. Chapter 43 Nangong Lianling. Not only the Dao Ji sect disciples, but even the white-haired old man guarding the demon puppet array smiled and said, If you two want to gamble, I can be the referee. I guarantee that no one will dare to deny the debt if they lose. The white-haired old man also became interested and wanted to see Su Hao take action with his own eyes. He felt that Su Hao had a greater chance of winning. If some time passed, Fang Jing would be completely no match for Su Hao. This man had created a record for the Dao Ji sect. The others were all cheering, but Fang Jing hesitated. Su Hao's eyes were sharp and confident, which made Fang Jing vaguely believe that perhaps Su Hao had really made it through the 6th level of the demon puppet array. Moreover, the most important thing was that the bet was too big. 20,000 contribution points. If he lost, he would lose such a large amount of contribution points. In the future, he would have to prepare for a long time before he could have the capital to impact the innate realm. He can't afford to lose. Forget it. There's no need to take such a risk just for a fight of pride. Fang Jing was almost 30 years old after all, and he suppressed his impulse. Humph, both you and I just got through the formation today. We've lost a lot of physical strength and are not in our peak condition. Even if I beat you, you probably won't accept it. Wait until you've recovered and we can fight again another day. Fang Jing was already scared in his heart, but he snorted coldly and found an excuse for himself to avoid the fight. After saying this, Fang Jing strode away quickly, regardless of the shocked looks of the crowd. This senior brother Fang Jing refused to fight. Is he afraid of losing? What do you mean you're afraid of losing? Brother Fang Jing doesn't want to bully the weak. Fang Jing's departure caused the Dao Ji sect disciples present to discuss in low voices. Some felt that Fang Jing had become cowardly, while others felt that Fang Jing did not want to bully the weak. Su Hao shook his head speechlessly. He did not chase after Fang Jing and fight with him. Keeping a low profile was what Sui had told him. After arriving at Dao Ji sect, Su Hao kept a low profile after knowing his own life experience. The commotion caused by the demon puppet formation today was not what he wanted, so naturally he didn't want to have any more gambling fights with Fang Jing and attract attention. Seeing Fang Jing admit defeat and run away, Su Hao did not delay and left directly to the treasure pavilion to exchange for cultivation resources so that he could quickly advance to the postnatal warrior realm. Su Hao left the magic puppet formation and was walking on the road. At this time, several disciples of Dao Ji sect ran towards him in a hurry, and almost bumped into Su Hao. Hurry up, I heard that senior sister Lianling is going to duel with senior sister Feng Dai. They are both elite outer sect disciples. It will definitely be a good show. Su Hao was almost hit. He frowned but said nothing and prepared to continue heading to the treasure pavilion. But he suddenly heard the conversation between those outer disciples who were running at high speed. A duel between senior sister Lianling and senior sister Feng Dai? Su Hao was stunned. This senior sister Lianling was, unsurprisingly, referring to Nangong Lianling. In Doji sect, strength is respected, and those with strong strength are naturally senior sisters and brothers. Nangong Lianling ranked over 90 on the elite list, so even though she was young, she was called senior sister by these outer disciples. Lianling wants to duel with others? Su Hao was surprised. His sister Nangong Lianling wanted to duel with some senior sister Feng Dai. Su Hao was slightly stunned, but without any hesitation, he immediately followed those outer disciples and rushed away. Why would Lianling duel with others? Let's go and see. Su Hao was puzzled and changed his purpose of going to the treasure pavilion. He decided to follow and see what was going on. At the same time, Su Hao couldn't help feeling a little excited. He had been in Daoji sect for more than 2 months, and today he was finally going to see his sister whom he had never met before. Feng Dai, you are going too far. Why do you spread those rumors so wantonly? A clear and pleasant voice, but with a hint of anger, was heard from a wide martial arts field in Doji sect. Thousands of people have gathered outside the martial arts arena, and the number is still increasing. The fact that 2 elite intersect disciples are going to duel, and they are 2 rare and beautiful female disciples, undoubtedly shocked the entire outer sect disciples of Daoji sect. After hearing the news, many people put down what they were doing and rushed to watch the excitement as quickly as possible. Su Hao saw 2 people standing on the arena in the distance. One of them was a woman in her 20s wearing a red dress. She had an extremely hot body and was a rare beauty. The other girl looked only about 15 or 16 years old, with a petite figure, wearing a purple dress, delicate features, and exuding the youthful vitality unique to girls. Her beauty seemed like God's most outstanding creation. Although she was still young, she could make the mature woman opposite her, who was worthy of being called a beauty, pale in comparison. She is Lianling? Su Hao was also slightly stunned. His parents were really unfair. Not only is his talent inferior to his sister's, but his appearance is also inferior. Although Su Hao can be considered handsome, his beauty is obviously not on the same level as Nangong Lianling. Su Hao even doubts whether he is his biological daughter. Su Hao couldn't help but feel excited when he saw Nangong Lianling, but he also knew that now was not the time to recognize each other. At the same time, he frowned, as if Baiming Lianling had gotten into some trouble. Ah? What rumors? Why don't you tell me about them? The mature woman was the so-called senior sister Feng Dai. Facing Nangong Lianling's questioning, she smiled with an aggrieved and confused look on her face. Suddenly you came to me and wanted to duel with me. I am also innocent. As she spoke, Feng Dai spread out her hands, looking helpless. Those words you said. Nangong Lianling's face flushed red. With her upbringing, she couldn't say such dirty words. She didn't provoke this Feng Dai at all, but the other party said some bad things about her behind her back. When she found out, she was furious and went straight to Feng Dai to duel with her. This little girl is not only the granddaughter of the sect leader, but she is also so beautiful and talented. Even Brother Xiong mentioned her not long ago. Why does she get all the good things? Feng Dai had a smile on her face, but she was burning with jealousy in her heart. Feng Dai was also born into a noble family, and could be considered outstanding. However, compared with Nangong Lianling, she was completely inferior, whether in appearance, birth, or talent. What Feng Dai could not tolerate the most was that the person she loved also seemed to admire Nangong Lianling very much, and even mentioned it in front of her. This completely ignited the pent-up jealousy in Fengdia's heart, and she decided to vent her anger. Feng Dai deliberately let someone spread some rumors that reached Nangong Lianling's ears, making her extremely furious. As expected, Nangong Lianling came to her house and wanted to duel with her, which was exactly what Feng Dai wanted. Chapter 44 Earth Level Spiritual Roots. Anyway, I must make you apologize. Nangong Lianling pulled out a long sword with a halo of light, pointed the sword at Feng Dai, and said angrily, Junior sister Nangong, although you are the granddaughter of the sect master and have a noble status, you cannot use your status to slander others. Feng Dai smiled indifferently. You can fight me if you win, I will apologize if you lose, you have to give me an Xiantian pill to make amends. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present showed astonishment on their faces. Feng, Senior Sister Feng Dai is really bold to ask for an Xiantian pill. Yes, this Xiantian pill can increase the chances of being promoted to the Xiantian realm. The value of a Xiantian pill is definitely very high. Many Daoji sect disciples gasped, thinking that Feng Dai was asking for too much. This old woman has gone too far. Su Hao's heart was also filled with anger. Just from Fengdia's performance, he knew that this was a premeditated action by Feng Dai. She not only wanted to suppress Nangong Lianling, but also to gain benefits. Nangong Lianling hesitated. She did have one Xiantian pill, which was given to her by the Nangong family. But she only had one, and she was going to keep it for when she reached the Xiantian realm. But seeing Fengdia's innocent smile, she couldn't stand it and said directly, "Okay. I promise you, if you lose, you must apologize to me in front of everyone." Of course. Feng Dai was delighted to see Nangong Lianling take the bait so easily, and quickly said to a man in black not far away, "Deacon Liao, please help to provide evidence and preside over this duel." Okay. The man in black was a deacon of Daoji sect. Although he was not as powerful as the elders who had opened the Immortal Gate, he was also a man of high position and power. Hearing this, he nodded slightly. Then Steward Liao said loudly, "Outer sect disciple Nangong Lianling and Feng Dai are dueling. They must not cause fatal injuries to their opponents. If Nangong Lianling wins, Feng Dai must apologize in front of everyone. If Feng Dai wins, Nangong Lianling must give a Xiantian pill as an apology. If anyone violates the rules, they will be punished. Others are not allowed to interfere with the duel." Su Hao frowned secretly, thinking that Nangong Lianling was too impulsive, but if it were him, he would definitely not be able to bear it. Now that the duel has begun, he can only wait and see the situation, hoping that Nangong Lianling can win the duel. "Come on, Senior Sister Nangong!" Many Daoji sect disciples shouted in indignation at this time. This Feng Dai was very arrogant in the outer sect and did not take ordinary disciples seriously. He was high-handed and many people disliked him. As for Nangong Lianling, he was very well educated and polite to everyone. The contrast was sharp. In addition, this was obviously a conspiracy against Nangong Lianling. Feng Dai also called Deacon Liao as the referee. It was premeditated, which naturally made everyone want Nangong Lianling to win. Sister Feng Dai is also a disciple on the elite list, and she is 2 places higher than Sister Nangong. It's hard to predict who will win. A disciple shook his head and said, "Nangong Lianling has outstanding talent. She has passed the 6th level of the magic puppet array before she was 16 years old. She can be said to have a bright future, but she is still young after all." Feng Dai also has the ability to pass the 6th level of the magic puppet array. She is 2 places higher than Nangong Lianling on the elite list. "Come on, Senior Sister Nangong!" It was hard to say who would win or lose in the battle between the two, which further aroused the emotions in the hearts of all the disciples of Daoji sect. Many people cheered for Nangong Lianling, which made Feng Dai look very unhappy. She seemed to have offended everyone. Everyone hoped that Nangong Lianling would win. "Come on, blow this old woman's head off!" Among these people, there was a young man who was particularly unruly and shouted the loudest. This person was naturally Su Hao. This made Fengdia's face gloomy. If not everyone was shouting, she really had the urge to drag this young man out and beat him up. "Humph, I will definitely be the winner today. Not only can I make this little girl look bad, but I can also get an innate pill. With the help of this innate pill, I will be able to advance to the innate realm soon." Feng Dai pretended not to hear, but she snorted coldly in her heart. In that case, she must win this duel and let everyone understand that everything else is useless, only strength is the hard truth. "The duel begins!" Deacon Liao announced loudly. "Junior Sister Nangong, I'll play with you today!" Feng Dai laughed, but her smile was fake. Recently, people have always compared her with this little girl, and she wanted to vent her anger. "Rub!" Feng Dai also drew out her weapon. Her weapon was also a sword with a dazzling halo. Feng Dai, who came from an extraordinary family, also had the support of resources from her family. The secret techniques she practiced and the weapons she possessed were all top-notch. Nangong Lianling said nothing. Once she entered combat mode, she seemed like a different person. There was no expression on her face. She just stood there quietly, but she had an unusual temperament. Call out! Feng Dai took the initiative to attack, and a long sword burst out with a dazzling halo, which made many people watching in the audience feel the pain in their eyes and narrowed their eyes slightly. At this moment, Fengdia's red dress fluttered, and she approached Nangong Lianling like a ghost, and the sword blade turned into a stream of light and stabbed straight out. And in the dazzling halo, the long sword was actually split into 5 parts, making it difficult to tell the real one from the fake one. It's the sword technique of the strange butterfly. It is indeed extremely strange. Many outer disciples felt a chill in their hearts. The sword technique used by the phoenix butterfly was deadly in every move. It could be said to be a sword technique born for killing. It was rare for a woman to practice this kind of sword technique. Clang! Nangong Lianling shook her wrist and drew her sword in an instant. Her sword stabbed straight out, and the blade collided with Fengdia's sword in the air, making a sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. It actually ignored the rest of the light and shadows and pointed directly at the true body of Fengdia's sword. Feng Dai was also slightly surprised, and then without any hesitation, the long sword glowed with a halo, like a ghost, and made a whistling sound. The whole sword disappeared into the air. The naked eye could not see the speed at which she drew the sword, which made people sweat for Nangong Lianling. But what was surprising was that Nangong Lianling held the sword in one hand and simply closed her eyes. She struck out with the sword in her hand repeatedly, but she easily blocked the stabbing moves every time. Ding ding ding! The 2 swords kept colliding in the air. In just 1 or 2 breaths, they had collided dozens of times. The sword energy was so turbulent that ripples appeared in the air. Many outer disciples were dazzled and horrified by this scene. This was the level of the top 90 on the elite list, which was totally incomparable to ordinary disciples. In the duel between the two, many people could hardly see their swords clearly. If someone else went up there, they would probably be pierced through the heart by the sword at the first sight. Damn, this little girl can actually parry my strange butterfly sword technique so easily? Feng Dai was horrified. Her sword stirred up dazzling sword energy, and the sword's shadow disappeared without a trace. However, Nangong Lianling closed her eyes and took it easily. It's the Tongming sword cannon, the Nangong family's secret. It is extremely difficult to practice and requires outstanding talent in swordsmanship. And this Nangong Lianling has already reached the point where the sword moves with her heart and her sword heart is clear. She is probably only 1 step away from mastering the sword intent. Deacon Liao was secretly surprised when he saw the duel between the two. Nangong Lianling's talent is indeed extraordinary. According to the rumors that Deacon Liao heard vaguely, the quality of the spiritual roots possessed by the granddaughter of the sect leader has surpassed the limitations of high-level spiritual roots. The quality of her spiritual roots is very likely to be Earth's spiritual roots. Earth-level spiritual roots are rare in the world, and higher-level heaven-level spiritual roots are legendary. Chapter 45: A Flash of Blood. If Nangong Lianling could further master the sword intent, Feng Dai would not be qualified to fight her at all. But even if she didn't master the sword intent, the Tongming sword cannon that Nangong Lianling had learned made her as skilled as a kendo master, and she could easily see through her opponent's sword moves. Gradually, Feng Dai felt powerless and was restricted everywhere, as if Nangong Lianling had completely cracked her swordsmanship. Impossible! How could I not be a match for this little girl? The more she fought, the more strenuous it became. Feng Dai found it hard to accept. Her mood became chaotic and her sword moves became messy as well. She secretly thought that this was not good. Puff! Nangong Lianling did not miss this flaw. The sword flashed, and Feng Dai staggered back with a groan. A blood mark appeared on the wrist holding the sword, and blood slowly dripped out of the wound. Nangong Lianling pointed her sword at Feng Dai. You lost. According to the bet, you have to apologize to me in front of everyone for what you said. Good! Su Hao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the scene, and a smile appeared on his face. Nangong Lianling's strength was stronger than he imagined. Her swordsmanship had reached a very terrifying level. She easily defeated the Papilio that also used swordsmanship. Nangong Lianling had held back when she struck the sword just now, and only cut Fengdia's wrist. If she had not held back, her entire hand would have been cut off at the wrist. Senior Sister Nangong won? Ha ha! Too strong! Senior Sister Nangong's swordsmanship is simply amazing. I can't even see how she strikes with her sword. All the Daoji sect disciples present were very happy to see this scene, and they felt relieved. If Feng Nai had won, they would probably be depressed. Won? You didn't win! Feng Dia's wrist was bleeding and her beautiful cheeks were twisted, giving people a sense of ruthlessness. How could she lose this duel so easily? Feng Dai suddenly took out a talisman from her arms, shook her hand, and the talisman burned. 3 huge shadows slowly emerged from it. There were 3 butterflies, very huge butterflies, each with a wingspan of 3 or 4 meters. The edges of their wings were as sharp as knife blades, and their bodies were covered with black spots. What was even more strange was that these 3 butterflies had human faces, which were weird and twisted, and really creepy. Demons and ghosts? Su Hao was surprised. There were actually 3 demons and ghosts released from the phoenix butterfly talisman. Moreover, the 3 demons seemed to be obeying the orders of the swallowtail butterfly. They flew in the air, flapping their wings, and looking down at Nangong Lianling below. The swallowtail butterfly sneered and said, "These 3 little darlings are my pets. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Isn't this too despicable? A duel actually summoned demons and ghosts?" Many Daoji sect disciples had hostility in their eyes. All warriors hated the man-eating demons and ghosts, but this phoenix butterfly could actually drive the demons and ghosts to fight the enemy? The swallowtail butterfly sneered. "What do you mean by despicable? These 3 ghost-faced butterflies were subdued by my family at a great cost. They are equivalent to my weapons, just like the swords in your hands. Isn't it normal to use them in a duel?" Ahem, the duel continues. Deacon Liao was obviously very biased towards Feng Dai. He coughed dryly and let the duel continue, tacitly agreeing that Feng Dai would control the demon ghost to fight the enemy. Su Hao was also angry in his heart. This was indeed a bit despicable. Demons and ghosts were living things, while weapons were dead things. How could they be the same? Senior sister Feng Dai is so despicable. This is a demon ghost. She actually controls the demon ghost to participate in the duel? Deacon Liao didn't even stop her. Not far behind Su Hao, Jiao Jun also came. He was also surprised to see this scene. Feng Dai ignored the doubts and directly ordered, "My dears, defeat her!" Hiss! When the 3 demon ghost butterflies received the order, a hint of coldness appeared on their ghost faces. Each of these 3 ghost-faced butterflies possessed the strength of the late-acquired stage. When the 3 ghost-faced butterflies joined forces, they were incomparably powerful. They made a hissing sound, flapped their huge wings, and rolled up gusts of wind and waves that blew towards Nangong Lianling. Nangong Lianling was blown so hard that she was almost unsteady on her feet, and one of the ghost-faced butterflies swooped down from the sky, with one of its huge wings slashing down like a blade. Nangong Lianling had an extremely uneasy look on her face. She felt that the ghost face of the ghost-faced butterfly made her feel upset and confused, and even her clear mind could not be maintained. Laugh! Facing the attack of the ghost-faced butterfly, Nangong Lianling gathered her true energy, and a condensed and sharp sword energy surged out, slashing on the wings of the ghost-faced butterfly. Immediately, a huge gap was torn in the wings of the ghost-faced butterfly, and it fell from the sky. But as it fell, the ghost-faced butterfly let out a sharp cry because of the pain in its wings. Squeak! The cry was too sharp, as if needles were piercing into the eardrums. Many Daoji sect disciples who were watching the battle covered their ears. This was the innate ability of the ghost-faced butterfly. If it was injured, it would emit a sharp scream to attack the enemy. The greater the injury, the greater the lethality of the ghost-faced butterfly's scream. Under the influence of the sudden cry, Nangong Lianling couldn't help but frown. A look of pain appeared on her little face, and her brain felt dizzy for a moment. "Stop it now!" The swallowtail butterfly, who had been watching this scene with a smile on his face, frowned. The other 2 ghost-faced butterflies saw their companion being injured, and they flew towards Nangong Lianling completely out of control, raising their sharp wings and cutting fiercely. There are some secret methods that can be used to control ghosts, but they can easily backfire, especially in a duel with humans. If they are enraged, they will never hold back. Obviously, these 3 ghost-faced butterflies have been aroused by their vicious nature as ghosts, and they don't listen to commands at all. This made Fengdia's heart tremble violently. If she killed Nangong Lianling in the duel, she would be in big trouble. The Nangong family would definitely be furious, and her end would not be good. Not good! We have to stop it! Deacon Liao, who had been paying attention to the situation here, also had his eyelids jump. Fortunately, he became alert after the phoenix butterfly summoned the demon ghost, and was ready to take action to end the duel at any time. With his cultivation level that had already entered the innate realm, it was easy for him to stop the attack of the ghost-faced butterfly. We must not let Nangong Lianling suffer any serious injury, otherwise the deacon in charge of presiding over the duel, will also be implicated. But something happened that shocked Deacon Liao. Before he could make a move, a bloody shadow rose into the sky from under the ring, hugged Nangong Lianling, and moved sideways for a distance. Call out! A flash of blood. The attacks of the two ghost-faced butterflies also missed, and only hit the afterimages. Who are you? Nangong Lianling escaped death, but she was still frightened and a little surprised. She saw that the person who saved her was a boy of the same age as her. Brother Su! Xiao Jun in the audience was stunned. He immediately recognized that the person who suddenly rushed onto the stage to save Nangong Lianling was Su Hao. Chapter 46. Kill the ghost-faced butterfly with a knife. Who is he? Deacon Liao, who was originally preparing to take action, was a little surprised. Seeing this scene, he temporarily stopped his plan to take action. He was a little confused about who Su Hao was, but the terrifying speed that Su Hao just burst out surprised him. Su Hao was always paying attention to what was happening on the stage. When he saw Nangong Lianling was in danger, he did not hesitate at all and directly activated the blood-burning secret technique and rushed onto the stage. Fortunately, he successfully saved her. Su Hao was about to speak when his face turned cold. The attacks of the two ghost-faced butterflies in the distance missed, but one of them screamed relentlessly and pounced on Su Hao again. The expression on Su Hao's face was very cold. This ghost-faced butterfly almost killed Nangong Lianling. Little, be careful! Seeing the ghost-faced butterfly flying again, Nangong Lianling hurriedly reminded. Squeak! The ghost-faced butterfly screamed, and the sound waves surged like a wave. The ghost-faced butterfly's innate ability is to make a whistling sound to disturb the enemy's mind. It is a spiritual type of attack. But it was of no use to Su Hao. Su Hao mastered two artistic conceptions. His mental strength and willpower were as condensed and sharp as the intention of a sword, and could not be disturbed at all. The ghost-faced butterfly flapped its wings, stirring up a sinister and evil aura, and came at it aggressively, but at this moment Su Hao suddenly moved. Crack! Su Hao drew his sword instantly, and the blade rubbed against the scabbard, causing a thunderous sound and a sense of destruction. Shoo! Under the horrified eyes of everyone, a 10-foot-long lightning blade cut through violently as if it had torn the sky and earth apart. The expression on the ghost-faced butterfly's hideous face froze, and then a crack appeared on its face, and its huge body fell heavily to the ground. Successfully killed the ghost-faced butterfly. Gain 12 years of internal strength. Gain 2,000 experience points. Kill with one sword. Is this the sword intent? Deacon Liao widened his eyes in shock. He could tell at a glance that Su Hao was using the sword intent, and not just the first level of sword intent. One must know that to master the state of mind, one usually reaches this level after reaching the innate realm. But the young man in front of him actually mastered the sword intent? Sword intent? Who is he? Nangong Lianling was also stunned. The young man in front of her was only 1 or 2 years older than her, but she still had some time to master the sword intent. However, Su Hao had already mastered the sword intent at the artistic conception level. She had never heard that Dao Ji sect had a young man with such an uncanny talent before. And was the other party's murderous look because she was almost injured? This made Nangong Lianling a little confused. She didn't know him. My baby! The swallowtail butterfly was relieved to see someone rescued Nangong Lianling. If Nangong Lianling died, she would be finished too. But now she saw the person who rescued Nangong Lianling kill a ghost-faced butterfly with one knife, which made the swallowtail butterfly scream miserably. These 3 ghost-faced butterflies were given to her by Papilio's father. She was able to control them only after cultivating their feelings with secret techniques since they were young. Each ghost-faced butterfly is an important fighting force for her, and the death of one would be a huge loss. You can't control the demons and ghosts to fight the enemy, but you can. I will help you get rid of them. Su Hao ignored the screams of the phoenix butterfly. He was not going to let these demons and ghosts go. They were all a huge amount of experience points. Crack! Su Haozhen moved, activated the blood-burning secret art, and performed the thunder-breathing technique. His entire body was wrapped in a layer of light golden lightning and a blood-red fire coat. His body seemed to disappear into the air. His figure flashed past the remaining two ghost-faced butterflies that wanted to open their mouths, and let out a sharp roar. At the same time, two thunderblade auras also flashed past, leaving two long traces in the air that did not dissipate for a long time. Puff! Almost at the same time, the two ghost-faced butterflies' open mouths closed, and their bodies with a wingspan of 3 or 4 meters broke in the middle. The huge corpses fell to the ground, and the blood dyed the ground red. For Su Hao now, the 3 late-stage acquired demons can be killed with just one sword if he exerts all his strength. If he wants, Su Hao even has the strength to pass the 7th level of the magic puppet formation. However, the price is too high. There are only about 20 people in the entire outer sect who have the strength to pass the 7th level of the magic puppet formation. Successfully killed the ghost-faced butterfly. Gained 12 years of internal strength. Gained 2,000 experience points. Successfully killed the ghost-faced butterfly. Obtained ghost spirit root broken. Gained 12 years of internal strength. Gained 2,000 experience points. A series of system prompts made Su Hao vent his anger. Dare to touch his sister? Let them all go to hell. The benefits of killing 3 late-stage acquired demons were enormous. He directly gained 36 years of internal force cultivation, which made the internal force in Su Hao's dantian expand a lot, and it had a tendency to be compressed and transformed into true qi. What is a ghost spiritual root? What surprised Su Hao was that after killing the 3 ghost-faced butterflies, spiritual roots actually dropped out. And these were obviously not ordinary spiritual roots, but were called ghost spiritual roots. However, before Su Hao could check the specific information of his newly acquired ghost root, a shrill scream was heard in the distance. My baby! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! It was the swallowtail butterfly. Her eyes turned red when she saw the 3 ghost-faced butterflies that she had raised with great effort being killed. The loss was too huge, so huge that she could not bear it. These 3 ghost-faced butterflies had the chance to grow to the innate realm in the future. At that time, she would have 3 innate demon ghosts as her helpers, but now they were all killed by Su Hao. Fengdia's face was distorted, and she rushed towards Su Hao madly with a long sword in hand, desperate to fight with Su Hao. Su Hao frowned. This Feng Dai was very powerful, but she had completely lost her mind at this time and was easy to deal with. Su Hao slapped the side of her long sword with his hand, easily knocking her long sword away. At the same time, he put the cold current knife in his left hand on her neck, stopping her. Stop! Deacon Liao shouted immediately when he saw this scene. And Nan Gong Lianling also said, Don't be impulsive. Don't kill her. Su Hao killed 3 ghost-faced butterflies in a row, and the murderous aura he carried made them have no doubt that Su Hao really dared to kill the swallowtail butterflies with one single strike. Su Hao naturally knew that he couldn't kill Feng Dai in public. He said coldly, Lian Ling held back just now, otherwise you would have lost an arm, but you refused to give in and even released a demon to deal with her. Now you lose, apologize now. Fengdia's face was distorted, her eyes were bloodshot, and she stared at Su Hao intently, roaring in a sharp voice. You dare to kill my baby! You're dead, you're dead! You want me to apologize? No way, kill me if you dare, come on! Swallowtail had disheveled hair and looked like a crazy woman. Su Hao sighed, slowly retracted the knife and inserted it into the scabbard. Seeing this scene, Fengdia's mouth curled up, thinking that Su Hao was scared. She was about to say something, but the next moment Su Hao's slap tore through the air without warning and came at her. Bang! The crisp sound of slaps echoed throughout the entire arena, making people feel painful when they heard it. Su Hao's palm landed on Fengdia's cheek, cracking her fair cheek. She flew backwards, and her body rolled several times in the air before falling heavily to the ground. I don't have the habit of not beating women, Su Hao said calmly. In his eyes, men and women are the same, and he will beat them up. Chapter 47 is so fierce. You! Feng Dai was stunned. There was blood at the corners of her mouth, and her teeth were loose. No one had ever hit her before, especially in front of thousands of people. This huge humiliation made her feel dizzy, and she fainted without a sound. This Feng Dai looks miserable, but it's her own fault. She deliberately lured Nangong Lianling into a duel with her, not only to embarrass her, but also to steal her Xiantian pill. Even after losing, she still refused to give up and released evil spirits, almost killing Nangong Lianling. If this wasn't the Dao Ji sect, Su Hao would have wanted to kill Feng Dai. Powerful, too powerful. Could it be that he just used the sword power? Who is he? Who on earth is he? He killed 3 acquired demons in a split second and even slapped Feng Dai. I've disliked her for a long time. The scene was silent, and then it exploded. Su Hao suddenly attacked. His sword energy was as fierce and domineering as thunder, and he even slapped Feng Dai. Many girls from Dao Ji sect's eyes lit up. This is a real man. Is this Brother Su's strength? As expected, he really passed the 6th level of the demon puppet formation. Xiao Jun's expression was extremely complicated. Su Hao's strength of easily killing 3 late-stage acquired demons was definitely enough to enter the elite list. He felt his cheeks burning as he thought about how he was too naive at that time. Ahem. Today's matter ends here, let's all go home. Let's go home. Deacon Liao coughed and announced loudly. He had only come to be the referee at the request of Feng Dai, and things almost got out of hand. He was now anxious to get out of it and didn't want to get involved anymore. Why are you helping me? Nangong Lianling felt a little complicated. She looked at Su Hao puzzledly and asked. There are too many people here. Let's go talk somewhere else. Su Hao looked around, then grabbed Nangong Lianling's slender wrist and walked towards the bottom of the ring. Nangong Lianling's pretty face flushed red, but she did not struggle. She subconsciously had a good impression of this young man. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! When the others saw this scene, they did not come over tactlessly. They all made way to let Su Hao and the others leave. Arriving at a secluded place, Su Hao's face was inexplicably nervous. He coughed and said, My name is Su Hao, my father is Su Yi, I live in Tianmeng City, my mother is Nangong Lan. I should be your brother. He had not originally planned to meet Nangong Lianling so early, but what happened today was beyond his expectations. He could no longer hide it and simply revealed his identity. You are Su Hao? Nangong Lianling was stunned, then her face flushed with excitement. I heard mother talk about you, how did you come to Dao Ji sect? Su Hao was slightly relieved when he saw Nangong Lianling knew of his existence. He asked, Where's mother? Is she okay? Hearing this, Nangong Lianling said with a somewhat sad look. Mom is fine, but because of what happened at that time, she was confined for 20 years and is not allowed to leave Chitsai Peak. The 7-colored peak is the secondary peak of Doji Mountain and is also the home of the Nangong family. Nangong Lan was confined to the 7-colored peak for 20 years because of what happened in the past, and was not allowed to leave the peak, but there were no other problems. Su Hao nodded slightly, and Nangong Lianling looked at Su Hao, her little face inexplicably flushed. She had known about her brother since she was a child, but had never met him. Today she finally met him, and he was taller and more handsome than she had imagined. Su Hao didn't know why Nangong Lianling was blushing, but he didn't know what to say either, so he could only say, Just tell mother that I'm here, don't spread the word. Tell her that dad is in good health and that she doesn't need to worry. Yeah. Nangong Lianling nodded repeatedly. Okay, you should go and have a rest too. You can come to me if you have any problems. At this time, Su Hao saw a disciple of Dao Ji Zong passing by in the distance. He said briefly that he should hide his identity as much as possible. The fewer people who know about it, the better. This would avoid a lot of trouble. Wait! At this time Nangong Lianling called Su Hao, and Su Hao looked at her in confusion. But Nangong Lianling came in front of him, stood on tiptoe, and kissed his face lightly with her soft lips. You! Feeling the soft touch remaining on his cheek, Su Hao was stunned. What are you doing? Brother, goodbye! Nangong Lianling waved her hand, her little face flushed, and turned and left quickly. My brother is so strong. He is not much older than me, but he has understood the meaning of the sword. Tell mother, she will be very happy. Nangong Lianling felt much better after seeing Su Hao. She went towards the 7-colored peak excitedly, ready to tell Nangong Lan about Su Hao. If I can be with him in the future, it wouldn't be bad. Nangong Lianling's face flushed. What Su Hao didn't know was that Nangong Lianling was not the daughter of Nangong Lan and Su Yi, let alone her biological sister. Before Nangong Lan was under house arrest, she picked up a baby girl, who was Nangong Lianling. She adopted Nangong Lianling and later found out in a spiritual root test that Nangong Lianling had outstanding talent. Although the Nangong family knew that she did not have the blood of the Nangong family, but with such talent, they tacitly assumed that she was a member of the Nangong family. Anyway, as long as Nangong Lianling marries a member of the Nangong family in the future, won't it be the same? If she has to marry a member of the Nangong family in the future, Nangong Lianling would rather marry Su Hao. Only some elders in the Nangong family knew that Nangong Lianling was not Nangong Lan's biological daughter. Even Su Yi was not aware of this. Su Hao looked at Nangong Lianling's receding back, feeling a little flustered. What was going on? He couldn't do such a beastly thing as not even letting his sister go. Maybe she's too happy to see me. Su Hao scratched his head. He thought it was normal for his sister to kiss him because she was happy. Let's go to the treasure pavilion to buy some things and reach the postnatal warrior realm as soon as possible. Su Hao restrained his inexplicable emotions. Now that he was showing his strength in front of so many disciples of Dao Ji sect, it would definitely attract a lot of people's attention, and there might be some waves. Only a strong strength could deal with all the troubles that came. I want this Tuyuan pill, 10 bottles please. Su Hao entered the treasure pavilion, and the fat middle-aged man greeted him enthusiastically. Su Hao went straight to the point. Okay. The middle-aged man was very enthusiastic, and immediately went to get the Tuyuan pill for Su Hao. This Tuyuan pill can increase the speed of transformation of internal strength. When a warrior's internal strength reaches a certain level, it will undergo a transformation and transform into true qi. This process is a natural process, and as long as there is enough time, the transformation will be completed sooner or later. But Su Hao naturally didn't want to wait slowly, and using the power of the elixir to accelerate the transformation of his internal strength was the best way, and that was the function of the Tuyuan pill. A total of 5,000 contribution points. The fat middle-aged man took 10 small porcelain bottles and said, one bottle of Tuyuan Dan required 500 contribution points, which was quite expensive for ordinary disciples. But for Su Hao, who had just passed the 6th level of the demon puppet array and had 20,000 contribution points, it was a piece of cake. He bought 10 bottles without even taking a breath. Chapter 48, Acquired Realm, Ghost Spirit Root. The middle-aged man still had a deep impression of Su Hao. Su Hao was a first-rate warrior, but he was able to come up with tens of thousands of contribution points. He was not ordinary in any way. After Su Hao paid the contribution points with his identity token, he said goodbye and left. Have you heard? Just now, a young man named Su Hao killed 3 demons in a row on the ring. Even senior sister Feng Dai was beaten up. He is too strong. He is only 16 or 17 years old, but he has the strength to enter the elite list. Yes, I heard that he even made it through the 6th level of the demonic puppet array. His talent and aptitude are no less than that of senior sister Nangong. Not long after Su Hao left, other disciples entered the treasure house and excitedly talked about what had just happened. Are they talking about the young man who left? The middle-aged man was stunned. The first person he thought of was Su Hao, a young man who was a first-rate warrior but could give out a large number of contribution points. Su Hao was indeed very popular. Today, he first broke the 6-layer magic puppet formation, and then displayed his supernatural power in front of thousands of people, easily killing 3 powerful demons and ghosts, and disfigured the famous Feng Dai in the outer sect. His name quickly spread throughout the outer sect. This was not what Su Hao wanted to see, but he had no ability to stop it. Su Hao simply went into seclusion to avoid the limelight for the time being. After a while, the heat of this matter would die down. In the training room, Su Hao checked his own situation, first of all his internal force cultivation. After killing 3 late-stage acquired demons in a row, he gained a total of 36 years of internal force cultivation, which almost doubled his internal force to the level of 76 years. Moreover, because of such abundant internal force cultivation, he already had a trend of transforming into true qi. Now he only needed the help of the Tuyuan pill to quickly make a qualitative change in his internal force and enter a whole new realm. Speaking of which, what is this ghost root? Su Hao remembered that when he killed 3 ghost-faced butterflies, a ghost root exploded. Su Hao decided to check out this ghost root first. The changes brought about by the ghost root make my mental power stronger? Su Hao felt it quietly, with a strange look in his eyes. He clearly felt that his mental power was stronger. The so-called ghost roots are actually related to the soul and can strengthen the soul and mental power. There are many types of spiritual roots. The most common ones are the spiritual roots of the 5 elements, followed by rarer mutant spiritual roots such as ice, wind, and thunder. As for the ghost spiritual roots related to the soul, they are even rarer spiritual roots. That's right. If a person's soul is strong, to some extent, his talent will be improved, and he will be more focused and efficient in doing things. Su Hao's eyes lit up. The effect brought by this ghost root is very huge, with strong soul power. If Su Hao's soul is strong enough, he would not need so much time to comprehend the swordsmanship in the broken knife. Even if his soul is strong enough, he can better comprehend the realm of artistic conception. Su Hao closed his eyes and concentrated his mind. He was even able to release his soul power to achieve a level similar to a spiritual consciousness scan. Of course, at present he could only use his soul power to explore the situation within 10 meters around him, but it was still very useful in battle, and he could clearly perceive the subtle changes in his opponent. Well, this ghost root has quite good potential, but now it is better to reach the acquired realm first. Su Hao was quite satisfied with the ghost root, but he did not stop. He opened a bottle of Tuyuan pill, took one and started to refine it. As the Tuyuan pill took effect, the internal force in Su Hao's dantian began to change. It was originally so ethereal that it was almost invisible to the naked eye, but now it has become more condensed, like a wisp of mist, and its quality has increased by several times. A wisp of true qi can defeat several strands of internal force. This is a qualitative change. The transformation process went smoothly, with almost no bottlenecks. Su Hao quickly transformed his internal strength into true qi. With the help of the Tuyuan Dan, this process took Su Hao nearly 20 days. 20 days later, Su Hao let out a long breath. From his mouth, a pale white mist came out, like clouds. Su Hao opened his eyes, and divine light flashed. Very good. I finally reached the acquired realm. The internal force in my body has transformed into true qi, and the quality has been greatly improved. Using true qi to drive martial arts can double the effect. Internal force and true qi are equivalent to fuel and energy. The stronger the energy, the more powerful the martial arts displayed. Powerful cultivation can even turn decay into magic. For example, some innate strong men can easily split rocks even with a branch. This is because they possess a higher level of energy, true essence. After reaching the acquired realm, not only did Su Hao's true qi undergo a transformation, but his body also received a cleansing of true qi. Now, he possesses a divine power of 25,000 kilograms in one arm, his own qi and blood are more abundant, and he has a lifespan of 150 years. As for the innate strong ones, their lifespan is more than 300 years. I can improve my own spiritual roots and upgrade my thunder spiritual roots and wind spiritual roots. Su Hao broke into the formation twice and killed a large number of magic puppets, plus he killed 3 ghost-faced butterflies. Now his total experience value is as high as 13,000 points. Su Hao decided to improve the quality of his spiritual roots. Ding! 5,000 experience points consumed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his Thunder Spiritual Root, primary, to Intermediate Thunder Spiritual Root. Ding! 5,000 experience points consumed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the Wind Spiritual Root, primary, to the Intermediate Wind Spiritual Root. Ding! 2,000 experience points consumed. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the Ghost Spirit Root, broken, to the primary Ghost Spirit Root. Su Hao directly consumed 12,000 experience points and upgraded his 3 spiritual roots. The Thunder Spiritual Root and Wind Spiritual Root reached intermediate quality, while the Ghost Spiritual Root reached primary quality. The benefits brought by this are too great. Both Wind and Thunder Spiritual Roots have reached intermediate quality. If the 2 kinds of sword intent of Wind and Thunder are condensed and integrated with each other, the power will be at least increased by about 5 times than before. In addition, Su Hao's cultivation has reached the acquired realm, and with the help of true energy, The power of his wind and thunder slash is probably nearly 10 times stronger than when he broke into the magic puppet formation. How exaggerated is this? Su Hao's strength has definitely made a huge leap forward. When the ghost root was upgraded to primary quality, Su Hao felt his soul warm. He could release his soul power to cover an area of 100 meters in radius, just like a radar. Within this range, not a single movement could be hidden from him. Chapter 49. First in the Outer Sect. Host Su Hao. Age 16. Cultivation, 76 years of true energy. Realm evaluation, early stage of acquired warrior. Skills practiced, purple Qi Ju, black iron level, intermediate proficiency 81%, blood demon body, incomplete, bronze level, third level of proficiency. Martial arts, wind slashing sword technique, black iron, perfect proficiency, thunder breathing technique, bronze, intermediate proficiency 91%, wind chasing body technique, bronze, intermediate 41%, blood burning secret technique, bronze, elementary proficiency 20%, blood breathing technique, bronze, intermediate proficiency 36%, thunder robbing sword technique. Silver, incomplete, elementary proficiency 71%. Mastering the artistic conception, thunder blade intent, 20% blade intent, gale blade intent, 10% blade intent. Possess spiritual roots, intermediate wind spiritual root, intermediate thunder spiritual root, primary ghost spiritual root. Remaining experience points, 1,000 points. My current strength, how does it compare to those 3 evil monsters from the Outer Sect? Su Hao looked at his basic information, and thought secretly with a smile on his face. There are 3 monsters among the Outer Sect disciples. They all have the cultivation base at the acquired realm, but they have broken through the 8-layer magic puppet formation that only innate strong men can break through. In other words, these 3 people can burst out innate level combat power with their acquired cultivation base. They are undoubtedly monster-level existences, and each of their names is well known in the Outer Sect. Even the reason why they did not enter the innate realm was to accumulate foundation, to make their future potential even greater, and to have a better chance of opening the gate to immortality. Each one of them is extraordinary and incomparable to ordinary people. Su Hao was very curious about how he compared to these 3 monsters. He was definitely not afraid of a fight. While Su Hao was in seclusion, the outside world was in turmoil because of Su Hao's affairs. In a quiet room, a man was sitting quietly. He looked to be in his 20s, with a handsome face, tall stature, and an inexplicable charm all over his body. People would feel ashamed of themselves when seeing him. He was like a scorching sun, and would be the absolute focus wherever he went. The identity of this man is extremely unusual, even known throughout Daoji sect. He is Yelu Xiong, the leader of the 3 evildoers in the Outer Sect. He has an outstanding family background and is the pride of the Yellow family, a major family in Daoji sect. He has been bathed in glory since he was a child and is known as the number 1 in the Outer Sect. He fully deserves this title. Brother Xiong, you are finally willing to see me, you must help me get revenge. A woman in red was crying like a tearful person. If Su Hao was here, he would definitely recognize that she was Feng Dai. Looking at the crying swallowtail butterfly, a trace of disgust flashed in Yelu Xiong's eyes. If it were not for the support of the other party's family, he would not look down on such a person. Tell me what happened. I still need to continue my retreat to accumulate experience, Yelu Xiong said lightly. The swallowtail butterfly wanted to find him despite being stopped, so he had to come out of retreat to deal with it. Brother Xiong, do you know what happened some time ago? Feng Dai asked with gritted teeth, and Yelu Xiong nodded without comment. Although Yelu Xiong was in seclusion, he was aware of the matter between Feng Dai and Nangong Lianling. He was surprised that a genius suddenly emerged among the outer disciples, but he did not pay too much attention to it, as Daoji sect had never lacked geniuses. Weren't those 2 geniuses who were ranked among the 3 great outer sect geniuses along with me also forced to submit to him by being suppressed by me? Fengdia's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light and she said, Brother Xiong, there is one thing that must interest you. This boy's surname is Su, and I have investigated him later. When he entered the sect, he defeated 3 acquired disciples and broke through the 6th level of the magic puppet formation. The most important thing is his identity. His identity? Yelu Xiong was stunned and frowned. The surname Su sounded familiar to him, but it was too common. It was a big surname like Zhang and Li. Feng Dai gnashed her teeth, her eyes full of undisguised hatred for Su Hao. She said in a low voice, "According to my investigation, Su Hao is from the Su family of Tianming City. I asked someone in our family who knows how to control flying demons to go to Tianming City and learn something very interesting. This Su Hao is not only from the Su family of Tianming City, but he is also the son of Su Yi more than 10 years ago. Tianming City is far away from Daoji sect. Even if you ride a fast horse one way, it will take half a month to get there. However, Fengdia's family is good at taming monsters and ghosts, including flying monsters, so it doesn't take half a month to go back and forth." But the news that the Feng Dai family brought back from Tianming City was extremely shocking. This Su Hao was actually from the Su family in Tianming City. Not only that, he was actually the biological son of the man named Su Yi. "Impossible? He's the same little baby from before?" Hearing this, Yelu Xianghua stood up and shook his head in disbelief. He stared at Feng Dai and said, "Feng Dai, if you deliberately deceived me for personal revenge, you know my character well." Yelu Xiong felt that Feng Dai might have said this deliberately in order to get him to deal with Su Hao. He was not a fool and would not be easily fooled. Hearing this, Feng Dai hurriedly said, "I can guarantee that this person is Su Yi's son. The affair between Su Yi, a member of such a small family, and Nangong Lan made the Nangong family furious. There must be no mistake. One of my uncles went to Tianming City to verify it in person. This Su Hao has a great reputation in Tianming City. But this is too unreasonable. Su Hao deserves the title of a child of destiny, but the baby taken away by Su Yi was just an ordinary child." When Yelu Xiong saw Fengdia's appearance, he knew that she was not lying, but this made him even more confused. More than 10 years ago, the affair between Su Yi and Nangong Lan caused quite a stir. Su Yi was born in a small family, and his talent was only average in Daoji sect, while Nangong Lan was the daughter of the sect's leader. But later, without any news, Nangong Lan became pregnant, and the child was from a small family. This was undoubtedly an inappropriate match, and the pregnancy before marriage, which made the Nangong family furious. They arrested Su Yi directly and attacked him so ruthlessly in the process that they injured Su Yi's essence, stopping him from reaching the acquired stage. Later, Nangong Lan gave birth to Su Hao. If Su Hao had excellent talent, perhaps Su Yi could gain status through his son. In any case, Su Hao had half of Nangong family's blood. He had excellent talent, so the Nangong family would definitely train him, and maybe they would accept Su Yi. But after the test, the Nangong family found out that Su Hao was just an ordinary person who didn't even have spiritual roots. This made the Nangong family show no mercy and directly expelled Su Yi from Daoji sect. Nangong Lan was also punished and confined to the Qicai Peak for 20 years. Although Yelu Xiong was young at the time, he had heard of this incident. However, now, the baby who was taken away by Su Yi has returned to Daoji sect. He is extremely talented and has the strength to break through the 6th level of the demon puppet formation at the age of 16. This boy cannot be kept. There are not many people in this generation of the Nangong family who can rival me. I cannot let him threaten my position." There was an astonishing cold light flashing in Yelu Xiong's eyes. The position of the leader of Doji sect is not hereditary. As long as the family is from Doji sect, they are eligible to compete for the position of leader. However, the Nangong family is the most powerful among them, and they have produced the most leaders over the past tens of thousands of years. It has been almost 5,000 years since the last time someone from their Yelu family served as the leader of Doji sect. Yelu Xiong is very ambitious. He feels that with his talent, he will be qualified to compete for the position of clan leader in the future. Among the younger generation of the Nangong family, there are not many who can compare with him, so his chances are quite great. But now that Su Hao has appeared, Yelu Xiong feels a sense of crisis. When he was Su Hao's age, his strength might not be much stronger than him. What's more important is that Su Hao also has the blood of Nangong family. If the Nangong family supports him, he will be eligible to compete for the position of the sect leader. This is something he cannot tolerate. Should we tell his identity to others? Some old-timers in the Nangong family really dislike Su Yi. Feng Dai whispered. Idiot, Su Hao is so talented. If the Nangong family knew about his existence, they might be happy to let him return to his ancestral home. Wouldn't that be counterproductive? Yelu Xiong scolded rudely, leaving Feng Dai afraid to say anything. This matter must not be known to the clan, and I cannot do it myself. The risk is too great. Su Hao must know about the relationship between Feng Dai and me. If I appear in front of Su Hao, he will definitely be alert and suspect that I am here for revenge. Even if I kill him, the people in the clan will suspect that I killed him on purpose. Many people can't wait for me to fall. Then the most suitable candidate is Feng Wuji. Yelu Xiong tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers, and finally thought of the most suitable candidate, Su Hao. He must not be kept. Go and call Feng Wuji over. Yelu Xiong looked at Feng Dai and ordered. Feng Wuji? Okay. Feng Dai was delighted when she heard the name. She knew that Yelu Xiong wanted to deal with Su Hao. If Feng Wuji was willing to take action, it would be a sure thing. Chapter 50 The Three Evil Spirits. Feng Wuji. Feng Wuji is a ruthless man. He joined Daoji sect when he was very young. He is extremely talented and dares to fight. Although he does not have a great background, he has stood out from countless outer disciples and made rapid progress. He broke through the 8th level of the demon puppet array a year ago and became one of the 3 great outer sect monsters along with Yelu Xiong. If Feng Wuji took action, no one would think that it was Yelu Xiong who ordered it. With Feng Wuji's strength, it would be a sure thing to deal with Su Hao. Although Feng Wuji, who was able to break through the 8th level of the magic puppet formation, was at the peak of the acquired realm, he possessed combat power comparable to the innate level. Su Hao naturally didn't know that there was a conspiracy brewing against him. Su Hao had been out of seclusion for 3 days. He had been familiarizing himself with his new power and thinking about how to practice next, but at this time someone found him. Senior Brother Su, Deacon Li from the Law and Politics Hall wants to see you. One day, an outer disciple found Su Hao and told him this. This surprised Su Hao. Legal Hall, Deacon Li? What do you want from me? The outer disciple explained. If you join Daoji sect, you must carry out a mission every 6 months. If there are special circumstances, you can ask for leave. Brother Su, you have joined Daoji sect for several months. You have to carry out a mission. Deacon Li thinks you are strong enough and has a mission for you to do. Su Hao remembered that this was indeed the case. While joining Daoji sect and enjoying the treatment of Daoji sect, one also had to make contributions to Daoji sect. According to the regulations, outer disciples needed to complete a routine task of the sect every 6 months. Of course, there were also rewards. Okay, then I'll go take a look. Su Hao nodded and decided to go and see what the mission was. Su Hao came all the way to the Law and Politics Hall, which is mainly the department that issues various tasks. Su Hao had just entered the Hall of Law and Politics when a man waved at him. This way! The man was wearing a deacon's uniform, so he must be Deacon Li. Deacon Li said in a serious tone. The disciple just told you that you are here because of the routine mission of the outer disciples. We will tell you the mission content when the others arrive. Is there anyone else wanting to carry out the mission together? Su Hao was surprised. Not long after, 2 more people came to the Magic Circle Hall. Both of them were men, in their 20s or early 30s. Deacon Li introduced. This is Su Hao, he will carry out the mission with you. Are you Su Hao? The Su Hao who beat the swallowtail butterfly? A man with a crew cut looked at Su Hao in surprise after hearing Deacon Li's introduction, and then said with a smile on his face. My name is Jingqing, please take care of me on this mission. Another man with a very elegant temperament was also surprised. Su Hao has been very popular in Doji sect recently. He nodded slightly and introduced himself politely. My name is Hiru. Su Hao also nodded politely, but at the same time he was very surprised. Su Hao had seen the elite list before. Hiru and Jingqing were both on the elite list. In other words, they both had the ability to break through the 6th level of the magic puppet formation. They were absolute elites in the outer sect. With the addition of Su Hao, there were 3 disciples on the elite list. What task required 3 disciples on the elite list to carry out together? Sorry, I'm late. Jingqing and Hiru were also curious about this. When they were about to ask, a lazy voice came from outside. Everyone turned around and saw a long-haired man. The long-haired man was unkempt, and the uniform he wore was a little dirty, but it was full of a sense of elegance. Seeing this person, Jingqing and Hiru showed a trace of shock on their faces. Their expressions tensed up a little. They nodded and said respectfully, Greetings, Senior Brother Feng. The person who can make the disciples on the 2 elite lists call him senior brother Feng, could it be Feng Wuji? Su Hao was also surprised when he saw this scene. Even Jingqing and Hiru were so respectful to him, and his surname was Feng. He immediately thought of someone, Feng Wuji, one of the 3 great geniuses of the outer sect, a strong man who broke through the 8th level of the magic puppet formation and a super genius who could rank among the top 3 among the 80,000 to 90,000 disciples of the entire outer sect. I wonder how my current strength compares to Feng Wuji? Su Hao was surprised when he saw Feng Wuji, but he was secretly thinking in his heart that he had been promoted to the postnatal realm, the quality of his spiritual roots had improved, and his strength had increased several times. Even if he was against Feng Wuji, he believed that he had a chance of winning. Seeing Feng Wuji, even Deacon Li's stern face showed a smile. Feng Wuji's talent was extremely extraordinary, and advancing to the innate realm was as easy as eating and drinking water for him. The reason why he didn't break through was because he was accumulating foundation. It was hoped that he would be able to open the door to immortality in the future. Deacon Li was of course friendly to him. Now that everyone is here, I will tell you about this mission. Deacon Li's expression became serious, and he went straight to the point. The 4 of you are all outstanding disciples of Daoji sect, so you have to take on this mission. According to the intelligence from Daoji sect, several villages in the area of Dazhong Mountain west of Daoji sect were wiped out. Not only were the villagers killed, but their remains were even found. Their bodies were intact, but their hearts were dug out. It is estimated that this was done by evil cultivators, said Deacon Li. Evil cultivator? Jingqing, Hiru, and Su Hao all looked stern when these words were spoken. Evil cultivators are, to some extent, scarier than demons and ghosts. After all, demons and ghosts can recognize a demon and ghost as soon as they see it, and can just take direct action to eliminate it. However, evil cultivators hide among the crowd, use strange methods, and are difficult to deal with. Su Hao had a deep impression of the evil cultivators. The 3 leaders of the blood demon group were all evil cultivators, and 2 of them even transformed themselves into half-demons, which was truly insane. The mission is to have you go to the Otsuka mountain area, resolve this matter, capture the evil cultivator, or kill him directly and bring back his head. The mission reward is 10,000 contribution points per person. The evil cultivator is not easy to deal with, but if you join forces, you can bring him to justice. Anyone who dares to cause trouble within the sphere of influence of Daoji sect is courting death. Deacon Li's tone contained a hint of murderous intent. Evil cultivators must be killed by anyone. With senior brother Feng here, this mission will be easy, Jingqing said with a smile. Although the evil cultivators are dangerous, they are all members of the elite list, not to mention Feng Wuji, a monster whose combat power is comparable to that of the innate level. No matter how strong the evil cultivator is, he will die with hatred. Feng Wuji had a gentle, lazy smile on his face. Evil cultivator? That's interesting. In that case, I'll go for a visit. There is no time to lose, let's set off quickly. If we delay for one more day, more people will become food for that evil cultivator. After Deacon Li explained the task, he urged them to set off. Chapter 51, Barren Mountains, Evil Wolves and Venomous Snakes. Oh. Su Hao and his group of 4 left Daoji sect and rode towards Otsuka Mountain. It takes 5 days to go back and forth to Mount Otsuka. If we are lucky enough, we can complete the task in a week, Jingqing said with a smile. Go to Dasong Mountain to exterminate the evil cultivators who are causing chaos. This mission is considered quite difficult among the outer sect. However, the 4 of them are all elites of the outer sect, and with Feng Wuji, a demon who can be ranked among the top 3 in the outer sect, this mission should be a sure thing. Well, let's hurry to Otsuka Mountain. Since the sect has asked us to go, the strength of this evil cultivator should not be at the innate level, but we still have to be careful. The long-haired man Feng Wuji also said. Senior brother Feng is right. Jingqing and Hiru nodded in agreement, with great respect for Feng Wuji in their hearts. Although they were both disciples on the elite list, they knew very well that the gap between themselves and Feng Wuji was too huge. This Feng Wuji is a bit strange. Su Hao frowned. The 4 of them drove on their horses. Along the way, Su Hao clearly felt that Feng Wuji didn't care much about Jingqing and Hiru. Instead, he paid more attention to Su Hao, who didn't talk much. Although this made Su Hao feel confused, he did not think too much about it. After all, it was the first time Su Hao met Feng Wuji, and they did not have any hatred towards each other. He just thought that Feng Wuji paid more attention to him because he was too young to be on the elite list. Feng Wuji has a very humble and polite personality. On the way, when Jingqing and Hiru asked him about his cultivation, Feng Wuji was very kind to guide them, which made the two of them trust and respect him more and more. They felt that Feng Wuji was not only one of the top 3 strong men in the outer sect, but also a gentleman in character. We're here. In front of us is Otsuka Mountain. The evil cultivator is active in this generation, and hundreds of people have been killed. More than 2 days later, the group came to the outside of a mountain. Hiru looked at the mountain in front of him and spoke. Otsuka Mountain is a rather remote area, where residents mostly make a living by hunting. The evil cultivator chose to dig out the hearts of living people here to practice his evil skills, which was quite clever of him. Let's go into Otsuka Mountain and take a look. I hope this evil cultivator hasn't left yet, and we can find him quickly. Jingqing seemed very motivated. Feng Wuji dismounted with a faint smile on his face and walked towards Otsuka Mountain. Seeing this, Su Hao and the other two also dismounted and walked into Otsuka Mountain. But gradually, everyone's brows began to frown. They originally thought that Feng Wuji was leading the way, but Feng Wuji was walking aimlessly in Dazhong Mountain, and it seemed like he was looking for something. After half an hour, Jingqing couldn't help but said, Brother Feng, let's go to the villages in Dazhong Mountain first to see if we can find anyone alive and get some information about the evil cultivator. Feng Wuji stopped walking. At this time, the distance between the 4 people was only more than 5 meters. Feng Wuji's smile became more and more intense. He whispered, We're here. What has arrived? Hiru, Jingqing, and Su Hao all frowned. Feng Wuji has been acting a little abnormal since he entered Otsuka Mountain. Feng Wuji turned around with a bright smile on his face. Of course, your death is coming. That brilliant smile revealed a bone-chilling chill. Not good, be careful. Su Hao has a ghost root. His soul strength and mental strength are different from ordinary people. He keenly sensed an extreme danger and a deep, murderous intent coming from Feng Wuji. He hurriedly shouted to remind Hiru and Jingqing. What? Hiru and Jingqing were also stunned. Feng Wuji's words made them unable to react for a while. Why did this extremely humble and polite senior brother suddenly say this? Laugh. Feng Wuji suddenly moved. His speed was so fast that it exceeded the limits of ordinary people. His palm pressed on the hilt of the sword. Sparks flew from the friction between the blade and the scabbard. The entire green sword turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in a flash. Puff! The sword shadow cut towards them at an extremely fast speed, and flashed past the throats of Hiru and Jingqing, who realized something was wrong but had no time to react. As for Su Hao, he sensed the danger at the first moment with his keen perception. He drew his sword in an instant with a speed no less than Feng Wuji. The cold current sword at his waist emitted a green glow, and slashed out fiercely. Clang! The blade smashed the green sword shadow into pieces. The air was filled with the crisp sound of metal clashing. The sword shadow shattered, and Feng Wuji showed a hint of surprise on his face. Feng Wuji, you, why? Hiru and Jingqing's faces were full of disbelief. They stared at Feng Wuji and could not imagine why Feng Wuji would suddenly turn against them and launch a sneak attack to take their lives. Puff! Before the 2 men could finish their questions, a blood mark gradually appeared on the necks of Hiru and Jingqing. Their heads were separated from their necks, and their bodies fell softly to the ground. The blood spread on the ground. Their eyes were wide open, and they died with their eyes open. They didn't understand why Feng Wuji suddenly wanted to kill them when they had no grudges against him. What a pair of idiots! They have been trying to curry favor with me all the way and have no vigilance towards me at all. Such people are worthy of being on the same elite list with me. It's really laughable. Feng Wuji curled his lips and didn't even look at the bodies of Jingqing and Hiru. Then Feng Wuji looked at Su Hao with a gleam in his eyes. You are really extraordinary. You were able to react to my sneak attack, and you were obviously wary of me all the way, unlike those 2 who were like 2 idiots. Feng Wuji changed from his previous humble and polite appearance and became extremely unruly. He killed 2 of his fellow disciples as if he were crushing 2 ants, and he didn't care at all. Su Hao's eyes were full of anger. If it weren't for his powerful soul power, ghost roots, and keen perception, he might have ended up like He Ru and Jing Qing and been beheaded by a sword under Feng Wuji's sudden attack. Su Hao was shocked and angry. Is Feng Wuji crazy? Su Hao asked with a face as cold as ice. Why do you want to kill us? We have no grudge against you, right? Haha. I just want to kill you. These two people happened to be assigned to the same team, so we had to kill them together. As for why I wanted to kill you, Yelu Xiong asked me to do it. It seemed that it was because you beat his mistress Feng Dai. He gave me 3 Xiantian pills. So, do you understand why you are going to die? Feng Wuji frankly explained why he wanted to kill Su Hao. He looked as if he had regarded Su Hao as a dead soul under his sword, and he was very relaxed and at ease. Phoenix butterfly? Yelu Xiong? Su Hao frowned, somewhat understanding the reason, but wasn't this too petty? Although he had embarrassed Phoenix Butterfly, Yelu Xiong was actually willing to pay 3 Xiantian pills to ask Feng Wuji to help. This price was too high. Okay, you can wait to be killed or resist, the result will not change anyway. The green sword in Feng Wuji's hand was glowing, but the smile on his face was getting colder and colder. This mission was also arranged by Yelu Xiong with the help of some means and connections, giving him the opportunity to kill Su Hao. After killing him, he only needs to put the blame on the evil cultivator. Anyway, with his talent, the probability of him opening the gate to immortality in the future is very high. Even if Dao Ji sect has doubts, they will not do anything to him without evidence. Of course, Feng Wuji didn't know that Su Hao was a descendant of the Dao Ji sect's leader. Yelu Xiong only said that he wanted to kill him because Su Hao hit Feng Dai, which was equivalent to slapping him in the face. Otherwise, if Feng Wuji was told Su Hao's identity, Feng Wuji might not have taken on the job of killing Yelu Xiong? Very good. I will make him pay the price. Now let me see what abilities your so-called 3 outer sect monsters have. Su Hao took a deep breath, murderous intent surging in his heart, but a hint of fiery fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Since he reached the acquired realm, he wanted to know who was stronger, him or the 3 outer sect monsters. Now he can try it. Wait, such a strong smell of blood! Su Hao was suddenly stunned at this moment. He sniffed and smelled a strong smell of blood. This smell of blood did not come from Jing Qing and He Ru, who were killed by Feng Wuji. What's even more weird is that Su Hao couldn't tell which direction the bloody smell came from. Not only that, Su Hao felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at him somewhere. Feng Wuji obviously did not smell the blood, nor did he feel the sense of being watched. Su Hao possessed a ghost root, and his soul power and mental power were different from ordinary people, so he noticed the abnormality. This made Su Hao frown, feeling the seriousness of the situation. Not only did he have to face Feng Wuji, but he and others seemed to be targeted by something. If the lurker in the dark suddenly took action while he was fighting with Feng Wuji, it was very likely that they would be wiped out. Hee, you want to see my strength? Very good, then I'll let you know what real power is. Feng Wuji did not notice anything unusual in the dark. The murderous intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. The green sword in his hand was glowing with halo and exuding coldness. I believe that his first move would be earth-shattering. There are evil wolves in the open, and there are unknown poisonous snakes in the dark. The smell of blood is getting stronger and stronger, making Su Hao's eyes colder and colder. No matter whether it is an evil wolf or a poisonous snake, the knife in his hand is destined to drink blood today. Chapter 52, Swords Whistle and Knives Ring. I heard that you just got started recently, and rose in a short period of time. You broke through the 6th level of the magic puppet formation and slapped the phoenix butterfly. But it is not good for young people to be too sharp. This is the trouble you brought upon yourself. You must remember the lessons my senior brother taught you today in your next life. Feng Wuji's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and his figure pounced on Su Hao like lightning. Cold stars bloomed on the tip of the sword, like a meteor falling from the outer domain, cold and deadly. Really? I don't think it will be you who walks out alive today. Although there seemed to be something lurking in the dark, Su Hao didn't care. That thing probably wanted to reap the benefits, so let's see who is the real fisherman. The spiritual root that Feng Wuji possesses is obviously the wind spiritual root, and he is good at speed. Su Hao also has the wind spiritual root. Laugh. Su Hao used the wind-cutting sword technique and a green hurricane howled, like a group of angry beasts, sweeping past, trying to tear everything into pieces. Clang! The swords collided in the air, making a sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. What was even more terrifying was the ripples caused by the swords, which caused ripples in the air. Neither of them gave in and neither retreated an inch. This kid really has some skills. It's been quite some time since I reached the peak of the acquired realm. My body has been repeatedly tempered by true energy and is extremely strong. But this kid has just entered the acquired realm, but his physical body is not inferior to mine? Feng Wuji was a little surprised. This sword was purely a competition of speed and strength. Su Hao was not much different from him in terms of speed or strength. Wind Extreme Sword Technique! Feng Wuji's hands did not stop at all. After a collision, the speed of the sword increased. The tip of the sword seemed to have turned into thousands of hurricane whirlpools, piercing towards the vital points of Su Hao's body. Call! This speed almost exceeded the limit of what the human retina could capture, but Su Hao suddenly released his soul power, covering Feng Wuji and scanning him like a radar. Suddenly, within his perception range, the trajectory of Feng Wuji's sword became clearly visible. Wind-cutting sword technique. Cut the wind and catch the shadow. Su Hao had already practiced the wind-cutting sword technique to perfection, and the blade carried a green airflow, like a violent gust of wind. Facing Feng Wuji's sword attack, he did not retreat, but confronted him head-on. Ding ding ding! The two collided more than a dozen times in an instant. The knife energy was sharp, the sword energy was fierce, and the overflowing force seemed to plow the land within 10 feet around them, tearing out bottomless cracks. Feng Wuji's swordsmanship was too fierce. He didn't give his opponent any chance to breathe. He struck out one sword after another, each one faster than the last. One could only see him drawing his sword, but not him retracting it or accumulating strength. If it were an ordinary acquired martial artist, he would have stabbed dozens of big holes in his body after just one or two encounters. But what surprised Feng Wuji was that no matter how fast he drew his sword, no matter how exquisite his sword moves were, Su Hao's defense was impenetrable, without any flaws. The cold current swords formed a 3-foot sword circle, and took all of Feng Wuji's attacks. This is more than just the strength to break through the 6th level of the magic puppet formation. Even if it is said that Su Hao has broken through the 7th level of the magic puppet formation, Feng Wuji will believe it. Clang! The swords collided again, but Feng Wuji retreated gracefully. His aura was not disturbed at all. The contempt in the depths of his eyes slowly subsided. He said in a cold voice, "The information given by Yelu Xiong is not accurate at all. You are much better than what he described in the information." No, you're much weaker than I thought." Su Hao didn't have time to join Feng Wuji in commercial boasting. He just responded casually, adjusted his breathing, and practiced the blood-breathing technique. In addition to speeding up the recovery of his physical and internal strength, he wanted to use the blood-breathing technique to sense the location of the person who was lurking in the dark. However, Su Hao was a little disappointed. Even when he was practicing the blood-breathing technique, the only bloody shadows he could see in his sight were Feng Wuji and some birds and beasts in the Dazhong mountain in the distance. He could not find the lurker at all, which made Su Hao even more alert. The opponent's concealment ability had reached a very terrifying level. But Su Hao had already released his own soul power, covering the area within 100 meters around him. If the lurker entered this range, Su Hao would be able to discover it in the first place. Next, I'm going to get serious. Hearing Su Hao say that he was weaker than he thought, Feng Wuji was undoubtedly enraged. His expression became even colder, and he tightly gripped the hilt of the sword. Su Hao felt the wind blowing on his face, cold and deadly. This was not real wind, but a feeling, a state of mind. Sword intent? Su Hao was a little surprised. The cold and deadly wind was Feng Wuji's sword intent. Normally, a warrior must reach the innate realm before he can come into contact with the level of artistic conception, but Feng Wuji is just like him, and he has also glimpsed the level of artistic conception in advance. Wind Shadow Sword Intention. Feng Wuji's sword intent was condensed, and his long hair fluttered, like a god or demon riding a hurricane. Countless green sword energy condensed in the air, covering the sky and the earth, and crushing towards Su Hao like a mountain torrent and tsunami. Wind Shadow Sword Intention. This is the artistic conception mastered by Feng Wuji. Sword intention? Swift wind blade intention. Facing the overwhelming green sword energy, Su Hao unleashed his swift wind sword intention. The blade was covered with green airflow, and he slashed out continuously. His sword disappeared into the air, tearing the void into dark cracks. Boom, boom, boom! The sword energy was like a tide, and the knife energy was surging. The two collided in the air, as if endless thunder had exploded. The air currents rolled, and both were enveloped in the sharp knife intent and sword energy. A big tree 20 meters away was caught in it, and within a few breaths, it was strangled and shattered into powder. It's just as the intelligence said, you have mastered the sword intent. Feng Wuji's face twisted slightly. At Su Hao's age, he hadn't even reached the threshold of the state of mind. His talent was much worse than that of the top monsters. He paid a lot of effort and price to get to where he is today. Su Hao's strength and talent made him jealous. Feng Yunsha! Feng Wuji roared. His body seemed to merge into the sword energy in the sky. Man and sword became one, like a blue meteor falling from the sky, heavily hitting Su Hao. Feng Wuji, is this the source of your confidence? You want to kill me with this little ability? Su Hao was also aroused to fight. His sword intent changed, and the thunder sword intent condensed. The thunder sword intent that reached 20% of the sword intent was nearly twice as strong as the Gale's sword intent. The two sword intents merged into a killing move, the Wind and Thunder Slash. Both the Wind spiritual roots and Thunder spiritual roots have been upgraded to intermediate quality, and Su Hao's own internal strength has also transformed into true energy. The killing move Wind Thunder Slash, which is a fusion of the two kinds of sword intent, is nearly 10 times more powerful than before. With this sword, the wind was howling, and every wisp of the wind was deadly and dangerous. The thunder was exploding, as if it had the power to destroy the world. The huge cyan gold sword energy was spinning and whistling, as if it had crushed the void. It is hard to imagine that a postnatal warrior can unleash such a terrifying attack. Chapter 53 The Evil Cultivator Appears. Kill! Feng Wuji's eyes were bloodshot. He was one of the 3 great evildoers of Douji sect, and he was expected to open the gate to immortality in the future. It was fine if he was suppressed by Yelu Xiong, but how could he tolerate being suppressed by a boy who was nearly 10 years younger than him? He roared wildly, and endless sword intent and true energy gathered. His body and the sword body merged into one, faintly forming a huge sword shadow, piercing, strangling, and destroying all obstacles. Boom! The cyan gold blade energy collided with the huge sword shadow with a loud bang. Thunder exploded, hurricanes howled, and overflowing sword and blade energy tore through the void. What was even more terrifying was that the two fierce artistic conceptions formed a huge vortex, which drew all the flowers, plants, and trees within a radius of 50 or 60 meters into it, and crushed them to pieces. It was hard to imagine that such an astonishing blow could be unleashed by 2 acquired warriors. Crack, crack, crack! The sound of explosions was endless in the air. 2 completely different forces exploded at the same time, and Su Hao and Feng Wuji were both blown backwards. As expected of one of the 3 great demons in the outer sect. The power of my Wind and Thunder Slash, a mixture of wind and thunder sword intent, is nearly 10 times stronger than before, yet I was only barely able to fight him on equal terms. Su Hao was shocked. This kid can actually block my ultimate attack? Feng Wuji was in disbelief. His attack was already comparable to that of some innate strong men, but Su Hao was able to withstand it head-on. Su Hao was nearly 10 years younger than himself, and his cultivation had only just entered the postnatal realm. If he called himself a demon, then what was Su Hao? A demon among demons? A peerless demon? Feng Wuji couldn't accept it, and even felt panic. What if he couldn't kill Su Hao? When Su Hao returned to Douji sect and reported to the sect that he had killed his fellow disciples, his future would be over. Before accepting Yelu Xiong's conditions, he had never expected the possibility of failure. No one could have imagined that Su Hao's strength was so strong that he could be compared with Feng Wuji, a monster whose combat power was comparable to that of an innate level. Huh! Here it comes! Su Hao's expression suddenly changed at this moment. Within Su Hao's perception range, there was a faint and inaudible sound of wind. It was the person lurking in the dark. A blood-colored shadow was approaching at an unimaginable speed, but it didn't make any sound and there was almost no movement. Su Hao and Feng Wuji fought with all their might, and finally the person who was lurking in the dark could no longer sit still. He wanted to take advantage of the moment when both of them were focusing on each other to launch a fatal attack, killing two birds with one stone. Su Hao had been paying attention to the situation around him, and he released his soul power to cover an area of 100 meters around him. As soon as the lurker entered the range of 100 meters, Su Hao noticed it immediately. It was an extremely evil aura, filled with the smell of blood. At this time, the aftermath caused by Su Hao and Feng Wuji had not yet stopped. The sky was filled with fragments of flowers, plants, and trees, as well as soil and rocks that were swept into the sky. At this time, a bloody shadow rushed over and split into two halfway, rushing towards Su Hao and Feng Wuji respectively. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." The bloody shadow attacked Su Hao from behind, but Su Hao snorted coldly, spun rapidly, performed the thunder-breathing technique, dragged the afterimage of thunder, and chopped out with his backhand. Boom! The long-accumulated sword strike hit the blood-colored shadow heavily. The lightning sword energy exploded instantly, like a gorgeous flower, tearing the blood-colored shadow into pieces. Su Hao was well prepared and tore the attacker apart easily. But Feng Wuji was not like Su Hao. He knew from the beginning that there was someone lurking in the dark. He was a little surprised when facing the bloody shadow attacking from behind. In addition, he was shocked by Su Hao's strength after a full-strength collision with him. He never expected that a sneak attacker would suddenly appear at this time. One of the sharp claws of the blood-colored shadow grabbed Feng Wuji's back, trying to dig out his heart, but Feng Wuji was worthy of being one of the top 3 in the outer sect of Daoji sect. Sensing the fatal threat coming from behind, he remained calm although shocked. At the critical moment, he bent his knees and shortened his body. Therefore, the blood-colored claws failed to pierce his heart, but it did pass through Feng Wuji's shoulder and tore off a piece of flesh. Court death! Feeling the pain of the flesh being torn off his shoulder, Feng Wuji became furious. With a roar, the green sword in his hand suddenly intertwined into sword shadows all over the sky, engulfing the blood-red shadow that attacked him, and like a meat grinder, crushed it into pieces. What the hell? Not the real body? Su Hao frowned slightly, and with a knife he blasted the blood-colored shadow that attacked him into pieces. However, when Su Hao looked up, he saw that the broken blood-colored shadow was not a flesh and blood body, but drops of blood scattered all over the ground. The one who attacked Feng Wuji was also a human-shaped shadow condensed from blood. The attacker was too cautious and did not do it himself. Who are you? You dare to attack me? Feng Wuji touched his shoulder. His hand was covered in blood. A large piece of flesh on his shoulder was torn off, which made him look around and roar. Hee hee! Interesting. Interesting. Considering your age, you have such terrifying strength. You must be disciples of a big sect, right? You came to this desolate place, probably to hunt me, but the 4 of you actually fought among yourselves, fighting to the death. It made me laugh to death. You make me lose face. A hoarse and strange laugh was heard from a dark bush in the distance, as if mocking Su Hao and the others. Su Hao was speechless. Indeed, their mission was to hunt down evil cultivators, but Feng Wuji suddenly killed Jingqing and Hiru, and fought with Su Hao so fiercely that he seemed to have forgotten his original purpose. The meaning behind the hoarse laughter also made Su Hao's heart move. Is he the evil cultivator? Everyone came to the Dazhong Mountain because of a mission arranged by the sect. The intelligence about this mission was indeed correct. There were indeed evil cultivators causing trouble in the Dazhong Mountain area, and they were near where Su Hao and others were fighting, and they had been watching them. Come out if you dare, I'm going to cut off your head. Feng Wuji looked towards the dark woods with anger in his eyes. It was almost dusk, and the smell of blood in the air was getting stronger and stronger, even he could smell it. You don't even know your own death is imminent. The evil cultivator in the shadow of the woods sneered. My little brother over there, although I am also your enemy, this fellow who killed your fellow disciples is even more hateful. Why don't we work together to kill him first, and then we can decide who lives and who dies? This evil cultivator was actually planning to join forces with Su Hao to kill Feng Wuji first. Chapter 54. Huge amount of bleeding. The corners of Feng Wuji's mouth twitched slightly, and his expression became more alert. Su Hao alone was not easy to deal with, let alone this unfathomable evil cultivator. He already had the idea of retreating, but if he retreated like this and failed to kill Su Hao, and Su Hao returned to Dao Ji sect to inform on him, then his future would be ruined, and he would also be wanted by Dao Ji sect. Facing the evil cultivator's proposal, Su Hao said calmly, "Okay, let's work together to kill him, but you have to make the first move." After Su Hao finished speaking, the evil cultivator laughed. "Then I will make the first move. You deal with him first, and then we will decide the life or death." The next second, Feng Wuji's face changed, because he felt a strange force enveloping him. There was something wrong with the wound on his shoulder. He had clearly used his true qi to gradually stop the bleeding from the wound, but at this moment, the blood in his wound was gushing out like boiled water from an open floodgate, and he couldn't stop it. "What is going on?" Feng Wuji was shocked. In a short while, half of his body was stained red with blood, which made his vision slightly black. "Huh! What method did this evil cultivator use? Could it be that the blood-colored shadow he just created can cause people to bleed profusely?" Su Hao was also shocked when he saw this scene. The blood in the wound on Feng Wuji's shoulder was simply gushing out, and the amount of bleeding was huge. "Let's go!" Feng Wuji covered the wound on his shoulder tightly with his other hand, his heart terrified. This strange method made him lose the will to fight. If he bleeds any longer, he might bleed to death. He must leave immediately and treat the wound on his shoulder. "Leave? Is it that easy?" However, a shadow flashed and blocked Feng Wuji's way. It was Su Hao. Feng Wuji launched a sudden attack. If it weren't for Su Hao's keen perception, he would have ended up like Xing Qing and Hiru. Su Hao would not let this guy go. "Su Hao, do you want to join forces with the evil cultivators? This is treason!" Feng Wuji's shoulder was bleeding non-stop, which made him face pale as he roared in anger and scolded Su Hao. Su Hao curled his lips. "Treason? Your methods of killing your fellow disciples are no worse than those of the evil cultivators. If Feng Wuji is killed first, Su Hao will be able to fight against the evil cultivators in the dark without any scruples. Only one person can walk out of here alive." Crack! Su Hao didn't waste any more words and used the thunder-breathing technique. Bolts of lightning blade energy slashed towards Feng Wuji's entire body, forcing Feng Wuji to grit his teeth and swing his sword to parry. Ding ding ding! But this time Feng Wuji no longer had the ferocity he had before. With every collision, blood spurted out of his shoulder, making his sword-holding hand unstable. The feeling of blood constantly flowing out of his body was too terrifying, and it completely messed up his mind. He was filled with panic and fear, and he could not withstand Su Hao's fierce attack at all. "Stop, stop! What happened before was all a misunderstanding. I have no grudge against you. Yelu Xiong asked me to do it. It has nothing to do with me. The 3 Xiantian pills he gave me can all be given to you. I can also testify for you and report Yelu Xiong." Facing the impending death, Feng Wuji screamed for mercy and fear. Every collision made his arms numb and his head dizzy. He was willing to give everything to get Su Hao to let him go. The current Feng Wuji has lost all of his previous carefree and confident look. Like many people, he is also afraid of death. "I will settle accounts with Yelu Xiong, and you will die too." Feng Wuji intercepted Su Hao's sword move again, but finally couldn't withstand the huge force. His wrist felt sore and the sword in his hand flew out. "No!" Facing Su Hao's ruthless and fatal blow, Feng Wuji roared unwillingly. He was born into a poor family without a big family or a great background. He relied on continuous hard work and cultivation, as well as plundering other people's cultivation resources, and used all means to get to where he is today. His future was bright, and he was expected to open the door to immortality, but now he died in this unknown barren mountain, which made him unwilling and regretful. Puff! The sharp blade of the cold current blade cut through Feng Wuji's neck, and his big head flew up into the sky, then fell heavily to the ground, rolling a distance like a ball, dying with his eyes open. This evildoer from the outer sect of Dao Ji sect, a genius who had a great chance of opening the gate of immortality in the future, ended his life with an ending he never expected. Successfully killed the acquired warrior. Gained 30% of the sword power, automatically converted into 300 points of artistic conception energy. Gained 20 years of internal strength cultivation, automatically converted into 5 years of true chi cultivation. Gain 2,500 experience points. Su Hao successfully killed Feng Wuji. Because Su Hao was promoted to the acquired realm, the internal force that Feng Wuji lost was directly converted into true qi. Although it seemed to have decreased, the quality was improved. In addition to the first time, Feng Wuji's sword intent also broke out, and it was transformed into some kind of artistic conception energy. Although Su Hao was puzzled about the use of this artistic conception energy, he also knew that now was not the time to consider this. Even if Feng Wuji was killed, there was still a goal of this mission. Don't hide anymore, can you come out now? Su Hao turned his head to look towards the depths of the woods in the distance, and said lightly. This evil cultivator hid in the dark and reaped the benefits, but failed to launch a sneak attack on Su Hao, so he joined forces with Su Hao to get rid of Feng Wuji first. Now that Feng Wuji is dead, the two can compete one-on-one. Haha, good, he's dead, now it's your turn. The heart of a talented warrior like you must be more delicious than that of an ordinary person. The hoarse and strange laughter of the evil cultivator was heard from the shadow of the woods. Seeing that Feng Wuji was dead, he no longer hid and slowly walked out of the shadows. Is this a half-demon? Su Hao finally saw the true form of this evil cultivator, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. This is a burly man who is 2 meters tall. His whole body is covered with blood-red cuticles and he has a blood-colored horn on his head. He does not look like a human at all. He is the same as the 2 leaders of the blood demon group, an evil cultivator who has transformed himself into a half-demon. Let me introduce myself. My name is Heart Eater. Judging from your appearance, have you seen other half-demons? Half-demons are the most perfect creatures. The blood-red burly man laughed, revealing rows of fangs at the corners of his mouth, stained with traces of blood and flesh. Su Hao could smell a strong smell of blood from a long distance away. I don't know if it's perfect or not, but those 2 half-demons died miserably, Su Hao said coldly. The burly man was just like Bloodwing and Bloodbear. In order to transform himself into a half-demon ghost, he killed people wantonly and swallowed fresh hearts alive. Such behavior was no different from that of a real demon ghost. At the same time, Su Hao was a little confused, because this half-demon ghost Sure Xian gave him a familiar feeling. Star. Chapter 55. Half-demon ghost bites the heart. Have you ever killed a half-demon ghost? Haha. I am different from ordinary half-demon ghosts. In the future, I will become the half-demon ghost king and a truly perfect creature. This half-demon ghost Sure Xian seemed to have not communicated with people for a long time. He talked eloquently and was full of confidence. He was not an ordinary half-demon ghost. He had talents that ordinary people did not have, and his future potential was unlimited. We can't let this half-demon ghost hurt us, otherwise we might end up like Feng Wuji. Su Hao's heart was filled with solemnity. The ability of this half-demon ghost was very strange. It could make people's wounds bleed profusely. Feng Wuji was so ferocious before, but just because of a wound on his shoulder, the blood gushed out continuously and couldn't be stopped. Su Hao guessed that this was the innate ability of this half-ghost. If he had more wounds on his body, the Heart Eater would also be able to use his innate ability to speed up the loss of blood in his wounds. Anyone who loses too much blood will become weak, comatose, and die. You are a very strange little ghost. Your cultivation is obviously weak, but the power you burst out is so terrifying. If I had a talent like you, I would not have chosen to transform myself into a half-ghost. You smell especially sweet, and your heart must be especially delicious. The Heart-Eating kept chattering, drooling from his bloody mouth, and his eyes flashing with scarlet blood, as if he had seen the most delicious food, and completely regarded Su Hao as his prey. Then I'm afraid your teeth can't bite it. A sharp light flashed in Su Hao's eyes. This heart-eating monster feeds on the heart, and has all kinds of strange methods. It will definitely grow into an extremely terrifying monster in the future. Not to mention that it has set its sights on him now, so he must annihilate it. Thunderblade intent! Su Hao did not waste any more words with Sure Xian. He gripped the hilt of the knife tightly. A breath of destruction was brewing, and there was a trace of static electricity in the air. The entire cold current knife seemed to have turned into a thunderbolt. Su Hao slashed with the knife, and an extremely condensed thunderblade energy tore through the void, making a crackling sound of electric current, and rushed towards Sure Xian at a high speed. Haha, The reason why I made a sneak attack just now was simply out of my own caution. My strength is very strong. Facing this terrifying knife that was enough to make any acquired warrior dare not underestimate it, Xian laughed, with a hideous arc at the corner of his mouth. The reason why Xian hid and launched a sneak attack was, firstly, to prevent Su Hao and Feng Wuji from escaping, and secondly, his transformation into a half-demon ghost was a recent thing. When he saw that disciples from a big sect were coming to destroy him, he hid and observed this situation out of caution. In fact, with his strength, he can fully deal with all crises head-on. As soon as the words fell, one of Xian's blood-red claws actually reached straight for the huge lightning blade light, but this seemingly suicidal action made Su Hao's heart tremble violently. Crack, crack, crack! The heart-eating claws accurately grasped the edge of the thunder blade chi, and then he exerted force with his palms, and the 5 sharp claws tightened violently. A terrifying force burst out, and actually crushed the thunder blade chi into pieces, like a broken glass mirror. Explode the sword energy with the palm of your hand? What kind of monster is this? It's clearly not at the innate level. Su Hao couldn't help but gasp. This half-demon ghost Xian was extremely terrifying. He was able to crush Su Hao's attack mixed with sword intent with just his palm. Xian's physique was strong to an unimaginable degree. His strength was definitely much stronger than Feng Wuji, one of the 3 great evil spirits in the outer sect of Dao Ji sect. This was a terrifying rival. Ha ha ha! So what if you are a genius or evildoer from a big sect? Remember, the one who will kill you is the future half-demon ghost King Xian. Xian crushed Su Hao's sword light with one hand, and he laughed wildly, like a madman. This is the power he possesses. In the past, Xian was just an ordinary warrior, but he had a great opportunity and decisively transformed himself into a half-ghost. If he was in the past, he could only look up to the monsters in the immortal sect like Su Hao and Feng Wuji. But now that he has completed the transformation, he is different. Even if they are at the same acquired level, he has the extraordinary combat power to fight across levels. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Xian moved. He stomped his feet heavily on the ground, and the entire ground seemed to be hit by a huge hammer, shaking violently and caving in. Xian's 2-meter-tall, blood-red burly body tore through the air like a cannonball and pounced on Su Hao. The fierce demonic aura could frighten some weak acquired warriors so much that they would lose the courage to fight against it, and could only wait to be killed. Die! The heart-eating claw clenched one of its claws into a fist, and used the momentum of the impact to punch Su Hao fiercely. His stratum corneum-covered fist produced violent friction with the air, and sparks were faintly splashing. Before the fist hit Su Hao felt a heavy pressure, and it was a little difficult to breathe. The heart-eating sword was too fast and was right in front of him in a flash. Su Hao gritted his teeth, held the sword with both hands, and used the cross-section of the cold current sword to block in front of him, injecting his true energy into it to form a protection. Bang! Xian's fist landed heavily on the wide cross-section of the knife, making a dull thud. Su Hao now possessed a divine power of 25,000 kilograms in one arm, but compared with Xian's, the gap was like that between a child and an adult. An unmatched force crushed Su Hao, causing him to fly backwards uncontrollably, and his arms felt numb and painful. What a terrifying guy! Is he really just an acquired half-demon ghost? Su Hao was shocked to the extreme. If it weren't for the systematic investigation, which provided information that he was indeed an acquired half-demon ghost at the peak, Su Hao would absolutely believe that this heart-eating fox was an innate demon ghost. This heart-eating fox, like the 3-tailed white fox that he killed in the city lord's mansion before, had undergone an evolution. Of course, Heart-Shiver's strength is much, much stronger than the 3-tailed white fox. They are not on the same level at all. I hate the geniuses of you big sects who have enough training resources and martial arts classics. Little devil, die! Bloodshot eyes gushed out of the heart-eating demon. Before Su Hao landed on the ground, his body shook, causing a sonic boom that broke through the sound barrier. He caught up with Su Hao and grabbed Su Hao's chest with one claw. Since we can't compete in strength, let's see if your body can be harder than my sword. Su Hao's eyes flashed coldly. This was the first time he was suppressed to such an extent. However, actual combat is not just about strength. Using your own strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses is the only way to win. Crack! something surprising happened to Sure Xian. Su Hao was clearly in the air, but at this moment, a sound of thunder came from his body, and Su Hao's entire body was covered with a layer of lightning. Laugh! Before Su Hao's feet touched the ground, his figure flashed, and he turned in the air like a gust of breeze, avoiding the Heart-Eater's claws and floating to the side of the Heart-Eater. The Wind Spirit Root could make Su Hao feel close to the wind in the air. When the Wind Spirit Root reached the intermediate quality, it could even allow Su Hao to float in the air for a short period of time. Chapter 56: The Heart-Eating Blood Demon Body. At this moment, Su Hao's eyes were filled with the determination to kill the enemy in front of him. His sword intent was condensed. Under this determination to kill all enemies, Su Hao faintly felt that his sword intent had undergone a transformation. It was now the Swift Wind Sword intent. He successfully advanced from the 1/10th sword intent to the 2010th level. Breakthroughs in actual combat are the most difficult, but also the most exciting. Wind and Thunder Slash! Su Hao held the knife in both hands, and the fusion of the two kinds of sword intent, wind and thunder, which reached the 20th level of artistic conception, was used to strike out a fatal blow. The blade brought up strong winds and violent thunder, and it slashed down towards the heart-devouring one with the power to destroy the world. The blazing cyan gold blade light was like a waterfall falling from the sky. The attack that Su Hao unleashed was definitely as powerful as that of an ordinary innate strong man. Damn! This same sword strike of his is even stronger than the one he used when fighting with the long-haired man? Did he have a breakthrough in the battle? The power of this sword strike frightened Sure Xian, and at the same time, he was a little jealous of Su Hao's qualifications. Although it is said that half-demon ghosts are the most perfect creatures, if Heart-Eater has the talent of a genius demon, how could he make up his mind to transform himself into a half-demon ghost that everyone hates? Boom! Facing this knife, Sure Xian raised one arm to protect himself. The cyan gold blade energy angrily slashed on his arm and shattered it like a blooming flower. The thunder and blade-like gales swept everything, scraping off a layer of soil and rocks on the ground. The Heart-Eater itself was uncontrollably blasted backwards by the terrifying power of this attack and fell heavily to the ground. Call! Su Hao adjusted his breathing with a breathing technique, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. This is not dead? In the midst of the smoke and dust, Sure Xian climbed up from the ground. He exclaimed in amazement. What a powerful sword strike! It's definitely comparable to that of an innate master, but it's still far from enough to kill me. Sure Xian had just blocked Su Hao's wind and thunder slash with his left arm. A huge wound on his thick left arm had cut his arm bone, which was soft and connected by a layer of skin and partially broken bones, making him look somewhat hideous. Su Hao's extremely powerful attack couldn't even cut off his arm. You can imagine how strong Sure Xian's physique is. Something even more shocking happened to Su Hao. The arm of Sure Xian that had its arm bones severed actually healed quickly. Blood-red mist emerged from the wound, and it was back to normal in just a few breaths. Ha ha ha! It's useless. No matter how big the injury is, I can recover by consuming some blood. You are really extraordinary to be able to hurt me. It's worth my full efforts to deal with you. The heart-eating Gaga laughed strangely. The martial arts he practiced were best at recovery. If an ordinary person suffered such an injury, the arm would definitely be disabled, but for him, he could recover by consuming some blood. Boom! Amidst the strange laughter, blood actually dripped out from Sure Xian's body and began to burn fiercely. His entire body was covered with a layer of blood-red fire. His momentum soared greatly, and his terrifying ferocity rose sharply. Is this the secret art of burning blood? When Su Hao saw this scene, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He finally understood why he felt there was a familiar aura on Sure Xian's body. This heart-eating monster is just like the three leaders of the Blood Demon group. He also cultivates the Blood Demon body and masters the secret art of burning blood. The Blood Demon body controlled by Blood Wing of the Blood Demon group was incomplete, with only 3 layers, but the Blood Demon body cultivated by the heart-eating was obviously more advanced, and the injury of almost a broken arm could be healed in just a few breaths. Blood Demon body, this evil martial art is relatively widely spread, but those who obtain this martial art basically only get an incomplete version, such as the Blood Wings. The Heart-Eater was already terrifyingly strong, not to mention that he had activated the blood-burning secret technique. His strength increased again, approaching the innate demon level. This powerful feeling is so comfortable. But I have to get rid of you quickly. Blood-red flames burned on Heart-Eating's body, and a hint of fascination appeared on his face. The blood-burning secret technique that burns blood in exchange for power does make people feel addicted, but maintaining the blood-burning secret technique requires burning a large amount of blood every minute and every second. Sure, Xia didn't stop at all. His figure flashed, dragging a bloody afterimage. His burly body crushed towards Su Hao heavily. The speed was 1 or 2 times faster than before. Shoo! The Heart-Eating's sharp claws pierced straight out, and the 5 sharp claws that were shining with cold light actually produced a faint attraction, as if the air was sucked over. There was a cruel smile on the corner of the Heart-Eating's mouth, as if he had already seen Su Hao being torn into pieces by these claws. Call out! But something happened that horrified Sure Xia. Blood-colored mist also gushed out from the pores of Su Hao's body and turned into blood-colored flames burning fiercely. Su Hao's speed increased drastically and he took a step sideways, causing Sure Xian's claw, which was determined to get him, to fall in vain and only tore Su Hao's afterimage. Blood-burning secret technique? Sure Xian was incredulous. He recognized that Su Hao was using the same blood-burning secret technique. Blood demon body, blood-burning secret technique. Isn't this a secret technique that only he could master? Where did Su Hao learn it from? Heart-Eater, today only one of us can walk out alive. That person will be me. Su Hao also activated the secret art of burning blood. A blood-red light flashed in his eyes. He roared loudly. As a warrior, even when facing a terrifying enemy like Heart-Eater, he has the courage to fight to the death and the belief that he will win. They are all in the acquired realm. He doesn't think he is worse than Heart-Eater, the half-demon ghost. Thunder Sword Technique. Su Hao slashed out with the second move of the Tribulation Thunder Sword technique that he had mastered. The black destructive thunder was like a sea of thunder, with rolling waves, violently crushing towards the heart devouring. His Thunder Sword intent, as well as his intermediate thunder spiritual roots and thunder breathing method, made the power of the Tribulation Thunder Sword technique, which also had thunder attributes, increased exponentially. It was truly like a tribulation thunder that destroyed everything. Damn little devil! Heart-Eating roared and screamed. He originally thought that it would be easy for him to deal with Su Hao, but Su Hao actually used the same secret technique of burning blood. This made him a little unacceptable. He felt that only he could use the blood demon body and the secret technique of burning blood, but it turned out that they were mastered by others. This made him furious, as if his precious treasure was shared by others. The heart shivering swung its blood-red claws and angrily slashed towards Su Hao's stunning slash. Boom! The blades and claws collided, making a deafening sound. The overflowing blade energy cut deep grooves on the ground. The blood-red aura dyed everything around with a layer of blood-red mist, and the smell of blood was everywhere. Chapter 57 Perfect Breathing Method. We can't fight him head-on. This heart-eating creature has strong strength and physique, but apart from practicing the blood demon body, he obviously hasn't mastered any advanced martial arts. After this collision, both of them retreated explosively, Su Hao said secretly in his heart. After a battle, Su Hao had figured out the general details of this Heart-Eater. First of all, the Heart-Eater possessed a special talent as a half-demon, which could cause the blood in a person's wound to bleed continuously. However, this ability was basically useless as long as the person was not wounded by him. Secondly, before transforming into a half-demon ghost, this Heart-Eater was an extremely ordinary third-rate warrior with a humble background and basically had no exposure to any advanced martial arts. It can be said that he was no different from many demons and ghosts. He fought based on instinct, strength, and speed. Su Hao could not match him in strength and physique, but he could make up for it with skills. Having comprehended the meaning of swordsmanship, he could be said to be far superior to some mortal swordsmanship masters in terms of swordsmanship. Call out! Su Hao's figure flashed, and he used the wind shadow and the wind-cutting sword technique randomly, combined with the swift wind sword intent. With just a flash, the overwhelming sword light seemed to wrap up the heart devouring like a sky full of green wind shadows. Puff, puff, puff! The heart-eating claws swung continuously, tearing the green knife shadows that were coming towards him into pieces. However, there were too many of these knife shadows, real and fake, making it difficult to tell the real from the fake. In just 1 or 2 breaths, the heart-eating claws were hit by several knives. With the help of the blood-burning secret art, Su Hao's abilities in all aspects increased. The blade was wrapped in a wisp of blood-colored mist, and it was extremely sharp. It cut several wounds on the heart-eating monster's body that were deep enough to see the bones. This is only because heart-eating has a strong physique that can withstand the magical weapons. If it were any other warrior, he would be chopped into pieces in an instant. Damn it! If I catch him once, he'll be dead! There was madness in Xiao's eyes. His body was constantly cut with wounds. Although they healed very quickly, this would consume his blood. At the same time, he was ruthless. He possessed the innate ability to attract blood. As long as Su Hao had a wound on his body, he would suck Su Hao to death. Swish, swish, swish! Xia didn't care about the knife that Su Hao had dropped on him. He adopted a life-and-death fighting style, grabbing out with his claws one after another, interweaving blood shadows all over the sky, so fast that it was unimaginable. As long as he could scratch a wound on Su Hao, he would be the winner. But what was hard for Xian to accept was that Su Hao used his body's skills, dragging the blood-colored wind shadow, and actually avoided the claw shadows in the sky, or just brushed past them. They didn't even touch the corner of Su Hao's clothes, and couldn't attack Su Hao at all. It was as if Su Hao had turned into the illusory and elusive wind. The speed is sufficient, but the changes are not enough, Su Hao said secretly as he dodged the attack of Heart Eater with the wind-chasing skill. It was not that he was faster than Heart Eater, but that his skills were far superior to Heart Eater. Su Hao's soul power completely enveloped Heart Eater. He could detect any slight change in Heart Eater and dodge his attacks in advance. He took the initiative and prevented Heart Eater from touching him. He even had time to counterattack. The cold current knife kept cutting deep wounds on Heart Eater's body that could be seen to the bone, and blood gushed out. Both of them activated the secret art of burning blood. Blood light jumped and thunder flashed. They fought madly in the Otsuka mountain. Wherever the two of them passed, they destroyed everything in their way. Their destructive power was exaggerated. Boom, boom, boom! If someone saw this battle, they would be extremely shocked. They would never imagine that this was a battle between two people in the postnatal realm. All that could be seen in the air were two blood-colored shadows constantly rising and falling, attacking each other, and the overflowing force blew up big holes in the ground. Damn it! Why can't I hit him? Xian roared madly in his heart. It was really that Su Hao was too agile. No matter how fast he ran or how tricky the angle of his attack was, he could not touch Su Hao. He even suspected that Su Hao had turned into the wind and could not be caught. Instead, Xixin was constantly slashed by Su Hao's knife, bleeding profusely. Both of them have activated the secret art of burning blood, and have cultivated blood demon bodies. They are fighting by burning their own blood every moment. Hoo hoo hoo! The Heart Eater suddenly tore with his claws, and Su Hao flew backwards, avoiding the Heart Eater's attack. The Heart Eater did not pursue him, but gasped heavily, and Su Hao also adjusted his breathing with breathing techniques. Fortunately, he had cultivated the blood demon body to the 3rd level of perfection, and the quality of his blood was 10 times better than that of ordinary warriors, otherwise he would not be able to fight against the Heart Eater at all. The level of the blood demon body cultivated by the Heart Eater was higher than Su Hao's, but because he was constantly hit by Su Hao, he needed to consume blood to recover from his wounds. The loss between the two was almost the same. Hee kid, you do have some skills, but you will be the only one to die today. After taking 2 breaths, Xian laughed, with blood flashing in his eyes. Huh! Are there any other means? Su Hao frowned. This guy was stabbed dozens of times by him, but he could still laugh. Could it be that he had some hidden means? Let me show you the great opportunity one got back then. I'll let you see the power of this treasure. I'm going to pull the blood out of your body. Xian licked his lips, a trace of ferocity appeared on his face, and he suddenly raised his right arm and aimed at Su Hao. What? Su Hao was slightly startled. He saw a blood-colored light blooming in the center of Xian's right palm, and a blood-red crystal was faintly emerging, as if embedded in the palm of his hand. Blood attraction technique! Heart-Eating roared, a look of pain appeared on his face. Su Hao could see that veins on his entire right arm were bulging, and the blood in the blood vessels was rushing towards the palm of his hand at a rapid speed. The blood-colored crystal in his palm also emitted a blood-red light. Ha! This is… Su Hao's face suddenly changed. He could feel a strange force enveloping him. There was a huge suction force acting on his whole body, making the blood in his body seem to break through his blood vessels and muscles and be forcibly pulled out of his body. Ha ha ha! Just because I didn't leave any wounds on you, you think I can't do anything to you? I'm going to suck all your blood out. The Heart-Eater laughed wildly, and the blood in his body was injected into the blood-colored crystal embedded in his palm, strengthening his own blood-attracting talent. The innate ability that Heart-Eater possesses after transforming into a half-demon is called blood attraction, which can cause the opponent's wounds to bleed profusely and forcibly suck out the blood. However, if the opponent has no wounds, blood attraction will not be of much use. But the blood-colored crystal that Sure Xian possesses is very special. As long as Sure Xian injects his own blood into it, his own abilities can be enhanced. Sure Xian has now used the blood-colored crystal to enhance his abilities several times, so even if Su Hao has no wounds on his body, he can still affect him. The blood vessel is about to burst. Su Hao's face turned red and white, and he felt severe pain all over his body. A terrifying pulling force seemed to pull all his blood out. Blood-breathing technique! Although Su Hao was horrified, he knew that he must not panic. He adjusted his breathing and practiced the blood-breathing technique to the extreme. As the blood-breathing technique was practiced to the limit, the potential of the blood in Su Hao's body was stimulated, and he developed a certain resistance to the suction force, which finally made Su Hao feel a little better. Can the blood-breathing technique counter his blood attraction? Upgrade the blood-breathing technique to perfection! Su Hao hurriedly shouted in his heart. Consume 800 experience points. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the blood-breathing technique to 1% advanced level. Consume 1600 experience points. Congratulations to the host for reaching perfection in the blood-breathing technique. The continuous deduction of experience points made Su Hao's blood-breathing technique perfected instantly. When his proficiency in blood-breathing technique reached perfection, Su Hao was a little surprised because the difference was too big. In the past, Su Hao needed to concentrate all his attention when performing the blood-breathing technique, and he had to follow a special breathing pattern to make the blood-breathing technique work. But now that he has mastered it, Su Hao can easily perform the blood-breathing technique with every breath, as if it has become an instinct. Chapter 58 The breathing of blood thunder kills the heart. Hoo hoo hoo! As the perfect level of blood breathing was performed, Su Hao seemed to be able to control every drop of blood in his body. Although he still felt very uncomfortable all over, he no longer felt like his blood vessels were about to burst. What's going on? He can actually resist my enhanced version of the blood-drawing technique? The scene of Su Hao's blood vessels bursting and blood being forcibly pulled out was not as expected. This made Sure Xian widen his eyes in disbelief. You should know that Xian Sure had once been hunted down by an innate warrior. With no hope of escape, Xian Sure fought desperately and used the blood-colored crystal to strengthen his blood-attracting technique, which allowed him to tear the blood vessels of the innate warrior with the blood-attracting technique, thus defeating the strong with the weak. Even many innate warriors could not withstand his enhanced blood-attracting technique, so why could Su Hao resist it? Very good. After I perfected the proficiency of this breathing method, it has changed so much. It has completely become my own instinct. In this case, can I use two breathing methods at the same time? Su Hao's eyes lit up. His proficiency in the blood-breathing method was perfect, which allowed him to use the bleeding breathing method whenever he breathed casually. In this case, could he divide his mind and use the thunder breathing method? Su Hao tried it out immediately, performing the blood-breathing technique and the thunder breathing technique at the same time. Boom! Something happened that made Su Hao's whole body tremble violently. Su Hao felt thunder spreading from his lungs and merging into every drop of blood, making his whole body covered with blood-red thunder. An extremely powerful feeling filled every muscle of Su Hao. This is the mystery of breathing methods? Breathing methods can be integrated and coordinated with each other? Su Hao was a little ecstatic. Every breathing method seemed to have something in common and could be integrated with each other to burst out even more powerful power. Heart-Eater, I've already told you, I'm the only one who gets away alive. The effect of the blood-attracting technique on Su Hao completely disappeared. He was wearing a blood-red fire robe, with blood-colored thunder jumping around his body. He looked coldly at the terrified Heart-Eater like a ghost. Impossible! How could this be possible? Sure Xian shook his head repeatedly in disbelief. He had absolute confidence in his trump card, but now it was useless against Su Hao? Su Hao didn't even know if he had a breakthrough at the last minute. His aura surged again. Die! Maintaining the blood and thunder breathing methods at the same time, plus the blood burning secret technique, the consumption of Su Hao was quite astonishing. He did not hesitate, and rushed towards the Heart-Eater with great momentum. The knife came out with rolling blood-red thunder, dyeing the evening sunset blood-red. Let me see how long you can last! Sure Xian gritted his teeth and roared. While maintaining the blood-drawing technique, he swung his sharp claws to grab Su Hao's sword. The blood demon body he cultivated was more advanced than Su Hao's, plus he was a half-demon ghost, and had a strong physique. He thought that if he continued to consume, he would drag Su Hao down sooner or later, and he would be the winner. Crack! The heart-eating claw is the hardest part of his body, comparable to a divine weapon. This claw shattered the sword energy that Su Hao had slashed with, but something happened that shocked the heart-eating claw. The blood-colored thunder sword energy exploded, and traces of blood-colored electric arcs flowed into his body along his skin, shocking the blood in his body. This made his whole body tremble, and the blood in his body stopped flowing for a moment and became chaotic. He could not maintain the secret technique of burning blood, and the blood-colored fire clothes wrapped around his body dissipated, and his breath weakened a lot. Huh! There is such an effect? Su Hao was also surprised. The combination of blood-breathing technique and thunder-breathing technique strengthened Su Hao's thunderblade chi, which could penetrate into the enemy's body and directly hit the blood, causing disorder in the chi and blood. Although he was surprised, Su Hao did not miss such a good opportunity. The blood-red lightning blade crossed the sky and earth, tearing everything apart. No! Sure Xian was horrified, and before he could calm down the chaotic blood and chi in his body, the blood-colored lightning blade slashed heavily on his neck. Laugh! Su Hao's murderous sword cut the Heart-Eating's most vulnerable neck in half. A head with a single horn that did not look like a human was separated from the neck and fell to the ground. No! How could I die? Impossible! I am the future half-demon ghost king! I will become the most perfect creature! Even though his head was chopped off, Sure Xian did not die for a moment. The head roared and screamed in fear. He had a great opportunity and grew from an ordinary third-rate warrior to the point where he could kill innate warriors across levels. He never thought that he would die at the hands of a 16 or 17-year-old young warrior. I'm not reconciled! I'm not reconciled! Sure Xian roared. If he didn't die, it would not be impossible for him to become a half-demon ghost king in the future. But now he has to become Su Hao's stepping stone. He is full of reluctance. I've told you, I only kill creatures like you who claim to be perfect. Su Hao sneered, knowing that villains usually die because they talk too much. He was afraid that something might happen if he was too late, so he raised his hand without saying any more words and chopped off the head of the Heart-Eater that fell to the ground. Crack! Shirshin's head was chopped into two halves like a watermelon, and his unwilling roar came to an abrupt end. Successfully killed the half-demon ghost, acquired demon ghost, 1 evolution. Obtained the evolutionary inner pill, silver level. Gained 10 years of chi cultivation. Obtained the blood demon body, incomplete. Gained 3,000 experience points. A series of system prompts sounded, making Su Hao breathe a sigh of relief. He was finally dead. It has to be said that Heart-Eater is very powerful. He is the most powerful opponent Su Hao has ever faced. Fortunately, Heart-Eater has not practiced any advanced and exquisite martial arts. He has more than enough strength and speed, but lacks variety and skills. Otherwise, it is hard to say who will win. Su Hao released the secret technique of burning blood, and suddenly he felt extremely weak, almost causing him to collapse to the ground. His lungs twitched violently, and he couldn't breathe. Using 2 breathing methods at the same time put an extreme burden on his lungs, and it took him a long time to feel better. This battle made Su Hao use all his tricks and exhausted himself, but fortunately he won in the end. He was the winner, and the only one who walked out alive. Jing Qing and Hiru were killed by Feng Wuji. Feng Wuji fought a decisive battle with Su Hao, but the half-demon ghost Heart-Eater intervened. Even Su Hao almost stayed here forever. Next it was time to reap the spoils. Huh! An evolutionary inner elixir exploded? Su Hao was ecstatic. After killing the Heart Eater, an evolutionary inner elixir exploded. Su Hao had experienced the benefits of this evolutionary inner elixir before. After taking it, there is a certain chance that a person will undergo an evolution, and their qualities in all aspects will grow greatly. Only evolved demons and ghosts have a certain chance of dropping the evolutionary inner elixir, which is extremely precious. In addition to this, the Blood Demon Body technique was also revealed. Blood Demon Body, incomplete, silver level, the inherited skill of the ancient Blood Demon clan, which draws energy from blood for cultivation. After cultivating into a Blood Demon Body, it has great power. Note, incomplete, the highest level of cultivation is the 6th level. However, what disappointed Su Hao was that the Blood Demon Body that exploded from Blood Wing was incomplete and could only be cultivated to the 3rd level. The Blood Demon Body obtained from the Heart Eater was also not complete, but it was better than Blood Wing. Although it was also incomplete, it could be cultivated to the 6th level. Chapter 59, Rare Treasure Blood Demon Crystal. The Blood Demon Body technique seems to be quite widespread. There is still a chance after obtaining a complete Blood Demon Body, Su Hao said secretly. This Blood Demon Body technique is more profound than he had imagined. The quality of an incomplete Blood Demon Body at the 6th level is already rated as Silver Grade, which is the same level as the incomplete Thunder Sword technique. This Feng Wuji really has treasures on him. Su Hao came to Feng Wuji with shining eyes. Feng Wuji was carrying some money and several bottles of healing pills. One of the bottles was extremely exquisite. Su Hao opened the exquisite little bottle, and immediately a fragrant aroma filled the mountains and fields, making people feel refreshed. This made Su Hao excited. Looking carefully, the 3 pills were crystal clear, and there was a wisp of misty gas flowing in them. Is this the Xiantian pill? Su Hao's eyes lit up, and he remembered what Feng Wuji had said before, that the reason he took action against him was because of Yelu Xiong, and Yelu Xiong gave him 3 Xiantian pills as a reward, and it seemed that these 3 were the ones in front of him. Feng Wuji of course carried such a valuable item with him, but it ended up being a bargain for Su Hao. Xiantian pill is extremely precious. In order for a warrior to reach the innate realm, he needs to absorb the innate qi. Without the innate pill, it will take a huge amount of time to absorb the innate qi, but the innate pill can save this time. Theoretically, 1 innate pill is enough for an acquired warrior to reach the innate level, but the more innate pills the better, because the more innate energy one absorbs when advancing to the innate realm, the greater the potential, and the greater the probability of opening the gate to immortality in the future. According to records, for a warrior to advance to the innate realm, the limit of the innate energy he can absorb is 9 strands of innate energy. Of course, most warriors cannot reach this level. Those who can absorb 3 or 4 strands of innate energy can be considered to have good talent. However, those monsters naturally tried their best to prepare enough innate pills so as to avoid the embarrassing situation of having no innate energy to absorb before they reached their limit. The same was true for Su Hao. He planned to obtain as many innate pills as possible, preferably 9 in total, so that there would be no risk of error. After carefully putting away the 3 innate pills, Su Hao then looked at Shi Xian's corpse. Take this heart-eating monster's head back as evidence of completing the mission. Also, what is the thing in his palm? It seemed to have enhanced his abilities before, and it almost pulled all the blood out of my body. Su Hao put the heart-eating monster's head, which was split into 2 halves, into a cloth bag. At the same time, Su Hao was very curious about what was in Xian Shi's palm. Xian Shi's blood-attracting technique would not work on people who had no wounds on their bodies, but he used the amplification of the blood-colored crystal and performed the blood-attracting technique again, which almost caused Su Hao's blood vessels to burst. It was very brutal. Su Hao spread out the palm of Heart-Eating's right hand, but found nothing. The crystal seemed to have merged into his palm. Su Hao then cut his palm open with a blade and finally saw the crystal. The crystal was blood-red all over, like the most gorgeous ruby. Although it was obviously stained with blood, it gave people a feeling of being spotless. It was very strange. Su Hao was a little curious, so he took the blood-colored crystal in his hand and examined it carefully. What? But Su Hao was suddenly startled and felt a suction force coming from the blood-red crystal. He shook his hands hurriedly and wanted to throw it away, but it was too late. Call! Feeling a burning sensation, Su Hao quickly looked towards his right hand, but was shocked to find that the blood-red crystal in the palm of his right hand had disappeared. "This has merged into my palm?" Su Hao's face was full of astonishment, because when he looked inside, he found that there was an extra object in the palm of his right hand. It was the blood-red crystal, which seemed to have merged into his palm. He did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. "What the hell is this?" Su Hao frowned and clenched his fist, wondering whether he should cut his palm open and take out the crystal. "The blood-colored crystal seems to be able to amplify abilities," Su Hao said secretly. He remembered the method that Heart-Eating had used before. He decided to try out what effect the blood-colored crystal had. As Su Hao concentrated his mind on his right palm, his expression changed slightly, because his own blood was uncontrollably absorbed by the blood-colored crystal. At the same time, a strange power was fed back from the blood-colored crystal. This power could amplify his abilities. Boom! Su Hao tried to combine the power fed back by the blood-colored crystal with his own thunder sword intent, and then slashed out with the sword. A horrible thing happened. A golden thunder sword light rushed out like the roar of a beast, sticking to the ground, with a deafening whistle. Shoo! The lightning blade flashed and flew nearly 100 meters away before slowly dissipating. However, on the ground, a huge crack appeared that was hundreds of meters long, 1 meter wide, and several meters deep. It absorbed my blood, thereby increasing the strength of my sword intent. It's more than twice as strong. Su Hao was stunned and took a breath of cold air. This blood-colored crystal could amplify its own abilities, such as sword intent, and burst out with power several times its own limit. It was truly terrifying. Not only that, the intensity of this amplification is related to the quality of the blood. The higher the quality of Su Hao's blood, the stronger the feedback force will be when the blood crystal absorbs it, and it can provide many times the amplification. Awesome, but it sucked a bit too much blood, Su Hao exclaimed in amazement, his mouth twitching slightly. Fortunately, he cultivated the blood demon body and his blood quality was extremely high. If an ordinary person drove the blood crystal, he would probably be drained directly. After absorbing my blood, the color of this crystal seems to have become deeper. There may be unknown changes in the future. It is truly a rare treasure. Su Hao was also amazed and discovered that the function of the blood-colored crystal may not only increase the strength of the holder's abilities. Once it absorbs enough blood of sufficient quality, it is estimated that more changes will occur. Well used. This is definitely a powerful weapon to defeat the enemy. I will study it carefully later. The effect of the blood-colored crystal was too powerful, so Su Hao decided not to dig it out of his palm for the time being. Even if he really dug it out, it might not be possible. This blood-colored crystal seemed to be fused with his hand, and would not separate until death. This blood-colored crystal was obtained by Heart Shining. It should have been obtained when he obtained the blood demon body technique. It is very likely to have some connection with the blood demon body technique. In that case, let's call it blood demon crystal. Su Hao used his simple naming skills to give the blood-colored crystal a name. Blood demon body. This technique is the inherited technique of the ancient blood demon clan. This blood demon crystal is most likely also from the ancient blood demon clan. Whether there are other secrets hidden in it can only be found by looking up the classics in the future. Chapter 60 Evolve Again. Let's go back to Daoji sect. Yelu Xiong, just wait, you will pay the price. After solving the problem here, Su Hao did not stay any longer and prepared to return to Daoji sect. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yelu Xiong ordered Feng Wuji to kill him, and Su Hao would definitely not give up. Su Hao was very weak after the fierce battle, but his gains were undoubtedly huge: 3 innate pills, 6 levels of blood demon body cultivation techniques, an evolving inner pill, and the mysterious blood demon crystal. Digesting these trophies would be enough to make a great progress in his strength. Su Hao left Otsuka Mountain and rode back to Daoji sect on horseback, while practicing the blood-breathing technique to recover from his energy consumption. After 2.5 days, Su Hao had recovered to his peak condition and arrived at the foot of Daoji Mountain. He is Su Hao. At the foot of Daoji Mountain, some disciples guarding the mountain gate saw Su Hao. One of them recognized Su Hao and immediately made way with a respectful look on his face, which was completely different from the last time when he was turned away. Complete the task first, and then go to the treasure pavilion to buy the demon blood essence to upgrade the blood demon body. Su Hao entered Daoji sect and said secretly in his heart, what he had to do now was to improve his strength to the peak, and then let Yelu Xiong pay the price. Su Hao was walking on the road of Daoji sect. He suddenly saw a woman in a red dress passing by. He was stunned for a moment. The woman in red also saw Su Hao, and a trace of astonishment and disbelief flashed across her face. Su Hao! The woman in red is none other than Swallowtail. Feng Dai dueled with Nangong Lianling, but used despicable means to control the demons and ghosts, and almost killed Nangong Lianling. Su Hao killed those demons and ghosts, and slapped Feng Dai in front of thousands of people, which undoubtedly made her lose face. It was for this reason that Feng Dai investigated Su Hao's background, learned his true identity, and told Yelu Xiong, which triggered a series of events. Of course, Su Hao didn't know that Yelu Xiong was prepared to spend a huge price to eliminate him because of his identity. It was not because he beat Feng Dai that Yelu Xiong paid such a huge price to ask Feng Wuji to take action. What are you doing? Feng Dai was like seeing a ghost. She unconsciously pressed the hilt of the sword at her waist, as if she was afraid that Su Hao would suddenly attack her. She was ready to draw her sword at any time. Her face was full of horror. Didn't Su Hao go out on a mission with Feng Wuji? Feng Wuji didn't kill him? How could he return to Daoji sect alive? Seeing Feng Dia's appearance, Su Hao was sure that the person who ordered Feng Wuji to kill him was closely related to Yelu Xiong, and Feng Dai was also an insider. Hee. Su Hao gave Feng Dai a meaningful, fake smile, then ignored her and turned away. He would definitely take revenge on Yelu Xiong, but not now. How could this happen? Feng Wuji failed? Impossible. Although he is far inferior to Brother Xiong, he is still one of the top 3 talents in the outer sect. Or did Feng Wuji accept the reward but didn't do the job? It must be like this. This damn guy. He actually let Su Hao return to Daoji sect alive. Feng Dai looked at Su Hao's departing back, feeling extremely flustered. Did Feng Wuji accept the reward but didn't do the job? Or did he take the action but failed? And looking at Su Hao's expression, it seemed that he already knew everything. Without hesitation, Feng Dai hurried to find Yelu Xiong, who was in seclusion. She had to tell Yelu Xiong that Su Hao had returned to Daoji sect alive, and find a way to deal with it. Su Hao came to the Law and Politics Hall and met Deacon Li. Huh! You're back so soon? Have you completed the mission? Deacon Li was a little surprised to see Su Hao. He still had a good impression of Su Hao, who was in the same team with Feng Wuji. Seeing Deacon Li's expression, Su Hao felt that this matter should have nothing to do with Deacon Li. Deacon Li was just instructed by his superiors to assign the task to Su Hao. Of course, the fact that he was assigned to the same team with Feng Wuji must have been due to the influence of Yelu Xiong. Well, the mission is accomplished. Su Hao placed the cloth bag containing the heart-eating skull on the counter and said, This is the head of the half-demon ghost that caused chaos in Otsuka Mountain. Half-demon ghost? Deacon Li was surprised. The original information given was that an evil cultivator was causing chaos in the Otsuka Mountain area, but he didn't expect that it was actually a half-demon ghost. Well, it is indeed the head of a half-demon. Well done! Deacon Li checked the head that had been chopped in half by the heart-eating monster and nodded slightly, confirming that Su Hao's mission had been completed. After Su Hao successfully received the task reward of 10,000 contribution points, he said goodbye and left. Deacon Li frowned and asked, Why didn't Feng Wuji and the other 3 come together to hand in the task? Deacon Li felt that Feng Wuji and the other 2 might have been delayed by something, or they went to rest after returning to Daoji sect, and did not come to hand in the task immediately, but he was not overly surprised. After Su Hao received the mission reward, he went to the treasure pavilion. When he saw Su Hao, the fat middle-aged man in the treasure pavilion smiled and asked, Do you want to buy something again? The middle-aged man already knew that the young man in front of him was Su Hao, who had recently become famous in the outer sect of Daoji sect, and his attitude was particularly enthusiastic. Yes. Su Hao nodded. Give me 80 bottles of acquired demon blood. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched. The essence and blood of the demon ghost can replenish chi and blood, and can be used to make pills, but generally speaking, even the outer disciples who practiced alchemy would not buy so much. Su Hao used up all his contribution points to buy the essence and blood of the demon ghost. The reason why Su Hao bought so much blood essence of demons was naturally to cultivate the blood demon body. The blood demon body, which was only at the 6th level, was rated as high as silver level, and it was definitely a skill with huge potential. This is the benefit of joining a sect. If it were an ordinary warrior, it would undoubtedly take a huge amount of time and effort to obtain the essence and blood of so many acquired demons and ghosts. But in Daoji sect, it can be exchanged with contribution points. A total of 24,000 contribution points were spent, which exhausted all of Su Hao's contribution points. However, contribution points are meant to be spent, and he can go back and get a lot of contribution points by passing the remaining 2 levels of the magic puppet formation. It is difficult for ordinary disciples to obtain contribution points, but for powerful disciples, it is very easy to obtain contribution points. It is the same for any sect, and resources will be concentrated on powerful disciples. Su Hao entered the training room with a large amount of acquired demon blood and essence to digest the spoils of war. The artistic conception energy is used to improve the level of artistic conception. Unfortunately, there are only 300 points of artistic conception energy, which is not enough to improve my own sword intent. The sword intent dropped after killing Feng Wuji was transformed into 300 points of artistic conception energy. This artistic conception energy can be used to improve sword intent, but 300 points is a bit too little, not enough to improve Su Hao's Gale sword intent or Thunder sword intent once. First, Su Hao swallowed the evolving inner elixir in one gulp and digested it. That familiar feeling came again, and every cell in Su Hao's body greedily absorbed the energy of the evolving inner elixir. This energy made Su Hao's cells grow, divide, and grow again. All the bones in his body were tempered, revealing a lustrous feeling. Chapter 61 Pull Away the Innate. This is an evolution from the level of life, an evolution of blood. For example, if a weak demon evolves once, it can break the limitations of its own race and grow to a higher level in the future. Demons and ghosts that have evolved multiple times are even more powerful than you can imagine. For example, many demon and ghost kings have evolved several times. Each one is so powerful that it is terrifying. It is common for the strong ones who open the immortal gate to be killed when they face each other. And Su Hao, as a human being, is undergoing his second evolution. After a day, Su Hao's evolution was complete. His eyes were bright, his brain became clearer, and his aptitude and bones were greatly enhanced. The benefits of this second evolution are really huge. I now have a power of about 70,000 kilograms in one arm. My physique has also become stronger. Su Hao smiled. His current physique is completely comparable to that of the half-demon ghost Heart Eater. You know, Heart Eater can use his claws to resist the sword intent. He is invincible in the acquired level and can be compared to physical cultivation. 70,000 pounds of divine power. Su Hao could beat to death many warriors in the late acquired stage, or even the peak acquired stage with pure strength alone. I guess the silver quality evolution elixir is of no use to me now. Su Hao thought secretly. The silver quality evolution inner elixir would have almost no effect on him who has completed the second evolution now, unless it is an evolution inner elixir of higher quality. The other is the blood demon body. The blood demon body technique obtained from Bloodwing is only at the 3rd level, while the blood demon body obtained from Sure Xian can be cultivated to the 6th level. Su Hao opened a small porcelain bowl containing demon blood and drank it all in one gulp. The familiar taste made him smack his lips and mutter. It actually tastes a bit delicious. Am I a bit too heavy-handed? Su Hao speechlessly restrained the scattered thoughts in his mind, began to refine the demon's blood essence, and cultivated to a higher level of the blood demon body. Su Hao refined a trace of the demon's blood essence, and his blood demon body was also improving rapidly. There is a characteristic of evil martial arts, which is that it is effective quickly. As long as there are enough resources, the speed of progress of evil martial arts is beyond words. It is not an exaggeration to say that the results are immediate. Otherwise, there would not be so many people who would choose to practice evil martial arts and take shortcuts. Bottle after bottle of demon blood was refined by Su Hao. Su Hao's blood was undergoing a transformation. Blood, as the source of life, further nourished Su Hao's body, tempering his bones and tendons, making them more perfect. 20 days later, Su Hao had refined all the essence and blood of the monsters and ghosts. With his second evolution, even the speed of refining various elixirs and natural treasures increased exponentially. Call! Su Hao exhaled and slowly stopped practicing. The gleam in his eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. The 6th level of Blood Demon Body was perfected. The changes brought by the 3 layers of Blood Demon Body in the middle are much greater than those in the first 3 layers. Su Hao's physique has been tempered again, and one arm has a power of 100,000 kilograms. This can scare many acquired warriors. It also shocked many innate warriors. In addition, his blood has undergone a transformation and has a crystal-like color. 1 drop of blood is 30 to 40 times heavier than a warrior of the same level. It is easier for him to perform the blood-burning secret technique, and it will definitely be more powerful when used to activate the blood demon crystal. Su Hao estimates that it can increase his abilities by 5 or 6 times. With my current strength, I can probably kill Heart Eater with one hand if I face him again, right? Su Hao clenched his fists, and the air in his hands made a popping sound. Su Hao's current strength is far beyond that of Feng Wuji, who is known as one of the 3 great demons of the outer sect. Even if Feng Wuji is resurrected, Su Hao can beat him to death with one hand. You should know that Feng Wuji's strength is comparable to that of some warriors who have just entered the innate realm. Okay, let's come out and have a good meal. Su Hao stretched, feeling refreshed. After being in seclusion for so many days, he felt like he was eating raw meat and drinking blood. Su Hao couldn't wait to go out and enjoy and relax. Huh! These people's eyes are so strange. Su Hao frowned. He first went back to his residence to change his clothes. However, what puzzled Su Hao was that the Dao Ji sect disciples who saw him along the way all had strange eyes and were full of vigilance. Could something have happened during the more than half a month of my seclusion? Su Hao thought secretly. Su Hao, you finally showed up! Su Hao had just changed his clothes and was about to go to the restaurant in Dao Ji sect for a good meal. But just as he was walking on the road, he heard a loud shout. In the distance, 4 or 5 men in black were coming towards him with coldness in their eyes. A large number of Dao Ji sect disciples gathered around, and each of them looked at Su Hao with either vigilance or suspicion. Is there something wrong? Su Hao didn't know these men who came with such aggressive momentum, but he could see that the stern man in black who was leading them was an innate level warrior. He frowned and looked at the stern man and others who blocked his way. I'm Huang Tianfei from the Law Enforcement Hall. We suspect that you killed elite disciples such as Feng Wuji, He Ru, and Jing Qing when you went out on a mission last time. Your crime is unforgivable. Now follow me to the Law Enforcement Hall and confess everything. The stern man who called himself Huang Tianfei said with a hint of coldness on his face. Huh! No wonder other people look at me like this. The bad guy complains first? Su Hao finally understood why the other Dao Ji sect disciples looked at him strangely along the way. It turned out that it was because of the matter of Feng Wuji and others. There was no doubt that this was most likely the work of Yalu Xiong, Feng Dai and others. The bad guy complained first, and put the blame on Su Hao. Come with us! Huang Tianfei, an innate warrior, did not give Su Hao a chance to say more. He stretched out a hand and grabbed Su Hao's shoulder. Su Hao's face turned cold. He didn't even give him a chance to speak, and he was going to take him away? Not only that, Huang Tianfei's attack was extremely heavy, and he wanted to crush Su Hao's shoulder blade directly. Get out! Su Hao snorted coldly. Facing Huang Tianfei's grabbing hand, he raised his hand and slapped it back casually, as if he was slapping a mosquito. Bang! Huang Tianfei's palm collided with Su Hao's palm, and a deafening explosion sound was faintly heard in the air. Huang Tianfei's face changed drastically, and he felt an unmatched force coming at him, shaking his tall and thin body and causing him to retreat uncontrollably. Crack, crack, crack! Every step he took left a footprint 3 to 5 inches deep on the hard rock ground, and one of Huang Tianfei's arms began to tremble uncontrollably, with a sharp pain as if his bones were about to break. How is this possible? Huang Tianfei's eyes widened in shock. He was a member of the Law Enforcement Hall of Dao Ji sect, and his cultivation was at the innate level. How could Su Hao just slap him back like slapping a mosquito? His arm was in excruciating pain? Chapter 62, Demons and Monsters. Su Hao repelled Huang Tianfei. He glanced around and saw many Dao Ji sect disciples gathered here, There is no doubt that Feng Wuji and others had not returned the last time Su Hao went out on a mission. No matter how stupid Yelu Xiong and others were, they knew that Feng Wuji and others were most likely dead. Although they didn't know how Su Hao killed Feng Wuji, Su Hao knew most likely that Feng Wuji was instructed by Yelu Xiong. So Yelu Xiong did not hesitate, and quickly came up with a vicious plan to take the initiative, and put the blame on Su Hao first. It would be best to muddy the waters and take advantage of the chaos to convict Su Hao directly, without him even having a chance to speak. This is what is called using power to suppress others. Su Hao killed Feng Wuji? I heard it was for Feng Wuji's treasure. Why do I feel like this is a bit mysterious? Feng Wuji is one of the 3 great demons in our outer sect. His strength is far beyond that of ordinary elite disciples. Although Su Hao has recently entered the elite list, there is still a big gap between him and Feng Wuji, right? Haha, it's easy to dodge an open attack, but it's hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Perhaps Feng Wuji was not prepared for his fellow disciples, and that's why he was ambushed. These Daoji sect disciples were discussing in low voices. Some felt that it was unlikely that Su Hao would kill Feng Wuji, or some felt that there was some misunderstanding, but there were also many people who felt that Su Hao really did kill Feng Wuji by using despicable means. Humph, it turns out they are the ones behind this. Su Hao was too lazy to pay attention to the gossip of these ordinary disciples. He looked coldly at a woman in red in the crowd. It was Feng Dai. Feng Dai had a bright smile on her face, but there was a hint of viciousness in that smile. She had completely torn her relationship with Su Hao, so there was no need to show any mercy. She would use the most despicable means to kill Su Hao completely. Yelu Xiong is the number 1 in the outer sect, not to mention his identity. He is a member of the Yelu family, one of the largest families in Daoji sect. The energy he can mobilize is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He first spread rumors to ruin Su Hao's reputation, and then naturally let the disciples of the law enforcement hall take action to capture Su Hao. As long as he enters the law enforcement hall where the Yelu family has great power, they have plenty of ways to make Su Hao admit his guilt, or be unable to speak. This kid is so stupid. He went into seclusion as soon as he came back. He didn't even come out to explain the rumors outside and let them ferment. Today, he is dead. However, he was able to make Huang Tianfei take a step back, which is considered to be quite capable. Feng Dai sneered secretly. Su Hao went into seclusion as soon as he came back. During the half-month of seclusion, rumors spread that Su Hao had murdered his fellow brothers, but Su Hao himself had not come out to explain. As soon as he came out, the law enforcement hall and others who got the news came directly to arrest him. Seeing Su Hao repel Huang Tianfei, Feng Dai was not too worried. She thought that it was because Huang Tianfei did not use his full strength and was caught off guard and repelled Huang Tianfei. Huang Tianfei was somewhat confused for a moment. He used a lot of force when grabbing Su Hao's shoulder, ready to crush Su Hao's shoulder with one claw. It stands to reason that with his innate cultivation level, a postnatal warrior would not be able to block such a grab. However, Su Hao fought him off head-on. This kind of strength is very terrifying. Boy, how dare you arrest! How dare you attack the members of the law enforcement hall! You are indeed a beast who murdered your fellow brothers and is extremely cruel. Huang Tianfei did not speak for a while, but a man in black next to him started to scold him in a timid manner. Su Hao's face darkened slightly. Everyone, you didn't even give me a chance to say a word right away, and you started to attack me. You also don't allow me to resist? Also, keep your mouths shut. Is this the quality of the members of the law enforcement hall? You treat me as an unforgivable heinous criminal before you have confirmed my crime? The man in black, however, gave no face at all and chuckled, curling his lips in disdain. It is already known to everyone that you have killed your fellow disciples, and you still want us to be polite to you. Have manners? Sorry, anyone can kill an evildoer like you. Su Hao laughed, but his smile was cold, terribly cold. You don't know how to behave. Then I will teach you how to behave. Do you like to slander? Do you like to put labels on others? I will make you understand that you should not blindly interfere in some things. After he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in Su Hao's eyes, and he slapped out through the air. The surging true energy mixed with his own divine power, and the void was filled with explosive sounds. What? The man in black was still mocking and sneering, but his expression suddenly changed. Su Hao said he would start fighting? And the slap he gave was simply terrifying. The situation changed, and a huge pressure came towards him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Block it! The man in black quickly crossed his arms over his chest, trying to block the attack. Bang! However, when Su Hao's powerful palm hit his arms in midair, the man in black had a deep understanding of the phrase. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. At this moment, a dull explosion was heard, and a series of cracking sounds were heard from the man in black's arms. His whole body was blasted 3 to 5 meters high from the ground, more than 10 meters away, and fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The black-clothed man from the law enforcement hall had blood gushing out of his mouth, and the bones in his arms were shattered as if they had been trampled by a ferocious beast. He kept coughing up blood, couldn't utter a word, and fainted. The discussions in the room fell silent for a moment, and everyone stared blankly at the tall and handsome young man in green clothes. With one slap, he slapped a disciple of the law enforcement hall and sent him flying through the air, beating him half to death on the spot? Aren't all disciples of the law enforcement hall at least elite-level disciples eligible to take up this position? How could he be so weak? After a long while, all the Daoji sect disciples took a deep breath. How could they be so cruel to the law enforcement hall disciples? They just beat them up as soon as they said so. Moreover, they were all horrified at Su Hao's strength. A disciple who serves as a member of the law enforcement hall must at least have the strength to be included in the elite list. How strong must Su Hao be to have been beaten half to death by Su Hao's palm from midair? Huang Tianfei was shocked and angry, but also a little surprised. This kid is too stupid. He severely injured the law enforcement hall disciple in front of everyone. So it's not too much for me to accidentally kill him, right? You bold man, not only did you kill your fellow brothers, but you also used such heavy hands on the disciples of the law enforcement hall. If I don't catch you today, you will not know that the dignity of my law enforcement hall cannot be violated. Huang Tianfei roared angrily with murderous intent in his eyes. Su Hao was so impulsive that he beat one of his men into this state. Although he was surprised by Su Hao's strength, he was more happy because he could now attack Su Hao with a legitimate reason. Even if he, accidentally, killed Su Hao in the process, he would have reason to explain to his superiors that the other party was afraid of the crime and resisted frantically, and he killed him accidentally. This was perfect. Majesty? The majesty of your law enforcement hall is to help the tyrant? Last time I defeated Feng Dai, Yelu Xiong bribed Feng Wuji with 3 innate pills and asked him to kill me during the mission. Not only that, Jing Qing and Hiru who went with him were caught off guard and were killed by Feng Wuji's sneak attack. As a result, Yelu Xiong is now putting the blame on me. This method is too low level. Su Hao smiled coldly and told what he knew. Chapter 63, Blow Up the Dantian. Yeah, did Brother Lawyer bribe Feng Wuji to kill Su Hao? Feng Wuji also killed 2 elite disciples? Impossible. Brother Yi is a rare talent among men, a rare evildoer in this generation of Daoji sect. It is impossible for him to do such a thing. As soon as these words were spoken, there was no doubt that the whole audience went wild. Yelu Xiong's reputation in the outer sect of Daoji sect was unmatched. He was the pride of the Yellow family, the best in the outer sect, and the leader of the 3 evil monsters. He had too many halos on him. Su Hao said that it was Yelu Xiong who instructed Feng Wuji to do it, and the first reaction of most people was that they couldn't believe it. Maybe it's possible. Everyone knows about the relationship between Feng Dai and Yelu Xiong. Feng Dai was humiliated by Su Hao in front of so many people. As a man, it's not impossible that Yelu Xiong would want to take revenge on Su Hao. Some people also think that what Su Hao said is possible. Fengdia's face looked very ugly. She said loudly, "Everyone knows what kind of person Lawyer Yi is. He is upright and above board. This kid has caused a big disaster and wants to drag Lawyer Yi into it. He has the heart to be killed. Boy, you are talking nonsense. I will smash your mouth." Huang Tianfei's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He knew that he could not give Su Hao another chance to speak. He roared and attacked directly, preparing to kill Su Hao by accident. Boom! As a warrior in the innate realm, Huang Tianfei's strength is naturally terrifying. His innate true energy is surging and filling his whole body. He steps on the ground, a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spreads, and the ground sank slightly. Huang Tianfei tears through the air like a cannonball and rushes straight towards Su Hao. Huang Tianfei's aura as an innate warrior was undoubtedly revealed when he moved, and the power he brought was enough to scare ordinary acquired warriors. But for Su Hao today, Huang Tianfei's strength is just so, probably not 2 points stronger than Feng Wuji. Feng Wuji is one of the strongest warriors in the outer sect, and can rival many warriors who have just entered the innate realm. He is on par with Huang Tianfei. Splitting claws! Huang Tianfei grabbed Su Hao's throat with one claw. His move was extremely vicious and he wanted to kill Su Hao. Kill him! Feng Dai shouted in her heart. As long as Su Hao died, the matter would be completely resolved. Even if someone in the sect had complaints about it, with Yelu Xiong's influence, it would not be a big deal. Who made this kid so stupid that he dared to use such heavy hands on the disciples of the law enforcement hall in front of so many people? Call out! Su Hao stood still, as if he was unable to react. Huang Tianfei had a grim smile on his face, and suddenly grabbed Su Hao's neck with his claws. However, to his surprise, his claws pierced through Su Hao's neck. This was just an afterimage. You are really the weakest innate realm I have ever seen, even worse than Feng Wuji. Su Hao appeared 2 or 3 meters away from Huang Tianfei at some point in time. There was a hint of disdain on his face, and his eyes were like he was looking at a waste, which made Huang Tianfei shocked and angry. Huang Tianfei and no one present could see clearly how Su Hao avoided Huang Tianfei's attack. After the second evolution, Su Hao's speed, physique and strength have been greatly improved. He has cultivated the blood demon body technique to the 6th level, which has further enhanced his strength. In his opinion, Huang Tianfei's speed is too slow, and he is a little inferior to Feng Wuji and Shi Xian. Die! Huang Tianfei's murderous intent surged due to Su Hao's sarcastic tone and eyes. His pair of claws, carrying powerful true energy, left 2 traces in the void that lasted for a long time, and tore towards Su Hao. Even if Su Hao had a body of steel, he would definitely be torn to pieces on the spot if he was caught. Thunder breathing! Su Hao did not continue to struggle with Huang Tianfei and decided to get rid of him quickly. He performed the thunder breathing technique, and a thunder spread in his body, which greatly enhanced his already extremely strong physique. In his eyes, Huang Tianfei's extremely sharp claw technique was full of flaws and did not pose any threat at all. Su Hao stretched out his hands and grabbed Huang Tianfei's wrists from the claw shadows, bringing his attack to an abrupt end. What? Huang Tianfei was shocked. He felt as if his wrist was clamped by a pair of pliers and was in excruciating pain. He saw Su Hao's terrifyingly cold eyes. Want to take the opportunity to kill me? That's a good idea, but unfortunately, you don't have the strength to do so. A cold light flashed in Su Hao's eyes, and he suddenly grabbed Huang Tianfei's wrist and tightened his hand violently. 100,000 pounds of divine power suddenly exploded in a single arm. Crack, crack, crack! In just a moment, the arms and bones of Huang Tianfei, which had been tempered by the innate true essence, made a crackling sound like frying beans. The bones of both wrists were crushed, and the bone fragments tore through the muscles and emerged from the flesh, looking hideous and terrifying. My scalp is tingling. Before the remaining 3 or 4 law enforcement hall disciples could take action, the innate warrior Huang Tianfei had his arms crippled by Su Hao in an instant. The terrifying force that crushed Huang Tianfei's hands was like that of a savage beast. Ah! My hand! My hand! Huang Tianfei screamed miserably. Su Hao let go of his hand. He staggered backwards, looking at his wrist that was completely squeezed out of shape. He was sweating profusely, his eyes full of pain and fear. What kind of strength is this? It was completely crushing. He, a congenital warrior, was like a baby in Su Hao's hands. He was powerless to resist and let himself be squeezed. You are very lucky. It seems that killing people is a taboo in the sect. Su Hao's indifferent voice made the frightened Huang Tianfei breathe a sigh of relief. At least he could save his life. No matter how bold Su Hao was, he would not dare to kill his fellow disciples in Daoji sect. But before Huang Tianfei could relax, Su Hao's figure suddenly flashed, and he punched Huang Tianfei's lower abdomen and dantian with lightning speed. Puff! The force condensed into a beam and tore Huang Tianfei's lower abdomen and his dantian. Call! As the dantian ruptured, The innate true energy in Huang Tianfei's dantian could no longer be stored and gushed out like clouds and mist, covering the area within a dozen feet in radius. No! My cultivation! My true essence! Huang Tianfei's scream suddenly increased by 7 or 8 degrees. He couldn't believe it. Su Hao destroyed his dantian. He destroyed all his cultivation. No! No! Huang Tianfei roared with regret. If he had known that Su Hao was such a vicious person, he would never have volunteered to deal with Su Hao just to curry favor with Yelu Xiong and the Yelu family. Now that his arms were crippled and his cultivation was destroyed, it was much more painful than killing him. Plop! Huang Tianfei found it hard to accept this reality and fainted. His body fell straight to the ground, splashing up dust. Chapter 64. See you on the stage of life and death. Huang Tianfei was crippled? He is an innate warrior! My God! What kind of strength is this? Defeating an innate warrior is as easy as eating and drinking water. Among the 3 great evildoers in our outer sect, I'm afraid only senior brother Yelu Xiong has the confidence to compete with him. All the Daoji sect disciples present were chilled and shocked. This was too horrifying. An innate warrior had his dantian ruthlessly destroyed by Su Hao in front of them. The true energy that gushed out lingered in the air for a long time before dissipating. It's not enough for an acquired warrior to defeat an innate warrior, but it's so easy? It's hard to believe my eyes. The top 3 monsters in the outer sect all possess strength comparable to that of an innate one, but the disciples of Daoji sect know that, except for Yelu Xiong, the other 2 will definitely not be much stronger than Huang Tianfei when facing Su Hao. Crack! Su Hao dealt with Huang Tianfei. His figure swayed slightly, dragging thunder and lightning, and he intercepted a woman in red as if teleporting. It was Feng Dai. Feng Dai realized that something was wrong and wanted to take the opportunity to leave, but how could Su Hao let this woman go? You're right, Feng Wuji was indeed killed by me, but I didn't sneak attack him, and there was no need to do so. Su Hao looked coldly at Fengye's face, which was trembling and distorted with fear. What do you want? Fengye's teeth were chattering. The coldness on Su Hao's body could penetrate deep into her soul. If you want to cause trouble, then make it bigger. Su Hao's voice was cold. Before he could seek revenge on Yelu Xiong and Feng Dai, these 2 guys came to him on their own initiative, and used such despicable means, which made Su Hao's anger rise. If you want to cause trouble, then make it bigger and see who will be the one to suffer in the end. The people around Feng Dai couldn't help but step back, but no one wanted to be a hero and save the beauty. Firstly, they didn't have the strength to do so, and secondly, Fengye's popularity was very bad. Rub! Feng Dai sensed the chill in Su Hao's eyes. She gritted her teeth, murderous intent flashed in her heart. She took the initiative and instantly pulled out the fiery red sword worn at her waist, interweaving with afterimages all over the sky, and stabbed towards Su Hao's vital points. Fengye's swordsmanship is very exquisite, but no matter how exquisite the swordsmanship is, it will appear fancy if it is not supported by sufficient strength. In Su Hao's eyes, Fengye's swordsmanship is obviously not lethal enough. Clang! Su Hao slapped the sword casually. His physique was no less powerful than that of Shirexian, who could crush the sword intent with his claws. The sword flew out of his hand, and the huge force shook Fengye's wrist bones so much that it was dislocated. You almost killed Lian Ling before, and I haven't even pursued the matter with you yet. You and Yelu Xiong conspired to murder me, and now you dare to appear in front of me? Su Hao was filled with murderous intent. He did not give Feng Dai any chance to beg for mercy. He struck Fengye's dantian with a palm strike even though her face was filled with fear. Puff! Feng Dai flew backwards with blood gushing out of her mouth. Her dantian was shattered by the palm strike. She was just like Huang Tianfei. All her cultivation was wasted. No! I will kill you! I will kill you! Feng Dai struggled to get up from the ground and roared hissingly, her hair disheveled, without any trace of her former beauty, like a devil. Both Huang Tianfei and the swallowtail butterfly deserved their punishment, and Su Hao did not feel that he was cruel in doing this. Su Hao looked around, including the disciples of the law enforcement hall, and his voice was terribly cold. Yelu Xiong asked Feng Wuji to eliminate me during the mission in exchange for 3 Xiantian pills. He killed Jingqing and Hiru, but unfortunately he misjudged my strength and died in my hands. If you don't believe me, I have 3 Xiantian pills from Fengwuji as evidence. Xiantian pills are so precious, there must be purchase records, right? Just check and you will know whether Fengwuji bought 3 Xiantian pills. And where these 3 Xiantian pills came from. Su Hao's voice was not loud, but it echoed in everyone's ears. No one dared to interrupt. The words of the strong are often more convincing and more likely to make people listen carefully. If Su Hao had said before that he killed Fengwuji head-on, probably no one would have believed it, but the strength he has shown now leaves no doubt that Su Hao can kill Fengwuji without resorting to other means. I'm too lazy to talk about the right and wrong. Feng Dai and you minions, go back and tell Yelu Xiong that I will be waiting for him at the life and death stage before this evening. If you are a man, don't be sneaky and do some tricks. Let's win fairly, and I will make him die gloriously. Su Hao's cold voice resounded in everyone's ears, and the information contained in it shocked people's hearts. The stage of life and death. The stage of life and death decides life and death. In any immortal sect, it is normal to have friction even among the same disciples. Even many disciples of the same sect may have life and death feuds for various reasons. If no method can resolve the feud, they can apply to go on the life and death stage. If both parties agree, then they can decide life and death. Only one person from each side can survive, and the hatred can be resolved directly with blood. After that, no one can pursue the matter anymore. Yelu Xiong, the strongest man in the outer sect, the leader of the 3 evildoers, someone actually wants to challenge him? Or even go to the life and death stage? Su Hao, a demon who can easily defeat innate warriors with his acquired cultivation, is fighting a life and death battle with Yelu Xiong, who is at the peak of his career. This will be a major event that will shake the entire Daoji sect's outer sect. After saying that, Su Hao didn't even look at anyone else and went straight in one direction, which was the direction of Daoji sect's life and death stage. Su Hao wants to fight a life and death battle with senior brother Yelu Xiong. I heard that it was senior brother Yelu Xiong who used despicable means to murder Su Hao. Su Hao was enraged. He wanted to fight him to the death. There is no doubt that the news that Su Hao invited Yelu Xiong to the life and death stage spread at an unimaginable speed, from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, and within half an hour, it spread throughout the entire outer sect of Daoji sect. Almost all the outer disciples who received the news, who had no urgent matters, came and gathered outside the stage of life and death. They saw a young man in green clothes sitting quietly on the stage of life and death, waiting. It was Su Hao. Brother Su is going to fight a life and death battle with Yelu Xiong? Xiao Jun's body trembled. He saw Su Hao on the stage of life and death and was full of disbelief. Yelu Xiong. He is the undisputed number 1 among the outer disciples and the leader of the 3 evildoers. If nothing unexpected happens, it is only a matter of time before he opens the Immortal Gate in the future. He may even be qualified to compete for the position of the leader of Daoji sect. He absolutely has a bright future and is a child of destiny. But Su Hao has been practicing for less than half a year, and he is going to fight to the death with this monster. Although he is on the elite list, he is worlds apart from senior brother Yelu Xiong. How can he be qualified to fight a life and death battle with him? That's not necessarily true. Half an hour ago, I saw with my own eyes that Su Hao crippled Huang Tianfei from the law enforcement hall. He was an innate warrior. I heard that senior brother Yelu Xiong ordered Fengwuji to kill Su Hao and ordered the law enforcement hall to capture him. This is why he couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to fight him to the death. In less than half an hour, thousands of Daoji's own disciples gathered on the life and death stage, some excited, some questioning. There is no doubt that Su Hao achieved his goal and made things worse.